instead of going, what's the perfect line that would sell this person cold? Instead, it's about what the buyer would want. And this is the crucial change we have to make in these scenarios. The most overrated thing on social media is going viral, without question. It really is. One of the reasons why I don't do certain things is because I just don't care. And one of the reasons why I do other things is I really am into it. Just because they're the customer and have the money, it doesn't mean they're the prize. You are the prize.
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
Richard Moore, LinkedIn's been pissing me off lately. I'm actually becoming a little bit disenchanted, to be honest with you. Because I could open up LinkedIn right now and I guarantee there's a cold pitch of someone who can book my next 50 appointments or get me to 6 figures a month in 6 months. And I'm just getting irritated. Is this just me being a grouch or is this a common sentiment?
No, it's you being a grouch. No, I'm joking. So you're not alone, Ben. Of course, there's many people feeling the same. And I think we should acknowledge that we'll always be pitched. That's always going to happen. What's interesting is that no matter how evolved humans get with marketing and sales and that, there's still people spamming. And I think if you look at the reason why, it explains itself. And remember, there's more people on the platform than there ever were before. But the reason why people spam in a really annoying way is because they don't know what to do. And they need a conversion, they need a deal. And so they think, well, I'll just do lots of these. If I do a template and there's all these people, if I spam enough people, maybe someone will say yes.
True.
And the big takeaway for us all should be that volume is always there to compensate for a lack of competency. So if you're no good at something, you have to do it lots. And that's why we get these people spamming. And so if you have a trainer or a coach or something who's prescribing that you do volume, you should be running a million miles away, because that's not what we want to do. We want to do it well and correctly, rather than hope and pray that with enough volume, someone steps forward. So that's the advice for the person doing it. But for the people receiving it, you can help yourself. And there's a couple of things you can do. So I want to say this because I think people overlook it rather than just like, it sucks. Let's look at how we can help ourselves. Firstly, curate the people who see you and the newsfeed itself. You know, if something annoys you, so block it. If you get AI comments, so block them. If you get lots of connection requests and things like that, be very fussy, you know, and curate the people you're going to add each day as well. Similarly, you want to look at things like, I feel like looking at things like profile. A lot of people have director, or they pretend they're a CEO, so have CEO in their title. And it's like, you're going to just get found on lists. I mean, technically my job title is director because I run a company. And so if I put that on my bio, I'm getting added to lists and spammed. So you can actually avoid it by having words like founder or CEO or director off your title, and they're not going to get put into these lists as much. So that can help minimize it. But hey, I mean, it's going to happen a bit, I'm afraid. I must add that for someone who works in sales, like so helping people understand sales, it is a goldmine of leads. So I've closed one before where someone spammed me. This was a couple of years ago though, Ben. So it was before AI, so they actually were human. They spammed me and I said, out of interest, how's this approach been working? And they're like, oh, it's not very good actually. I was like, and so I went a bit further. About an hour later, 2,000 quid in my bank, and they joined my program. And so, you know, these are opportunities as well. If you can help someone with communication or like that DM flow or selling or how they present themselves, these are leads. So like we could look at it that way as well, in my opinion.
You reverse pitched them.
I did. I couldn't help. It's sport for me. I couldn't help myself. It doesn't work as well now though, because of course it falls on deaf ears when it's just automated and there's no one there actually caring, or it's a VA who's not the original, who's not the, the business owner.
So you mentioned quantity is not always better. I always like to say do more and get better. Do more is a good thing, but then if you get better at what you're doing, you become more efficient. And then once you've ran out of time in your day, you teach other people on your team to do it. So these people are doing a lot because I'm getting the messages. And for example, it'll say something like, hey, I see you're a founder in New York City. Now, I'm in upstate New York. I'm closer to Toronto, or I'm not close to New York City. Like, I'm as upstate as it gets. I'm closer to Buffalo and Toronto and Niagara Falls. So, hey, I see you're a founder in New York City. Would you like to A, B, and C in X, Y, and Z days, or I don't get paid? Or it's like, I know that it's automated. There's no way that a human being's looking at my profile and going, I see he's a founder in New York City. But sending a DM is not a bad thing, right? Is there a correct way to do it? Because I know what incorrect looks like.
There is a correct way of doing it. And I'm so glad you asked this because I get to be a geek about this stuff. It's so fascinating to me, the understanding biopsychology and their state and what stuff will work and what won't. And essentially, there's two elements to these messages that we need to get right. But most people just use one of these elements. Now, the first element, the one everyone does, is relevance. You wear shoes. I sell shoes. Therefore, buy my shoes, right? It's like, well, I don't need shoes right now. Or like, I don't like your shoes. Or, hey, heels aren't for me, kind of thing. So it could be any number of reasons. But what these people are doing is going, you're a CEO in New York. I can serve CEOs in New York. And like they're disregarding the detail. And they're hoping that relevance is enough. If you're the only person in the world and they were the only person messaging in the world, it might work. But the problem with relevancy is everyone's doing it because that information is so accessible. So the secret magic additional second part is leverage. Leverage is a reason why that person would want to step forward. So in the world of sales, the king is the guy who wrote the book on how to pitch, Oren Klaff. So he wrote Pitch Anything. And I sent him a message about a month ago because I was going to run a workshop on how to send messages that get read by people. So I was like, well, it has to work. And I know what I'm doing. So I sent a relevant message. So asking him if we could interact and collaborate on something. But I used leverage. And I talked about my follower account. I talked about like what, the business owners that are in a paid community on selling. And so he was like, sounds good. Let's speak. And now he and I collaborating in 2 weeks' time, going to do an event together. Wow. So the reason why that happened, and he has all these messages spamming him all day long, is because they're all relevant, but mine is relevant plus leverage. So how do we do this? It's really simple. The leverage is usually something specific. And when I was in my corporate sales days, this is how I sold every time. I would think, who is a client we currently have? Who's the adjacent company to them? So someone they work with, someone they did a contract with, someone in some way aligned with them, someone left and started with that other company. I'll go pitch them. And so it's about mutual connections often. That really helps. And, if I wanted to suggest that kind of advice, say to a podcast host, you got to say like, well, who's friends with Richard? Because I can now get him to join.
I mean, I guarantee I did this to you, Richard.
You did. You had Yasmin, you had my friend Hala Taha, who's been on a guest as well. You met Chris Doe, both been on each other's shows. And so it was like, okay. And I promise you, every day I get asked on a podcast, every single day, in amongst the offers for sponsored posts for SaaS AI products. So what's really powerful is when it's friends I know and like, it means as a human animal, I don't have to go through the pain of working out if you're weird or scary or not, because the trust is already there, because my trusted network have already gone through that process with you. So leverage is often that simple. And the problem here is that people don't want to hear this because that sounds like too much work. But the deep irony is that what feels like the longer approach of doing a modicum of research is actually the shorter approach. And always what I say is you were right earlier, by the way, about, more and better. but always we want to ultimately be moving towards fewer yet more impactful tasks. That's what's crucial.
Let's talk a little bit more about this because I feel like the podcast is working on easy mode. And people ask me, like, how do you find great guests? And it's like, I got one good one and I leverage their social proof to keep getting better ones and build an audience over time through the strategies you were saying, name dropping, receiving nominations for the show, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you are paying me something today in your time. So I acknowledge that. People will say no to you if they feel like it's not worth their time. That being said, it's a great offer. Hey, can I? All you got to do is show up and talk. I'll feature you. I'll repurpose it. I'll share. If you want to get on more podcasts, I'll make intros. It's a great offer. A lot of people don't have that offer. They don't necessarily have a podcast they're inviting someone to be on. They want to sell them stuff. Maybe it's like a SaaS product or it's a service. And they're messaging someone super cold. And I don't know how many LinkedIn connections you have, quite a bit. I'm sure they have a bunch of mutual connections as you, but do you know that connection? Do they know? The name dropping might not work. So I'm going to like this raw scenario where I have a product I want to sell, and it's not selling someone to get on my podcast. It's actually like a high ticket product, and this person doesn't know me.
Yeah.
What do I say?
So this is the magic thing. Everyone wants the killer line that's going to nail it.
Yeah.
Work like that. No one wants to be sold to. But as the wonderful Ryan Serhant, who's in your neck of the woods, said, no one likes to be sold to, but they love to shop with friends. And friends is the crucial element to this. So instead of going, what's the perfect line that would sell this person cold? Instead, it's, well, what about what the buyer would want? And this is the crucial change we have to make in these scenarios. It's rather than selling the way we want to sell, which is I send you a message and you just join at me and buy the thing. Can't you just do that for me? Instead of that, you have to sell the way the buyers would want to buy. And no, that's me. It may sound like I'm just being cute, but like it really is important to understand it from their perspective. What does a buyer actually want? A buyer wants an experience where they feel good about buying. That means they want to feel like they're into you. And if you look at the reason why someone buys something, it's only 10% of the reason why is the actual thing. 30% is like the technique used to get them to buy, but 60% is the connection. So it doesn't matter how good your thing is, unless the leverage is world class, unless you can't miss with the leverage. It's like, hi, you don't know me, but I've just been speaking to Ben and he told me to speak to you. Okay, that'll work. Okay. But if it's like, what's the thing I could say to get this person to want to buy straight away? Because then I can rinse and repeat and become a millionaire. It's not going to work. So it is slightly different with B2B, but in the main, what we need to bear in mind is that we have to do a bit more for them first. So on this world we have right now, especially with LinkedIn and so on, show up where they are, support them a bit, DMs, get into the connection, get into the relationship. If you really want to like go for it, well then go meet them. The bigger the deal, the more you should put out. And it's worth it because what happens is downstream, that person buys readily and they're thrilled to buy and they don't play games and they're happy to do it without a discount. And then they enjoy the fact that they're buying from someone they're into, But what I will say is going to B2B, it's often slightly different. If we are going to do a cold message, we better get to the point. But you have to have leverage. I, in a past life, worked as a sales director in an executive search firm. So we were doing recruitment and LinkedIn was used quite a bit. And the messages we were sending out weren't starting with, hey, hope you're having a good day. I know you're really busy and things like that. It was straight into, I'm representing a senior director at Coca-Cola who's on a 400,000 a year base, who did this merger and this thing, who's interested in speaking to you about what you're doing at Danone or whatever. And so like, okay, I'll pay attention to this one. It has to be so mind-bogglingly good as leverage that they're like, okay, well, this one's different. Otherwise, just don't bother. And if you're sending out stuff that you wouldn't fall for, don't do it, because that why would they? Otherwise, we're just treating them like fairly disrespectful, actually, like they're stupider than us and so would fall for something. And I just think you tend to find it's a very miserable existence when you're spamming away. I know people that send 50 or 100 messages a day. They don't make any money. Because if it worked, we'd all do it, of course. But what's crucial is you do that extra research, and instead of sending all those messages, maybe spend some time thinking who's closest to me or my latest client, and where could I go with that? And it's about like that, those individual networking moments, especially with bigger ticket selling. It's really important, and that's really my sweet spot.
Kind of going from a stranger to a friend, and then possibly a client, but that's not the end of the world. Making a friend's great. They could become an advocate for you as well.
Indeed. And so I call it being a professional friend with someone. What you find is often that person may never buy, and statistically they won't, but they now are really tuned into you. Guess whose post they're going to see next? Straight to you. Like, you're going to be in their newsfeed loads, and they'll think fondly of you. Oh, cool, it's Ben, says their mind. And they're going to just write, they'll be in comments and so on. And building that network and actually investing in relationships. We've all heard that advice before, but
right.
People don't want to do it because they don't want to do the work. And it's unsurprising that the people who have really measurable success are willing to deploy the discipline to actually bother to interact with people. If you just want their money, you tend to fail.
You say investing in relationships. I presume there's a lot of ways you can do it. It can be commenting on posts, sharing posts, making introductions. One thing I've done, and it will definitely depend on the product and the individual person or company's means. I buy stuff from the person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the best way I've gotten, and they become mentors and great friends of mine, was I wanted them on the podcast. I maybe wanted them as a client. I definitely wanted a little bit more time with their brain. So I purchased something from them. And now it's very easy to start a discussion.
It's so interesting. In 2016, I built a little course called 8-Step Startup. And part of it was I was getting, I wanted to have loads of nuggets of advice from top people. So it was professors at universities, best-selling authors, and business leaders. And so I was like, I went to the top everywhere, like from Facebook to Ogilvy, and one of the people was Seth Godin, and he responded straight away to my email because I bothered to read his book. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was The Dip I referred to. And I basically, what was interesting was that my email, you see, rather than fanboying him, I actually challenged him on one of the things he said. I said, I read this book recently and this bit was fascinating. Do you still feel like that's the case given whatever had happened? It was along those lines. And, I was talking about the thing that he finds deeply stimulating. I was challenging in a professional way his baby, this book. So of course he's going to respond to that because that's stimulating to him. And, it just goes to show what you get if you bother to care and to try. And a lot of people want something without bothering to try. And it's like you get what you deserve. So it's just interesting that you've just proven it. Like if you buy the thing and actually interact with it or bother to go and see them, it's something over and above what the average person does. The average person expects something for nothing. So you just have to show a little, and it's surprising what you get. But I do think, though, just on your point about showing up and commenting, though, we have to be careful with this because one of the things that's being pushed now we're like currently with 2025, right? And the commenting game has gone up and up and up, and people are like, right, it's part of my day to comment 2 hours a day, and like, cool if you want engagement and that matters to you, but it's not good enough anymore to comment. It's not even good enough anymore to comment like a decent comment, like to share, here's my 2 cents or something like that. We actually need it to really resonate with that audience. And I think the comments, we're running the risk now of even a deeper paragraph level comment being cookie cutter. I get there's a guy who does these AI comments. It's really annoying. And whenever I do my post, within minutes he'll do a comment that is paragraphs long, and he thinks he's great, but everyone steer clear of him, and it clear of him, and he's like,
Yeah.
this is a great post. Here's why. And he does this breakdown of the post. It's like you've just used AI to break it down. You can tell by the emojis in your answer. And so it's not, we've got to look past this idea of, well, if you write something stimulating, then everyone will show up for your comment. People aren't stupid. It's obvious what you're doing. So I think the advice now, like Authenticity 2.0, Ben, what that looks like now is write something for the author. Have a bit of, if they have a bit of fun in their post, if they have a little quip or something, so respond to that, and then add something for the audience as well. Like, dare to write the thing yourself, and support them in that way, in a proper way. I think a lot of people are overthinking this and trying to find some formula to get volume out the door. But the problem is, if you focus on volume, you're rarely there to receive the responses. And it's those moments in the one-to-one interactions that are actually where the results come. That's where the deals are born. And I think that it's just being overlooked because of this narrative of get more engagement and everything will sort itself out.
And I'm sure, and I want to go into in a moment, like the strategy of if I'm commenting, like who should I be commenting on? Should I have a list, et cetera, et cetera? Because I know as two major examples, Gary Vaynerchuk and Alex Hormozi, I don't know if there's like something in my head that thinks if I comment at the right time, I'll be the top comment and I'll have all this success and this and that, which is possible. You come up as the top comment. That is possible. But all those like spam pitches I was talking about, that actually is very common for those two creators. If I comment on Gary V's post, I'll get a message. Hey, Ben, I see you're a part of Gary V's community as well. And I'm like, what? I'm not part of his community. I just commented on a post. Are you part of his community? Do you know Gary? This or that? And then incoming pitch. So I found actually commenting on these big accounts actually, like, I don't know if it was a waste of my time, but didn't really create any benefit. Gary didn't read the comments. Someone pitched me over it. I presume I should be a lot more strategic, right? Like where should I spend my, is it a hashtag that I'm following? Is it specific creators? Like, you tell me.
It's often, Ben, I feel like I'm a minority of one. I really do. And so you can just see how much people lose sight of why they originally joined these platforms. The reason literally everyone not literally, there's a tiny minority of exceptions, but the reason basically everyone joined LinkedIn was new client acquisition. We are there to get customers. So what happens is by virtue of the fact that they are great at growth and being seen a lot, you have influencers front and center. And so of course we're like, well, how do we get as visible as them? And we forget the detail. And what happens is by forgetting the detail, we emulate what they do, or we copy them, or like we kind of like we buy their courses and we're like, okay, we do these things and then we get popular, right? And synthesizing popularity in the form of lots of reach and impressions. And I can speak with authority. I've got over 100,000 followers and I have millions of impressions of my content. It's just like, it is the hallmark of misalignment. And I think what we need to remember is if we want deals, then we need the right people to see us in the right way. And so what that means is chilling about the amount of engagement we're seeking and focusing instead on if the right people, and there are ways you can, like, in a nice way, engineer it so the right people see you. And I'll cover that in a sec if you wish. If the right people were to see me, would those ideally premium buyers, because we don't want broke people, right? Would the premium senior decision makers think to themselves, now that's an expert, and I'd feel reassured giving them, 5 figures a month. Okay. So if we map to that outcome, what it means is, firstly, we're adding those kind of people or those in their ecosystem each day as connections. We're actively, of course, distribution matters a bit. So yeah, we might interact with the active people online, the content creators who are going to respond. A bit of reciprocity helps get the content moving around. And then, of course, we have to make sure that we are recognizing that the key is to get that piece of content into that right person's newsfeed. So if we were to connect with the right people and have a DM conversation, my post will now go to their feed, almost guaranteed. If they look at it, my content should be doing the heavy lifting. So if I post about what I had for lunch yesterday, because it might go viral, it's pointless, because they're not even going to bother. They'll be like, well, not for me then. Or if I talk about something that my peers understand, but not my buyers, I'm wasting that opportunity. Instead, what I need to do is demonstrably show I'm the expert to the right people, and just not sweat the small stuff in terms of the volume of people who see me. I never go viral. I struggle to get over 100 likes, which pound for pound makes me terrible in terms of engagement levels.
Sure.
But it doesn't matter, because meanwhile I have all the best people coming and paying lots of money, and that's why I'm there. So the engagement strategy is, yes, strategic. And then when the right people see me, then I get in touch with them, and it's tactical, because the moment you remove this thing of maybe I'll feel good if I get lots of visibility and followers, and focus on the individual, because that's where the deals will be, you move to a wonderful world. And by doing a good job and selling correctly and crucially delivering well, word gets around. And I've never tried to do growth hacking, and I still have done well, inverted commas, in terms of follow account and so on. But that's just because I show up every day and try and do a good job, as opposed to what's the latest growth hacking commenting technique I could use. That's not for everyone. Some people want to be influencers, and that's okay. But if you're there for deals, lower volume, higher ticket, will so interact with the individuals. It may sound old school, but ultimately that's the bit that matters to the buyers, isn't it?
It is old school, but isn't it just playing the long game?
Correct.
Simply put, there are hacks. I'm sure there are hacks. There's tools, but the long game promotes consistency and wisdom and delivering value. And let's take a step back for a moment. How long have you been doing all this kind of stuff? You were popped out of the womb, and you're like, I'm going to be on LinkedIn. I'm going to start the art of sell. I'm going to have beautiful hair. Or how did this all begin?
Yeah, so I did 10 years in the city, in London, in corporate, always selling. So 22 and bit years ago, I was cold calling and selling internet marketing, which is quite interesting, 2003. So after 10 years in the city, I started my own thing. I started LinkedIn in 2018, so it's 7.5 years now. But it's always been the same. It's where are the right people? Interact with them, close them, and that's been the focus. I think it's very, very seductive, this world of maybe I could get more followers and so on. And I'll be really clear, if you do manage to get loads and loads of really big, huge following, for instance, of course you will catch some people in that who might then love you and buy from you and have the money, and that's all cool. And there's a thing that humans have, which is halo effect. It affects us. If there's someone we look up to, we're like, well, they must be really good, therefore I'll buy their thing. That's okay. And that can work. But it's a hell of a lot of work to actually get to that kind of stage, because you have to put out 4 years of, interactions and comments and things like that. And all I'll say is in 2018, when I first started, I was a nobody. No one has a clue who I was or anything like that. And no brand or kind of following to speak of. And I was getting deals in the first month because I just focused on individuals and spoke to them in the right way. And it is the long game. But what's interesting, if you're consistent about beating the drum on the philosophy you have about the thing you do, rather than always if I go do this thing, I'll growth hack a bit and maybe I'll get 1,000 followers this week, or how can I get another? It's there's a reason. It sounds arrogant, right? But this is a fact. I think there's a reason why last year Microsoft reached out and was like, can we do a collab for Surface and Copilot? And you're our guy for the UK on LinkedIn. There's a reason why I've been a top voice 2 years in a row. There's a reason why LinkedIn flew me over to California earlier this year to shoot a 6th course. There's a reason why people consistently keep asking if I can help them, who are at the kind of this higher level, because I'm I don't look like I'm playing at business trying to look popular.
Mm.
I'm trying to actually share genuine insights from an actual experience of being in sales. And I think, again, it's like, it's obvious stuff. People know this deep down, but it's just not fun compared to the exhilaration of like, oh my God, I went viral today. I get it. Like, it's fun. Like, it feels nice, but like, the most overrated thing on social media is going viral, without question. It really is. Unless you sell the kind of thing that genuinely needs to go viral, such as paid posts for impressions, like fine. If you're an influencer that's paid for it, good, go for it. But for everyone else, like it's not the best idea at all.
In a moment, I want to talk about art of sell, but I first want to affirm, like, I can agree with you more right now. And I'm sure I'm doing some things wrong, but when I put a promo post out thinking I have this big network and they've been engaging, like, I don't get that many sales. Maybe I'm not a huge influencer, but it doesn't really work great. And my email list feels dead. I send a promo email, not that much engagement. But do you know what does work? When I send someone a direct message that I already know a little bit about them, what their needs are, this or that, and give them the exact same offer, softer in a direct message, or when the email fails, go through all the people that at least opened and clicked on something, send them a direct message to re-engage, start a conversation. That's actual sales, like, is what's working for me, not just, I would call it advertising, putting an email or a post up and just saying, buy from me. It's this hands-on sales approach that is what's work. And I'm sure I'm doing some things wrong because I know people convert like crazy off the weirdest things. But for me, like, it's literally just taking an extra hour to not just post something, but to send 20 DMs to the people that I know would want to hear what I have to say.
Yeah, and let me be clear. If you sell a low ticket, high volume product and you are a heavyweight influencer, you'll kill it.
I'm neither of those. Not a heavyweight influencer, and I don't sell low ticket.
Yeah, and the problem is a lot of the heavyweight influencers, like, it's easy, just do what I'm doing. It's like, yeah, but literally didn't for 3 years. You were writing comments all day, every day. I'm trying to run a business. And so if you're willing to do what they're doing or have done, then cool. Justin Welsh is a great example. 10 million and a turnover, and he sells $150 a month. So I have a $150 product at high volume. Like, it works when you get thousands of pieces of engagement per post. It doesn't work if you're trying to sell that kind of thing and you're this big. But with high ticket, it does make sense to spend time with the individuals. You're absolutely right.
You know, that's really interesting. I'm thinking out loud here, but people do a system that works great for them, and then they package it and then resell it. The problem is the person reselling it isn't them. They don't have the notoriety. They don't have the following. They're not as handsome. They're not as beautiful. They're not as eloquent. So is it the system that worked, or was it the human being that worked? And it just makes me wonder. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I feel like some people are just cut from a different cloth, and it doesn't matter how hard you try to replicate it. It's not quite as easy because you're not them. Maybe that's imposter syndrome. I don't know.
Can you give me an example of what you mean?
So Justin Welsh, I have not purchased any of his products. They could be the best in the world, but he's clearly an incredible writer. He's clearly amazing at what he does, has a huge following. I could do exactly what he does and have minimal to no results. Even if, like, I'm going to give you an example. I'm just as good of a writer. Maybe I didn't put in the time, or I didn't start at the right time, or I'm working when there's a lot of, I don't know.
So I have a theory on this.
Sure.
And I'm certain I'm right.
Okay. So
I had a call with Justin a couple of years ago. Lovely to hang out with him for a bit. And he and I have messaged a little bit. And I did a post a while back because he originally got in touch with me. I was like, hey, someone recommended we should connect on LinkedIn. This was like years ago before anyone knew who he was. I've saved it and I posted it recently. It's funny. But what's interesting about him is that he is incredibly left-brained, engineering kind of. It comes from a SAS background. He is that kind of guy. He is like a spreadsheety, procedure, disciplined, probably impeccably tidy house kind of guy. It's interesting because you get a lot of people trying to emulate someone like that by forcing it. But what he's found is the thing that suits him perfectly. Another really good example, is actually Alex Hormozy. You get this whole world of entrepreneurs trying to copy what he's doing. But if you actually look at it, Alex Hormozy is obsessed, genuine, like without trying, he's obsessed with business. It is his favorite thing. If he didn't need the money, he would still do it. And you got that compared to people who are obsessed with themselves and can't help themselves when Instagram rings, but they're simultaneously trying to force themselves to output like their hero Alex Hormozy is doing. And what you've got here is this, it looks like they're trying to do the same thing, but some people are built in a certain way. And so Justin is found, I'm not saying you can't achieve his level of success, but you can't typically do it his way unless you're built in the same way as he is. And some people, I know someone, for example, who has been an absolute rocket on LinkedIn. And within the last 3 years, she's gone from 0 to almost 300,000 followers. She's made 7 figures. She's still in her 20s, but it's because she's utterly obsessed with this. Her whole life is social media. She's like, in her spare time, she's doing this. She cannot, it's like it's her chocolate, And I remember a couple of years ago, she said, because we were really good friends, I remember she said to me, at 3 o'clock in the morning, you will find me on LinkedIn every day. On a Sunday, on a Saturday, I cannot help myself. She is an addict for it. And it is the most wholesome use of her time for her. And so you can imagine someone wanting to get her success is like, you ain't going to. And even if you did the same things that she did, because the difference, even if you put in the same kind of hours every day, the difference is she utterly loves it as well. And that's the thing. It's, one of the reasons why I don't do certain things is because I just don't care. And one of the reasons why I do other things is I really am into it. So a really good example, it's Friday today. This whole week, my wife and my other daughter have been away. They're on a school trip, and my wife's been with her. And my other daughter's been at high school. I've been here on my own basically all week, and I've loved working.
Right.
That television is not turned on once, and I've come down like in the evenings, and I'm like, I've just loved it, and I'm like, all the curtains are still open, and it's dark, and I'm like, I really should sort this house out, But I'm like, if you're in something you utterly love and can't get enough of, you tend to fly. And if you are built differently to someone you're trying to copy, you'll never get their level of success. You see this a lot, don't you? People trying to get like, I'm going to be the next Apple. Yeah, but are you Steve Jobs? No. So you're going to have to try a different approach in many ways, aren't you?
So to simplify, the thing is finding the thing that's your thing.
I think so. I really do. And it's being cool with it being your internal narrative of what you love to do, and electing to choose the thing that doesn't necessarily make you more money or get you more acclaim, but it's the thing that's more aligned. Yasmin, like a mutual pal who's been on your podcast, he and I met in Denmark, I think it was a year or two ago, and we spent some time together. We got a train together, and we did this keynote each at this talk. And we both said to each other, we both respect one another's work, but he would not do things the way I do it, and I certainly would not do things the way he does it. And like, I'm not willing to spend hours every day writing comments. I don't want to do that. Right. And so I won't have his set of results, and he isn't willing to do what I'm doing. And that's okay. As long as we've got to lose all insecurity and focus on like, well, does it feel aligned? And if that makes me happy and I can continue the infinite game of sticking around and and playing this game of running the business, well, then why wouldn't I do it that way?
So good. I have a good example, and it's a chance for me to quickly plug. Chris Van Vliet has been on the show 3 times.
Right.
He's won 3 Emmys. So my 3 Emmys are just having him on 3 times.
Yeah.
A lot of acclaim, a great career, has interviewed anyone you can imagine, like all the A-list celebrities. And when he was trying to build up his podcast, he actually was bringing on some Insight with Chris Van Vliet. He was bringing on some A-list celebrities, and it was all over the place. And it was very much like personal growth, businessy, entertainment, a little bit of everything. He's one of the best interviewers of all time.
Right.
But he's always been a big wrestling fan. He wanted to be a wrestler when he was a kid, and he interviewed The Rock like 11, 12 times. And anytime he'd interview a wrestler and he posted those clips, because of his beautiful skill set of bringing the best out of someone and getting those, honestly, like bite-sized 30-second wow moments on camera so well, it was especially those wrestling clips that would go the most viral.
Yes.
So 3-time Emmy Award winner, theoretically could talk to and interview and do a good job interviewing anybody. But he pivots his podcast to only talk about wrestling.
Right.
So this guy who's never wrestled professionally, that doesn't really have a full background other than being a fan, but it's a big part of who he is now only talking to wrestlers. And now he is the #1 wrestling podcast in the entire world. And he's not a wrestler.
Yeah,
but people come to
that.
him. You know why people come to him? Because he's not a wrestler. He represents the common man in this scenario. So that's just another example of like all these different skill sets and interests, but finding his thing with a more niche market, but better reach because of the more niche market.
He just cares more, you know. My thing is selling. I can't get enough of it. It is my Netflix. I cannot get enough of it. So even when I had, you've also had him when I had Chris Do speaking in The Art of Sell, it wasn't like, so tell us about branding, Chris. It was, so sure, you've run this agency, but talk us through, 80 million or whatever, but in sales, but like talk us through sales related things. So I'm steering all these people towards like, it's great that we've got this clout and it's great that we've got this amazing guy, but let's look at the sales part of your world. And it's stimulating because I'm pulling something out of often these people that isn't being discussed. We had Nir Eyal on recently, the author of Hooked and Indistractable, talking about productivity, but for salespeople. It was just really interesting because I'm steering into the thing I'm desperately geeky about. And I think, and what's really nice is that the audience, I think, likes that level of obsession. If they want to show up for something like that, it makes sense that you don't have a kind of a generalist. You need someone who's really deep into that subject matter. So I love that. Imagine if your podcast was called Business. It's a bit broad. Real Business Connections takes it a bit deeper, and now we know what we're showing up for.
Talk a little bit more about the Art of Sell, exactly what it is. And I'll be transparent. Like, I'm considering joining. And the reason I'm thinking about it, there's whether it's education, but like for me, it's like I like to gain access to anyone. And I forget if I first met you through Hala Taha or Richard Vanderbloom. But like, as I build relationships, it only makes everyone better. So I join programs oftentimes just for access to the mentors. Being transparent here, and you named a few people that I'd love to spend more time with. So what is it? Is it a mentorship program? You tell me.
So you nailed it with the word, by the way, of access. And one of our members said that recently. She was like, I'm paying for access because you don't get these people easily. And like the idea is, so basically the inception of it was I have my accelerator program. We've got close to 250 people in there now, and it's wonderful to teach them. And it's the Richard Moore show every week. But I'm like, here's another thing that obsessively, if I show you how this will help you convert on LinkedIn, and people are like, they've made millions off LinkedIn as a result of being in there. But I was like, I want something where I want to fill a notepad. I want to be able to take notes from it. So in short, it is a subscription. You join monthly. And every Tuesday there's a workshop, and every Thursday there's a masterclass live every week. And people all over the world can watch it recording or coming live. And it's all about it's not just selling like negotiation pitch and closing and so on. It's the entire ecosystem. So you can imagine all the adjacent topics from mindset to body language or working with your ego and so on.
So we talked about LinkedIn a lot today, but this is far beyond just social selling on
LinkedIn. If it was LinkedIn art of sell, it would be playing small, in my opinion. I want to go far bigger. So
Beautiful.
the big hairy goal is 100,000 members. And we've only just started. We're only a year old. And this has been very much an MVP the first year. But it's really exciting because what I wanted to do from the start with the Thursday masterclasses was crucially, I didn't want Richard's cute friends from LinkedIn. I wanted like best in class. And so, people who have demonstrably delivered at the highest level. So we had a guy recently talking about how to close 5 and 6 figure deals with Fortune 50 companies. And he was a global head of AI innovation for Microsoft. We had a guy who we wanted someone who's going to talk about ego and how to manage that if you're running your own company and having to sell, or if you're in a pressure situation, how do you work with your ego? So we brought in a guy who used to be the COO, because there's many of them, at Goldman Sachs, and he's currently an executive director at Morgan Stanley. So these guys are serious, and then like positioning. Who do I get to talk about positioning? Well, rather than, with all love and respect to the 22-year-olds who help with brand and positioning on LinkedIn, who are wonderful and know a lot of things, we brought in Courtney, who used to be head of brand for Evian and then for Coke Zero. Like, she's behind the black cans of Coke. And it's like, now we're talking. And then the other one I loved was on, for marketing, we had like the guy who was global marketing director for JCB. We've had global marketing director of Universal Pictures, $5 billion budget. And she's come and done it all. And it's just like, that's what we're talking about. And so, yeah, I mentioned the other day, a bit earlier rather, we had, I was like, oh, okay, the audience is like, what about productivity? How can we make sure we're productive and, not like getting distracted? Well, I've got his book here. So Nir Eyal, who wrote Hooked, right, let's get him in then. So some of these people are expensive, but a lot of the time I've tried to charm them in, and people who there was a guy last year, you can pretty sense my energy. I'm quite into this. There's a guy last year who was talking about creativity, and he was the creative director that brought together Metallica and Stranger Things, like that collab. That collab was him. And I was like, wow. And this, and people at the start of like masterclasses or webinars, they're like, so here's a slide, just a bit about me. And he had a whole show reel. And we're like, wow, the stuff the guy's done is amazing, like Netflix and Shopify, all his clients and so on. So all is to say, it's about having that level of access. So people, you can come in and you can learn, and then you can ask these people questions. And I just don't think that stuff exists, because what happens normally it's like, I'll just get my peers on, or I'll, or there's a podcast, but this is kind of, you can see this is kind of my podcast, Ben. And the idea is like, I just keep bringing these fantastic people on so we can all learn. And what I love about it is that it works. We had someone after one of our first sessions close an 18 grand workshop using the techniques that this guy explained how to use. And there was the guy I read last week was like, yeah, I was part of the group that worked with the Oscars, and here's what I've done with them. And it's just these amazing nuggets from these superstars. And what we, of course, have around that then is in the community, because we have a head of community running it. We have sales challenges based on what you've learned. We have like skills kind of collections that you can learn through the collections of different talks, how to do certain things. We have a fundamentals of sales course. So there's a lot of kind of guidance and pathways as well. And I'm really excited because a lot of entrepreneurs and founders have joined to start with, because I just shared on LinkedIn and people jumped in.
Yep.
We had our first university join in the summer.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. And they were like, right, I remember the email, it was Swansea University, and they said, we want to buy 23 places, please. So that was kind of fun. And then we've got, and then there's the corporate side, which is really exciting as well, where companies will send like reps and so on as well. But it's just, I never knew, or at least I never gave as much thought as I should to the power of a community I was like, yeah, whatever, community. Yeah, they all kind of hang out and talk. They're genuinely supportive. Everyone is surprising how supportive people are when they're together with, and looked after in the right way. So I'm really proud of it, as you might be able to tell. And what's really nice is, you can join. If you hate it, no one ever does, then so leave. It's $150 for a month. That's all we're charging at the moment to get bums on seats. And it's just so stimulating to have these people in here, because I get to learn so much from them, and it only makes the proposition better itself, And the access is incredible. Absolutely fantastic. The people who've been on there. And, we've had like 60 masterclasses now.
It sounds like it. Most of the listeners know I have a community myself. That's a story for another day, but I see the value in this kind of. So if I were to send my entire sales team of one, or maybe someone has a larger sales team, how would we learn more about it?
You can go to my website. You can go to artofsell.co, or you can just go to my LinkedIn profile. It's the first featured link. And there's 3 tiers. So there's a free tier. So worst case, join the free one. And then you get access to the Fundamentals of Sales course. But you also get the community, Ben. They vote every month for Masterclass of the Month. So you can then watch that if you like. But you just join the core tier, $150 a month, and you're in. Simple as that. And you get to come along to these sessions every week, and you're made to feel very welcome. So it's just fun. It's really fun because it's not just having nice chats. And a lot of communities, as you may have experienced, are just like nice to hang out, and that's lovely. But like, come on, let's get something from it, So it makes me feel so happy that people are every week sharing wins, like, they're closing deals and doing better with their sales, and that kind of stuff's just wonderful to see. And it's nice that I don't have to be the one doing literally everything. I've enjoyed building my own thing, but it's really great having absolute superstars come in and share what they know as well.
No, I laugh at that because I talked about access to anyone. Having mentors come in, do workshops, ask me anything, keynotes, more value for the people in the group and less work for Richard. So it's a win for everybody.
It's a very big win. It's been a lot of hard work to build the thing, but it's just so worth it. And I'm excited about year 2.
One final question. One takeaway tip. So I want my next sales conversation to go as best as possible. Give me one tip to make sure that occurs.
Yeah, I think there's so many things, but one thing that I always nudge people to think is you're probably positioning yourself as the expert. And if you're positioning as the expert, you must play that role. So the hallmark of a non-expert is giving options, asking what the person at the end of the line thinks, wondering if, as in like, is it interesting? Maybe you might join me. If you're the expert, you need to embody that role. And what that means is you hear them out like a consultant. You ask them the questions, and then you prescribe a singular solution that fixes the problem. And you've got to remember that you know best. Just because they're the customer and have the money, it doesn't mean they're the prize. You are the prize, because your job's to fix their problem with your solution. So embodying that role of the expert closes deals. The reason why is because they're really buying this feeling of, I've got this. And when you give them that sense of like, I just know what to do, it's very reassuring. Otherwise, you've got a non-expert buying from someone who's playing a role as a non-expert, and that leaves them with hesitancy. And of course, that's where you hear, I'll think about it. And that's the last thing we want to hear.
So good. Shout out to Oren Klaff. If anyone knows Oren, I want to see these collabs occur, because you're sounding a lot what he preaches, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's had a big influence on me. When I first read Pitch Anything, I remember it, Ben, because I would read a bit and I'd put it down and go, oh man, wow. And then I'd read a bit and I'd go, oh, what have I been doing? So he's really influenced me. And if there was if there was ever a book I'd write on sales, it's that book. And he's already done it for me. So 7th of October, well, this comes out, we've probably already done it, but we're going to do a webinar together called Game of Money.
Cool.
And it's going to be really good fun. It kind of to educate people on investing and in the way he sees it. And he's very kindly going to show us, this is free, but he's going to very kindly show us a live deal, because a lot of people are like, I don't get to see how investing works because it's the big guys and I pay them a fee and I don't see my money. I just see a little return. It's like he's letting us in. So I'm thrilled, and it's a bit of a pinch me moment doing this, because I'm trying to not fanboy too much and focus on being useful to him.
We'll make sure there's replays or another collab, because anyone who's listening to this a year, a month, whatever in the future is going to want a part of that. But
absolutely,
Richard, man, I'm going to check out The Art of Sell. I encourage anyone, send me a DM if you're curious, if you want information, reach out to Richard. This has been fun, man. Thanks for coming on the pod.
Hopefully we can do it again sometime. I really enjoyed myself, and thanks for letting me indulge, Ben. I enjoy talking about these topics.
Boom. Beautiful.
When people are lying to you, what their brain will do is they'll keep looking at you. Instead of their blink rate going out really high and them looking away, it's going to almost come to a complete stop, and they're going to keep looking at you once they answer. Because what their brain is doing, it's saying, does this person believe me? I say look at that whole group as one person. I always suggest is treat it like it's one thing you're talking to. That way you can make it feel like it's conversational, even though there are, maybe 3,000 people there, depending on what you're doing. What I discovered was the people who have their arms crossed and they've got a leg crossed and they're looking at something, they look up and they're frowning and all, that's the people you want to pitch to. That's the people you want to focus on. Because
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So, Scott, Behavior Panel, I wrote it down. You've got 212 million views at the time of this recording. Mm-hmm. You've done all the breakdowns anyone can imagine. I started watching you. Mark's been on the show, the whole team with the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp. But what breakdown have you done that surprised you the most?
Gosh, it surprised me the most. It's different when you're when you're interrogating a person, and then you're watching a video of them being interrogated. So you've got that separation there. So there have been a couple of times where I sort of liked the person that we were talking about because I could see what they were doing, and I saw it from a perspective of I appreciated what that what that bad person was doing. I was like, oh, I see what they're doing. That's great for his part. Because I can see that he or she trying to ingratiate themselves to the person interviewing or interrogating them. So I remember thinking that as it was happening, and I think saying it on the show, if I can't see which one was it. One of them was, oh man, can't remember that guy's name. Who's the guy that oh man, he's an old guy. I can't remember the guy's name.
Serial killer, murderer, killer, politician.
Yeah, it's a serial killer. But we do so many of those. We go through and it's like, geez, I can't remember. We've done, 600 or 800 of those things.
How does that affect you, man? Can you sleep at night? Some of those stories are unbelievable.
Yeah, they are. As long as what I found out early on in what I do for a living is, and you're not supposed to do it this way apparently because it's not good for you, but I have a little box up in here that I put all that stuff in. And so when I see something or hear something bad, I open the box up, throw it in there, and never open that box up again. It gets crowded in there, but that's the way you do it. Yeah, that's the way I do it anyway.
What happens, 50 years down the road, someone stumbles upon that box, opens it up. Oh, man. Yeah,
it's like Greg Hartley. He's on the Behavior Panel, and he's the one that finds this. He and I talk about what we're going to do, but he'll be the one that says, "Okay, what if we try? What if we do this person?" And so he goes through his, on Google every Saturday. That's all he does is look for a good story. And so if the cops ever come in or the FBI ever comes and investigates him and looks at his browser history, that guy's going to prison forever because he's looking for, dead body and whatever, what he's looking up. And at the same time, he gets these ads for bras for older women. because our demographic is, between like 36 and 65 or 70 women. And so he gets all these advertisements for women in that age demographic. So it's really really interesting. Yeah, but if my box ever got kicked open, I don't know what would happen. They said, no wonder that guy acted that way.
It's fascinating me that is your demographic. I mean, it makes sense in like the true crime sense, but like as a young adult male that's in the business world, that honestly was very antisocial when I was younger, very shy. Like part of where I learned body language was like my dad would come in drunk and I knew whether to say hello or go hide in my room. I didn't know what I was seeing at that time.
Yeah.
Part of me is like, this is very good in a business context for presentations, for understanding maybe where you stand in the conversation. Now, I don't know what I'm doing, but if you're back and you got your arms closed and you're not making eye contact and you're checking your phone, I mean, it seems pretty obvious, but I know that I don't have your attention. So it does surprise me that I guess the true crime makes sense, but I think someone just like me is like a perfect fit for your content because it helps me in the workplace every single day.
Yeah. And what you're talking about, when you see someone doing that, if let's say I was an entrepreneur in residence at the Nashville Entrepreneur Center from 2011 to 2017. And I'm the one that started the pitch department there. I headed that and created and everything else. So what I would do is I would train the new entrepreneurs and startups how to pitch their idea, product, or service. And one of the main things I taught them was, if you go to pitch, and we'd have these people pitch in front of 500 people, these financial people from around the U.S. and sometimes the world, and pitch to them. And the thing that I realized, because I used to video not just the people that were pitching, so I could help them with their pitches. Later on, I would always do videos of the crowd as well, the people that they were pitching to, and watching them. And what I discovered was the people who have their arms crossed and they've got a leg crossed and they're looking at something. They look up and they're frowning and all. That's the people you want to pitch to. That's the people you want to focus on, because those are the ones that are thinking about what you're saying. Nobody sees it that way. They all think somebody's doing this. That person's there just to meet other people. They're schmoozing, hanging out. They're there for some other reason. Because how can you take in information when you're just sitting there going, that's great? Because you want somebody going, is this going to work for me in 6 years? Is what he just said true? I've got to talk to so-and-so about that. Let me see. And you'll see him talk to somebody else, and that'll be the person that their financial person, usually if it's the finance, the money person themselves that's looking at the thing, well, I'm going to pitch or not. Usually they'll have somebody with them. They'll be talking back and forth, and they'll have that look on their face like this. So anytime you see somebody frowning at you and goofing around with their face and then with their arms crossed, they're just listening. They've detached from trying to look good to everybody else, and they're completely focused on you. So that's the thing that nobody thinks about. That's the thing everybody misses when they pitch, and they ignore those people. And I have them zero in on them. Every person I've ever trained to pitch, whether it was a child, man, woman, whoever, whatever, they've all been funded. Every one of them to this day. From the day I started doing that to the day I stopped at the Entrepreneur Center, I still do that some. In some cases, I get hired to come in and help them build a pitch and all that. But I really believe that's one of the main things it was, because you can see the first person to start turning off, that's the ones thinking about you. And that's the ones you want to zero in on. And not going to be a whole lot of people doing that. There are only going to be the serious investors that are thinking about investing that are going to be doing that. Because your product, if you have several people pitching at once, or if it's just you, if that person is interested, those people are going to look like they're turning off to everything else, because they are. They're getting up in their head and they're thinking about you and what you're saying. So that's what you're looking for, and most everybody misses it. And that's one of the keys, the main keys.
Let's go a little deeper on this. And my concern always is analysis paralysis. So I know you've done a tour with the behavior panel, and I didn't know you were training speakers. I mean, you're obviously a fantastic speaker. And my thought is I can go on stage and be focused on every move. Do I have open body language? Am I making eye contact? And then the analysis paralysis might actually make me to perform worse because I'm caught in my head. So make it easy for me. If someone's going in for a speaking engagement, a pitch, somewhere where they have a crowd and they want to impress that crowd, how can I impress them without trying so hard to impress them?
Well, everybody always says, be yourself. Just be yourself.
Well, I don't. Myself is nervous, Scott. Myself will just like walk out and not do
Yeah.
this.
So that's what everyone says, be yourself and try to do this. You've got to, on one hand, you've got to be yourself because you've got to maintain your personality and your, people like authenticity. So if you get up there and you start talking like a robot and everything is just perfect and your hands come back, then people see that, but they don't really connect with you. So what you want to do is when you talk about things, when you use these things are called illustrators, and you illustrate it, it's emphasizing specific words and phrases, like I did just then, specific words and phrases. If you use those all the time and you're using them on every word, like you see people on TikTok where they get up, or Instagram, they get up in the camera, they're like, here's what's coming up. I think we ought to do that. And you see these hands moving around. It's like, what are they doing? Those mean absolutely nothing. And after a while, they do mean nothing. But if you use them when they're supposed to mean something and then, kind of relax, then they actually work. So if you're presenting something, you're pitching something, you're talking to a crowd, it's hard to say, just relax, because I've never had the problem where it made me nervous. So I can't get in that headset of being nervous for that. But a lot of people do. And, you hear these exercises they do before they go out and all that. Mark is so much better at telling you exactly what to do before when it comes to pitch or when it comes to presenting or giving a speech or something, he's so good at that. But my thing is mainly focused on not just being a speaker, but on pitching something. So, and getting rid of those things that people think are deceptive, like the arms crossed and things like that. That usually means absolutely nothing in the real world. I mean, it means they can be cold. It's more real, they're more relaxed when they do that. It's actually sometimes a great sign when you see that. Because like, all right, yeah, they're relaxed. But most people see that because they've heard on TV shows, movies, and read on the internet that crossing your arms means you're turned off. You're not into what the person is saying and things like that. When you see that, sometimes it's a good sign, but you have to know what to look at around that situation. That's just one cue. So if they're doing this and frowning and looking at you like that, it's in a pitch situation, then they're into it. If they're doing this and you're just talking about, if you're there at a dental thing where they have all these, dentists there and you're talking to them about how to help their business, they look at you like that. That's not the best sign in the world to be, when you see that. That's not the best, because you want them with their eyebrows up going like this and a lot of head shaking. And you want to see them thinking a little bit, but you don't want to see the frowns and like this the whole time, because that's a little bit negative. Because there's nothing for them to actually start thinking about that would help them other than you're helping their business section of it. I'm trying to, juxtapose that against pitching, but that didn't work just then, just wrecked into each other. But there's a difference there, so it's knowing which one to look for, what's good and what's bad. It takes a while. It takes a while to get used to getting yourself ready. And then, as far as looking like you're being honest and want to help, that's the key for me. Mark's good at doing the walking around and big arms and stuff, but that's not my personality. So I can't do that. But when he does it, if you meet somebody who doesn't like Mark Bowden, I probably wouldn't like that person. Probably wouldn't get along with him, because if they came from Mars, the Martians have landed. What are we going to do now? I'd say, you send Mark over there. He'll make friends with him. Go get Mark Bowden. He's over there in Toronto. Go get him, and he'll get rid of him, or he'll talk to him. We'll get something worked out. That's the guy you want to send, because he'd go out, hey, he can do that. Whereas in that situation, I wouldn't be able to help much with that, but he could. So when it comes to specialized things, that's when then my style helps, I think.
No, it makes sense. A quick invitation for the listener, if you're listening on a podcast app, this might be a good opportunity to go to the show notes and actually watch it on video on YouTube, because Scott's doing a lot with his body and movement. So I'm sure you can hear some of it. We'll talk on that real quick, Scott. When you're moving your body, it does affect your tone as well, I imagine, right?
Oh, yeah. Because if you're all bunched up like this and I'm talking to you, it sounds different. Even though it's a little bit of a difference, and my shoulders are back a little bit and I sit up, I get a lot more air in my lungs. It's a lot easier to breathe. That's why when people are about to pass out, they haven't raised their arms, because it helps open up your lungs and gets the blood going from your arms back down to your heart and gets things rolling. So it makes a big difference the way you look and the way you sit and say, to the way you sound, because that's the way you feel. And if you feel better, you're going to sound better. You're going to sound a little bit more excited and a little bit, you'll be more on point, because your brain will be on and be focused better, in other words.
So, Scott, going back to the pitch situation, literally the same question, but I'm saying it in a different way. If I'm looking and I'm like, microanalyzing everyone in the audience.
Mhm.
I feel like that would, as a beginner, should I just ignore everything I've learned from the behavior panel and just give my speech? Or are there certain things that I really need to be in tune and ensure that I do?
Here's what when people come to me and say, I don't speak, I don't give speeches or anything. I'm going out to do this one thing. So look at it as your first time speaking somewhere. I say, look at that whole group as one person. You can't see like one person with one head and two arms and sitting there listening. But if you speak to the crowd as an like it's one thing, that makes all the difference in the world. If you see it like that, instead of trying to speak to every person, or you could pick out one person and talk to them. Nobody's going to know you're just looking at that one person. That one person will think, wow, it looks like he's looking at me,
You find the head nodder and you just talk to the head nodder.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, that's what I always suggest is treat it like it's one thing you're talking to. That way you can make it feel like it's conversational, even though there are, maybe 3,000 people, 2,500, 3,000 people there, depending on what you're doing.
Yeah.
They'll get the feeling you're talking to one person. And if you don't start marching around the stage and all that, their eyes stay on you. They're not having to move around a lot. So it's more like you're sitting there having a conversation. It's not like you're sitting there, but their brain isn't having to track you and watch you as you're moving around talking. Because at that point, it becomes a show. If you don't want to have a show, then you can sit there and talk straight on. You can move some, but not like Chris Rock and Bring the Pain, where he's like just marching back and forth, the whole time.
So like a nervous pace isn't going to look as smooth as Chris Rock. If you're just nervously pacing, there's nothing wrong with kind of just owning your circle around you.
Yeah. If you go to music artists, you have somebody like in the old school stuff, David Lee Roth was all over the place. And then you have those people that came up right after them and sold even more records than Van Halen and those people, with people just standing there and, Rodney, sure, and whatever that guy was. I don't know that the guy that sings like that, but he would just stay in one place pretty much. So there's a time for that, because these people are all up in their heads thinking these deep thoughts, where people that go see Van Halen were just thinking, just yelling, screaming, and doing that. So it's whatever headset you're dealing with, in other words, is what you should, the way you should present to them. And you'll know, because you'll know who you're talking to. Are you talking to doctors? Are you talking to, gym teachers? Or are you talking to people that run music stores? The music store people are going to be a little bit different than the people from, that are doctors, and everybody's different. But you can, once you walk out there and see what's happening, you can get a pretty good idea of what's going on, especially if you talk to people beforehand. If they're all in suits and they're all standing around talking quiet and trying to be all serious, then, you got to be, lock it down and just talk to them. But if everybody's those exciting people, like they're trying to, if they're salesmen, that's different. Like, hey, what's going on, man? Oh, it's a beautiful day out, isn't it? We're so glad you're here. It's like, geez, dude. So when you talk to them, you have to, get a little bit more lively, I guess.
Scott, I'm just noticing this now, but one thing I think that's so likable about you is you don't talk with this. So Mark's brilliant. He's the theatrics to him. Like, I could listen to Mark all day, but you just talk like an ordinary dude. You're just an ordinary guy who just happens to have fantastic skill sets that you're applying like any of us do.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I
don't know if that was a backhanded compliment. But
no.
What's so likable about you?
Yeah, it's so tough to try to be somebody else, try to say, I'm going to go out there now. I know people who are in the same space and they become this other person when they start talking. I can't do that. And the same thing, it comes from interrogation. I learned early on, when you're talking to somebody who's done something they shouldn't have, if you're trying to be, hey, listen, tell me about this or whatever it is, that doesn't work. But if you're sitting around like this and talking to them, if they're sitting around like that, you sort of match and mirror them a little bit and make them think everything's okay. Yeah, man, we got this. We'll get this taken care of, Things change when you're just a normal person. They're waiting for that person they've seen on TV and the movies to come in and be like, okay, tell me where the girl is, or tell me where the rest of the, and it never happens that way. But some people are real stiff when they're doing that. And that always seems like there's, everything they say, this is an interrogation. But if you hang out and talk, I learned something from my best friend, Jason. There was a guy that had robbed, he was out of prison. I'm trying to word this so nobody gets in trouble. He was out of prison for robbing banks, in other words. So he said, listen, so-and-so's out. You want to come watch? We're going to talk to him. I said, yeah, it'd be great. So one of the things I learned early on was this, making it look like there's, nothing's really happening, like we're waiting on something. Because And there were a couple of feds there too, because when you deal with the bank, you're dealing with that's federal crime. So Jason goes in, he's talking to him for a little while, and he's sitting there waiting. And this guy comes in, and I've used this before. After seeing this, I was like, "It's mine. I'm going to be using that from now on." And the guy came in, and he had something for him to sign. And he didn't throw the pen down, but he put it on the thing like that. And Jason, "Hey man," and the guy just looked at him. I won't say his name, but then he comes back in. I'm like, "What's going on?" He goes, "You're going to love this." And so he signs it, and he goes back in and gets the paper. He doesn't jerk it up real quick, but you see him pick it up, and you go, "That guy's, he looks like he's mad at him, maybe. So he gets this thing going on. And when the guy leaves, my buddy goes, "What?" To the guy he's talking to, this guy who's robbed all these banks, right? He goes, and the guy goes, "Yeah." So all of a sudden, it's these two against everybody outside. It's these two against the rest of the world who's outside the door. Right. And the other guy comes in and he says, "Are you going to do the whatever it was?" And he says, I signed it," being real nice. He goes, "No, you didn't. You didn't put the something on there." He goes, "Oh, dude, I'm so sorry about that. Geez, I didn't see it on there." And he just picks it up and leaves. So it looks like there's this rift going on between them. So again, he goes, "God, man, I can't stand that guy." And he goes, "Why is he being such an..." He goes, "I don't know." So they're connected now. Then he goes, "Anyway, are you still dating Watson?" He knew some girl this guy was dating before he went in prison the last time. "So you still seeing what's her name?" And he said, "She was seeing so and so." So they start talking. And he goes, "Okay, well let's get that." Well, after that was over, okay. Well, anyway, so tell me what happened. So I was like, okay, there it is. That's the best approach. Like being just some dude he's talking to. So I kind of see it as just some dude approach, just talking to him. "Yeah, tell me about that guy." "I know, that must have sucked. What'd she say?" So you go in and that's happening. Holy smoke. So that's the approach, is just trying to be yourself, because that's the way I would act if there wasn't an interrogation going on. I would be saying, "What happened? What's up with that guy?" So that works. People like people who are like them, and they like people who are people, not acting. I just can't stand it when people are trying to be something they're not.
Well, it's a little digression, but that's part of what I always like. The Office was my favorite show back in the day, and then House of Cards is another example. Or even reality TV shows when they get the backroom interviews. Like the scene is not as interesting to me as the talking to the camera, like talking to the audience moments where you get to see inside the personality of the person. To me, that's the most fascinating part when I see the inner working versus the stage version versus that behind the scenes version,
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, and you get that feeling, you're seeing that, you want to get, when you're talking to somebody that, especially in interrogation, you want them to wonder where this guy ate for lunch. One day, I wonder where they go. You want them to almost go, "Hey man, I'm going to go out to eat after this. Where would you go?" Because, if they're from out of town, or have you been to Rose's, the barbecue place over there on Charlotte? "No, what's that? What are they doing there?" Yeah, that's the feeling you want to give them, that they could do that, So I agree with you. That's the key, just being a normal person instead of putting on a show.
Scott, so as you just say, instead of putting on a show, in my head, I'm like, this would put on a great show. I want to take us into the back room of an interrogation room. You mentioned the watching it on video is not quite the same. And someone like me just watching and maybe taking a couple notes and maybe intuitively seeing something, but then it's explained to me and then I intuitively understand it or logically do. An interrogation room, there's got to be a lot of energy, emotion. You tell me, how is it different? We'll start there. How is it different than what we see on the show?
It takes a long time sometimes. There's a show called 48 Hours, and they get these people in and they interrogate them and talk to them. And they tell them what happened. And it's like an 8 or 9 hour interrogation, just knocked down to 20 minutes or 40 minutes, whatever it is. So they take out all the boring stuff, and all you see is these big movements, these big things happening. And those things are so rare in there. You never, some of those people do such a great job in there. You can learn a lot from watching it, but it's like watching Shark Tank. You don't really see what a pitch is like on Shark Tank, because it's not like that anywhere else but there. When people go, "Hello, sharks, I'd like to tell you about something." Same thing for an interrogation.
Yeah.
It's not like that. Sometimes you'll get, we'll have it on there long enough so you can get a pretty good idea of how it was. It's not just the best parts. It's where we see somebody being dishonest. is Greg and I'll go through the clips before we send them to. We have what we do every week is Greg will find something and he'll say, "Hey, what do you think about this?" And I'll look at it and go, "Okay, that looks good to me too." And then he'll say, "Okay, I'll go through it. I'll find some good spots." And you look at them, see what you think. We'll take things out or add things. I'm like, okay, we do that. We put them in a Dropbox, and all four of us can get in that Dropbox. And so we all four, can download the sections, the clips, and we go through them. So I've lost track of what I was telling or what your question was right then. I got so up into that.
Oh, and we're going to go into the interrogation room. But on that, how much prep are you doing? Do you have the capacity that you can basically come up with your thoughts there on the spot, or do you prep your speaking points prior?
No, you got to know as much about that person as you possibly can before you go talk to them. If you can find out what they're doing in third grade, you go find out what they're doing in third grade. And if you find out that somebody in the third grade may have accidentally peed in the floor in the third grade, then you start telling them a story about. I remember one time I was in the third grade or the fourth grade, wherever you make something up around the third grade.
Really?
This girl named Cindy, what's her name? I remember one time she peed in the floor, and she said the exact same. And he's going to think, you know what, dude? I had the same thing happen. This guy named Mark did it when I was in the third grade. So there's a little connection there. You've got to have as much information as you can because you can do things like this. For example, if let's say the person robbed a mini mart, and so you look at what's going on in his life, and you say, what's going on with him? Well, he got married last year. They just had a kid, and they moved in this house, and he hadn't made the last 2 payments. There it is. So you can say, this reminds me of something it's called a theme when you start talking to them like this. So I understand what, because you're a great guy. I can tell. I know good people when I see them. I can tell by talking to you. You don't talk like an idiot. You're not like those people. You're not that, you go on about how they're not. You're not that, man. This reminds me of, and you don't let them know, this stuff, See, this reminds me of and I always use my roommate from college, Andrew Connor. I'll tell you his name in case he watches. So I use Andrew's name. I was going, it reminds me of my old roommate, Andrew. What happened to his, when we got out of college, he got married a little bit early and they had a little baby and then everything was okay. Their money wasn't, his job was okay, but then they bought a house and this cat couldn't pay for all this stuff, right? So what he did was, and he got away with it. I don't know how he got away with it, but what he did was he went and there was a bar and these people were working in there. He ran and got a bunch of money out of the bar and then left. Similar to what, you robbed, but it's similar to that, but that's what he did. He got away with it, I don't know how, but that's what that reminds me of. So I can see why you would, and then I get them talking about that and they're like, geez, that's almost exactly what I did. You make a story that's similar to what happened to them. And that was too similar, but you make something that's really similar and then you talk about that.
Are you
and they go, shit, that is me.
Are you making this story up?
To them, or they say it to me?
Yeah. So the story you're telling them to, whether that's a rapport building us and them, I don't know exactly what's going on, but in the science, they're like, oh, I'm like this person. I like them.
Yeah. So that's why I can't.
Are you making the story up though, or do you just have? Stories
Oh yeah, totally. Oh yeah.
What are your thoughts on the ethics of that? No judgment in that question. I'm just curious.
No, I don't care. I'll tell you anything. If you've done something you shouldn't have done that's bad, or the situations that are the worst you can imagine, and we need to find out about that, I'll tell you anything, and I'm allowed to, except for if you tell me I'll let you go, or you won't get last time and things like that. There's no rules about that. I can tell you anything I want to, because I need you to tell me if it's a situation where I need information quickly. Shit, all bets are off. I'll tell you anything. I'll tell you anything. I'll tell you whatever it takes. I'll tell you I'm a robot. I'm a whatever it is. I'm a magician. Whatever it is, I'll tell you whatever it is. So if I think that will work for you, there's nothing wrong with that. It happens all the time. But the thing is, you come up with a story that's similar to theirs. The one I told you was too similar. It has to be different. So they can start making those connections. So that's what happened. He's a great guy. I love the guy. I talked to him 3 weeks ago. He was one of my best friends. You tell that guy about your buddy that had the problem. So I know you're a good guy. I'm just trying to find out, what happened? Why'd you do this, man? Not did you do this? Not let me find out if it's you. Why did you do it? So that's where I jump off. Is it the why did you?
Assuming that they did it.
Yeah.
Why did you is like, I know you did it. Why'd you do it?
Yeah. Yeah, because there's that you can confront them. You've got the confrontational intro into it. You can go and sit down and say, "Look, man, I know you did. There's no question that you did this. We have all this evidence that you did it. I'm just here to find out why you did it." You're saying the same thing but different. When I introduce that, I say, "Look, these people out here. Let's say it's a bank and it's somebody who's taking a bunch of money. You know, they're embezzling, and I go in and I say, "Look, man, these people know you did this." You know, they've had these people come in, these accountants that look at all this. They know you did it. So, and me, I'm not a cop. I can't arrest you. I'm not going to take you out here. Nothing like that. I'm not going to do somebody else's. Nothing like that. You know, I have nothing to do with that. I'm just trying to find out why you did it. That's why they call me down here. So I get you to tell me why. So tell me what happened, because it had to be something, you know, and I get it. And what they don't talk is when I get it. You know, I know, and that's when I can actually start the theme there of that story, you know, and bring up something about my old roommate, Andrew. You know, that may be the point to do it. Or you can come in and you have a lot of times you have a big folder and the thwack factor is a big part of it, where you get this big folder with a bunch of just nothing in it, you know, a bunch of papers and things like that, like a DVD thing. It looks like it's a blank, or, you know, it's a movie or something, but it's in a blank case. And you pop that down over there you can see their name on it. You know, this, that, and the other video, this, that, and the other. And you can see them looking at that while you're telling them stuff, while you're telling them the story. And so they already think you know more than you know. You never say you know more than you know. If you don't have video of it, you don't say you have video of it, but you put that in their head. Because they'll be like, is that all on me? Dude, don't even pay attention to that stuff, dude. I don't know what's in there. I ain't even looked yet. You know, you get that stuff. And they're like, he knows. They know what's in there, you know. So, I mean, there's so many different ways and so many different tactics, but you have to take what you know about them and use it to your advantage. So, yeah, you make, you know, a lot of it's stuff you make up, but you have to give them facts as well. So they'll know as much as you know about where they've been and what happened, you have to let them know that. So when you say, I just need, you know, I'm not going to arrest you or anything like that, they know you did it. I just need to know why you did it, you know, and they got all kinds of evidence. You can say all this other stuff. And if you brought that thing and thwacked it on the table when you came in and sat down, they're looking at it and they think that evidence you're talking about is in that folder, you know? So that's a big tactic. That's a really good one that I like a lot.
Tell me if I'm overthinking this, but in my head, I'm like, dang, this sounds really persuasive. What a great way to get a bunch of false confessions.
Well, if you use a thing called the Reid technique and you use that, it's a protocol you follow, and there are a certain number of questions. You ask them in a certain order, and you make it look like it's natural. Try to make it look like it's natural. If you do that, then you can get somebody that will do that, but you have to know enough to know that's what you're seeing. You have to care about that. You have to make sure you're not putting somebody in prison or whatever. That you don't want to make somebody who's innocent do that. You better you've got to have a pretty good idea what happened. But with enough information, you may need to have them held because you don't know. They may have done something where if you let them go, they're going to do that same stuff again for a month or so. You need to quell that and make sure they're there to get that taken care of. Then you keep going. You know, but if you can tell that they didn't do it, or you've got an idea, even if you have little questions, this might not be this guy. That's why I always have a woman watching they'll be, you know, like consulting on the interrogation. You have a woman in there watching. They don't miss anything, man. So it sounds horrible to say, always have a woman in there. But I do. I always make sure there's a woman watching whatever I'm doing when it's an important thing. And you don't say, come in here and watch this. I want to see what your thoughts are. Nothing like that. Say, will you just watch this? I'm doing this. Yeah, sure. And then you go out there, okay, you tell the person I'll be back in a few minutes. I got to take care of something. You go back and you say, what are you seeing? What do you think so far? I was looking to you and say, you know what you should ask him? You should ask him this because he did that when you said so-and-so. Something just been right about. They won't know what's wrong. They won't say, this is bothering me because of this, but there'll be something bugging them. You go back and get them to tell you about that. So what's bugging you? I don't know. It just seemed weird to me. Go back in and ask about that, and boom, something will come out of that. It's done every time. So I always have a woman watching. If they don't feel good about it, as horrible as it sounds, I second guess whatever I'm doing. If the woman goes, I don't know, that doesn't seem right to me. You know, here's why I think that.
Is that in reference to like intuition or just like a emotional capacity, or like what's going on there?
to me, and this is where everybody goes out on their own thing. I think it's women's intuition, which it's the most powerful thing on the planet. Me and you have this thing called gut feeling, where we see something, and that's why men think they know everything, because we see something really quickly, we'll make a decision about it. Well, women will see something, and what the difference in a woman's brain and a man's brain is a big difference. There's a book called The Female Brain. If everybody's watching this and goes, "This guy didn't know what he's talking about," go read that book, and you'll go, "Wow, that's that's fascinating." Women's brains collect big chunks of information, and a lot more than men's brains collect. We get all these little things. We get them in there and they cram in our brain. And it goes back to this whole thing back here called the locus ceruleus down at the base of your brain. That thing starts going through all the things you're looking at and talking about and the experience you're having. And so we get these little things that go back there. Say your locus ceruleus goes, okay, here's what's happening, man. This. That's what gives us a gut feeling. Now with women, they get all the information and cram it in there, and they get some more and cram it. It keeps cramming it in there. It takes a while for it to get to work out what it is, but they get everything. And they'll get things that there are two parts of the brain. We won't go into, I'm not going to do some big neurological thing here. Anyway, there's a couple parts of the brain that collect the information. Yeah. The fusiform gyrus right in here, about 1.5 inches in. That collects all the little movements you make and little things you do in your body language as a person and situationally. And then you've got the mid-temporal gyrus, which is lower than that. That grabs all the big things. For women, those things are on fire when they start collecting information. So as it goes back, in that locus ceruleus, it's looking at everything like this, whereas ours look at it and go, okay, yeah, dude, I got it. Here's what's happening. Theirs goes like this. We'll put that right there a minute. We're going to come back to that one. This is probably going to be that one. I don't like that. Wait a minute. Okay, let's put this here too. We got two of them. And so it takes them a while, but they'll tell you. And something's not right about that. I don't know what it is yet, but something's not right about it. You've heard women say that. About people
this does something. I mean, when I was younger, it was like I will walk in the door. I'm shy. I sit at the bar. I order a drink. I look over at the girl. She's already seen me for 10 minutes by the time I walk up to her. Yeah. Then I look silly by the time I do.
Yeah. But women, man, they see stuff we don't see. And there's no doubt about that. Now, I'm not just saying they see stuff we don't. They do. And I'm telling you, and that's what we see as women's intuition. Everybody always talks about, it's women's intuition. It is. That's what it is. That's why men have a gut feeling. And again, that's why we think we know everything. We don't. It works a lot. It works very well for men, a lot of times. But if you want to get to the details, what's really going on, listen to the women. Well, they'll get it figured out.
Let's take a step back and try to make this practical for any listener, regardless of their age, their gender, any of it. Is this something that I can learn, or is it just something I have or I don't have? Like, can I build it, or am I just born with it?
What, the intuition part?
Yeah, this intuition, this ability to pick up on things, whether it's energy or you see micro expressions without knowing what micro expressions are. Like, can I learn this kind of thing, or I just got it or I don't?
Well, you're seeing all these things. Everybody sees them. They just don't know what they are. So if you look at it from an academic perspective, anybody can learn how to do it. Anybody can see all little things and movements somebody does when you're trained to look for them or when you know what to look for. That's why it's important to read the valid studies and read the books that are valid, not these people who are on Google telling you, here's what happens when so-and-so, they'll tell you what's going on with body language from one photo. It's like, you gotta be kidding me.
I even joked, let's do 2 truths and a lie. And you're like, that's kind of baloney.
Well, yeah, because there's no stress behind the lying part of it. Yeah. I could say, is my dog, I could say my dog's laying on this side or my dog's laying on this side. My dog's laying on this side. Then I'll go, my dog's laying on this side over here. But if you said, listen, we're going to cut your damn head off. If we catch you lying about this, we know your dog's laying on the right side or the left side. Which side is that dog laying on? And I went, well, let me think about it over here, because over on this side, let's see when I was doing it earlier, I was like this, but now I'm like over here and I'm backed up and I'm thinking, my eyes aren't blinking as much. Yeah. So there's a lot going on there because there would be stress. But if I went, she's over here, there's no stress there. There's no stress there. So you have to have there has to be something at stake or you really can't see anything. That's why all those game shows are just don't, there's no, where somebody's telling, they're not being honest. They're not going to lose anything if they get caught. They'll lose nothing. So
What about some of the TV shows like Lie to Me? You've watched Lie to Me. What are your thoughts?
interestingly enough, when that thing was on, all the cops and things would come over to my house. We'd all watch it and just howl and one night, because we knew the things that were being talked about. When you go, I know he's lying because he went like that with his eyebrow, or he moved like this. That's how I know he's lying. Let's do and make these big, huge decisions about one body language cue, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, and I'd train these guys. I'm like, no, this isn't true at all. And they'd go, what are you talking? So we would actually use that, in a way for my buddies to train them, not to train them, but when you're talking about, they would learn stuff because most of it was not true. And so they said, why don't you ask that guy Ekman, who this thing you're always talking about, Paul Ekman? I said, well, let's call him. So I couldn't call him right then. It took me forever. Found his number. Finally got through and talked to him and said, listen, let me ask you a question. It's this show Lied to Me. And I wasn't the first one to ask him about this, just so you know.
Sure.
He said, oh, yeah. And I said, I'm seeing things on there that I know aren't true, and your name's on there through the whole spiel. And he said, it's TV. I said, yeah, I know. But this guy says this and this, but this. He goes, it's TV. He said when they would come to him and say, well, we're going to do this and this. Would that not like, how do you do this? They would say, here's what we're doing. How does that work with this? Is this true? Is that what happens there? And he'd say, no, it's not not really quite the way that works because you have this happening. And they say, okay. And they go ahead and do it the way they wanted to do it. So he found out, he realized it was just TV and he was there so they could say he was there, on the times he was there. So it's just TV, something like that. Don't put a lot of trust into that. Some of the things are right, and some of the things are right, but they're not that big a deal when you see them, But it helps people get interested in body language, that's for sure. And later on, those who stay with it and start doing the studies, they go, "Oh, I see what happens to TV," because that's how you know the difference. So watch out for
you
that.
Obviously you talk about all this on the Behavior Panel. You also have your own channel. It's just by your name, correct?
Yeah, I call it Behavior X. But if you go to Scott
Behavior
Rouse
X.
just throw that in YouTube and you'll go right to it. Yeah, and I do things a little bit differently. I have these things called behavior battles where I'll put one person's behavior against another one's, like, Meghan and Harry, which one's different, those kind of things, or two serial killers. And see, this person acted this way, this person acted this way. You can tell they're lying because they did this and they're lying because they did that. Yeah. And so I make it look like it's almost like an MMA thing as I talk about it. So there's that.
That's those. That sounds fun. Can we, let's imagine that we're going back in time and we have video of these historical figures, many of which we don't have video of. We're going way back in time. If you could do a battle like that between two people, that it's just not quite possible because there's not the visual footage to do that, who would you love to do a battle between? Well, what do you think would be most interesting for you?
Okay, I'll tell you what I'd like to see: Jesus and Herod. I'd like to compare those two things. You're talking about somebody who talking about Jesus, and you're talking about Herod. So you're talking about two, polar opposites there, pretty much. So I like to compare those two things. Why, when Jesus is telling you something, it's different when Herod's telling you something. He had two different goals. One was interested in one thing, and one was interested in something else. So I like to see, because there would be the dynamic would be so huge. I'd like to put those together and see what the difference there. I think we're all in the impression we would know what that difference would be, but that's what I'd want to see. Something like that. Jesus and somebody else, because, you've got him and you've got, who else is doing their thing. It's going to be a lot different. So
I'm imagining this. That sounds be entertaining.
Nobody's asked me that before, but
I had never asked it before. I made it up on the spot, and as we wrap, I know we both have to run. I want to make sure we give the audience at least one integration tip right before we do. I want to double check and make sure I'm supporting you the best way. How can I best support Scott? Behavior Panel on YouTube, your YouTube. What was the name of the channel again? I'm not listening. Scott Rouse.
Behavior X. Just look up Scott Rouse. You'll go right to it. Yeah.
How else can we support you? Grab some books. You tell me.
Yeah, that's it. If you want to learn about body language, you got Body Language Tactics. You can do that. It's not expensive at all. You can learn a whole lot. And Greg and I teach that course. Then we've got 2 or 3 things on there. The True Crime Workshop, if you're interested in that kind of thing. So those are just the main things. But I don't like to be like a salesman. If people are that interested, I think they'll go see it. And they'll say, okay, well, maybe so, because they'll see that in the background and go, I wonder what that is. So I don't like to go, buy this. You can do whatever. And there may be a point where I start doing that, but
and you don't need to, because I'm a big fan of your work will speak for itself. And if they're subscribed to your channel, if they enjoy this conversation, it does speak for itself. And I want to give the listener at least one of maybe those body language tactics that they can take home with. What's a simple tactic that I can, whether I'm doing it or observing it, and I just want to be a better person. It might be in business. I just want to be a better person. What's a tactic that I can start using?
Let's deal with one of the most famous ones. So no, you just got a couple of minutes left. We'll deal with eye contact and lying. Most people are under the impression when somebody asks you a question, you go, "No, I wasn't there for that." They think that suggests you're not being honest. Now, what we know, because you break eye contact, well, what we know is this: when people are lying to you, what their brain will do is they'll keep looking at you. Instead of their blink rate going out really high and them looking away, it's going to almost come to a complete stop, and they're going to keep looking at you once they answer. Because what their brain is doing, it's saying, does this person believe me? And if they don't, I've got to add qualifiers to that. And when somebody looks away, they're comfortable enough to go, I don't know, let me think about that. No, we weren't there. We weren't there. Instead of, no, we weren't there. And they freeze like that. And when they do, don't say anything.
It's a little scary, to be honest, Scott.
Yeah, when you present it like that, it is.
It was a little startling.
Yeah,
a little jarring.
Normal every day, though, when they say, no, I didn't do that. Watch for the blink rate to drop. Watch how long they stare at you. And they won't look away because they want to make sure you believe them. They want to make sure you're not going, Because if you do, they're going to start adding what are called qualifiers, things that makes their answer sound more believable. So that's what I would say. Focus on eye contact.
Well, Scott, you're welcome back whenever you're available. This conversation was great. I feel like we only scratched the surface. That's why I got to go binge on the hundreds of hours of content you already have published online. And thanks, man. I appreciate everything you do, and we'll talk soon.
Well, thanks for having me, because I really like your channel. I've seen a lot of your shows. And I really like it. Thanks so much for letting me be on here. I appreciate it.
The truth is that, music is our first language. If you think about, how parents talk to you when you're a baby, it's music that you're responding to, not the words. It's the melody of what they're saying, not the words, not what the actual words mean. When you think about how we respond to conversations, that's rhythm, that's call and response. We're all musical creatures. The truth is that your best idea is probably the one that's going to happen after that being stuck period, if you can power through it and get to that other side. So if you take a group of people and you say to them, we need a flyer for our event, whoever wins the client gets the bonus. If they're thinking, well, I'm only doing this so that I can get that bonus, the creative output suffers. But then she was like, I'm going to try one more thing. And she told the bonobos.
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So Dr. Indre Viskontas, I wanted to start by sharing a quick story. So college, I'm not even 21, I'm 19 or 20. And for my media class, they have us do a project, which is a media detox. What does an entire day look like with zero media, which means no driving in the car. I can turn lights on, but no turning on TV, no listening to music. Just the thought of no music and podcasts is driving me crazy for a moment. So what are you going to do in a scenario like that? I basically just take a walk. I mean, what else is there to do? Get out in nature. And I won't bore the listener with every single detail of a 12-hour day. But towards the end of the day, while I'm walking home, a car alarm goes off. So a car alarm's just like, duh, 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 duh. And in my head, I'm like, oh, we have a metronome. So as the car alarm's going, duh, 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 I'm kind of doing a boom, clap, boom, clap, boom, clap, and kind of dancing to the car alarm. And then I had a moment of awkwardness. Am I that crazy person that people point to on the street? But I felt so in flow, and I don't know if I realized it in the moment, but listening to you and learning over time, it was a very musical moment.
Yeah, I love it.
I was creating music without trying, because with nature and the car alarm and my body. Like music's always present. And I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on all that?
It's such an interesting observation because, it speaks to a couple things that I'm really interested in about right now. I'm actually writing a book on something called the salience network, which is this network in the brain that most of us don't know we have. In fact, it wasn't even named by scientists until about 10 or 15 years ago, but it has an oversized influence on everything that we experience. And it is essentially a reflection of your past, of your sense of self and your identity, what's going on in your body right now, and what your, goals and motivations are, not only in the moment, but in the long term. And what you've just described is a perfect example of how something that you normally would have ignored for the most part. I mean, look, car alarms are hard to ignore, but if you live in a city and you're hearing them all the time, people can sleep through car alarms without a problem ultimately, right? And so you've learned to ignore them because they're no longer salient in your environment. But in your detox moment, you've essentially created this like real salience to any sound that has a pattern that is recognizable in that way. And so it's really interesting to me that sort of there's a couple things that I know about you from that story. One is that you were able to do this thing that is hard, and not cheat in your class and do the media detox. And that when you did that, the thing that caught your attention, that your brain was kind of thirsting for, was to create this musical moment, which suggests that, music does have a pretty central role in the rest of your life. And also that you kind of went with it, right? That you didn't just like you said, you leaned into it. You were participating in the music making. That's also really interesting to me and tells me a lot about sort of who you are and how you approach creativity. But yeah, I mean, I think there are sort of, for the average listener, there are sort of two takeaways. One is that it's pretty quick and easy to change what you pay attention to in the course of a single day. You went from being someone who never would have, you've probably heard hundreds of car alarms. You haven't told a story about them.
I would just put my headphones on. Like, that's annoying.
Or like, who cares, right? Like, like you're not going to tell somebody on a podcast about the time you heard a car alarm, right? And two, you've got, we adapt real fast. And then we also have this desire to make meaning out of our environment. So we're not just passive, like things that we experience don't just wash over us. We want to engage with it. We have this sense of like, well, I want to participate in my world. And that's what you did, right? You took this moment to, not just note, oh, there's a car alarm, and oh, it's really salient to me now because I haven't, heard anything like that all day long. I've just been in nature. But two, I'm going to make something out of this moment, and I'm going to, enhance it for myself. I'm going to own it in a way, and I'm going to kind of create this moment that's really special to me.
I'm wondering what's going on in the brain, and I'm just thinking creativity in general. So I listen to a lot of podcasts. I listen to a lot of music. I go to a lot of concerts. Like, I know that, oh, this is kind of metronome-like. I can add to it. But like, absence of all that stimuli just in nature, like, I haven't done a media detox, I don't think, since that day. That was like 15 years ago. And like, absence from all our understanding and our previous experiences. Do we start creating music naturally? Do I need to like know what music is to create music? Or is it something that just happens naturally for us?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think the answer to that question depends a little bit on your childhood, how you grew up, what you were exposed to, what you were rewarded for. I like to think about there are definitely these kind of sensitive periods in your life where your future relationship with music was really established. And the first one is in the first 3 years of life, when your brain, I joke that babies are pretty useless when they're born, right? It's kind of like a meatloaf. Like they wouldn't survive by themselves for, more than a few hours, right? And the reason that they are born so useless is because their brains triple in size in the first year of life. and they are able to adapt to whatever environment they're born in. They can learn any language that, they get exposed to. But it goes beyond that. If you have a child who's born in a resource poor environment, their cortisol levels are going to be higher for the rest of their life because they've been told like life is stressful and you need to be able to react, and their alarm systems are going to be higher. They're going to be kind of more in that state of like, hey, I really need to worry about stuff because the environment is not safe. Versus a kid who's born in a resource-rich environment and, might have and again, these are averages. So those first 3 years of life, and, that's the time when your brain is making sense of its environment. So, babies in terms of like what they're able to see, like their vision is really pretty poor the first few months of life, and their hearing, as well, and like what they're orienting to and so on. So a baby who's born in a very noisy environment where there's a lot of noise that they need to tune out in order to hear, their caregivers or figure out what's important is going to tune out noise that might be meaningful even later on. And so we see kids who are born in these kinds of loud environments. Imagine like, you're next to a highway or a freeway and there's like just constant noise. You learn to ignore that noise. And so your brain doesn't prioritize sound in the same way as it might say visual cues or other cues. And some of these kids are at risk for later language and communication problems versus a kid who's born in an environment where music is played all the time. And every evening at the end, after dinner, the entire family sits down and they like attentively listen to a piece of music. That kid is going to learn that sound is really meaningful, and they're going to hear things in sound that other kids, might not. In fact, we see kids with musical training, they can actually tell the difference between the cries of babies more accurately than kids who are born, without kind of musical training. So like they're able to extract emotion out of sounds, much more readily. So that's the first period. So those are just two big examples. Of course, there's a whole palette in between. And I will say the kids who are born in these noisy environments who initially tune out sound in order to mitigate the risk that they develop those language and communication delays, you can train them on a musical instrument, and that actually overcomes some of their challenges early on. So everything's malleable. Okay. First sensitive period. Second sensitive period is at the time when evolutionarily you're going through puberty and your system as an organism is designed to, get away from your family unit so that you procreate with someone who is not genetically related to you, right? So this is when you start having conflicts between parents and their kids. This is when kids start finding, their social group is more influential in their lives than their family unit. And this is a time when music can really help these adolescents not only figure out who they are and what their identity is, but also find the people that share, that sense of identity and those values. And that's why the music in our teenage years and early 20s stays with us, for the rest of our lives. Even if objectively you can say, yeah, that was really pretty shitty music. Sorry, I don't know if I can say that word on your podcast.
Go for it, yeah.
You still like it. There's still a part of you that reacts to it and is like, oh man, that's so good, even though I know it's so bad. So that stays with you for your entire life because it's really embedded into your core identity. So that's when I think about like, what is it then you ask, well, what about the person who's composing music? Again, there's a number of different, things involved, but I think it's a combination of how their brain processes sound, how it assigns meaning to sound, whether it prioritizes sounds that are musical from sounds that are, some other meaning. And also like to what extent they have felt over their lives. Have they been given permission to think of themselves as sound makers rather than just sound receivers? And I think we live in a time where it can be a bit precarious. A lot of people are told, you in order to be a musician, you have to either have training or, have released a single that, has 1 million downloads on Spotify or listens or whatever, that you're not a musician unless you're somehow like, special in this way. But the truth is that, music is our first language. If you think about, how parents talk to you when you're a baby, that's music that you're responding to, not the words. It's the melody of what they're saying, not the words, not what the actual words mean. When you think about like how we respond to conversations, that's rhythm, that's call and response. Like there's music elements in all of the things that we participate in. And it's just a question of whether you've made that, you've realized that, oh, actually, this is music and I am musical and we're all musical creatures. We all understand rhythm and patterns and, use our voices to communicate and so on. So I think that second part of like, has the world or have you given yourself permission to be a music maker is the answer to that question.
So I have 1 million questions for you. I want to get to know you better, but we'll start with the hot take because you're talking about being a music maker. So if I were to write a line, hum a melody, go to AI and have it complete 98% of the process for me, am I a music maker? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, is it good music in your opinion, right? Like, so do you like the thing that the AI creates?
It's so good.
So there's sort of two things here that I could say is one, I don't know that is any different from using any other kind of synthesizer or other kind of tool to create sound. I mean, look, even if you're playing the piano, you're still using the instrument to make the sound, right? So there's still a separation between you and the music. It's this instrument. I mean, even when you're singing, there's probably training and there's probably some kind of, I don't want to call it artificialness, but there's something you're doing that's like, changing the sound, and kind of, so to what extent, like if I'm a singer and I sing exactly how, what the music was, how it was written by a composer, am I a musician or am I just, a vehicle for the composer? Like, is it the composer, the musician, or am I the musician as a singer? Like, right. So, am I making choices that make me part of the music creation, or am I just, an echo or a translator? So I think that's like the first question of, well, I'll put it back on you and say, what is most important to you, that the music that you are creating is entirely original and entirely comes from your own head. And then I'll say, well, that's really hard because that basically eliminates 99% of all music out there. That includes any kind of sampling, any kind of, remixing, or, any of that stuff where you could say, well, there's something else, some other influence there that did it. And so I would argue that that's too high a bar to say that it has to, entirely come from you. So then the question is, okay, so what is the AI doing? Is the AI, tapping into an entire training set of, compositions by other composers? And so like, and is that what it's doing? And you then just end up being the person who chooses whether this is the right, this is good or this isn't, and whether you want to put your identity on it. I don't know. I think that there is a benefit to struggling with learning music, learning either music composition or playing a musical instrument or using your voice. Because in that struggle, in that time period where you're going from being a novice to an amateur to a professional, you are developing a kind of wisdom, you are developing your sense of taste, you are developing your own individual voice. And I don't think you can skip that part and, be a, meaningfully, creative and I don't think people won't like your music if, it seems entirely that it's derivative from something else. So I think that there's that component to it, but I also think that, we do live in a time where, not being like struggling, like singing off key is not cool, right? Like that's like people immediately say, well, that's bad if they are singing off key, even if like that person is still going through the process of struggling to learn how to sing, in key, on key, and so on. And so I think that we have to be a little bit kinder to each other and understand that sometimes the journey of going from novice to music maker in front of other people is messy, and there's sometimes it's not going to always sound great. And then the second thing is like, well, who are you making the music for? Is it like that you're going to try to get people to, get fans and buy your music and love you, but then you have to have something to say and you have to have a voice and you have to be like, providing them with something that they're going to respond to? Or is it just for you? Is it just for the satisfaction of like, or are you taking all the sounds that you love and you're putting them, mashing them into this thing and then creating this arc? And, like that's, maybe there's something beautiful about that and maybe only you will like it. So that's cool. I think that is worth doing. I think that the thing that we sometimes forget is that music making, you can make music for different purposes, and it could just be for your own satisfaction. It could be for your own healing. Maybe there are certain frequencies of music that actually really feel good in your body and help you calm you down. And that's, you have to, the only way that you can get that is by you creating your own bespoke music in that way, but no one else is going to listen to it or have that same reaction and you don't care. Or are you doing it to get famous and like, show someone, like, are you essentially a peacock that's like showing their big, beautiful tail, right? Like, why are you doing it? And I think, ultimately for me, music is about communicating with someone else, even if that person is you and your future self. And there's a story that if you don't mind me sharing, that really brought this home for me. So I actually work now with the musician Peter Gabriel. and the chief science officer of a company that he co-founded called Reverberation, which has an aim to do everything better with music. So we have a bunch of projects in which we're really helping people understand how to leverage the science of music to, make their lives better. But one of the reasons that I got really interested in working with him was that a number of years ago, I had a podcast and I had Sue Savage-Rumbaugh, who is one of these researchers that taught bonobos, the bonobo monkeys, to communicate with humans. And so she's had a controversial career, but essentially she was embedded in a family of bonobos for many, many, many years, and she could speak to them. And she was telling me how when she was, she wanted to teach them how to play music because, communication is speech is one thing, but like, what if are they musical? And what can we learn about the evolution of music by, seeing how musical bonobos are? And she enlisted the help of Peter Gabriel to come and make music with these bonobos. And Peter went and had his instruments, and there were instruments provided for the bonobos. And Peter would start playing something, and I think like any other primate, the primates were just interested in listening. Right? It's Peter Gabriel. Like I want to listen to what he. I don't necessarily want to play music with him. I just want to listen. So, for a number of these sessions, like they were just listening, and the bonobos, they couldn't get the bonobos to pick up the instruments. And so, Sue was like, well, I guess maybe this instinct to make music is unique to humans. But then she was like, I'm going to try one more thing. And she told the bonobos that the two that she was working with in that moment, that their mom, who was in a different room, couldn't directly hear what Peter was playing, but she could hear what they were going to play. So could they play with Peter so that the mom could hear? So essentially gave the bonobos motivation to make music, to communicate with someone else. And sure enough, they picked up the instruments and started to play. And to me, that it really tells us something about why we make music. You might be totally happy being a passive receiver of music, and you might be the biggest fan ever of a band or a set of bands, and that could be totally okay with you. And until you have something to say or someone else to say it, it might not make sense for you, to get involved in the music making. But as soon as you have that, I think then, wow, like it can just flow and it can just come easily to you.
Super quick question. What instruments were they playing? Was it like percussive instruments? I can't imagine a bonobo just picking up a bass and slapping it, you know?
Yeah, no, I believe there was a keyboard.
Yeah.
And then I think there were some other like maracas and kind of other things that they could play, but
Shake it
mainly it
around.
was a keyboard. And where yeah, that's what it was.
So I have an interesting example in my life. It just happened, so it's newly relevant, but I'm getting a lot of cognitive dissonance because of it. So I'm at Podfest, a podcasting conference. A friend of mine, Paula, has a podcast, Talk Shit with P. It's late night. We're having fun. I just come up with a freestyle on the spot, and it's based. I don't know if I want to do the freestyle right now. But
Yes, you do. You 100% do.
but I'm putting so I like Jamaican music, I like reggae music, and I like to put on this like rude boy, like talk shit with P, feeling irie, hanging out at Podfest, you and me, going crazy, talk shit with P, and I'm just like freestyling. And then the
Yeah.
next day I take the chorus that I wrote, and I tried like 8 different versions. So I
Mhm.
perfect the hook. Then I take her all her podcast info. So the description, the episodes, this and that, plop it into ChatGPT. I actually wrote a rap lyrics songwriter on ChatGPT. So it's a custom GPT that writes rap lyrics.
Wow.
So I take her podcast info. I say, this is the chorus, this is the hook. And then these are the lyrics. I want to put together like a Jamaican reggae kind of rude boy dance hall song. And it
Mhm.
writes it and uses all like pagua, like Jamaican. I'm like, no, that's too much. I'm a white boy. So just do it in normal English. And then I used Suno AI to finish the song. And I ran it like 6 times with different prompts to get different versions. And I got the version I loved. So now I have the exact freestyle,
Hmm.
but then there's verses, and all the verses are speaking about her podcast and her love of mental health and giving voices to the voiceless and all these things. And it's beautifully written. I did write the hook. I had the idea of reggae. So I kind of had the framework,
Mhm.
and it felt really joyful. And I sent it to her, and it stuck in my head. And she's like tearing up, like, this is amazing. And now, do I think that it will be a top 10 radio hit? Probably not. But we shared like a beautiful moment together. But where the cognitive dissonance comes into play is part of me's like, wow, I'm a really good songwriter. I'm really good at this music stuff. I'm singing my own songs in the shower now. But I didn't actually go through the process of truly learning how to play the music and writing the verses. Like, I skipped the hard part. It's like writing music on ultra easy mode. And then like the arrogant ego side of me thinks I'm such a great songwriter and musician, but I could possibly be stunting my capacity to learn a more traditional way and be an actual vehicle to create something that can't be done other than me. So there's this cognitive, oh, Ben's such a great musician. Oh, Ben really just is on easy mode. Like, am I actually, I get I'm creating music for a context. A quick example is I'd love to do something like that for a wedding, like go to a wedding and have all custom wedding songs. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
But does that really make me a creative or a musician? Or does it just mean I'm an idea man, and I outsource the creative to something better than me? You see where there's like a cognitive dissonance coming in?
Yeah. I hear you. I think that I think you're smart to think about it as a dilemma and to feel the dissonance, because I do think that, especially with the current LLMs, GPTs, there is a limit to how outside the box you'll eventually get. So what we see is some of the work that I've been doing with some colleagues at Georgetown and Penn State, looking at college application essays, for example, before and after the release of ChatGPT. And what we see is that overall, like, they do kind of sound better. Like, right, they sound a little bit more polished. There's the actual words that they use maybe are, you know, a little bit more like there's more 3-cent words than, you know, before and so on. But there's a homogenization of the deeper concepts. So they become more similar to one another. So my question for you is, okay, you've got this, you had this idea, you did this, you know, this freestyle song for this podcast opportunity. Now, if you were going to make many, many more of these, especially if you started to do them for weddings, like how different from each other would they be? And at what point would the bride and groom be like, well, that sounds just like the set that you gave to our friends, and now it kind of feels cookie cutter and like not as original. Sure. Like, how long is that going to last? That's true of any creative idea. Ultimately gets old when it's overused, right? The question is, how do you come up with the next creative idea? So do you have to rely on the GPT getting smarter and more original, or are you going to find, like, is there something that you've learned along the way that now allows you to take that kind of meta knowledge and be like, okay, well, what I need is a repository of, you know, big repository of information. I need like, you know, something that can match these ideas up in a certain way. You know, now I know the structure. Now I know, you know, and I can play with that. Like, right. So could you just start playing with like the structure of the music and tell it like, you know what, this time instead of sounding like a traditional rap song, like, why don't you make it a sonata form, you know, like borrow from classical piano, you know, or like, you know, make it something else. Like, so, you know, I think that's a question I would put back to you. Like, you know, to how attached are you going to be to this format, and how easy will it be for you once that format gets tired to find a new format that's now also creative? Are you a one-hit wonder?
I mean, my instinct is that I would be tremendously attached and it would only get harder. And I didn't even realize this callback would occur, but it goes back to the media detox.
Yeah.
Like if I were to detox from all AI tools, can I write music?
I know. Yeah, I mean, probably not as. I mean, so that's another really good, actually, way of thinking about what separates people who are, you know, armchair creatives from people who actually do things, who get things done. And part of it is being comfortable with the struggle. So one of the things, you know, when we do these master classes, I'm the president of a society of creativity researchers, and we give these master classes to, you know, entrepreneurs, to corporate leaders, and so on. And one of the things that we teach them is to become comfortable with the state of being blocked, of getting stuck. So a very, you know, quick tangible example is that, let's say I asked you to come up with as many uses for a brick or a paperclip as you can. So you'll come up with a few, and then there'll be a bit of a gap, and then you'll come up with a few more, and then eventually you're going to get to a point where you're going to be like, okay, that's all the ideas I have, and you're going to quit and stop. The truth is that your best idea is probably the one that's going to happen after that being stuck period, if you can power through it and get to that other side. There are strategies of what to do in that interim. We can actually even talk about the brain networks that are involved and how you can get out of the fixation and into the imagination mode. But people essentially underestimate how creative they are, you know, because they don't get past that stuck moment. But being in that stuck moment is uncomfortable. It sucks. I have this, my husband gave me this card as I'm writing this book. I can't remember. I just can't find it. Oh, here it is. And it says the creative process. And this is what it says. It starts with, this is awesome. This is tricky. This is shit. I am shit. This might be okay. This is awesome. Right. And like, I mean, this is true of entrepreneurial adventures, right? You're in like the depths of despair and so forth. But you have to get past the I am shit phase in order to get to the real, this is awesome bit. And that doesn't matter, you know, whether it's music making or anything, you know, building a business, like it's all the same thing. And so how do you get through that? Is the muscle that you have to build.
Well, let's talk about it, because about a year and a half ago, I was in this I am the shit phase.
Uh-huh.
And now I kind of feel like I'm in I am shit phase. Now I've been camping and traveling and not focused on my business, so it has taken a little bit of a plateau. And I have done hundreds of podcast episodes that creatively I do sometimes flatline a little bit.
Mhm.
So how do I get out of this I am shit phase back into the awesome phase?
Yeah, so there are a couple of like tools and techniques that we can use. I mean, part of it is I think reframing what it is that what's motivating you, right? So when we focus on external motivators, number of listens, monetizing the podcast, it's very easy to get stuck after a while because you don't have any control over those external factors. Instead, you need to find that internal motivator that you do have control over and that you can chip away at every single day. So it might be that like, well, I just want to get to a point where there is no point in the conversation when I listen to it that I get bored. Or that at the end of, like there's such a variety of people that I'm interviewing, like whatever that motivator is, whatever you think would make for a quote unquote good podcast or that gets you off that plateau, being clear on what the motivation is for that might help you understand what are the steps that you need to take in order to meet that goal. But I also think that a lot of times it is about getting out of, if you've been doing the same thing, you need to go find inspiration elsewhere. And so that's you went and you had a lot of vacations, maybe you had a lot of downtime, maybe you needed to reset. But how much did you feel that you were inspired? How many did you listen to other types of radio or other podcasts that are really outside of your wheelhouse, outside of what you would normally listen to, and get any ideas there? Did you go to places where you experienced cultural phenomena that maybe made you feel a little uncomfortable, maybe were outside of your day-to-day? Because one thing that we see, like out of all the personality traits that have been tested, and we've tried to define the creative person. What does it mean to be a creative person? It's it often varies by domain. So like the traits of a creative person in the sciences is different from the traits of the creative person in the music industry and so on.
Yeah.
But one thing that we see across all domains is that the creatives are open to new experiences. They're the ones who either seek out or don't have a problem with experiences that maybe aren't going to be fun, maybe that just are outside of their norm. They don't just seek experiences that they know are going to be satisfying, that they know are going to be because that's safe. Instead, they seek things that are risky, that are odd, that who knows if they'll have been worth the physical or economical discomfort, right? So that's what I would advise. I would say if you got to that place, seek inspiration elsewhere. Make some mindful notes when you do hear something that you think is good. Ira Glass talks about developing taste and how how when you're listening to tape as a podcaster or as a storyteller, you have to be able to tell like what is good tape and what is bad tape. And, that just comes with experience. That comes with listening to a lot and understanding your own sense of taste and also, if you're interested in what the audience thinks, what they respond to, like what their sense of taste is.
So I have good taste.
Good.
I mean, it's easy for me to say, but the thing I'm struggling with, so you're actually describing something I do. I don't listen to many podcasts like my own. Like
Great.
I'm learning about like cults and human behavior and spirituality and then sports related stuff. Like business and marketing is actually kind of getting boring to me. But the most successful podcasts and YouTubers generally, other than the big name people, are like incredibly hyper niche. And they'll talk about podcasting for marketers in their first 5 years to get from 6 figures to 7 figures. And they're so specific, but that's boring to me. I like being all over the place. So there's this like again a dissonance between like I like the creative journey. Like this is a more interesting conversation to me than another marketing 101 podcast, and I say that with
Mhm.
love. But yeah, it's
Well,
almost
so I guess what I will say is that so what are your how are you valuing your work against the work of these other individuals? Is it purely monetary, right? They're getting, 1 million views or listens or whatever, however you track it on YouTube these days.
yeah.
And so that's how, so that is that's a measure of success is like purely by, that kind of a volume.
You know what's
Um,
crazy about it? When I extract the external, like I freaking love it. Like my favorite part of the podcast
yeah,
isn't the editing, it isn't the promotion, it isn't anything but being in it.
yeah, yeah,
I love doing the podcast. I love the creative process. I love the learning thing. It's the external elements of, it's been 5 years, you should be farther along, or
hmm
you could have done it this way. It's the external stuff that almost like sucks the
yeah.
true love and creativity out of it, which is tough. Like, do I just start a cover band and play Fleetwood Mac and the Grateful Dead? Or do I try to create something that's never been done before?
Yeah.
One's
Yeah, well,
gonna sell more
exactly. I mean,
tickets. Yeah.
that's always the creative's dilemma, right? And like, I think I'm a believer that like, you eventually if you keep, if you're a cover band, your higher end is limited. Your legacy status, your ability to, build is limited, right? Like there is going to be a time window in which you might find some success, but then after that or a certain amount that you can rise, but then you're going to hit a ceiling. Whereas if you're really following your own creative ideas and you're really true to that, it's much riskier. 99% of the time, you're not going to get to that same level of comfort. It's like the difference between a lifestyle business and a unicorn, right? Like, I think that there is more of a potential that you would have a unicorn. Well, at least the potential is not zero. Whereas I think in a lot of these cases where you're comfortable that the chances of it being a unicorn are zero, or close to it anyway. So I think that's sort of, what you're speaking to, what you're touching on is something that people who study organizational creativity have known for decades. This comes back down to Teresa Amabile's work at Harvard, which shows that these external motivators do kill creativity. So if you take a group of people and you say to them, we need a flyer for our event or a marketing campaign for our client. And whoever gets the best, whoever wins the client gets the bonus, and they're all competing. If they're thinking, well, I'm only doing this so that I can get that bonus, the creative output suffers. Whereas if you say to them, if you set up, even if it's competitive, you set up a situation where you've got a whole bunch of teams and you say, I want to see who comes up with the best marketing idea. And there's no mention of the external motivator. It's just who's going to come up with like the winning idea or like whatever, the best idea. In most cases, that's actually they come up with a much more creative solution, and then you can reward that and give them the $50,000 bonus, so that the next time they're put into that situation, they kind of have these warm fuzzy feelings about it, and they're continuing motivated. But the difference that's a really big. We know that if when you're trying to be creative, you have to feel like it's coming from inside of you. It has to feel like it's something that you want to do. This is why people talk about passion, and all of that is essentially just internal, intrinsic motivation, because extrinsic motivation is only going to take you so far. And this changes a little bit depending on whether you're like an elite athlete versus an amateur athlete, or an elite creative versus or an amateur creative. I don't know what that how you make that distinction, but. So the elites tend to thrive more under competitive situations than the amateurs are quicker to give up when they feel that sense of competition, or they feel themselves being evaluated in that way. But I think that's just because the elites are used to it. I mean, they've just done it for longer. They've gone up, and they're more resilient in the face of rejection because they've probably been rejected much more, and they're more immune to it, right? They have it's not. They don't, it's not, they didn't just go for one job and then not get it. And now they're licking their wounds. They've gone for 100 jobs and they didn't get 99 of them, but the one they got is the one that they're thriving at.
Yeah. Wow. Is this the kind of stuff you talk about in your LinkedIn Learning?
Yeah. So I have this course on LinkedIn Learning called Building Creativity from the Brain Up. And this course came out of frustration that a lot of us creativity neuroscience researchers felt, which is that we see a lot of people talk about dopamine and we see a lot of people talk about, the creative brain and so on without really understanding what the creativity neuroscience has learned over the last 10 years. And so we kind of wanted to demystify creativity a little bit, get rid of some of the myths out there, like right brain, left brain creativity. That's a big myth. The fact that, dopamine is only about motivation and that's also a myth. Dopamine has a lot of other roles in the brain, but really to give people the science-backed tools to understand the creative process, understand the three main brain networks involved in creativity, and then give them tools on how they can leverage this knowledge and apply it, to their work and outside work life. And so that's the goal of the course. I hope we accomplished at least a part of it. But essentially, one of the things that I try to do in the course is really break down creativity into its component parts, because it is not one thing. And there are different stages of creativity. There are different ways to engage with creative work. And there are these different brain networks are involved at different steps along the way. So there's a time when you need to be focused and deliberate, and you need to use what we call the executive control network to really get things done. And usually in the beginning, when you're trying to prepare for being creative, to gain the skills that you need in order to be creative in that domain, when you need to really construct the problem that you're trying to solve, that's very important, is to have a clear problem that you're going to be attacking. You need all this prefrontal cortex based executive control active, but then you need to turn it off. And there are these stages in the middle, you can call them illumination or incubation or, whatever you want to call it. There's these stages in the middle where you need to let your brain do its own mind wandering and, its own imagining. And thinking too much in this prefrontal executive control type of way gets in your way. So there's sort of strategies that we talk about, which helps you get into this other mind wandering imagination state network. But then once you get that good idea, you still have to activate it. And there's still work to be done, right? A lot of us get to the great idea and we think, okay, I'm done. I have this great idea. But no, the real, whether or not you're going to turn that idea into something tangible and useful comes in this last part where you need to activate your executive control network. You need to, really go and reiterate. And it's an iterative process, but I mean, that's essentially, that's sort of the core of what we're trying to get people to understand. As opposed to getting into these, creativity blocks, which is to say, oh, I'm not a creative person, or I just don't have that many ideas, or the opposite, which is, no, I'm a very creative person. I have all these great ideas. I don't understand why, I'm not more successful than I am because I'm so creative. And so just to sort of help people understand, what are the steps involved, and really get real a little bit about what's happening in your brain when you're engaging in creative work.
I'll make sure I get a link for the notes. This is a LinkedIn Learning, is it?
Yeah.
Where do we find it? I guess we'll just
so there's a link I can share with you. You can go to my LinkedIn page, which is just my name, Andrea Viscontas, and it's in my right in my sort of bio area. There, I think there was a time recently when it was they made it free, so you could watch the whole course free. I don't know if that time period is now over, but usually you can also if you sign up, you can watch a certain amount for free and then cancel before. I mean, no, I'm not saying that, right? But you know what you're talking about. But yes, it's on LinkedIn Learning. There are within you can if you're interested in the work of the society, it's our website is T like the letter T for the sfnc.org. So it's the Society for the Neuroscience of Creativity.org. And we had to add the T because there's another group called SFNC, and they're the Shiba Inu fanciers of California. So they like Shiba Inus. They fancy Shiba Inus, the dog.
Oh.
That's not us, although
No.
I kind of wish we could do a joint conference because like bringing a whole bunch of creativity researchers and a whole bunch of Shiba Inus into a room is like a dream. But yes, tsfnc.org. We have an annual meeting. We have a bunch of resources that we'll be posting up there too that can kind of get people a sense of what it is that we do and how we might be useful to them.
And you don't need to be like some expert to understand and get value from this. This is good for someone who's just learning and beginning as well.
So the LinkedIn Learning course for sure is all about, you know, you don't have to have any expertise at all. But if you have some expertise, I think you'd still find it, you know, useful. But yeah, the idea is that this is really for people who maybe don't even consider themselves to be creative. For HR professionals or, you know, people who are told that they need to make their workforce more creative in the age of Gen AI and don't know where to begin. Like, this is great. This will get them started. And then just in general, people, you know, yeah, I think people who are sort of, you know, thinking about understanding that creativity is going to be one of these human capabilities that is going to be more and more in demand in the future workplace. What is it and how do we assess it and how do we enhance it? I think that's what it's hopefully a good introduction for.
So I have a ginormous question that we could probably do a whole podcast on, but I mentioned that I had all these questions and then we went one path and we didn't even get to this. So take as long or as short as you want. But my big question is, where did you learn all this stuff? Like, when you were a kid, were you like, I'm going to go to UCLA and become a PhD and study neuroscience? Were you like, I want to be a singer, I want to be a performer? Maybe you wanted to be an astronaut or a ballerina. Like, where did this begin? How did you learn this stuff? Because I don't think it was an overnight decision.
It was not. It was not. And I will say that, like, you know, I often get, you know, students or people in their early 20s reach out to me and say, you know, you have this really interesting career and like, how do I get there? And my answer is, because it certainly was not a direct path. But okay, so truth be told, you know, yeah, when I was a kid, when I was 11, I was in my first opera on the stage of the Canadian Opera Company in Toronto, where I grew up, and I was totally hooked. I mean, it was the most amazing experience for an 11-year-old kid,
Wow.
you know, to go out on this stage and be a part of this magical, massive production. And I was like, I want to do that. But, you know, the reality of making a living as a musician hit pretty close in high school when it was clear to me that, like, you know, I didn't see a path. I like, how do musicians pay their bills? And I also discovered the writing of the late, great neurologist Oliver Sacks, who really, you know, wrote these case studies in neurology of these patients with these bizarre, you know, clinical conditions. But by telling the stories of these patients, like, he just illuminated to me what makes us human. And I was like, wow, like, I want to study the brain. That sounds really fascinating. And this was, you know, the time when a lot of these neuroscience tools were just, you know, being discovered that allowed us to watch a living brain in action without harming the person who, you know, inhabits that brain. And so when I did my undergrad and I did a specialist in psychology and neuroscience. But then after undergrad, I like sort of, you know, I left and joined the circus. Essentially, I moved to London and worked as an usher at the Royal Opera House. And I was like, you know, it's opera 6 nights a week, and I was training, and I was like, what I want to do. And then I got the opportunity to study neuroscience at UCLA, and I really thought, okay, well, I don't want to go into medical school because they eat up all your time. Like, you have no free time, no control over your time, and I would have to give up singing entirely if I did that. But maybe a PhD is different. Maybe there's more flexibility, and maybe at the end of a 5-year PhD, you know, there'll be more kinds of projects that I could do. And so I approached it that way. I you know, continued to train my voice. I sang in the summers at, you know, various opera companies and so on. And then once I graduated from my PhD, that's when I started to wonder, like, what would my voice be like if I devoted the same amount of energy as I did to my neuroscience work to, learning how to sing? And so I got a master's in music and in voice performance. And that was when I started to realize, like, I had a foot in these two very different worlds, the world of, classical opera singing and the world of neuroscience. I studied learning and memory. And there was so much of the neuroscience world that was useful to the classical music world that wasn't, reaching them. And there was so much in the classical music world that would have been of interest to, the neuroscientists who were interested in creativity that wasn't reaching them. And I felt like, okay, I can be a bridge because I speak both languages. And so for the rest of my career, I spent a lot of time bridging the two. I also discovered science communication. I had my own podcast from like 2012. So like way before it was like a whole thing. And yeah. And so over the course of my career, what I have learned is that kind of three things. One is that for me, instead of thinking about a career trajectory, I think about what projects am I interested in doing. And so I go deep dive into specific projects. And then once that project is over, I move on to the next project so that I'm not, always kind of just being a dilettante in a bunch of different things. I sort of do these deep dives, knowing that project is going to have an ending and I will be able to do something else afterwards. And then two, that leveraging my training as a performer for the storytelling elements of, the job is really important and really useful. And that I can bring to whatever project I'm working on. Every project benefits from good storytelling, whether it's to get funding, whether it's to, build an audience or what have you. And so I keep that in mind all the time, that whatever it is that I'm doing, has a good communication side of it, has a good story element to it. And then the third one is to pivot when necessary and always make sure that I know like where the market is for whatever it is that I'm doing. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the opportunities for opera dried up, I pivoted to thinking about music as a tool for health and wellness, because all of a sudden we were interested in health and wellness, and so that allowed me to then pivot into that space. And I took a deep dive. I didn't just do it in a dilettante way. So that would be my advice to people now, is saying, if you're interested in being like a multi-hyphenate, or what do you want to call it these days, make sure that the projects that you're doing are substantial. They're not just like, little one-off things. Stay true to whatever story it is, that whether it's the story of how you're talking about your career or the, project at hand, I think is really important. And then keep your eye out for where the market forces are, so that you don't get stuck too long in one place that is never going to make you any money.
It's kind of like the old adage, wherever you go, there you are.
Yes.
You're bringing yourself. The last thing I want to do is look in the mirror and wonder who the heck I am.
Yeah. Exactly. Because there's only one you. And there's, if you're trying to be someone else, or you're trying to be, this is so cliche, but this is actually what the Gen AI tools do, right? Is they homogenize us. So you need to stay true to who you are, because that is the only thing really that can separate you from everyone else.
I want to go for another 5 hours, but how do you recommend we learn more? What's our next move to learn more from you? Grab a book, LinkedIn Learn. We talked about a bunch of things. We didn't talk about how music can make you better, your book.
And here I have a copy of it in Swedish. Bättre med music.
Oh.
So anyway, yes. Very proud of that particular translation. I do not at all. No, I have no idea what that book says. I'm assuming it's a good translation. I have no idea. So my website is just my name, andreavisconis.com. There's a form at the end of it where you can contact me directly through Squarespace, which is the hosting site of my website. There's also a lot of my other work is there, whether it's video series, my podcast, Inquiring Minds, which is a long-running podcast. We're on hiatus at the moment while I'm writing my second book. But I hope to start launching that episodes there again, maybe in the summertime. But I have other podcasts that I've done that are kind of evergreen, like Radiant Minds, The World of Oliver Sacks, which is an Audible original. and then Cadence, which is my podcast on music. But yeah, so that's how people can get to know what I'm up to. And there's my lab. I run a lab at the University of San Francisco called the Creative Brain Lab, and you can see what we're up to there. And yeah, that's my hub.
If you're open to it, I want to get my hands on your book the moment it's ready, your new book.
Oh, awesome.
And
great. Yes.
If the audience isn't opposed, we'll have you back, because this was fun.
I would love that. Yes.
Well, thanks for taking the time. This was a lot of fun today.
It's my pleasure. Thanks, Ben.
Because if you don't have systems and strategies, everything's going haywire. I was a skeptic. I didn't believe you could actually improve your memory. So I accepted having a bad brain. But then once I got into these strategies, I realized that, wow, it actually works, right? The real memory happens through experience, and our brain doesn't know what's real and what's not, right? That's why if you watch a horror movie, you get scared. This is what makes, I guess, elite performance versus just, average performance. The elite performers generally try and...
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So Tanzo, this is relevant for me right now because I'm literally traveling next week, and you're probably just going to chuckle at this a little bit. I feel like I can't remember anything. So let's say I'm flying. I'll have my phone in my hand because I want to have my seat number, and I want to have my partner's seat number, and I want to be able to direct. And I'll have it in my hand. I'll look at it, and then I'll scan it to get on the flight. Then I'll look at it again. It's like I check my seat number 3 times just to remember that it's 23 D and C. Then I get on the flight. I find a place to put my bag up in the upright, and I'll write down it was in 22 because I'm in 23, but it's in 22. Or even worse, I'm in like 40 and it's in 22. So I have to know it's in 22. So when I get my bag later, I know where to go. So I write into my phone, take a screenshot. And it seems like a lot of effort to remember like 2 numbers. Like, am I an idiot?
No, I think, look, there's a number of reasons why that happens, right? Our minds could be preoccupied with so many other things going on that little, menial things like that we think, okay, it's only 2 digits to remember, becomes a bit of a challenge, right? So, and if there's a pattern of behavior there, that's been happening, not just, for planes, but everything else, then this continues, right? Because, you're either really busy or you've got so many things on your mind that you just forget, right? So you go and check yourself. And because you're doing this often, I'm not saying you are, but in general, if it keeps happening often, the pattern keeps presenting as well, where you're just always double checking and questioning and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's about finding out where the breakage occurs, right? On when can you actually trust yourself, as opposed to, how do you get rid of and create focus in your brain as well. So once you create focus, then yeah, you only have to probably check once and you'll get it in your head. So it's all about how you prioritize information in your brain, as opposed to, I can't do this, I can't do that. Well, your system's flooded, which is probably the reason why.
My system is flooded because I feel like we started the story, but I land and then I need to find an address where an Airbnb is, and then there's a code to get in, and then there's a code to get in my room. And this is like 4 numbers. I don't know any of these numbers. And I laugh at myself because, you're a 4-time Australian memory champion. And for someone who has studied the art, what I'm describing probably is just like drinking water. It's probably not quite as complicated as I'm making it sound, is it?
It actually is, because, in competition, we know what we're going to memorize, right? We know what we're up against. In life, things just happen, right? You might be in an argument earlier in the day, or you might be thinking of what you're going to eat. Or you might be, I have to get on this plane and there's these numbers I have to remember. So you've got competing thoughts, right? Whereas in competition, I've just got a set of numbers or a bunch of cards to memorize. So that's easy, right? Yes, there's other factors as well when we're in competition of, oh no, I didn't do this well, or, I feel sick now, or what's this person doing? That's always the case. You're always going to have thoughts in your head, but everyday life, that's where the real challenge occurs, all right? So how do you create that champion-like brain for everyday life? And this is where, focus comes in. This is where, proper storytelling, narration. How do you create a brain that essentially accepts, I want to say knowledge, but accepts inputs in a way where it just stores it, without much effort. And that can be done, but it's just about, either prior planning or knowing the systems and strategies that will help you to do that. Because if you don't have systems and strategies, everything's going haywire. Like there's competing thoughts, as I mentioned earlier. So yeah, once you have strategies in place, everything becomes a lot simpler.
So what are these strategies? How do we train this brain? Because we have like 45 minutes here. You have my full attention. The listener, I recommend you pay full attention. Can we solve this problem in 45 minutes? I'm sure we can get a little bit of momentum. Where would we start?
Yeah, and that's a really good question, because people want to know, well, hang on, my memory's crap, or my mind, it's not functioning the way it should be. I've always been like this. My parents have always been like this. So they look at patterns. And what got me into this is the same sort of thing. I was a skeptic. I didn't believe you could actually improve your memory. So I accepted having a bad brain. But then once I got into these strategies, I realized that, wow, it actually works, right? So I'll give you an example, right? A few of my clients, because I do memory coaching, they come to me and say, Tansel, I can't, remember trips that I go on, or certain experiences and stuff like that. I said, okay, let's do an example, right? Let's say, where did you go on your last trip, right? And they say, oh, I went to the East Coast for, a bit of a holiday. I said, okay, how did you get there? I said, oh, we drove up there. Okay, on your drive, did you stop off at any towns? Actually, yeah, there were a couple of these towns. Okay, did you have anything to eat? Yeah, I had this particular thing. And what happens is that the more I cued, the more they actually remembered from there, right? So really, the activation of the memory doesn't happen from memorization, right? Because we think it's memorization. It's actually triggering recall, right? So those instances that allow you to trigger recall, that's the key, right? So if I asked you, what did you have to eat last Friday? Could you remember that off the top of your head?
I'd pull out my calendar, look at what my schedule was like, recall what I did that evening, and I would figure it out.
Exactly, right? But
I'm not quite sure I could do it without my calendar, though.
Well, here's the thing, right? And what you're leading on to is sort of the answer there. You said pull up my calendar. If you were just to try and recall it off the top of your head, it will be difficult, right? But in order to recall it, you need to look at, okay, what were all the things I was doing that day, right? You might be, okay, I was working, or maybe you left a bit early. So, okay, I left a bit early. Where did I go? And then you start recounting from those moments. So if you look at your calendar and look at, if you put those certain elements in, you can sort of figure out, okay, this triggers that. It's almost like a dot-to-dot exercise where you've got the picture there, but as soon as you stitch together the context, it gives you the retrieval mechanism. So it gives you the answer. So that's how our brains work. We need to be able to build a system for it, and a system relies on that dot-to-dot context. That's why storytelling is so powerful, because it provides the context and we're able to remember a lot more.
Now, this is posing a problem in my head, because like a year ago, I was in Italy and Greece for a holiday, and you could ask me questions and I could recall, but I don't want to have to recall. Is there a way that I can be better present in the experience to make it so my recalls, to me, like going on a calendar, and I want to be able to get it quicker. I want to be able to remember it more thorough. The fact you brought up holiday just brought that up for me. Like, I want to remember those moments more clearly without all the buffering and the recall. Is there a way to do that so I can be more present and have better retention?
Yeah, and I really like that question because that's the reason why people come to me, right? They want that immediate sort of thing rather than, I loved how you termed it buffering, right? I can just picture the buffering symbol, the loading in the brain, it's going like I could see some memes happening around that. But yeah, that's what people want. They want to be able to just recall things and not having to put so much effort because effort is energy. Right. And people don't want to be spending a lot of energy to try and remember something so basic. Right. So what could you do? And that is probably the best question because memory isn't made, when you're trying to recall something. Right. That's a recall trigger. It's made before then. So what you're saying actually plays into what we do in memory competitions and in everyday life. So, for example, if you were to meet someone and try and remember their name, right? You have to be able to come up with a plan beforehand, right? What am I going to do if I'm meeting people, right? Then let's say I'm going to meet you, right, Ben, right? Now, I'm Turkish, right? I was born in Australia, but Turkish. Ben in Turkish means like a birthmark, right? So, and I think you've got one there, haven't you? Just on your cheek there. So, well, there you go. So you've got a Ben right there. So you're literally your name. So I could look at you and say, oh yeah, that's Ben. He's got a Ben, right? So I've made the connection. Now, obviously, it doesn't mean that you have to go out and know Turkish, right? Ben, maybe you know a famous Ben, right? Who's a famous Ben that you might not know in person, but just know in general? Is there anyone that you can think of? Ben Affleck? Yeah. So, I mean, so you're obviously better looking than those guys, right? But True. Let's say I want to make a story now, a connection with Ben Affleck and yourself. What's Ben Affleck known for generally?
Movies, acting.
Yeah. Beautiful. So I can you recount a movie, one of his popular movies that comes to your mind?
I probably should be able to. I recount that he dated Jennifer Lopez.
Well, that's important, right? So I look at you now. Let's say I meet you for the first time. Okay, Ben.
Ben and Jen, because Ben dated Jen.
You did? So you can do rhyming. So that works, right? But I'm meeting you for the first time, right? So yes, if you don't know Turkish, yeah, Ben, don't worry about that. I'm meeting Ben Affleck, right? So I can visualize you acting in those movies as Ben Affleck. Right? Now, you also did Batman, I think, as well. Not that I've seen them, but I can picture you in a Batman suit, right? Beards hanging out. I can literally visualize. So if I do that preparation earlier, right, then let's say you're walking past or I meet you again. It's like, oh, that dude, you had really cool beard was hanging off the suit. Batman. Oh, Ben Affleck, Ben. Do you see what I mean? So it triggers the name. Right? If I meet a John, I'm going to picture them in a toilet, right? A John toilet. If I meet a Craig, Craig was like my cat's name, So there's associations you can form beforehand or during, and that helps for the later recall as well.
Have you seen the movie Secret Life of Walter Mitty?
No, I haven't.
So, good movie, story for another day. He's very stuck in his head. And a big part of the movie is he'll go through these long storylines where he's doing all these things, whether it's kicking someone's butt or, traveling or saving the girl. And he's just standing there blank-faced. And people are like, Walter, you awake? Are you there? You there? How am I going to not look like that if I'm creating these storylines mid-conversation? I can't do that super quickly, can I? Or am I going to look like I'm staring off into space?
Yeah, no, I mean, you won't be, to that extreme, I guess. But, to make those stories for the person only takes a few seconds. So it's not like it's going to be forever. But another very good question, because this is where memory training comes in. Right. And this is what I do with my clients is I train them so they can increase the speed of encoding, because that's what it is, what you're talking about. Encoding really means if you see something and you need to make it memorable, how long does it take you? Right? Is it Walter Mitty style, taking for ages, or is it like within split seconds? Now, and you could train yourself to make it split seconds. So if you gave me a name, bang, I can do it. If you gave me a language to learn, I could do that fairly quick as well, because I've trained my brain to reduce the encoding speed. That's what memory athletes do, because we've got so many things to memorize, like cards, numbers, names, all those type of things. We've practiced training ourselves to decrease that time it takes to encode, so that we can just do everything at speed. Not only that, but remember everything as well perfectly. Because if we make one mistake, we get a 0. So we have to do everything in perfect sequence. So you can transfer this to everyday life as well, where you're reading something, you meet people, you want to learn some information, you get it fairly quickly instead of, sitting there stalling, loading brain, all of that.
And you said you weren't always fantastic at this. And you mentioned memory athlete, and I'm thinking a swimmer, if someone's 5'8" and stocky, they're not going to swim as quick as a skinny 6'4". A basketball player, you want to be tall. A horseback rider, you want to be small. Are there certain kinds of brains that make for better athletes in the memory sense? Or is this democratized, or are some people just born with it?
Yeah, look, it's an interesting question because, I've been working for over 24 years now in this space, and I've worked with so many different types of people, and everyone's been able to do it, no matter how, silly they might, say they are, or how smart they are. Everyone's been able to use these skills to their advantage. So it's not really because it's not a physical thing, it's all mental, and everyone's got the mental capability. Do you know what I mean? It's not like you're limited physically. You're only limited by your imagination, and that's everyone, right? And if that's the capability, if that's the limitation, then wow, you can do so many amazing things, right? That's why you see, certain teenagers doing amazing things that not even adults can do, or some elderly people doing amazing things that not even, peak athletes can do, right? Because of the power of the brain. And so it's how you train it that matters more than how you're built, essentially.
And I'm not an expert on this, but a lot of the grandmasters and chess champions are quite young. And I don't know if the age has anything to do with this capacity, but once you get older, it's exhausting to be something like perfect at chess. So, I don't even know if I have a question to that. Is age playing a role here? Like, is someone young and still developing, is it easier for them? Or once you get older, can you teach an old dog new tricks? What are your thoughts? I'm just reflecting out loud here.
Yeah, what happens in the brain is, obviously, if you're starting young, you're building those neural pathways, fairly quickly earlier on. And the longer you work at it, the more intertwined they get. So when you reach, like in your early 20s or even late teens, if you've been doing it for a while, you're not going to know what's bad memorization or anything like that. Whereas in a later age, let's say you've been making a lot of mistakes, there's a lot to unlearn as well and unpack. You can teach an old dog new tricks, but because of the way the brain works, there's going to have to be a lot of unlearning to be done as well, which again takes energy. So some people will say that can only go so far, or they're too old for this, what they say. So it just depends. And I watched a video just earlier actually of this lady who was 104 years old, and she was just so clear, crystal clear. She's memorizing everything, playing piano, doing amazing things. She's outlasted everyone at 104 years old. And she said, look, I have to work hard every single day on my brain. I have to train it every single day. I have to do the hard things every single day, because that's what it takes. If I don't use my brain, then it gets lost. She said one of her friends sort of stopped using her brain, and by the time she was 80, she couldn't remember her husband's name and things like that, right? And she's making an effort to train and do the hard things every day, walk every day, be social every day. So these are the things that if we start losing, we start losing not just our memory, but connection to, society as well, which has a massive impact on everything else.
So talk a little bit about training the brain, because one could assume just by waking up, having conversations, typing a letter, answering an email, I'm training the brain. am I? Or is there certain strategies that I need to, are there cognitive activities? Like, I know that just by being up and talking to people, it's good for the brain. But what's the most optimized way to train our brain?
Yeah, I look at it as parallel to physical training, right? You can walk to the local store, you can have conversations with people, all of that, and that's great, right? But you could also run a marathon. You can play sport. Do you see what I mean? So there's different levels of energy expenditure. So same thing with memory as well. You could read a book, you can, learn an instrument, all of that. But as soon as you get to the next level, learning an instrument, starting from something difficult and really putting your brain through something, now that's putting more, energy into the learning process, which helps cognitively as well in the process of memory, because now you're trying, if I'm trying to learn guitar, what was this scale, or what was, this pattern in? If I'm trying to learn a language, yes, I've memorized certain things, but how do I put it in this sentence? Things like that. I used to work with a lot of kids that are ADHD, dyslexic. And one thing I used to do is I used to get them to memorize words because they couldn't spell. And once they memorize the word, that wasn't it, because the goal isn't to just memorize a word recognition. It was to see how can it be used in context. So I used to put those words in sentences and in various different sentences and get them to use it in a way where it not only triggers the correct spelling, but it gets them to understand what that word is in everyday context. Now, that requires a lot more brain activity than simply memorizing a word. If you do things like that, even little bits, five minutes a day, if you do that every single day, your brain is going to be ticking way more than someone scrolling on their phone, watching YouTube videos every day.
In a moment, let's do a 5-minute brain exercise that anyone can do any day. But you mentioned you teach this stuff. If I want to hire you, the podcast isn't over, but if I want to hire you, where do I go and learn more?
Simple, just my website, tansalali.com. It's just literally my first name, surname.com. The information's there. I also have weekly notes on memory improvement as well, so that's where people generally start from. But yeah, look, this stuff's not rocket science, right? It's what we don't know. And once you start learning the very basics of how connection works, how recall works, how we can, minimize stuff to give us greater focus, right? It's so powerful. And yes, there's people out there with in their jobs just very demanding. They're doing a million things at once. They can't just simply cut things, right? I understand that. But there are certain things you can do as well that your brain goes, you know what? If I keep practicing this, I'm going to be way more productive. I'm going to have more time. I'm going to spend more time with my family, more time doing the things I love. And, I've had a couple of CEOs that I work with for years, and they were just busy working, 5 a.m. in the morning till 8 o'clock at night, barely seeing their kids. And it's ridiculous. They're the, peak of their existence. They're doing amazing things, but they just don't have time for family. So the stuff that we did was pretty much, mindfulness and memory, right? Now they're not only seeing their kids and family more, they're helping others as well. And they're, enjoying life. They're doing the things that they have time for exercise even, so things like that are highly valuable, and it's way more than memory itself. It's about using your brain in a way that doesn't drain you and that gets you to actually enjoy life rather than just go through the same thing every day over and over again. I mean, when if you get to a certain age and you look back at your life, what are you going to remember? Are you going to remember those, days that you worked so hard for but you didn't see your son's recital or, kid's soccer game or things like that, right? So, yeah, it's about looking at the finer things in life and being able to use our brains for good rather than the things that is just going to drive more activity, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. And if you're open to it, let's do like something that I and the listener can do 5 minutes a day. I hinted at this. I keep a calendar. So I'm literally going to put in a notification reminder in my calendar. And personally, story for another day. I stopped posting daily on social media, so I already have the 5 minutes. So I'm going to get rid of something that's making me bitter, something that's distracting me that I want to do less of. Now I have 5 minutes. Tell me, you can use me as your guinea pig or just general for the audience. Give me a 5-minute homework that can be done daily.
Yeah. Here's an easy one. Now, a lot of people already do this anyway, but it's good if you're mindful of it and you can do it at a better, higher level, right? Instead of just looking at your calendar, right, or your week or your day, look at it, but then go away from it and just visualize your day, right? So, okay, I've got to send this meeting, I've got this podcast, I'm going to do this thing. Instead of just looking at them as tasks, which you already know, experience them in your mind, because that's where the real memory happens, through experience. And our brain doesn't know what's real and what's not, right? That's why if you watch a horror movie, you get scared. Why? You know there's cameras and stuff there, but the brain doesn't know that. So put yourself through the experience of the day, right? When I go out and do a speaking engagement, right, in organizations, I actually visualize my talk, right? And I never, ever run into timing issues because that visualization helps me get everything perfectly. Right. So if I look at my day now, it's like I visualize, because I have to make a couple of YouTube videos today. Instead of just saying YouTube videos, make them. What am I going to do? How am I going to have my setup? You know, not just what am I going to say, but at what tone, you know, how am I sitting? Get into the finer details of those little tasks. Because what's going to happen is you're going to be living them before they happen. And when they do happen, right, that's when you'll actually not just remember, but take it up to that next level, because that thinking and visualization is almost like planning as well. Like I said, like my speaking engagement. This could take anywhere from 5 minutes to, I mean, it could be half an hour of meditation, right? But that grounds you. And as soon as it grounds you, you're ready for the day. It's like some people get up early in the morning and meditate, right? This is how I sort of do things as well. I meditate on those tasks. I don't have many because purposely I cut a lot of them out and I leave a lot for the next day and so on, right? Which is why I don't work 8 hours, 10 hours a day. It's only a couple of hours at the most, and that's it. So I really don't have to visualize much. And when I do, I stretch it out. So that exercise, hopefully people are, doing it as we're talking now, right? But that exercise, do it, every day, not for a whole week, but just do a day, because the greater focus you can get on the smaller things, the better.
To me, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't even just seem like a memory tactic. It more seems like committing to mindfulness. It seems more of like a meditation or a visualization.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what memory is, right? When we go into competition and memorize, 1,000 digits of numbers, we're just making visual stories. That's all we're doing. We're not repeating anything. All we're doing is that, visualization, that focus, the experience. We're building experience. Exactly how I mentioned that exercise, that's what we're doing for those numbers.
No, I got a lot of quirky questions today, but if I'm imagining myself on stage, or I'm imagining my day and the tasks and the podcast, I'm very much bought in. I want to show up as my best self. I want it to go well. I already have a gist of what the energy will look like and the words. I already have that brewing. When I meet a stranger, I don't know if I like them yet. I don't know if I want to remember their name. I don't know if the clerk and I'm kind to everyone, but I don't know if the clerk is going to end up being a client or my boss one day. I don't have much buy-in. It's easy for me to imagine and visualize and do my best when there's big buy-in. But let's say a memory competition, when you're just memorizing a bunch of numbers that I don't know if you remember them after the next. Once you're done, are you going to remember them forever? Is there any reason to? I feel like if I'm less bought in, there's less reason for me to do it, and I'm just feeling lackluster. Well, what are your thoughts on that reflection?
Yeah, I guess selective memory, right? When my wife talks to me, sometimes I just tune out on purpose, which is nice because it's like, oh, I'm trying to watch the game type of thing. But yeah, look, I mean, you don't have to try and memorize everything, right? But you have to know certain skills that will help you manage those moments where, you might feel like, hang on, I should have done this, I should have memorized that, and so on. So that's where the techniques and strategies come in. Because let's say you meet the clerk, they said their name was Shane, right? It was like you didn't pay much attention, moved along. Now, for the split second, you can think of Shane, okay, I know this person, or, Shane is in pain, right? Make up some sort of a rhyme. Oh, yeah, they were in pain, or they were pain to talk to, I'll move along, right? This is what I mean by speed of encoding, right? If you train your brain, if you learn the certain skills, from first, and then when these instances come up, you know how to apply them. And then if you have to remember, you remember from those moments, right? It's the skills that need to be learned, and you choose to use them or not. That's it. If I don't use the skills, I'm going to forget like everyone else, right? Because I'm not using those hacks. So yeah, so you've got a choice.
And as I'm verbal processing on this, but instead of thinking, oh, Shane, just the guy I'm never going to meet again, I could be like, oh, this is a micro opportunity to train my brain. So the moments that matter most, I remember the most. But if I'm not training my brain during these micro moments, when the moments that matter most come up, I have a weak brain.
Yep, that's absolutely spot on. And this is what makes, I guess, elite performance versus just average performance. The elite performers generally try and find usage for these skills. And if you look at it every day, there's so many opportunities to use these skills. And this actually came about accidentally because when I first started memory coaching, I would give homework for people to do. Like, here, try this exercise this time. And I found that people weren't doing their exercises because they say, oh, look, after work, I'm busy, weekends are for this, blah, blah, blah. And then I realized, hang on, this could be done throughout the whole day. When you're reading an email, when you're talking to someone, when you're traveling somewhere, right? You can constantly do it. So I created this thing for scheduled training versus unscheduled training. So I said to my clients, okay, you know what scheduled training is? It's doing training at these particular times. Unscheduled training is, okay, when you get up in the morning, like if you're grateful for something, how do you visualize that, right? If you're doing your journaling, instead of just writing, you're generally visualizing anyway because journals are more emotional. So you're doing that. But let's say you're brushing your teeth, you might want to think of health or something. But then you get to work and you have to fire an email. Well, how do you visualize that email? Not the way it looks, but the communication style of it and the impact it's going to have on the person. Right? So you've got every opportunity to use that, even in the communication to others, like you're on the phone, right? Even with the podcast now, I have to think of ways to not bore people. Well, hopefully I'm not, right? That's where humor comes in, like little triggers like that, which spike, you just laugh. So, okay, people find that on the podcasting. So that's what I mean. You got to be able to know that you can train this in so many ways. And like I said, that's why people come to me, because they don't know about this unscheduled training. They think it's just, oh yeah, how often do I need to train? That's a question I get all the time. How often do I need to train? Well, you can do this, 24/7 if you wanted to, even in your sleep. So it's insane.
Even in your sleep?
Yeah, because you're visualizing, right? You're seeing visual things. And the more you practice throughout the day, it could seep into, your dreams and stuff. But, I don't want to get too much into that. But yeah, it can happen.
Well, one thing that's very technical is I think you said you're doing 2 YouTube videos today, or at least you're filming videos today. Walk us into your brain and your process. So I personally don't do many solo videos or episodes. I'm considering doing more. I prefer the conversation. I love the idea of live streaming. But if I'm showing up to do a video and I'm teaching a training, and ideally I don't want to just read from a teleprompter the whole time. I mean, you tell me what your process looks like, but that's what's going through my head. how can you show up and just do a great job on that video? Do you have a script? Do you have a teleprompter? Do you have it memorized? What does your process look like?
Yeah, it's good you mentioned that, because I love conversations more than I do making, straight to, talking head videos. I hate it. But I've been doing it for a long time, and I have over 300 videos. It's like you could still go through the process and hate it, but I know the higher level benefit it has, especially to people out there, and I just want to share what's changed my life and my clients' lives to people, so they can watch the video and go, wow, I can do this. I can practice this. What? And just that alone helps. I don't use teleprompters. I don't have scripts. I try and do things off the cuff, believe it or not. Sometimes I might write bullet points, but I never look at those bullet points. I might write them once just to give myself a structure. I do have a structure where I have the initial, hook of the video. I have, this is what they'll get out of it. I get straight into the technique or strategy, things to look out for, maybe a little summary, and that's it, how to use the skill, because that's the most important. So very basic, and I have to get straight into it, because in this day and age, you can't tell a massive story and people just like skip or just click out of the video, right? So you have to get straight into it. So my process is simple. I have a phone, right? And I just record on the phone in front of me. I've got cameras, all that stuff. I've got audio equipment. The easiest thing is just get my phone out and film it, because I might have just inspiration then and there. And nothing captures energy once you've got that then and there. You can't just sort of, I'll just make sure I have the proper setup and then do it. I learned this off a friend, because I was so held back by creating videos, because I just didn't want to, speak in front of the camera, even though I've done media for so long. In Australia, I'm always on TV and all that sort of stuff. But YouTube was completely different. And he said, look, just get your phone and record yourself for a minute. And I thought, okay, I'll do that. And it took me a while, but once I did that, that 1 minute turned into 10 minutes, because, once you start talking about something you love, you can talk forever. And then from that point, I just kept doing it. And what's going to happen is, at first, you don't worry about quality, right? Actually, I never worry about quality unless I have to really fine tune something. But at the start, never worry about quality, just worry about getting it up. And then you just improve. Like, you look at the best creators, right? If you go to their earliest videos, what were they like, right? They've eventually improved from there. So that's what I say. If anyone's wanting to do that sort of stuff, just do it. Don't worry about equipment. Don't worry about anything. Like, we can record just through our phones these days, right? And it's bloody good quality. So just go out and do it. Your message is important. Who cares if it's long, if the thumbnail sucks, whatever, just do it. Because there's nothing more important than your message.
That's a remarkable message, because in my head, I'm thinking about incremental improvement and just putting the video out there, even if it stinks, even if it gets 8 views, even if you hate it, you're documenting a part in your journey. And as you get better, I can only imagine if I start doing brain exercises, maybe I'll record it. Maybe give me a challenge in a moment. I record an exercise, and then 5 years later, I watch that, first recording, and I'm like, wow, Ben didn't have good memory at that time, or he was really working on it. And you forget that to me, I almost forget the process sometimes. You become a better speaker, you become a more trained brain, you become a better leader. And you forget at one point that you actually weren't quite good at leadership, but it happened so incrementally that just documenting it via video or writing or something like that kind of creates that before and after timeline that, I don't know, documenting the journey is really fascinating to me. So do you want to give me a challenge? If I were to click record and try an exercise as my baseline. This is me getting the baseline before I do anything else. What would I do?
I guess, look, this is something that's really long term, right? So I always say to people, it's the consistency that's really the king here, right? Because if you do something consistently, you will naturally improve. And, you know, there's a formula online that sort of went viral years ago, but it was like, if you do something every single day and try and improve on it, by the end, you'll be this much, right? That's kind of, I don't believe that, because if you do something every day, what's going to happen is that, yeah, you're going to suck, but you're going to get better and better and better. But then it's exponential after that. You know, after a certain period, you just get way better, way better, way better if you keep doing it. So it's not like, you know, like that. It's sort of like that, right up. So if you do memory training, if you read a book, right? Let's say you read one page every single day. Well, that one page is going to get boring after a while. You might do two. That 2 pages is going to get boring. And suddenly you find yourself doing 10 pages, right? So that's how things are if you keep consistent. So again, my advice, even though it's a boring one, but it's one that works for everyone, is just do something consistently, whether it's once a week or every single day, whatever your energy allows, but you keep doing it. And you're going to notice a massive shift. That's why a lot of these people that are successful, they have consistent sort of, you know, habits or ways of doing things. Those famous YouTubers, they just posted consistently. That's all it was. And over a period of time, they got better. They found out better ways to do audio or video or hire people and, you know, do this and that. So, you know, yeah, that's what I sort of recommend as an exercise. I know it's not going to take 5 minutes, but hopefully it's something you can take away and go, you know what can I think of that I can do consistently that's going to, you know, 20x my game by the end of the year.
And let me ask again, because I'm curious on this. How can I determine my baseline today? Or you could tell me that I'm overthinking it, and I don't need to determine my baseline. It's not a big deal. But if I were to try to determine my baseline today, so I'd have a reference point in the future, any thoughts on that? Just because to me, I want to see that improvement, and then I'll be your greatest testimonial as far as I'm concerned. But how do I determine my baseline today? Any thoughts on it?
Look, there's a number of ways. I mean, the baseline is what can you do now, right? So if it was specific memory exercise, I would say jump on a website like Memory League, right? So memoryleague.com, and this is where you can train your memory. It's, you know, where I train my memory now. And it's developed by a friend of mine who's, you know, he's a 4-time Australian memory champion as well, sort of before my time, and he's one of the co-founders of it. Amazing website, and they've gamified memory training, right? So what you can do is you can play the games and see where your level is at, and then once you start training, to see, okay, what level can I get up to? So that's a real objective measure of where you can be. For example, I had a client who trained, I showed him how to memorize names. He wasn't that great at it. What took me 1 year to get to the highest level took him 2 weeks, you know? So it's like, man, and his base level was low. So, you know, what you can do with some amazing techniques, sometimes it's not going to take a year. Sometimes you have the right guidance on skills. You can get there within weeks as well. So, you know, it'd be interesting to see what you come up with for your baseline. So, you know, you pick one of those events. I'd say probably just names, right? See how many names you can remember in a minute, because those events are in 1 minute. And if you can do like, I don't know, 10 or more names, you're doing pretty well. If you get under that, and it's like, okay, see what you can get in, you know, 4 weeks time, and see what you can get in 8 weeks time. And if you can get more than 18, then you're on the highest level.
I'm going to try this, and I'll report back to you.
Yeah. But one technique that I must give, so that you and everyone watching and listening could, you know, practice themselves, is use association. Like I explained with Ben, right, earlier. Sandra maybe has sand in her hair, right? So you can visualize that. Catherine, maybe she's holding a cat, right? She's patting the cat, or petting. I think you guys say in the US. So come up with associations for the names. Take your time. Like, it's not going to be, you know, half a second. I mean, that's what we do. But, you know, starting out, you're going to take a bit more time, right? Play around with that. And then I think sooner or later, you'll find that you're not just memorizing. Now you're competing against yourself to, okay, I'll need to get next level, next level, next level. And the more you do that, the better you get as well.
Sometimes I think I might have the maturity of a child because in my head I'm like, how do you not tell Catherine that you imagined a cat? To me, it's like an inside joke with myself. It'd be, Ben, how do you remember all these names? Well, cat, dog, chicken wings, long hair. It seems quite fun to me. I could see myself like giggling over it and telling people, guess how I remembered your name? I remembered a dog name. It was a German Shepherd named Storm. I don't know. I feel like a child.
Yeah, I mean that's why I got into it, right? My mind was always creative, and that's how I was at school. I always had the imagination. I would daydream a lot. I would crack silly jokes. I mean, that was me. I would laugh at anything. So when I discovered memory training and found out that it was fun and not nerdy, I'm like, hang on, this could suit me. So that's all I did. The competitions weren't just very nerdy and you had to get everything right. It was just a play on mental games and imagination. And the more fun you had with it, the better you got at it. I mean, it's insane, right? We're trying to be more professional these days, but the more childlike, the more story-like we create things, the more we remember it and it becomes an experience. So, man, you might be the ideal candidate for the next memory champion. Who knows?
Well, we'll try. We'll rock and roll and tell the listener one more time. Ooh, this is fun. Tell the listener how they can best support you. Most of them have access. They're on a computer. They can click the show notes. They can click it on their phone. But some might be running. They might be driving. And it is in the show notes, but let's have fun with it. Tell them how to support you, but make sure they remember it.
Right.
So maybe you teach them how to remember it as you tell them how to support you. Have we ever done this before?
No, this is a world first.
So give a call to action, but make sure I remember it afterwards without touching anything.
Okay, so my name Tansel, right? A lot of people remember Tinsel, right? So there's your little anchor, Tinsel, right? Now, whoever's got a bad memory or not, it doesn't have to be memory. It could be attention. It could be focus. It could be, having leadership skills, right? How do you create that vision? How do you get people to follow? Like anything to do with the brain cognition, right? We're going to connect onto that tinsel. So whatever people are thinking of that challenge they're having, I want them to have a tinsel in their hand and grab me by the throat and pull me next to them, say, okay, come here, you, like almost like Mortal Kombat, but with the tinsel and help me. So once they visualize that, they'll remember my name from tinsel. And then whatever action they want to take, they can jump on my website. That's the whole, all the source and everything that you want to find out about me is on my website. And then from there, you can, connect and do whatever you want.
Well, and so you're a 4-time Australian memory champion. So I think it's fair for you to say, I am the greatest, Muhammad Ali.
I do have an Ali in my name, so it does mean the greatest in the Arabic terms. But
So
I am not the greatest. Obviously, I've got the same brain as everyone else. I just know how to use it. So once you know how to use it, yeah, you'll be greater than me, like my clients have showed me as well. So sometimes it takes me way longer than what my clients are able to do. And sometimes I don't say anything. It's like, you know what? Just bask in the glory. Whereas I was struggling for a year, and you're able to do it in 2 weeks. So, but this is human nature, right? Sometimes we're just good at creating. There's some people that are not so creative, so they need other strategies as well, and that's fine. So it's all about using your brain, like we were saying. And once you just keep using your brain instead of being passively using it, like watching stuff and scrolling on the phone, things that don't actually help us encode, that's just doing more damage as well.
if you're a listener, next time I meet you, I'm going to remember your name. Tanzo, this has been a lot of fun. We'll stop here because I don't want to overload. Is this brain overload? That's actually one last question. How do you know that you're doing too much? I don't want to overwhelm the brain, exhaust it, feel lethargic. Like, was this podcast overload? Is it a good quantity? Is there such thing as too much?
Yeah, look, there is. I think I mentioned earlier, right? What was, if you've got too many things on your brain, you could easily forget stuff. That's what overwhelm is. And I've done a lot of videos on this. I coach a lot of my clients that are overwhelmed as well. And that's, it's sometimes just life and the decisions we made that put us in that state. It's like sometimes we just can't help it. But like I said, if you've got one story that like you can remember it, it's fine. If you've got many stories playing out, remember, the stories have emotions attached to them as well. If something is making you angry, if something is making you, tired, if something is making you this, that, all those emotions are coming together, you're going to be flooded. Therefore, even if you know techniques, you're still going to forget because you're emotionally drained. So the trick is, how do you get rid of all of that, even though you could still have it? So that's where the focus comes in. That's where memory techniques come in. And you can use memory techniques to create single focus as well, which is what we use in competition because we need focus in order to remember, even if we have a million things on our mind, right? So yeah, overwhelm is real and you can fix it with memory strategies, mindfulness strategies, all of that.
This was fun. I want to jump off just to, I have this all written down, memoryleak.com. I'm going to watch your YouTube. I'm going to figure out where I'm at, and a year from now, I'll have you back on the show, and I'll recite every single word from this episode. I'll do my best to become a master like yourself.
Yeah, and for those watching, if they want to remember your whole episode as well, this is a thing. You think of whole episode, your brain gets overwhelmed, right? Because there's thousands of words spoken, all of that. But if you were to break up the podcast in different sections, and if you say, okay, this section was talking about the airplane, I bet you people will be able to remember what that issue was, right? So breaking up into sections, like there could be, for example, 500 words on a page. You're not going to remember 500 things, but if there's 4 sections, you're going to know what happened in each of those sections, right? So it's the same thing here as well. But yeah, it would be great to see how you go with it. And yeah, thanks. I really appreciate you having me on.
It was a ton of fun. I'm excited to go workshop it. I'm going to re-listen to this one just so I can take a couple notes, workshop it. But you tell me, talking about it's fun, but doing it's probably more fun.
Doing it can be a pain, right? Yes, it's fun. Yes, there's fun strategies, but here's the thing. It takes energy, right? And if you haven't got that mental capacity to focus, which a lot of people don't, you're going to give up early. So I guess my one advice for people is to stick with it, right? Stick with it. Try and use it for, even if it's 5 minutes, you don't have to go for half an hour every day. Even if it's 5 minutes, just do what you can because that consistency beats having to do it all at once that people think they need to do. So yes, stick with it. That's the best advice I can give, and you'll definitely see results.
Well said. Thanks again for coming on the show. I had a ton of fun today.
Thanks for having me.
What I found is joy is a choice. Joy is not a constant because there were times, even a couple of weeks ago, where I was like, holy moly, I can't do this anymore. I had somebody pretty close to me that said, oh, I give Amberly 6 months to live. What? You give me 6 months to live? How dare you? Like, nope, I'm not dying. I like a good challenge. Self-care is great, but soul care, like what do you need to nourish your soul? What fills your cup? And go do more of that. People think I'm so positive and I'm not. I am not the most positive person. I work at it. I would say the first thing to do is
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So Amberly Lago, Joy Through the Journey, your latest book. And one big thing I know you do is you help people through their seasons of struggle.
Mhm.
We all have these seasons of struggle. And I know personally you had a seasons of struggle while promoting this book, which what was that like to go through, pain and issues while promoting this book that helps people get through their issues? Like what happened there?
Well, I'll tell you what, through writing the book and then launching the book, well, everything I share in the book is, I don't have a college education. I don't have some fancy PhD, but I guess I do have a PhD in falling down, failing, and getting back up because I've done it over and over and over. And we were talking before we started recording how this past year I've had a lot of health challenges. And I was just sharing how I just actually got out of the hospital 2 weeks ago. And, I had this horrific motorcycle accident. As a result, I was diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome, which is ranked highest on the pain scale. It leaves you in constant chronic pain. There's apparently no known cure. It's kind of like it's in my right leg, and it feels like it feels like a million rubber bands wrapped tightly around my foot and leg, or a vice grip on my foot, and like battery acid running through your veins. And so it's constant. And they say there's no known cure yet, but I have found ways to get through it. But this past year has really taught me to listen to my body because I'm stubborn and I think I just need to push through. And I was like, I got to grind it out. I'm really good at grit. Not many things I'm good at, but I'm good at grit. And so I would just be trying to grit it out. And I learned over and over and over that pain demands to be heard. No, so you might not have physical pain, but whatever the pain is, whether it's financial, relational, um, emotional, whatever that is, it demands to be heard because at first it will be a little whisper and then it gets loud. And for me, it took me down. And so what I found is, joy is a choice. Joy is not a constant because there were times, even a couple of weeks ago, where I was like, holy moly, I can't do this. I really thought I can't do this anymore. I was about ready to throw in the towel. And I've shared that with my husband. But you get to those dark places and you learn, for me, God doesn't waste pain. And I have to look at what I have learned from every hard situation I've been through, every health challenge I've been through. And everything in this book is raw and real and vulnerable. And it was scary as hell to release it because I'm like, wow, I share some stuff that a lot of people don't know. But the reason I share it is because I want others to know if they're struggling, hey, you're not alone. Like, yep, I've been there. Yep, I've hit, I don't even call it rock bottom. I call it rock foundation because that's where we start to build and grow and level up. And so going through these health challenges, do you know, I had people, I had somebody pretty close to me that said, oh, started telling people I give Amberly 6 months to live. Like, what? You give me 6 months to live? How dare you? Like, nope, I'm not dying. I'm here. I like a good challenge. So I don't know, call me crazy, but when somebody tells me I can't or it can't be done or won't happen or I've got 6 months to live, that motivates me. And I'm like, oh, really? Watch me. And so in those low moments, and we all have low moments, I think about like, what's the hardest thing that I've ever overcome? And I got through it and I will get through this next moment and the next one. So if you're going through a hard time, focus on the good in your life, even though it might be hard in the moment, but also focus on, man, look at what you've overcome before. And what is your why? Like when I used to think about, how am I going to get through this? What am I going to do? It just got me in my head. And that's not a good place for me. But when I thought why I'm going to do it, that activates the human spirit, and the human spirit is powerful beyond measure. It activates your heart, it gets your blood pumping, your adrenaline flowing, and it gets you through moment by moment, sometimes just little baby steps at a time. But this last year, through life's ups and downs, I woke up, man, whenever I got a big decision, I always pray about it before I go to bed. And I woke up in the middle of the night crystal clear with the decisions that I'm going to change in 2026. And so I think it's important to look at your life, take a good hard look, and get radically honest with yourself and ask yourself, what brings you joy? What moves the needle on your business and your life? And what is not in alignment with you, your vision, your morals, your values, and get rid of that.
Amberly, I have a million questions for you today. I wrote down April 6, 2022. That's when our first episode together came out. That's like almost 4 years ago.
Can you believe that?
I literally wrote down in my notes, so what's new? Haha, because I'm like, we could just do 10 hours on updates. Yeah, almost 4 years ago. I want everyone to check out the notes. So the backstory is all there. So we'll share that in the notes. I have a million questions about what's new, what's in the book. But before we go there, can I share something with you, something I learned recently? And
yeah.
Some tips from you as well. So I stole this from Joe Hudson, Art of Accomplishment. But it's an exercise where you just ask the question, what's awesome about that? So for example, let's just do it real quick. So for example, this actually was something last night, party. We had margaritas, Mexican food. I ate too much, felt like stomach ache, like bloated, felt like poop this morning. So what you do, and you can do this for yourself or you can do it with a friend, we'll do it. All you have to do, Amberly, is say the words, what's awesome about that? So I say, my stomach aches and I overate. You would go, what's awesome about that?
What's awesome about that?
I had a ton of great food, margaritas. It was fun. And you'd go, what's awesome about that?
What's awesome about that?
I got
chips
to spend
and
time with friends and this, and I have the means to afford it. And we take this problem and we just ask, what's awesome about that? And then it flips our lens to be like, oh, what's great about this problem? What are the good things found in this? And the reason I share that is I think it's an awesome tool that anyone can use. But like in terms of like gratitude, and you said choosing joy, I don't know anyone who's more awesome at doing that. So like, how do you remain so grateful and positive when shit doesn't always go well sometimes? Do you have any tools that you use, or is it just within you? You tell us.
Well, I love that. What's awesome about that. And, I have some people in my life, in my family, that are not positive at all. Like they're like, the glass is always half empty. And so it used to really drain me. And now when I get on the phone with them, the first thing I say before they can start into all their negativity and dumping on me is I say, tell me something good. And they're like, oh, something good. What? So it gets them focused on the good instead of dumping and immediately going to the negative. But you know what? People think I'm so positive, and I'm not. I am not the most positive person. I work at it. Like from the moment I wake up, I work on my mindset. And that starts with prayer. And I always say, you know what? Keep your shoes underneath your bed. Because you know what? You'll have to get on your knees to get your shoes before you leave the house. So getting on your knees and praying and thanking God for another day that I can walk, instead of just getting out of bed and then hurting because I hurt sometimes I hurt and the pain wakes me up in the middle of the night. Other times I wake up and I start to walk and I'm like, oh, and I can easily go into, see, you can't even walk without a limp today. See, you're getting old. You hurt. Maybe you should just give up. It will just go negative. And I have to nip it in the bud. And I do that with gratitude, because gratitude is alchemy, and it changes it shifts your mindset, and it gets you focused on all the things that you do have instead of what you don't have. And it really allows you to focus on what you can do instead of what you can do. And I think that is something that really helps me, is focusing on what I can do and letting go of the rest. And also letting go of expectations. That is freedom right there. And, I was just talking to my sponsor. So I got sober in 2016. I started drinking after my accident to try to self-medicate for the pain. And it
10
worked.
years.
It
That's
worked
going
until it
on
didn't.
10 years, though. Amberly, I just want to note that you're going on 10 years. That's badass.
Well, thank you. It's something I work at.
Yeah.
And I will tell you that I slipped for one day. So I had to start my days over in 2021.
Okay.
And I share this, and I had a lot of shame about it. But I share this because what happened is life got really good, And then little by little, I started letting go of what I call my non-negotiables. So I was like, oh, got another Zoom. Got to skip the workout. Oh, got another Zoom. Can't eat. Oh, forget the prayer. I got to get right into work. Forget, little by little, the things that keep me mentally, spiritually, physically fulfilled and strong and resilient, I started letting go. And there was a moment when everything that could go wrong went wrong. I mean, it was some bad stuff happening in business, in my family. And I just wanted to shut my mind down. And I had a pain pill left over from surgery, and I took it thinking it was going to help. And the minute I took it, I thought, oh my gosh, I just lost my sobriety. And so I wish I could say, oh, I felt great. I was like dancing on the tabletop and everything was great. And it wasn't. I was immediately filled with shame, disgust, remorse. I went to bed, woke up the next day, called my sponsor and said, I screwed up. And she's like, what? What happened? And I told her. And so I started my days over, and I didn't tell other people because eventually I did tell some people, and they're like, what? You took one pill. You shouldn't have to start over on your days when you took one pill. It was like you didn't even get high or wasted, or it doesn't count. No, I knew it counted. If you aren't honest with yourself, how can others trust you? I needed to be able to trust myself. So I knew I had to get radically honest with myself because that kind of scared me. I have a healthy respect for that. I never want to have a problem with pills. I never have. It was alcohol. But so yes, I got sober 2016, went out for one day, and then I still go to meetings. I'm in a 12-step program. I go to meetings. I sponsor women. I have a sponsor. I was out of the hospital a couple of days, well enough to fly to LA and help one of my clients. She's been a client of mine for 21 years, and she had had surgery. And my husband was like, you're not well enough. You're not recovered enough to go. And I was like, no, I gave her my word. I'm going to be there for her. So I went to help her. And every time I'm in LA, no matter what, I was like there to help her. But I was like, I got to go see my AA sober sisters. So I got to go to a meeting and fill up my cup being around these women. And so it's work staying sober through all of that happened this past year. The best thing, the thing that I'm most proud of is not that I got USA Today best-selling author, is not that my Unstoppable Success Summit was a huge success, is not that, I spoke on more stages. I did 98 podcast interviews on other shows. I spoke on 58 stages across the country. And the thing I'm most proud of is that I stayed sober. Because that is taking care, it's soul care. And I encourage everyone who's listening to take care, do some soul care. Self-care is great, but soul care, like what do you need to nourish your soul? Is that being with people and connecting with your friends and going to have margaritas and Mexican food, which chips and salsa are my weakness, by the way? Is that going out in nature, going for a hike? Is that listening to music? You know, I love listening to gospel music on the way to the gym and AC/DC or Metallica when I'm working out. Like, what fills your cup? And go do more of that. Like, what brings you joy? We have joy within us, but it's up to us to choose to light up that joy even more. Because, yes, pain and joy can coexist. It's up to us to build upon the joy.
Mm. Let's go deeper on this. I've got a tricky question for you, Amberly, but I know you might have an answer. And I just mentioned I had margaritas last night, so I'm a full 12 hours sober. And some people might be on their first day. Some people might be drunk or high right now and like wondering, well, this alcohol or this drug, that brings me joy. I actually don't know what brings me joy. I'm so caught up in the day to day. I'm so fogged out. I'm consuming these things. I don't know where to find joy. What would your thoughts be for that person who's in that dark place? Like, well, where do I even find joy? This is what I've done for years now. This is what I know. Where does the joy come from? Where can we find it?
You got to stop the noise. There's so much noise out there. And I will tell you, one of the things that really helped me this year is, so we lost my dog. We had a little 2.5 pound dog. Her name was Goldie, and for 14 years, she was with me through every surgery. And she died, even though she was old, she died very traumatically. It was not expected. And I was just I did not know you could grieve so much over a 2.5. I didn't know that a 2.5 pound little pup could give you so much love, and that I could grieve so much over losing a dog. And I couldn't stop crying. And I remember thinking, I have got to do something. Not that I wanted to ignore the feeling, but I knew I just needed a little reprieve from crying. And so I put up the Christmas tree, and because that brings me joy. I was like, okay, I stopped crying for a little bit. I'm crying again. Then I was like, okay, I need to go out there and find joy, do some joy spotting. And so I went to Home Good, joy spotting, like find the joy. So I went to Home Goods. Of course, Home Goods is great. And the first thing I see when I walk into Home Goods is a sign that says joy. And so I thought, what you seek, you will find. But I really needed to connect with other people and smile at them and ask them how they were doing, because that joy is contagious. And when we share the joy, it multiplies. And when we share our pain, it divides it. And so just walking through Home Goods and smiling and talking to people and feeling that connection, we are not meant to do hard things alone. So if you're in a dark place, I would encourage you to, first of all, take a break, put a pause on this podcast. You can come back and listen to it, but put a pause on it. Get outside in nature without your headphones, without your phone, without anything, and just be. When we have that quiet, that still, that's when we can spark creativity. And that's where we figure out, well, where do I find joy? I find joy going barefoot through my yard. One of the things that really helped me was, so after my dog passed away, my family surprised me with another dog, and her name is Nugget. And she is the sweetest. She's mad at me right now because I've been in my office all day. But I think her name should be Big Mac. She was supposed to be 20 pounds, and I thought she was going to be a little nugget, but she's more like a Big Mac. She's over 50 pounds. But yet she's supersized. But you know what is so amazing is that having her brings me so much joy. But what it has also done is I have to take her out to use the bathroom. So no matter what, like, I got to take a break and go take her out for a walk. And I've noticed just taking that break in the morning throughout the day to get outside. I purposely go out there without my phone, without anything, just her in nature, in the sunshine, or even if it's cold and rainy, I get out there. But when you can get out in nature, or if you can just get away from the noise for a little bit, then pay attention to what lights you up. And that could be cooking in the kitchen. It could be music. It could be working out. Boy, moving your body moves your mood. And energy is everything and everything is energy. So you can shift your energy just by moving. So get out there and move.
So good. So good. It reminds me, like, when's the last time I had a good old belly laugh? Or when's the last time I lost track of time and forgot I even had a phone? I'm guessing everybody has moments like that, and it's just going and finding those again, right?
Yeah. And I'm glad you said that because like when I couldn't get up, I was so bad I couldn't walk. And when I could, this is 2 weeks ago, by the way. When I could walk, I was so scared of falling. I was walking, holding the furniture just to put my shoes on. I was like, I better sit down to put my shoes on. I couldn't do much. I tried to get out there and take my dog for a walk. And I had to tell my husband, I was like, I can't do it. You're going to have to walk her. I can't. I could walk like right down the driveway, right down to the edge to the neighbor's house. And then I had to turn back. And so what helped is I said, get away from the noise, but I will tell you something I did that is kind of a guilty pleasure because I was kind of stuck in the bed was, I watched Ridiculousness. I don't know if you've ever seen that,
Yeah,
but
absolutely. Every time I'm at a hotel and I turn on MTV, Ridiculousness, it's a classic.
yes. And it's just like, you laugh. It's just mindless. It's like guilty pleasure. When I was stuck in the bed, that's what I watched. And so when you said belly laugh, I'm like, sometimes I can laugh so hard at that. But also, laughter is our medicine here in this family. I mean, we've been through so much. I've been in the hospital so many times that my daughter, my husband, we've just learned to laugh at things, and that helps so much. It's just being able to laugh at yourself.
Take us behind the scenes. I mean, you mentioned just a couple weeks ago you're in the hospital, and I know we're recording this December of 2025. But your big event, your annual event, which is going to kick ass and be amazing and only good vibes. I see you on stage dancing. I can already see you dancing on stage. I know that's going to happen.
Oh, I've already got my outfit.
That's coming out in a little bit. What are your thoughts when it's like, I was just in the hospital and I have this event in 4 months. It's going to be unbelievable. Do you get concerned? Are you optimistic? How do you prepare knowing that you just said no? Tell us more.
Oh, well, no. I don't worry about or think about, oh gosh, I got this event. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it.
Spending months on the what ifs. And I'm not even trying to push that on you. I'm just like, you've got to be resilient and strong, and you already have your outfit and you already know it's going to go well.
I think your mindset is so much, but I take care of myself as best as I can, mentally, physically, spiritually, every single day. Now, I do whatever I can to be the best version of myself. And even if that's just improving myself 1% every day. But I don't get caught up in worrying. It's a waste of time for me. I've been through way too much to worry about the small stuff. And you know what? I've learned to turn it over and fully rely on God. And I mean, I say that because I can really get into self-will and think I'm the director and I can do all this. But you know what? I'm not really in control. I can do my best. I can prepare for the best. But in the end, it's really not up to me. And that gives me some freedom in knowing that, yeah, I do the work. I put the work in. It's not like I'm wishful thinking. I'm working hard behind the scenes. I'm working hard to fill all these seats. I got 275 seats to fill, and I want an audience because my mastermind members are going on stage, and I want an audience for them. But I also, those proceeds, I want to be able to give a big check to Call to Freedom to help these other women, to impact their lives. And so I just trust that God is going to bring the right people in the room that need to be there, that want to have the not just the inspiration, but the impact to change their lives, because all it takes really is one conversation, one collaboration. I mean, look at us meeting you. You are, and no wonder everybody loves you and your show so much. You are the most giving, amazing person. And I have been so blessed to have met you, and you have done so much for me. You've promoted that podcast episode. You have like given me clips for it. You're so giving about getting on a call with me and talking to me. And that's, I just appreciate you, but that's what it's all about. Like, how can we grow together? What can we give instead of what can we get? And, putting the work in and trusting that, as long as we're doing our best, everything will work out.
Well, thank you, Amberly. My motto this year literally was, "We all grow together."
Really?
That was my motto of 2025. Yeah. I have a whole community at that domain name, but this isn't about me. That was literally my motto of the year. So first off, thank you. And take us to this event. Let's envision it. And I know it goes on every year because people listen to I had people reaching out 3 years later being like, "Thank you for that episode." And I'm like, I got to listen to that again. I forget having that conversation. You never know when someone's called to listen to an episode like this, and we can help them. So I know the event's annual, but it's also coming up super soon. Take us there. Who's going to be there? Who's speaking? Why are they there? You're up on you with your perfect outfit already picked out.
Well,
what's the event going to be like, Amberly?
Well, it's not all about the outfit, but I do
know
like
it's not. I'm just imagining the whole thing.
I know, but I love having fun outfits. In fact, I had a book signing this morning, actually, early this morning. I started early. I had a book signing at 7:00 this morning. And I wore this new outfit, and my husband saw, I guess, pictures on social media. He's good about checking my story and saying, "Hey, you shouldn't post that," or, "Oh, you should take that down," or, "Oh, this morning he goes, "Why'd you wear that outfit? That's a stage outfit. Like, I thought you were going to wear that to your event." So I love a fun outfit for sure. Because I think that what you wear, how you wear your hair, all those things, it kind of makes you feel empowered, for girls anyway. I don't know. Maybe for guys too.
If you ever see me on stage, and I haven't got to speak on stage with you, I hope to maybe do that once. Look down at my feet, because I always got the best shoes for when I'm speaking at an event. As a guy, it's about the watch and the shoes. It makes me feel great.
Yeah. You know what? That my husband says the same thing. When he meets somebody, he looks at their shoes.
Huh.
Yeah. Shoes tell a lot about a person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
Go
I will go on. So this event, doing it totally different. So Trent Shelton is a friend of mine, and I spoke at his event a few months ago, and he had it at a theater. And I always have my event at some swanky hotel that's like gorgeous, and I love, and I loved this theater where he held his event. And I got to talking to him and his assistant. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do my event different this year. I'm going to have it in this theater, because mainly what I want is I have my mastermind members on stage, and these women, some of them, it's their first time on stage, but I believe in giving them a platform and giving them a stage, because sometimes that's all it takes, being on stage one time to like kickstart their career. But we all have a message to share. These women have the most beautiful hearts. They have been through, some of them, cancer, some of them near death, some of them, sobriety stories. One of them is a doctor with alopecia. I mean, there's so many. All of them have incredible stories, and they're going to go on stage and share the tools and how they have leveled up their life so others know that they can too. So it's not just about a day of inspiration. It's about tangible tools you're going to be able to take away. But more than that, and I know you know this, it's about getting in the right room. It's about being able to connect with the right people and being around people who you've got this big dream that they're going to go, oh my gosh, yes, go for it. And how can I help you? You know, I have big dreams for this, and I haven't shared that. Well, my team knows because they put up with me. They put up with me, but I'm like, I see gospel. Like I want a gospel music. I want
Yeah.
sound bath. I need dancers. So anybody listening to this that is a dancer that's like, yeah, I'll dance at your event. Like I have all these plans. And so I have a meeting right after this call with my team, and we're going over logistics, and they're probably going to be like, whoa, 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 Amberly, reel it in, reel it in. But I want this to be an experience, an unforgettable experience where you are so filled up with joy and inspiration, but walk away with a new family of friends, with new tools it's going to change your life. And that's all, I just did, sorry, I'm talking. I just get so passionate about this.
Yeah.
I just did an interview with a girl who said, Amberly, thank you for being on the show. She goes, you got on a phone call with me a year ago, and I told you I had a dream of doing a podcast. And you told me, well, what are you waiting for? Do it. And she did it. Sometimes that's all it takes is one conversation, one person that can believe in you before you believe in yourself. One person that can love on you before you can love yourself. I know because I've been there. And so I wish everybody knew just the impact that it makes on your life, your business, your career, your mindset in every way, just getting in the right room.
So good. So good. How do we show up? How do we come hang out with you?
You can go to amberlylago.com, and events are there, my book's there, podcast there, everything is there. So you can find, and I've made it very affordable because I want, there's a lot of events out there that are like, for $2,000, you can come hang out with us for the day. No, tickets start at $30.
No way.
Yeah. I want it to be something that everybody can do, and to know that the money that they are spending on a ticket is going for a good cause to help other women, not just impact and elevate yourself, but you're impacting other women by purchasing a ticket.
I'm literally, if you see me typing, Amberly, I'm writing this down right now, because in my community, I'm sure I have folks in the area or the ones that are willing to travel. I'll go ahead. Someone wants to reach out to me, I'll buy your ticket.
Oh, you are awesome.
If you're
Yeah,
already a community member, don't even ask twice. I'm there. But if someone wants to reach out, we haven't met yet, I'll buy your ticket. That's unbelievable, Amberly.
Oh, thank you. I just did a client of mine wrote her book, and I was part of her book launch, and we did a giveaway, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to give away 10 tickets. So I bought 10 tickets for the people, and you just reminded me I need to send them an email.
That's awesome. That's awesome. We're both taking notes here. And we talked about this event's every year. Just being in the room, and tell me if I'm wrong. Obviously, you want to fill every single seat, but it doesn't just have to be Amberly's event. It's
exactly
that community of people that are actually there to help you and actually there to be present in the moment with you and support you. And I mean, would you totally agree, right? Like your event kicks butt, but it's find your tribe no matter what, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like find the people. And it's so important. Like if you've got these big dreams, find the person who has maybe had the struggle that you had, but they're on the other side and they're doing what your vision is, like what you want to do. Then go, don't do it alone. Go get a coach, get in the room, get a mentor. You can time collapse your goals by doing that. And so, if it's not my event, go find the event that's for you. Maybe it's a Tony Robbins event. Maybe, there's so many events. It's unreal. Like if you just even look on events like at conferences here in Dallas, there are so many. Dallas is such a great place for events.
And there's virtual communities. There's something for everyone. I know the in-person's irreplaceable, but even finding a virtual community or a local group's fantastic. Who are some of the folks that you're learning from? You're so awesome, Amberly. So I'm like, who are the people that are a step in front of you? I don't know if I'd even say it like that, but
You are so awesome. Oh my goodness. There are so many people like way ahead. I'm still learning. I'm still figuring things out.
The one thing I've always said, Amberly, is they're not any farther or they're not any better than you. They just might be farther along. And they're on a different journey, so they might have started on mile 100 and you started on mile 0, and that's okay as well. But who are those people that you're looking up to and that you get that inspiration from?
Well, I really have to think about sometimes. I will think, well, what would, John Gordon do in this situation? What would Ed Milet do in these situations? So I've shared the stage John's shared the stage with him. Ed Milet, we've shared the stage several times. Mel Robbins, we've shared this.
I know Ed endorsed the book too, right?
Yep. John wrote the foreword. Ed endorsed the book. And so I always think about like, well, what would they do in this situation? Or, I shared the stage with Mel Robbins and I'm like, what would Mel Robbins do in this situation? Because I'm always striving to, improve and get better. And I was just talking to this client of mine, the one that I've had for 21 years. And I said, yeah, I remember doing one of my very first speaking events. And I was backstage and I was all like, it was just me. And I remember Mel Robbins walked in and she had like a team of people, like an assistant, videographer, this and that. And I was like, wow, like someday I want to have that, And so I have, luckily I'm so grateful. I have such a good team. I mean, my video guy is amazing. My web guy is amazing. My assistant is amazing. Like I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed. But now it's like, okay, I've got these great people and now it's time to grow. And so I've noticed people that are steps ahead of me. It's so much about having a great team. Nobody does things. You don't do it alone. Like I've been backstage with some huge name speakers in the industry and they're not coming up with their social media and posting it themselves. They're working on what they're good at. And so it's like, that's what I'm trying to do is just kind of level up because right now I do all my social media.
I was going to say, that's part of your charm though. And that's part of why people feel so connected to you. It isn't a facade. There isn't a VA pretending to be cheerful and happy for you. It's actually Amberly, like being a cheerleader and an ambassador for her community. And that's an irreplaceable asset. And I don't know how you scale it. I don't know how you scale it, but it is an irreplaceable asset.
Well, thank you. I'm super behind on DMs. I mean, like when I was in the hospital, I couldn't even look at my phone. Sure. And so the first day that I could, I had like 600 emails, couldn't even look at social media. It took me like a full day to get through emails and stuff. So, I know that I need help. So I have this assistant who's amazing and she's going to start helping me more. But, it's a process. But yeah, it's me writing the comments back to you. It's me doing the DMs. It's me. It's me. I might take a little time getting back to you, but I will get back to you.
You're good about that. Not to tell the listeners to flood you, but I do want them to flood you with some follows and some love. You've got a podcast yourself. I just saw him post today, a good friend of both of ours, Devin Sizemore, was just on your show. So Devin's been on this show. Great guy. How do people listen to your podcast? Because I want to send people there too.
Oh, well, thank you. And you know what? I say we take a screenshot of this, whether you're listening on Apple or you're seeing it on YouTube or wherever, and tag Ben and let's show you some love because you're so amazing. And you can find my podcast at amberlylago.com. It's under the podcast page. You can find the Amberly Lago Show on any podcast platform, or YouTube is Amberly Lago. But yeah, that's how you find it.
Cool beans. So Joy, the full title, oh my gosh, it's a mouthful, Amberly. Joy through the journey, shift your mindset, and embrace the present moment. Oh, did I miss a word here? I just got to open up my screen. And cultivate resilience through life's up and downs. That was a terrible read. I apologize for that.
That's okay. I don't even know it. I have to read it again.
Give us one tactical, as we close out, I want something tactical practice. You can reiterate something you already discussed or bring us something new, that things are tough. We're going through a new season. We want to find a little more joy in the journey. We want to be more resilient. What's one thing we can start doing as early as right stinking now to just have a better tomorrow?
Yeah, right now, I would say the first thing to do is to get honest with yourself, get radically honest with yourself. What's going on? Take the blinders off and take a good hard look at what your life is right now, who you are, where you are on your journey. That way, when you're honest with yourself, then you can start to take steps to move forward. But also just knowing that joy is possible, and the easiest and quickest way to shift your mindset is with gratitude. And I know if you're going through a really hard struggle, it might be hard. You might be thinking there's no way I can be grateful. There's always something to be grateful for. And so when you pause, I use an app. I'm not affiliated with this app whatsoever, but it's called My Spiritual Toolkit. Now, it's a sobriety app, but you don't have to be sober to use it. I think it's $1 a year. I don't remember. It's very inexpensive. But in this app, there are everything from prayers to daily readings, and there's a space that's under the toolkit, and you can write down 10 things that you're grateful for. So get accountability. I have accountability. I have some ladies, we text each other every single day what we're grateful for. In this app, you just type it in and then you can share it. And it's one thing when you feel grateful, but sometimes when you see what other people are grateful for, it really is unbelievable. I have a friend who she was grateful. It was her last day of chemo. I'm like, you know what? I thought life kind of sucked right now, but I'm not doing chemo. I don't have cancer, And so it's just easy to shift your mindset when you can be grateful for things. And then also one other thing is I guess I say fully rely on God a lot because my daughter made me this little ceramic frog. It's so cute. Look how cute that is. So I say, to remind myself that I'm not alone, to fully rely on God. And now I'm starting to find frogs. I'm not kidding. And I'm having people send me frogs. I just got this little frog sitting in a chair, somebody reading a book with a cup of coffee. This little frog somebody gave me, but I'm seeing frogs. So what you look for, you will find. So focus on the good. And if you see a frog, let it remind you to fully rely on God.
It's winter time right now, but come to upstate New York, Amberly. We got plenty of toads and frogs for you by the water. I'll take some pictures, and every time I see one, I'll take a picture, and it'll remind me of you.
Oh, I'm serious. I love it. I'll be out for a walk and see one. I'm like, oh yes, fully yeah, yes. Please do that.
And if anyone downloads the app and sees I'm grateful for Amberly Lago, Ben put that there. I'm probably going to fill that one out right there. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you taking time out of your busy day to spend some time with us. And I look forward to it. It's been almost 4 years. I'd love to have you back within the next 4, but regardless, you're invited anytime. You're amazing.
Oh, thank you. You're amazing. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
We'll talk soon.
I think I just spent 27 years and became a senior leader and raised a lot of money for a group that is actually a harmful cult, a destructive cult. We haven't been trained how to see the exploitive side. We haven't been trained how to separate charisma from character. We haven't trained ourselves to see manipulation. We all think that we cannot be manipulated or influenced. I knew working for Landmark was going to be a lot of hours. Who paid the price for my signing away and doing that was my daughter and my son, who didn't have their mom. My daughter has complex trauma due to things that happened that were directly correlate to mom just wasn't there. I have an autoimmune disease that I'll have and manage for the rest of my life. Virtually every staff member I know has some sort of major health crisis. When the doctor gives me a medication, they have to tell me the side effects. Why? Because in that profession, there's a standard for informed consent. Why is there not a standard for informed consent in self-help?
Recommend for someone who needs to leave the situation they're in.
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So, Ann Peterson, is it true that I read in the news that Landmark Forum or Landmark Worldwide is going bankrupt?
Yep. Yeah, well, yes and no. So they did what's called the Texas two-step, made popular by Alex Jones and Johnson & Johnson to avoid massive legal, ramifications, right? But they had big debts they had to get out of. So what Landmark did is they've changed their organizational structure quite often, about every 10 to 12 years or so. And red flag, by the way, folks. And so their primary organization that they operated, certainly in the United States and held parts of the North American operations, was called Landmark Worldwide, LLC. And that's who the employees worked for. They have about 11 different organizations. I affectionately call them the transformational mafia. So it runs a little like that, like they've got all these companies. So what they did, that was the organization that had all the lease agreements and the employees work for, that was their primary operating entity. They set up a new entity, Landmark Worldwide, New Era LLC, out of Texas. If you're a corporation and you want to Texas is very corporate friendly. Let's just put it that way. So they set up a new corporation, Landmark Worldwide, New Era LLC. They took the old corporation, made it a subsidiary, transferred the assets into the new LLC, left the liabilities and the debts, primarily the lease debts, that they had been unable to disentangle from in the pandemic, in the old, and then bankrupted the subsidiary. So if you read their press releases, it's like, we filed bankruptcy with a small subsidiary. It was not, Landmark itself did not go bankrupt. Kinda. So Landmark, the organization that, many of us worked for and were doing business with, did go bankrupt. But after this whole two-step thing, and it is literally called the Texas two-step, it's a corporate trick for getting out of liability while maintaining your assets and keeping going.
Mm. And I start with this because I don't know much about Landmark. I know you're in the organization quite a bit. We'll get into what Landmark is for anyone who hasn't heard of it. But to me, it feels like the end of an era in many ways. Because in online, it's a new term I just learned called grifter. And it's people that basically pretend to be someone they're not, and they sell you crap products, or they're starting these weird high control culty groups around their system that doesn't work. And trust is at an all-time low. And most people know Tony Robbins as the self-help king. Landmark was before that. And I know you were part of Landmark, even wrote a book is this a cult? So I'm like, is Landmark a cult? Is my community at Grow Getters Only a cult? I don't know. But Landmark was like the king of self-help.
Yeah.
But to my understanding, is it hurt a lot of people?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of there's help and there's harm, right? And so there's a lot in that. Landmark is the child of the evolution of EST, Earhart Seminar Trainings, which started in 1971, October 1971. Now, here's what's big about that. So before Tony Robbins, there was Werner Earhart and EST. Werner Earhart was one of the first in what's known as the human potential movement, what we mostly think of as self-help now. Personal professional development is their preferred term.
Mm-hmm.
So EST happens, and it's the child. It's kind of a marriage of Scientology and this group called Mind Dynamics that was quite short-lived. Mind Dynamics actually got put out of business by some lawsuits about 1973. And Werner was initially literally an encyclopedia door-to-door salesman. You'll see with Keith Raniere, Werner, many of these guys start out in a MLM, direct sales kind of thing. Anyway, so that was his business. He wants to be effective and powerful and rich and all that. And he has a team that he hires, and they're all doing Scientology, right, to be more effective. And they're doing Mind Dynamics. This is the late 60s, early 70s was really the birth of that human potential movement. And you can just follow the name to get what that's about, right? And then these organizations start popping up, Mind Dynamics, Leadership Dynamics, even Recovery Center Synanon has an important role in the roots of that whole industry. Anyway, but along comes Werner, and he becomes a Mind Dynamics trainer, then throws that off and decides to create his own thing, EST, Earhart Seminar Trainings. That became a pop sensation. It was a sensation. There's a Mork and Mindy episode that makes fun of it. Okay, so there's a fantastic parody movie called Semi Tough, hilarious, with Burt Reynolds.
Oh,
yeah. So this is the 1970s, 80s. Registration starts to wane. They're having problems because it's quite aggressive. It's very aggressive, and there's lots of famous jokes. It was known because they wouldn't let people go to the bathroom. That was a big thing, and then the term "got it." So IGI, got it. That's an S term. And if you watch the Semi Tough movie, folks, you'll see why it's hilarious. The whole thing is about, I got it. Did you get it? But nobody knows what the heck they're talking about. Got what? Fill in the blank. But that's really the beginning of commercialized personal development seminars. And Werner is one of a handful of what I would say fathers, grandfathers of the whole human potential movement. EST blows up, becomes a big thing. Mid-80s, starts to kind of wane. He retires the EST training, like many.
And can we slow down for a moment?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So it blew up, it got all big, it's being talked about in movies. What were they doing right? It seems like they must have been helping someone. They weren't just making money.
Okay, first of all, so it's never underestimate the power of charisma. Right. So I'm about to do an episode on my new Patreon about charisma versus character and how you kind of tell the difference. But so Werner's very charismatic, but you can go on YouTube and get recordings of him and so on. Anyway, so it's very charismatic and it's very invasive. It's very we're going to confront, Ben, what doesn't work in your life. And the kind of one sentence thing in the background that it was known for is what you discovered in the EST training is that you were the asshole in your life that had your life not working, and you got responsible for you. And out of that, what was the saying? Werner had some saying, it was the problems of life could clear up in the process of life itself, or some word salad-y thing. I'm not getting it right, but you get the gist.
Yeah.
And there just was nothing else like that. I mean, Scientology was on the scene, but they were really in that new age religion kind of field.
A little more taboo, a little less yeah.
Yeah. See, Werner was more secular, less religious. Although the early EST had a lot of metaphysics in it. But they shed that pretty quick. and really went after the business market. So this is where personal development, professional development, like becomes business. And it was very much about stuff that sounds really great. Getting responsible for your experience of your life and the results that you produce, getting responsible for the relationships that you have and your role in them. All the stuff. But they had a problem. It was very intrusive, and there was problems with people having psychological breaks and incidences.
Oh.
And then Werner's personal life is a disaster zone, right? He's like, there's all these rumors. It ends up all in a big 60-minute special in 1990 that actually got removed. You can find it on WikiLeaks, but 60 Minutes took it down. But there's all these allegations about him having inappropriate sexual relationship with his daughters, abuse to employees, lots of screaming and yelling and just really, verbally, emotionally abusive kind of tactics. Like certainly things that today we would look back and go, no, that's emotional abuse. That's verbal abuse. And that was a part of the program. So it also is the birth of what's called large group awareness trainings, which, by the way, Tony Robbins trainings qualify for this. So it's the beginning of, you put a whole bunch of people in a room and you introduce ideas and you put people up in front and you work them until they have a breakthrough. I think people really did have breakthroughs. I had breakthroughs in my participation. I don't participate until 1995. Now, Est is gone. Werner Erhard and Associates is gone. It's been sold to his brother and sister. They start Landmark Worldwide in 1991.
Mm-hmm.
So by now, it's been very cleaned up. Very, it's an international training and development company.
More marketable, more presentable.
Much more presentable, much more palatable. So that is happening. But this large group awareness training, what we now know, and this is an important piece, I think, we need to be willing to have been wrong. We need to be willing, especially as entrepreneurs and people who like to kind of work out on the skinny branches and the front edges of things. We have to be willing to be excited about something, try it out, and evaluate, and then find out you're wrong. Or find out, imagine if the medical community still thought leeches was the best thing, like we have to be willing to do that. And that's one of the failures, in my opinion, of the Landmark world, is they're so attached to the Werner mythology and the Werner, and that's one of the qualities that makes something a dangerous or destructive cult, is when there is an adherence to a person or an ideology or a doctrine, or you could say a set of ideas, and then that everything is referenced off of that, right? All my business policies, all my, whatnot. And this is why I now say, actually, my book was me questioning. I wish I had put in the title, wait, is this a cult? Because that's really what the book is me going, wait, I think I just spent 27 years and became a senior leader and raised a lot of money for a group that is actually a harmful cult, a destructive cult. There's benign cults and there's destructive cults. But this large group awareness piece is important because that is are these kinds of trainings. Here are the ingredients. There is a group, although not always, it doesn't have to be a huge group, but there's a group. It's going to be intense, so probably long hours and kind of a very structured environment. It's not designed for your comfort. It's designed for your attention. But the brain can only attend to so much. So what happens in these trainings, because you're being flooded with so much information, you're being flooded with so much processing, somebody going, Ben, where's your integrity out? Well, I don't think it's out anywhere. Well, look again. All human beings have out integrity. And that can go on for an hour, right? Until essentially you confess. So, and it's very sort of cathartic and emotional. And it's in this whole group. And as we know with human beings in group, they co-regulate, it all happens. And then so what happens Friday, Saturday is a lot of like tearing down your ego identity, tearing down your the stories you tell yourself about yourself and your life, and confronting the reality, except for who gets to say what the reality is. Anyway. And then on Sunday, the third day, you've been going 9 to probably 10 or 11 o'clock for 2 days now. Very intense.
Wow.
One long meal break, a couple of other breaks, but you're always given assignments on the break. So there's no downtime. That's that's an important ingredient because it is literally flooding your cognitive system. And the brain does like turn off at a certain point and you become highly suggestible. So then Sunday comes along. You've been going through all these steps and processes, and you've been encouraged. This is one of the ways they try to avoid the cult moniker. You've been encouraged to call your family, call your friends, essentially confess. They don't use that language. The language is get complete. But what you're being asked to do is call your family and say, gosh, I've been, inauthentic with you about this, and I've been pretending that our relationship's fine, but really I've been hurt since that time 10 years ago and it's like these confessions that come at people a little out of the blue anyway. And then somebody comes back in the room and is like, oh my gosh, I just talked to my dad. I haven't talked to my dad in 10 years. And we had a conversation and we both cried and the whole room erupts. And it's like, that's a transformation.
You're putting that in quotes. Is that not important that maybe I have an issue with my father? He cries with me. He wouldn't do that if we weren't feeling. It does feel like something that could be helpful. Well, like Sarah, quotes. What if I did have a transformation?
But here's what I'm saying. Here's why I'm putting it in quotes.
Please.
Because it's a peak experience.
Okay.
So it's a peak experience. And you know what? It feels so good. It really does feel good. And Dr. John Hunter a researcher has been doing some really great work on this and has found this, his hypothesis is called the dopamine hypothesis, is that they're basically large group awareness trainings are evoking a hypomanic state. So you're in this really elevated high. You're like, oh my God, I just talked to my dad. But here's the problem, Ben. And I didn't know any of this till after I wrote my book, and all these people were coming to me, telling me these stories of the unintended harm. And it is unintended.
Yeah.
It's unintended in the moment. The only place where I don't give Landmark a pass is they have been sued. And many times there's frequent people who do the programs commit suicide. There's people who've done the programs and commit homicide. They spend a lot of effort on addressing the harms. And how many harms? There's no way to know because there's nobody tracking that data. But there's enough to know that they could know better, that they could really know. And to an extent, they do. They've made adjustments over time. They have forms that say, if you have bipolar disorder, we recommend you not participate, but you still can if you want, but then you sign a release form. So there's some things in there where they do mitigate and try to do better. And you're right, there is. Now that happens to be a really great experience if you talk to your dad and you haven't talked to your dad in 10 years, except for if your dad, what's the reason you haven't talked to him in 10 years? A lot of times it isn't just because you made him wrong because he didn't let you go to the prom. That's fine. But oftentimes it's because he was molesting your sister or he was abusing your mom. Like they don't adjust for or even tend to real harms. So it's kind of a one size fits all solution. And look, for most people that they don't have those kinds of abusive or harmful things. Well, what do we say? Roughly about 1 in 3. So quite a few.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So 1 in 3 women have experienced sexual assault. And we don't really know with men because men don't even get asked. But if I'm in there and I'm like being encouraged to forgive my perpetrators, to communicate how I was harmed and the impact it had on me, and try to restore a relationship with no trauma-informed training, with no understanding that you might be putting people back into dangerous situations, That's the problem. It's all kind of put into this self-help structure, and there's a whole basis that, if you just shed your victim mentality and take responsibility, all sounds good, right?
Yeah.
But over time and practice, quite often people end up returning to harmful situations. They end up taking so much responsibility that they're living in a sort of fantasy world and being very ineffective, because I'm now trying to be responsible for things that I have no dominion over. I have no ability to affect. And, we have to hold to realities. We have to hold that as human beings, we have total dominion over how we process things, somewhat, a little bit over how we perceive things, what kind of framing we put around something. I mean, honestly, Ben, we have the ability to delude ourselves. We have the ability to create. We have the ability to recontextualize. We have all this stuff. That's a superpower, actually. But like all superpowers, you got to understand the dark side of that superpower. And these groups like Landmark, they don't educate themselves nor their consumers. That is the biggest lesson that I've learned in this journey of waking up myself and waking up to the harms. And it's most of it is, like I said, it's unintended, because most practitioners that get into self-help or wellness or training, or they have something, they just want to make a difference. They do want to help people, and they want to take care of themselves in the meantime. Nothing wrong with that. But we haven't been trained how to see the exploitive side. We haven't been trained how to separate charisma from character. We haven't trained ourselves to see manipulation. We all think that we cannot be manipulated or influenced. I mean, most people think that to an extent. Anybody who tells me, oh, I would never fall for that, I'm like, you're next in line. Like, you're my perfect target.
Hypnotists always say that. Like, that's the exact person that I like to go hypnotize, because they're the last one to expect, and they're the easiest one to hypnotize.
That's right. And hypnotism is a big piece. Landmark doesn't do hypnotism in the way we normally think of it. With what? Watch,
doing like neuro-linguistic programming? Are they putting
lots of
NLP?
NLP? Again, they would never admit to that, because when you're in a Landmark, and I'm speaking from Landmark because that's where I have direct experience.
Sure.
That's my experience I can speak from, but I can tell you I've talked to hundreds of people in lots of different groups like this, and they all have these similar qualities. I'm friends with Sarah Edmondson and Nippy Ames, a little bit culty. That's how you and I got introduced. But you start talking to other people, there's the same similarity thing. So NLP is in the background, but like if I went to the Landmark, I know the guy who does R&D and said, do you use NLP? They'd be like, no way. I'm like, but then if you go over and you study NLP and you come back to a Landmark training, there's NLP all over it.
Sure.
But everybody thinks their formula is the formula. And they may even say, like, it's the one that makes the biggest difference. They may say, like, oh, this isn't the only one, but it's the best one. We all like to think that. We like to think that the thing that made a difference for us, or that we like, or that we think is profound, if the whole world had that, then all of our problems would be solved. And that's a piece that we as consumers and practitioners, we got to get over it. We got to get over it, because we're doing a lot of damage to ourselves and each other with that kind of shortened thinking. And we got to be willing to go like, okay, here, I love Waterloo, right? So I'm kind of a health nut now. Okay, I love Waterloo. I love it. It tastes great. It feels good. It's refreshing, whatnot. And, there's some data out there that carbonated water isn't good for you. It's putting carbon monoxide in my system. Just understand that there is no thing that is all good,
Mm-hmm.
and or is always good or helpful. So you're right to point out, like, maybe 2 out of 3 of the people in that forum go call their parents and create a bridge, that's amazing. Now it totally shifts when you start becoming accountable, and when you enter into the leadership agreements and then it starts to, that's where the culty part comes in.
How so? So there's a lot of companies that do a lot of great things and they're not cults. So what's the difference between those companies that are just typical organizations doing things great, who maybe have a charismatic leader, but it helps investors invest in the company because they're publicly traded, versus these weird fringe, a little bit culty
Well,
communities?
not so weird. I mean, I would say so. A couple things. So one, cult in and of itself isn't bad. We are a interdependent social species. We are in cult all over the place.
Humans are kind of culty against all the other animals on Earth.
Yeah. And if you look up the word cult, it's in and of itself, that's not a bad thing. I jokingly say I am in the cult of Apple. I have Apple product all over the place.
Oh, no.
And if you come to me with a tech problem, I'm just going to tell you, I don't know what to say. Get a Mac, And I'm a fan, I'm a fan of the product. And you could say that's a product cult. And then there's personality cults, the stars that we love and the whatnot. Where it starts to become a problem is when our adoration starts to eat into our agency. When we begin to try to replicate that leader, when we start to set aside our values or set aside, components. So, and it happens very slowly and very subtly. So one of the things that happens in Landmark, for example, one of their big defenses that they're not a cult is that whole thing that in the program, we encourage you to get in touch with your family. Okay, but then as you become a leader, the very first thing, one of the foundational leadership things, Seminar Leader Program, one of the first things that was a part, now maybe they've changed this. I don't have any evidence that they've changed it, but I'm going to acknowledge that I'm speaking from several years back, like about 10. Well, no, I've heard of this as recently as post-pandemic. Okay. But one of the very first things when you've committed and you've met all the measures and you've been accepted into that leader body and you're now an apprentice is, a process where you sit down and somebody works with you, a senior leader, until you can say who I am is Landmark Seminar Leader. Who I am is, and that's now the bar that you're training. Okay, well, what happened to who I am is Ben? What happened to who I am is I'm a mom? What happened to who I am is I'm a woman? They start to demand that you actually become, this is the structure in Landmark, but it's in all of these. In NXIVM, remember the sashes, the colors at each sash is an attainment. Well, what's happening is you're becoming the ideology. You're becoming the distinction.
You're a product of the product.
You're a product of the product. And there's a line there. This is why my show is called Confronting the Line. There's a line where that's fine. That's okay. I love Waterloo. Yeah, it's not,
I like Nike. I've got Adidas shoes on right now.
Right. I like it's that's not harming me, but they're slowly what often happens is we're turning ourselves over to the thing, our agency. And here's my favorite definitions. That brings me to my favorite definition of, so what makes something a destructive cult or a harmful cult versus a benign one? So a group or movement exhibiting a great or excessive devotion or dedication to some person, idea, or thing, and employing unethical, manipulative, or coercive techniques of persuasion and control designed to advance the goals of the group leaders. So that's another part. So there becomes a point where your participation is you're being extracted from. Your energy, your resources, not just your time, but like in the Landmark world, your network, because that's how they fill their programs is they get you to be a super fan. And then they get you to bring all of your people. And then eventually, if you're high enough in the structures, they'll start to cut you off. They'll start to say, well, if your mom's not going to do the forum, then, is she really your mom? Does she really love you? Does she like that kind of stuff happens on staff? It's
really,
oh yeah. That's part of why a group like Landmark's very difficult because if you just participate in a couple programs and go on about your life, you're probably going to get some good stuff, some good tools, have some insights that are useful for you in your life, and you're going to be fine.
Even in that definition, Anne, the first half sound great. Group of people with a collective vision for collective impact. They might have a leader, but every group has leadership. And then you got to the second part. It's an unethical
Exactly.
mess.
That's where you've crossed the line, right? Where coercive techniques of persuasion and control designed to advance the goals of the group's leaders to the possible or actual detriment of the members, their families, and the community. So it's like,
who gets to decide though that it's detrimental?
Well, okay, well,
I know that's like a dumb question. I'm just
no,
playing
it's not a
devil's
dumb
advocate.
question though. So
Well, it seems obvious to me in some ways, but it is the devil's advocate. Like, who gets to decide that this is detrimental? We have a vision of changing the world. Like, y'all are detrimental for not understanding our vision.
Yeah, it could be. So changing the world or whatever that vision is. But when you start doing that and you're not spending time with your family, your health is going to shit. You're, you're losing your sense of self and you're becoming reactionary. This is where it's very, very useful for all of us. I mean, I would love to see school education in like middle school, primary, on how to spot propaganda, how to understand what is coercive, what does coercion actually look like? Because most of us don't know that until it's after it. So in the Landmark example, they had a volunteer program. They ended their volunteer program in September of 2023 after somebody finally sued. The U.S. Department of Labor had already looked into it twice and said that it was in violation of U.S. labor laws. But until somebody actually sued. So the first place it's detrimental is if there are laws being broken. Now that sounds really easy, but if you've ever been involved, especially in the U.S. legal system, it is messy, it is expensive, it is complicated, and unfortunately often does not kick in until the worst of the worst has happened. But harm has been happening way before that.
Yes, yeah.
You know, I'm an employee and I'm working. I mean, many employees at Landmark would come to figure out if they were a full-time employee with 62 hours a week, which I think they got away with that by calling them managers or something. I don't know exactly how they got away with the 62 hours, but it's 62 hours. And then, but you still had to complete the job. So even after you were off the clock, so to speak, then you became a volunteer. I do not know a staff member working for Landmark that did not work somewhere between 70 and 100 hours a week. Wow. So is there anybody that working 70 to 100 hours a week, I don't care what you're doing, is good for? We're now learning, that the loss of balance, in terms of other areas of our life. Even neuroscience is now saying you need downtime for your brain, more than just sleep. So you got to learn what's harmful.
I mean, I can only admit, I know public accountants for a short period of time during busy season, they basically sign a contract saying they're going to work 70 to 100 hours a week.
Yeah, for those 3 months around tax time or something.
And it's a miserable experience, but it's almost like part of how you cut your teeth to move up in that field in some ways. Whether that's ethical or not, that's a different discussion. But they're specifically signing and on board with it versus kind of getting coerced into it through unspoken contracts. And
but here's the thing, Ben, even if you sign something like that, okay, so now, see, there's so much that's evolved in the last 5 years, particularly as neuroscience has moved and we're starting to understand, psychology and neuroscience and a lot better. So even if I sign that, so I'm signing that, and who am I protecting? When I sign that, who's being protected by that signature? Why am I signing? They are. Yeah. Okay, so that's clue number one. That's not a mutuality agreement. That's and sure, okay, I can sign on for that. Okay, I can sign on and go, okay, I'm going to work 100-hour weeks or whatever. By the way, lawyers, when lawyers come out of law school and they go into these big firms, 100 hours a week probably looks like a vacation to some of those guys. Wow. I would say, given everything I've learned in the last couple of years, and I'll just speak to the US because that's where I am. US employment system is exploitive to the extreme. But you know what, guys? There comes a point where we can say, we're not playing that anymore. And the younger generations are, right? The quiet quitting movement and so on. But once I've signed that, I'm signing away some aspect of my rights. Most rights are not taken away, they're given away. We give away our rights most of the time. From time to time, there's takeaways, but mostly they're given away because we don't know that's what we're doing at the time. So we sign this thing and we think, oh gosh, we have some rationalization. Well, I'm going to do this for 2 years. I'm going to get, my bones. And then I'm going to open up my own thing and I'm going to do it differently. Right? The human being's brain's ability to rationalize, which by the way, is almost always happening after the fact. After the decision or the choice has been made, the rationalization is after. The decision and choice is almost always emotional. Right. Then after the fact, we have a rationalization. I go, okay, I'm going to do it. I can do it. I did that. I knew working for Landmark was going to be a lot of hours. And look, I worked in the best area of Landmark you could. And I did not personally experience the verbal abuse, the physical abuse that I've now learned many, 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 many of my colleagues did. I didn't know that was going on. No. And that, though, but 27 years later, who paid the price for my signing away and doing that was my daughter and my son, who didn't have their mom. My daughter has complex trauma due to things that happened that were directly correlate to mom just wasn't there. I have an autoimmune disease that I'll have and manage for the rest of my life. Virtually every staff member I know has some sort of major health crisis.
Wow.
Right. So it doesn't, when you're on that form that you're signing away, it doesn't say, okay, you're going to work 100 hours and there's no there's no but that's only going to be for these first few years. And here are the dangers of that you should know. Lack of sleep does this, when the doctor gives me a medication, they have to tell me the side effects. Why? Because in that profession, there's a standard for informed consent. Why is there not a standard for informed consent in self-help? Especially when organizations like this, they've already been through, we've found dozens of lawsuits from these issues. I'm good with making mistakes and mucking stuff up, but once you know and you keep doing it, now I got questions. So, and that's what happens in a lot of these organizations. So informing ourselves and understanding the dark side, I think, is important. Why? One, to keep ourselves safe. But honestly, to those of us, I love personal and professional development. I'm still a coach and a consultant. And I would assert that today I'm a much better one because I've seen I've seen this dark side. And now when you do a session with me or you do an engagement with me, I know where the line is and I know what to watch for. And I know maybe when somebody's, their psychological safety is at risk. I actually know that. The ownership is on me as the facilitator, the coach, the practitioner to know that. Not on the client, it's on me. It's called, in legal terms, it's called duty of care. I teach a workshop called Safe Practitioner Workshop. And we have one whole session. We go through the principles of safe seeking as designed by the Seek Safely organization. And we go, okay, but what does this look like operationalized? What does this look like functionally in my transfer refund policy and how I market myself and what does it look like to communicate right from the beginning that I'm a safe and ethical practitioner? And what does that mean? What is the ownership on me as the practitioner, as the coach, as the wellness professional that, to own that? And look, James Arthur Ray, do you remember James Arthur Ray, spiritual warrior? He was on Oprah, big guy. He passed away last year. Anyway, he's the one. He had a week-long retreat in the Sedona area, so in the desert.
Why is it always in Sedona?
Oh, I spent a lot of time in Sedona. I can tell you, there's a lot of wild stuff going on. There's all kinds of woo-woo stuff about why Sedona. But anyway, and it's full of retreat centers and kind of a little bit anything goes there, like the woo-woo, the weird. You can go visit aliens there. You can have angels. Nice. You can do my good friend who lives there, she's like, you could spit and hit a shaman. I mean, and ancient wise, it's actually an area in which indigenous cultures came for ceremony. It's a very sacred place.
I've seen photos. It's beautiful.
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, if you drive, you'll do next time I do a retreat there, I'll invite you. So, but James Arthur Ray ran this retreat, pushed people to the limits, to the edges. Anyway, 3 people died. 28 people went to the hospital.
Dehydration or?
Yeah, they literally dehydrated to death.
Yeah, because it's hot.
And, but look, you know what it takes for somebody to dehydrate? So both, him as the lead, his team, and the people who ran that retreat center were not operating with their duty of care for participants. I worked with a big yoga guru. We did a lot of things there in Sedona. I work with a great retreat center there, and they know they're in the desert. There's water on every corner. There's constant reminders. They don't allow those kinds of processes. Somebody who does not understand the totality of sweat lodges, including the preparatory work and all of that is an ancient tradition. And, reading about it in a book or going to a week-long seminar where somebody teaches you some of the basic principles is not sufficient to responsibly run those kinds of things. And almost always in those trainings in this field, there isn't like, this is the dangers. This is the dangers of those ideas. This is the dangers of those practices. There's some, but usually just enough to keep the practitioner out of legal liability, which honestly, that is the lowest bar. It's that we often relate to as the high bar. In my opinion, that is the lowest bar. Then there's, what is my actual responsibility to the people who have entrusted me with their psychology, with their, emotional, mental, spiritual well-being. That is a precious, precious gift.
It is.
And there's something for us as practitioners to really own about that precious gift. And our responsibility is way more than that of the consumer. And to understand that.
I want to end with the good stuff before we get there, because I feel like I could talk to you for like 4 podcast episodes.
This is a huge topic. It's a huge subject. Yeah.
Barely scratched the surface. How do I get your book, hire you, learn from you? You mentioned you have a Patreon. Tell us what to do to support you.
I'll send, so I have a show. It's free, available to anybody. It's on the pod channels and YouTube called Confronting the Line, which is the subtitle of my book. My book is This a Cult? ? Confronting the Line Between Transformation and Exploitation. I have 2 more books in the works, so following this journey, so you can find me at isthisoccultbook.com. or the YouTube or podcast Confronting the Line. And my new Patreon I just launched is called Beyond the Line, because since my book came out 2 years ago this month, I've learned so much. And I kind of am a little tired, honestly, of talking about the problems. I'm really into talking about the solutions. And so that's what I started Beyond the Line. I'm like, okay, we're going to start talking about the solutions. And I'm in the midst of doing all the startup work to take my business, Illuminate Life, which is a marketplace and platform that I had started, but then I put the whole thing on hold when all this stuff happened. But we're getting ready to really launch it. And what we're going to do is create a marketplace that is dedicated to the safe and ethical practice of personal and professional development and wellness. And the practitioners that sell on our marketplace will have been vetted, will have agreed to the Seek Safely promise. There is a community of learning about how we can really, as practitioners, as coaches, as trainers, how we can be that. I say most of us want that anyway. We already think we're doing that.
Right.
I mean, I don't have a lot of sympathy for James Arthur Ray, but I can, and he did spend a little bit of time in jail for the death of 3 people. Not enough, but a little bit. But I actually am pretty confident in saying he never meant for people to die. Right. And, so even the worst of the worst, that where big harms happen, I think it often isn't meant. But then that tells us there's something for us to learn to make sure that doesn't happen, because it happens a lot. Well, a lot.
And this is a good transition, because I said I wanted to talk about the good stuff. So And I have a community myself that I lead called Grow Getters Only. It's growth-oriented go-getters. Like, we do bridge the
love that.
gap with professional and personal development. Like, I do believe that things like eating right and exercise and meditation and a support staff and peer-to-peer support and having a vision for the future. I do believe these are good things. And there are a lot of good organizations out there. That's why I love that you're creating a marketplace where you can actually vet and like give them the check mark. Like, but
and they can educate themselves. Look, Ben, you're different. You reached out to me. You're listening to a little bit culty. You're going, well, wow, I have this community and I really want to make sure that my intention stays in that lane.
And that's where I want to end, because I'm looking at myself with a massive microscope, and I want any listener to look at their community, their group, the business, the clubs that they're a part of. What does great, ethical, high vibe, good leadership look like? Like, we already talked about a lot of the bad stuff, but if I'm looking up at my leader, when I'm looking up at my peer, when I'm looking next to my peer, what does the good stuff look like?
Number one,
green lights. Yeah.
The green light, transparency.
Yeah.
So you know this person's background, and I don't just mean their training and education, and watch out for BS certifications. Like, one of the things we have is we don't certify people in anything because it doesn't mean anything. It's a marketing trick, right? But anyway, you know this person's they're transparent. They say, I don't know a lot. They say, well, gosh, I don't know. And they're very free with when something is in their area of expertise and outside their area of expertise. They tend to, often they'll have complementary resources. So they tend to be more collaborative, right? So, hey, we're going to do some deep work here, deep spiritual, psychological work. So, we have these things in place. When you run the New York Marathon, they have medvac tents, they have nurses, they have hydration stations, right? So even if you're being asked to take a risk, which many of us like that, there's nothing wrong with that. But you want to look around and see, like, is that, what are the structures for taking care of the people who are taking on that risk? I'm just such a transparency thing. The other thing that you'll see a lot is, when a leader, so there's a big meditation leader, I'm not going to name him because I don't want to get into a fight, but there's a big meditation leader that does these groups of 500 and was meditating. And then when they would end the meditation for many years was, come back into your body, feel your butt on the chair, feel your, like that. And then one day he started calling people back to him rather than to themselves. And and I just bring that line up because it's one that's really subtle. So he started, come back to the room, come back, hear my voice, hear me,
As you tune into my voice, you'll open your eyes and see me here.
Yeah. So you want to say, where is the teacher putting the attention? Is the teacher putting the attention on themselves and the work, or are they putting the attention on you? Mm. If the attention is on you, that's a great teacher. You're working with a partner. You're working with a collaborator. You're working with somebody who's done enough ego shadow work to recognize the difference. And so those are some of the things that I look for. I participate in the Ridwan School, or it's a spiritual training called the Diamond Approach. I absolutely love it. And I think it's actually part of what helped me start to see what was unhealthy, because it's a very healthy group. There's no long-term commitment. There's no pressure to buy. There's no weirdo sales tactics. Buy now or it gets more, we all know what they are now. And you just want open, simple transparency, and a leader that's more of a partner than the point. So those are kind of some quick, easy ones.
Would you recommend for someone who's like, I listened to this episode, I need to get out? What do you recommend for someone who needs to leave the situation they're in?
So the first thing is to actually leave. So to leave. And if that means maybe you're at home, maybe you need very simple communication. I'm no longer participating. Please do not contact me. Get on the do not call, do not contact list as quickly as possible, just to create that separation, so that you can't fully see a system, harmful or helpful, until you're outside of it. So you want to get that first thing always is to get to psychological emotional safety, which is a separation. So the first is to separate, communicate, I'm no longer participating, or I'm not going to be participating. Please do not contact me. Then get in touch with, there's so many organizations out there now. Hey, you can go to my isthisaccultbook.com and I have resources up there. There's tons of podcasts now. I love A Little Bit Culty. They're doing such a great job. Start learning. Start Rachel Bernstein and Indoctrination. I have a group, I host a group now called the Healthy Healing Group that is both with Rachel Bernstein, that is both therapeutic, but it's also learning. You've got to learn like, oh, well, why did what that didn't feel right. Why did that not feel right? So that's that first step. So there's lots of books, podcasts, and things now. So that's a really great place to start because it's safe, it's simple. And then also give yourself lots of pause, lots of time to take breaks, to take walks, to watch a silly movie, go find friends that are not like, reconnect with any friends that you had that were not part of the group at all. They are there waiting for you. That's been a big thing. I don't care if you've been gone for 20 years and you go back to that friend you had in high school, you'll be shocked how often those friends are waiting there. And they're like, man, I wonder what happened to you. You seem like you got really involved in that group and I just couldn't talk to you anymore, but I'm so glad you're back. Let's go have lunch. So those are a few kind of quick, immediate things that you can do. And then almost any large group has some kind of a recovery group around it. Scientology has Aftermath, I'm starting one for Landmark, our Healthy Healing group. But you got to start learning. Yeah. Get separated and then start learning, but learn at a pace that feels right and comfortable for you. And therapy is amazing, but you do want to look for therapies or therapeutics, or a therapist that has an understanding of high control groups, of coercion, of these kind of things.
High control, coercion, trauma informed.
Yeah. Well, most therapists will be trauma informed now, but there's a lot of therapists that don't actually, I'm working with Seek Safely we're looking at creating a program to actually start training therapists there's some very particular things about people who have been in a group that held a lot of their agency and control. So it's, I've had a lot of people work with therapists. They're good therapists, but they don't understand that piece. And so that makes it difficult. So that's why finding a therapist that actually understands cultic kind of dynamics, very high coercive. Sometimes I'll have relationships because we're really starting to wake up to those. You can be in a cult of one, right? A relationship that required your total devotion and attention. Cult of one.
And thank you for Seek Safely. Thank you for what you do, your mission, your work. I kind of wish we booked like a 4-parter because I feel like we only scratched the surface.
I'm around. I'm happy to do more. And I'm so excited when people like you come asking, because to me, that's the self-help, personal, professional development. It's such a rich and amazing space. We're never going to not have it. We've always had it, but we can do better than what we have been. We really can.
Yeah. And this is a whole nother podcast, but I think we're in a loneliness epidemic, and it's never been a better time to find a community, especially if you're into self-help or something fringe and random. Find your community. But if you don't know what to look for, it could pose a problem. Not meaning that it will, but it could. And that's why I like conversations like this. That's
another thing too. If you're into it, like if you get a sense like, ooh, something doesn't seem right here, listen to that. How most people end up is we overwrite. I did it. Everybody I know did it. We overwrite it and we rationalize around it. If you find yourself rationalizing too much, talking yourself into, that's the time to step back and talk with somebody else who's not involved and work through that. And maybe you'll step back in, but with a higher level of awareness, with an informed consent. Like that. So pay attention to your intuition. If something goes off and goes, this seems kind of weird, probably is.
And thank you so much for coming on. I'll continue to support you. I appreciate the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. Thanks, Ben.
So in hypnosis, we call this being at threshold. When a person is at threshold, it means that they are ready to change. We can follow a plan, we can do all the things, we can go to all the appointments. But if we are not engaging the power of our brilliant unconscious mind, that bum, then we're missing the main ingredient. I don't know how I'm holding myself back, but I know that it's not someone else, it's me.
This is fun. So I'm not going to do some crazy things. You're not going to throw me through a table or anything goofy.
No, and I'd like to remind you that all hypnosis is consensual. Even the hypnosis that appears to be mind control, it is completely participation.
I'm already feeling tranced out. I'm like, I'm ready to go.
Okay, well, let's do it. Bring one of your hands to your hearts, or both of them, stretching out a little bit. And 5, open those eyes and welcome back.
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So Adrienne Hart, are you going to hypnotize me today?
Yes, Ben, I am going to put you into a deep trance today. Looking forward to it.
I've never been hypnotized on the podcast. We were talking prior. I feel a little vulnerable, but I kind of, if I'm cringy, that's okay. Because before we dive in, like, why would this be beneficial?
This is beneficial because it might reshape your understanding of hypnosis to help yourself and your audience realize that it's using your imagination on purpose. So when we utilize our, what I like to call the BUM, the brilliant unconscious mind, there are limitless opportunities to see ourselves doing those things that make us feel proud of ourselves, to turn the volume down on those feelings that make us feel uncomfortable, to turn the volume up on those feelings that motivate us to be the best version of ourselves. And for me, Ben, hypnosis, the way I describe it is many of my clients, they come to me and they say, I'm holding myself back. I don't know how I'm holding myself back, but I know that it's not someone else, it's me. Whether it's their healthy weight, or they want to become a non-smoker, or they want to do those things in their business that they need courage to do. Putting themselves out there, even just keeping the promises that they make to themselves, getting to bed on time instead of watching that one more Netflix, right? And then sabotaging the whole next day. And what happens is, in the privacy of their own mind, without even confessing to me what is on their mind, they can simply set an intention. And instead of being in their own way, they can hold the door open for themselves so the best version of themselves can walk through. And that's what we'll do today. Just a little taste test, a little 5-minute exercise. So I'm not going to put you on the spot or anything to that effect.
This is fun. So I'm not going to do some crazy things. You're not going to throw me through a table or anything goofy.
No. And I'd like to remind you that all hypnosis is consensual. Even the hypnosis that appears to be mind control, it is completely participation. So anyone who puts themselves in that situation to do something silly, which is completely out of my scope, but like cluck like a chicken or bark like a dog, there is a part of them that wants to do that. Yeah. And there is a part of them that wants to be seen and be silly and kind of have that excuse that, oh, I didn't know what I was doing, and that might be true in the moment, but they're still participating. So when we watch a movie and we go into a trance and we get scared when there's a scary part, or we cry when there's a sad part, that is us going into a trance, and we participate in that. Even if we're being hypnotized by something like watching the news, right? Or other content, scrolling. I mean, how many times have you scrolled on your phone and lost time? That's trance, and we're participating in that. So all hypnosis is consensual, and it is, I guess it does have a lot of mystery around it because of how powerful it is, but it's not the hypnosis that's powerful. It's the power of your own mind. And that's where my passion is helping people leverage the power of their own mind to be a good steward of the gift that we have, that is our mind and our words and how they work together. So a couple other things that might maybe put you at ease is that there is no universal experience for hypnosis. So there's no possible way that you can do it wrong. Right? If you feel light and floaty or drifty and dreamy, or experience some wonderful sensations in your body, or if you simply just allow your eyes to close and have the experience of listening to the sound of my voice, that is going to be what's just right for you. So there's no way that you can do it wrong. Does that make you feel a little more comfortable?
I'm already starting to trance a little bit, Adrienne. Yeah, I consent. I want to be hypnotized. I want to have some fun, use my own mind.
Yes.
Which of my many problems should we solve today?
Well, do you have something in your mind that maybe involves a little bit of self-discipline? Could be particular health habit. It could be something, some actions in your business that you want to take, but you feel like maybe there's a little bit of resistance there.
Let me give you a broad overview, and then we can take it from there.
Okay.
So by the time this comes out, I've already kicked ass and the conference is over, but I'm doing a keynote at a conference next week, and I have this crazy intro planned, and the conference is over, so I can tell you, but I've got an AI drone that's going to hover around the audience and take video. I've got custom music I'm coming out to. I've got, what are they called? Paper airplanes I'm going to make. And if someone catches a paper airplane, they win a prize. I have this whole thing scheduled in my head, and it's going to be so fun. And I want to wake people up, but I'm like really nervous because I'm actually more of an introverted person. And I know it's going to be a kick-ass intro, but I'm like antsy that I'm going to look silly or look cringy or the drone's going to crash. So I'm a little nervous that like when the public speaking, basically, fear is coming to my mind.
Yes. Okay. I love that you are vulnerable to share that with me and with the audience. And I want to, before we do any hypnosis, offer you a little word of encouragement. Not so long ago, we were at the Growth Now Movement, the live summit with Justin Shank.
Yeah.
And right in the middle of everything, the lights went out, all the electricity went out. And you and I looked at each other and we were like, this is really cool. Like we didn't know if it was part of the plan, right? If like something was going to happen, and
Surprise.
it added this element of surprise. And I remember you saying, I'd love to leverage that element of surprise. And I can see already by what you shared with me that you are doing that. So whether the drone crashes, that's going to be totally cool, or these paper airplanes go rogue, it's going to be, whether you like it or not, or know it or not, Ben, this is going to be a takeaway. They're going to be like, remember the guy with the paper airplanes, Ben Albert? And they're going to find this podcast. They'll probably be listening
It's literally
to this
exactly
episode.
that's literally exactly why I'm doing it.
I
'Cause
love that.
My first line is, I'd rather be different than better,
Yes,
because
That's
I'm not
right.
going to be the best speaker, but I can stand out,
that's right.
but I'm still scared to death of it.
That's right. Let's see. What would you call this part of yourself that feels a little nervous about the public speaking?
It's either a need to be liked, as in if something goes wrong, they're not going to like me, and or a little bit of control freak.
Okay. So we have to give him a name. What do you want to call him? You want to call him control freak? Controller?
Charles.
Charles? I love that.
That name always makes me smile. I don't know why.
I love that. Charles the control freak. I'm going to go ahead and make myself a little note here so that I am on track. So Charles.
And any of us can do this. I know we're playing with Ben right now, but anyone at home can kind of choose their own name and their own prompt, correct?
Yes. And I'd like to point out that this is what we call content-free hypnosis. It doesn't have to be super specific. It's just like when I do a group hypnosis session or when someone tunes into my podcast, they are using the power of their brilliant unconscious mind to insert their imagination and what applies to them. So let's say someone looks for a healthy weight or a lose weight episode of the Get Well With Me podcast, which is all free hypnosis sessions that you can program your mind with while you sleep at night. And each person is unique, right? Each person has a different a knowledge of what is healthy for them. They have a different knowledge of what allows their body to release weight that no longer serves them. They have all the resources inside of them. So what a listener might find is that I'm not making any specific suggestions on what they should eat or when what hours of the day, their eating window might be, or what time they would go to bed. But this content-free hypnosis would allow a person to see a person winding down at a healthy hour, prioritizing their bedtime, remembering to hydrate, to recognize that every cell in their body is eavesdropping on every word that they say. And so they can speak kindly to themselves and in an empowering way. They can see themselves doing that healthy movement that makes them feel strong, right? And for a big meathead guy, he might be seeing himself lifting 100 pounds at the gym. And myself, I might just, see me on the elliptical, just kind of grinding away. So that's what content-free hypnosis is. It's like every good hypnotist is, it's artfully vague. It's using the power of hypnotic suggestions, the power of language, tone, rhythm, cadence, intention, feeling, and emotion to paint on the beautiful canvas of someone's mind so that they can internalize and then live out those images. So that's what we'll do today. I'll keep it artfully vague so that your audience can participate. If they're not driving for that very short 5 minutes that we do the hypnosis portion, either fast forward or come back to it another time, especially if you want to see yourself doing that thing that you need courage to do, whether that's public speaking or otherwise.
So it's dangerous if you're operating machine on a treadmill, driving a car, not ideal.
I appreciate you saying that, and I don't believe that it's dangerous. And this is why, because your brilliant unconscious mind is always looking out for you. And it's just like when you're driving in a car, right? You go into a trance. You get to where you're going and you don't really remember maybe making those last few turns. So it's not that a trance is dangerous. However, using your best judgment, it makes sense to me that if you're going to focus all of your attention internally and you're going to give yourself permission to close your eyes, then driving or doing anything that requires your full attention is not ideal. So I would not recommend that.
So there could be a benefit, but you're not going to get the full benefit unless you're fully there, present in the moment.
I would just feel that in all of my hypnosis recordings, my podcast, I do recommend that this audio is intended for an eyes closed state of relaxation and not to engage in it while doing anything that requires your full attention. So that's my disclosure, and I do encourage people to use their best judgment.
Well, I've got my what do you even call one of these?
Like a bean baggie?
It's like a bean bag. It's like a meditation bag.
There you go. I love that.
I'm going to get nice and comfortable.
And while you do, and since you mentioned meditation, I'd like to share with you the difference between meditation and hypnosis. And I think that might be helpful for your listeners. So all hypnosis is meditation, and not all meditation is hypnosis. So meditation and hypnosis utilize a similar state of mind, if not the same state of mind. So imagine this. Hypnosis is meditation with an intention. A specific intention with a particular outcome in mind.
I'm already feeling tranced out. I'm like, I'm ready to go.
Okay, well, let's do it. All right, Ben, at this time, I encourage you, if it feels good for you, to bring one of your hands to your hearts or both of them, or heart.
One more question. Should I mute my mic or make sounds into it?
You can go ahead and mute your mic because I'm not going to ask you. This will be a passive experience. Okay, so if it does feel good for you to put a hand to your heart, you can do that. You don't have to. And this goes for your listeners too. And I suggest that because it's a natural anchor. There are so many times in our lives where we place our hand on our heart and we just allow our awareness to be so fully present. So I encourage you to do that now. And at any time that you feel that you want your hand to drop into your lap, you can do that as well. And you might notice that your eyelids are already heavy. Maybe they're flickering a little bit. And that's an indication that they are ready to close for a couple minutes. And when we close our eyes, we can learn many things. When we close our eyes at night or anytime, it's a suggestion to ourselves that it is safe to be here now. And you can go ahead and touch the very roof of your mouth with the tip of your tongue. Just notice that sensation. And you can notice how your jaw automatically relaxes. That's it. Relax the jaw now. And allow that relaxing feeling to spread anywhere it needs to go. And I'd like you to imagine you're breathing in this intoxicating, happy air. And it causes you to feel some pleasant sensations in your body, and you can just notice those sensations. And perhaps as you breathe in this happy air, you desire to breathe it in even more and more deeply, allowing you to go more and more deeply. And we're going to go ahead to a deeper state of mind. I'd like you to imagine a slide, and you're sliding down from the number 5 to the number 1. 5, sliding down now, sliding. 4, 3, 2, 1. And straight through 0. And here at level 0, this is that trance state of mind. And by trance, I mean that learning state. And I'd like you to imagine that here at level 0, that you meet Charles. And Charles is that part of you that wants to control things and worry about the detail. I'd like you to notice in the privacy of your own mind what Charles looks like. How old is Charles? What is Charles wearing? And just noticing the attributes of Charles. And there's times that you have felt that Charles is too controlling. You indicated that Charles is going to be there with you. He is that part of you that feels a little nervous about how things might go. Maybe your mind drifts to other times that you felt that way. Charles is that part of you that wants everything to be perfect, and maybe even kind of ruminates in your mind about what you're going to say and how you're going to be. And I just want you to recognize that Charles, he is part of you. And he has a job to do. And his job is to look out for your future self. And the thing that makes Charles so special is that he believes in your hopes and dreams, and he knows what they are. Charles believes in your success. And I'd like you to make friends with Charles, recognizing that he has your best in mind, and that those feelings that he gives you, that they're only to protect you. So in the privacy of your own mind, maybe hug it out with Charles or give him a high five or just whatever feels just right for you. And that feels good, doesn't it, to know that Charles is on your side looking out for you. Maybe Charles can relax a little bit more now. And this is the ideal time that you can give Charles those things that he needs, those resources that will help him to do his job better. And I wonder what those things are. Could be something simple like a clipboard or some notes. It might simply be a good night's sleep. Let Charles know that you're willing to work with him. And take this moment to hear what he needs from you. And take this time to communicate with Charles that your intention is excellence, not perfection. Just notice how he relaxes a little bit. And go ahead and thank Charles for loving your future self, for believing in your success. And take a moment to breathe in these changes now as you integrate Charles with who you are. And on the count of 5, we're going to come back to full awareness, basking in these changes now. 1, feeling good. 2, feeling marvelous. 3, taking in a great big deep breath. 4, stretching out a little bit. And 5, open those eyes and welcome back to the here and now. Welcome back, Ben.
We're back.
We are back. So I'd like to ask you anything that you feel uncomfortable unpacking about that exercise of imagination. How did Charles look to you? Would you mind sharing that? Would that be okay?
Yeah, and in 2 seconds, like I have lots of lights in this room, and I'm like, it's sensitive to the light.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put him in a suit. Not quite sure why, because I never wear a suit.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like this, how you're supposed to look, how prim and proper, the perfect look. And I don't even abide by that look. So I was like, why you're wearing it? I don't even relate to you in this scenario.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that interesting that there's a part of you that is wearing a suit and, running the show? I love that.
Yeah.
Was there anything else that surprised you about Charles' appearance?
No, I didn't get a clear image of him.
Okay. Well, Charles is only a exercise of the imagination, so it's okay. Just like when we sleep at night, we wake up from a dream and some of the details are fuzzy.
Yeah.
That's absolutely okay. Did you find that Charles needed anything from you?
What was interesting, so when I think about perfectionism or doing things proper and doing it right and having it all go perfectly, like Charles was like, you got to be like smiling, you got to have fun. Like the way to do this right is not to look like a robot with every motion pre-planned. It's just to go up and feel the energy. So it was like, the actual way to do it perfect is to just be imperfect and see what happens.
Yes. I love that. That's great. Are you feeling a little bit more relaxed about your upcoming speaking event?
Yeah. I feel
Okay.
super relaxed.
That's good.
I was getting a little, my mind was getting off track a little bit because I was like trying to envision the stage and this and that as well. And I was like less worried about Charles for a moment and just trying to see what it would feel like.
If we were going to do a longer session like I did with a client, I would definitely give you a lot of time to hang out on that stage and look around and get comfortable with it. And even right now with your eyes open, Ben, you can probably imagine the sound and laughter in the audience as those paper airplanes go out, right? And maybe you can even imagine like that energy, how you're going to get out on that stage like gangbusters, just, bring in every bit of who you are and without being attached to the outcome. Yeah. I'm excited for you. I can't wait to hear all about your event coming up. Tell me again, what is the name of the event?
I'm like super chill right now. It's called Social Media Week Lima. It's in Lima, Ohio. Jessica Phillips has actually been on the show. She just got married. Jessica Suter has been on the show. I'll put that in the show notes, but she runs the event and she's a relationship marketer. So it's an event, but there's fun networking, like a VIP luau after party. There's like a scavenger hunt throughout the event. There's only one stage, so everyone's attention is at the same place rather than all over the place. So it's a really great event and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Very good.
I'm just relaxing with you right now.
Yeah, I know we're like all tranced out. Yeah, that is one of the wonderful things about learning how to put yourself into a trance with just simple things like those techniques that we utilized and that perhaps your audience utilized, like touching the roof of your mouth with the tip of your tongue. Simple things like noticing just the sensation of the surface that's supporting you, noticing the temperature of the air on your skin. These things can allow us to get into a trance so easily, taking a few deep breaths. And when we can put ourselves into a light trance on purpose, we can utilize that trance, right? We can utilize it to say kind things to ourselves, to give ourselves empowering messages, to sometimes even in a painful situation, it can allow us to step out of it and gently disassociate and become the observer of what's going on so that we can respond instead of react. So self-hypnosis is really a powerful tool that all of my clients kind of learn by default. And it was something that allowed me to have a lot of success in my younger years and kind of allow that success to travel with me into where I am now. So I love that you kind of like noticed that state of being.
So obviously at any point we can turn on the Get Well With Me podcast.
Yes.
But we can hypnotize ourselves. What is a trigger or a situation that would tell me I need to schedule in a hypnosis session for myself, or I need to do this right now? Like, what is a trigger that just tells me now is the time to do X, Y, and Z?
That is such a great question. So in hypnosis, we call this being at threshold. When a person is at threshold, it means that they are ready to change. So by the time a person makes an appointment with a hypnotist, they've already tried everything else and they are already desperate for change. And I don't mind being someone's last stop on their journey to success. I applaud everything that they have tried. And it seems to me that that missing ingredient is using our mind on purpose, right? We can follow a plan, we can do all the things, we can go to all the appointments. But if we are not engaging the power of our brilliant unconscious mind, that bum, then we're missing the main ingredient. So I absolutely love it when a client gets to threshold. But unfortunately, that's usually when they're in pain. It doesn't have to be. But the definition of threshold for me, of someone being ready to change, it means that they recognize that it's not someone else that needs to change, it's them, and that it has to be now. So, for example, if someone's hair is on fire, are they going to say, you know what, I'll put it out tomorrow, right? So if you feel that you can put it out tomorrow, that's not threshold. When you're looking for, you're ready to dunk your head in the toilet because that's how important it is to, make sure your hair is not on fire, that's threshold.
Gotcha.
When the pain of staying the same is worse than the comfort of staying the same. That's threshold. And that's when you would want to go to adriennehart.com and just book a session with me. So in the meantime, people often are either some people may not have the resources to do a one-to-one session or the time. Often people are embarrassed or ashamed. And that's why I have the podcast, because for a person who's ready to make that change, but they're not ready to work with a one-to-one professional, whether it's me or someone else, they can tune into the Get Well With Me podcast and they can find a session that resonates with them. So if their pain is that they're laying in bed with their eyes open, or even worse, they give up on going to sleep that night and they decide to pick up their phone and start scrolling and go into that trance before bed, that's the optimum time to turn on the Get Well With Me podcast, because not only is my voice going to trance you right to sleep, but it's also going to deliver some really powerful hypnotic suggestions. And in every session, almost every session, I will deliver the same or very similar suggestions. And I'd like to share some of those with you now. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Okay. So some of the suggestions that will pop up in just about every session that I do is seeing yourself do the things that make you feel proud of yourself, noticing when you do, tuning into happy surprises, expecting them, noticing when they happen, prioritizing hydration, prioritizing deep sleep, recognizing that you're already good enough, that you have enough, that the resources and supplies that you need, financial and otherwise, that that they're abundant, that they are as abundant and in supply as all the grains of sand on all the beaches of the world. And most importantly, I encourage my listeners to recognize that they can trust their body, that it's always on their side, that it's working for them, not against them. In my practice, I really like to encourage people to not identify with a diagnosis. So instead of saying, like asthma, like instead of saying my asthma, I'd say I'm a person who sometimes experiences difficulty breathing.
Right.
And when we go ahead and take a diagnosis and we call it ours, then it becomes part of us. So something that I will say in almost every session is that we're healing according to our youthful blueprint, that our mind remembers our youthful blueprint, our body remembers our youthful blueprint. And the reason that we get stuck is because our unconscious mind, it is so smart and it takes instructions from the conscious mind. So when we're saying something to ourselves or about ourselves, it's listening. And if we say, this job makes me sick, be careful, right? If we say, every year I gain a few more pounds, well, then just expect that, because your brilliant unconscious mind is eavesdropping on every word that you say, and it is taking instructions, and it does follow through with those instructions. So the beauty of the Get Well With Me podcast is that a person can leverage the hypnopompic and hypnagogic states. So the hypnagogic state is when you go to sleep at night. So every person here who's listening to this goes into a trance every single night, whether they like it or not, and whether they know it or not. So what do we do with that trance? Are we watching the news? Are we scrolling on our phones? Or are we impressing our mind with more and more of who we want to be and what we want to achieve and how we want to feel? And then the hypnopompic state is when we wake up in the morning. It's when you lay there and you're just like still a little bit dreamy and you're kind of aware that you're awake. That is also a time that you don't have to try to go into self-hypnosis. These are 2 times a day that you are in self-hypnosis, and it is your responsibility, or I would invite you to be empowered by the fact that this is happening organically and that you can use this as a time to impress your mind with affirmations, to visualize how you'd like your day to go, to say a short prayer, whatever is going to empower you and set you off for a great morning or a beautiful next day. This is a way to leverage that naturally. And my podcast is perfect for just hitting play. Sometimes we don't have the energy or the bandwidth or the willpower to go ahead and say, I'm going to do my affirmations right now.
Sure.
But you can hit play and I will put those ideas into the deepest parts of your mind.
I'm going to talk to my girlfriend and put it on tonight because this is a side recommendation, but her and I have listened to like 500 episodes of the Model Health Show, Sean Stevenson, and he just has such a, I don't know how to explain his voice. It's just so warm and welcoming, and he's got energy, and the sound quality is consistent. And I've listened to 500 episodes, but I've probably never heard an entire episode because we put it on and it lulls us to sleep.
I love that.
And it's reassuring what you're saying, because what I've been doing in the morning is the alarm goes off. I used to just jump out of bed because like hustle culture basically taught me that like get out of bed. And if you don't have something that gets you out of bed quickly, you don't have a big enough passion. But what I've been doing lately is I just take 5 minutes to like breathe, like circular breathe, walk through some affirmations for the day. And I've been doing that intuitively, but it sounds like there's a science behind that practice.
You're doing it, Ben. I love knowing that you are intuitively leveraging that time.
Part of me feels like I was just squeezing it in because like, I'm like, now's the perfect time. I'm already here in bed. I'm cozy. Let's do affirmations now. Let's visualize how the day's going to go right now.
Yes.
I want to step back. I forget what was the term for when threshold?
Yes, threshold.
And I want to go into a little bit of a public service announcement. It's for myself as well. I don't ever want to get to threshold. And I think this is some junk math, but I guarantee in my head it makes sense. Health and wellness will never be cheaper. And in some cases, like going to Whole Foods or a local butcher, hiring a masseuse or massage and having hypnosis and putting in that time and sometimes funds is time and funds. But what happens with inflation? Prices go up. So if a healthy meal is expensive now, it's only going to be more expensive in 10 years. What happens to medical bills?
Right.
The prices go up. What happens to being 55 and unhealthy when hopefully you can be 95 and pretty darn healthy? The cost only goes up. So I've thought about it, and it's a way that I've tricked my brain that if I don't invest in my health now, not only will I have to later, I'll be investing more later. I actually invest more by waiting. And that's how me rambling, kind of a public service announcement for myself. I don't want to wait till threshold. Is there a way that we can just not wait till threshold? Like, do I really need to be kicked in the canny just to get going and do something? Or what are your thoughts on all that?
I think that you've done it, again, intuitively. So in hypnosis, what we would call everything that you just shared, we would call that reframing.
Okay.
Right? So one way is to see it as it's expensive and it's time consuming. The way that you're getting yourself to threshold where you're already starting to make these changes in your life before things get too painful is by looking at it as investing in yourself ahead of time, right? As that you, maybe even that Charles inside of you is looking out for your future self, right? That part of us that wants to control things and worry about the future and take action now so that things are good and safe in the future. And for you, maybe that is Charles, and maybe he's wearing a suit and he's like, Ben, you might as well invest now because it's not going to get any easier and it's not going to get any cheaper, and because you are worth it. So that reframe is you intuitively bringing yourself to threshold before things get painful. And I heard when I was very young that there's 2 ways to learn, the hard way and the easy way. And the hard way is to suffer through it yourself, and the easy way is to learn from someone else. So I think it's really beautiful that you're doing that.
I just learned that like 2 years ago, so it's probably good you got that message at a young age. It's
Yeah,
been mind blowing. Like someone has already gotten so many nosebleeds,
yep,
they can teach you not to have any.
that's right. I love it that way. That's a very hypnotic example.
Don't you think that sometimes a good old nosebleed builds character as well, though?
Absolutely, and scars are proof of healing. So,
So, wow. So we haven't even went into the whole story. I want to do like a 10-parter with you. I'm like, I'm tranced out this whole time. Where did you learn this stuff?
thank you for asking because I love to tell the story of how I stumbled upon hypnosis because I found hypnosis by accident. As a young person, 18 years old, I was in a situation. I'm the big sister. You can imagine I'm the big sister. I have the little sister, and I'm trying to help her get her braces on, and her teeth are a total hot mess. And I'm like, look, senior pictures, boyfriend, the rest of your life, you got to do this. You have to get your braces on. And she protested, and we fought. And it turns out she had a really serious trauma that happened when she was at the dentist. She was just a little girl. And what happened was she was not deceived when the dentist came at her with that Novocaine needle and said, oh, look over there at the birdie. Well, she didn't fall for that. She sees the needle coming at her face, lunges at the dentist. He almost gets stabbed with the needle. So everyone's traumatized, like my mom and my sister and the dentist. And they were asked to leave. She was banned. She's not allowed to come back. So that's the perfect reason, right? To be like, I don't go to the dentist anymore. But time goes by, right? Threshold happens. It's time. So after using all of my powers of influence and being completely frustrated that nothing was working, a friend of mine mentioned that her mom could help. And I thought, well, how could your mom help? Is she like some kind of magical dentist? I don't understand. And she's like, no, my mom is a hypnotist. And I said, oh, well, that's interesting. And I didn't buy into it right away because I thought, my experience with hypnosis is that it was just something that happened on General Hospital. I didn't realize that there was any kind of like therapeutic value to it. But when a person is at threshold and they are desperate, we're desperate to help the person that they love. I did find myself in this office of this hypnotist, and I went with my sister because she was a minor. So I sat through the whole session with her. So I really got to witness what it was all about. I got to witness that it was safe. I was able to witness that even a difficult hypnotic subject can benefit from hypnosis because my sister is one of the most difficult people, resistant people, and she did not go into a trance. She kind of sat there with her arms crossed the entire time. I'm not even sure if she really let her eyes close all the way because her brilliant unconscious mind was on guard and wanted to protect her. However, the words of the hypnotist were able to sink into her mind, even though she didn't go into a typical trance or go under, because that's not what hypnosis is, right? It's using your imagination on purpose. So I leave there thinking that it was a waste of time. It was a waste of money. We get in the car. She's not, super happy. And she tells me, I guess it's just time we make that dentist appointment. And I thought, well, that's so funny since the hypnosis didn't work, right? So I go with her to the dentist and I held her hand because I was afraid she was going to run out of there. And I brought like the hypnosis recording so she could listen to it. I was going to just do everything I could to get her through this appointment. Lo and behold, the dentist comes in and she says, you know what? I don't need that recording. And she's like, I don't even need Novocaine. I'll just let you know if it hurts. At this point, I'm like, that's it. I'm sold. What's going on? She didn't go under. The hypnosis didn't work, but somehow we're at the dentist and she doesn't need Novocaine. So I drove home from that dentist appointment with a curiosity that was like a raging fire. I immediately went to the library, the bookstore, not much longer. I had curiosity about how it could help me. And I had a radical healing from serious back pain by listening to a cassette tape. This is how far back we're going, Ben. A cassette tape that I had to flip over halfway through. And once I had my own healing, I was like, that's it. And that's when I enrolled in the New England Institute of Hypnotherapy and continued my education and couldn't hold myself back from making recordings for people. Couldn't hold myself back from saying yes to every person that, asked for my help. And when I think about people who don't smoke anymore because of me, people who don't have diabetes because they were able to get their health on track in time.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just some surface level examples, but that's everything to me. They say your passion is born out of what breaks your heart. And what breaks my heart is when I see people not living at the level of health and happiness that they could have because they're not using their own mind that is theirs to use.
It's within us. It was
It
built
is.
within us. Let's
Yes.
put it to good use.
Yes.
Do
So
you,
thank you for letting me share that.
you still have your cassette tape?
Oh my gosh. I'd love to show you something.
Sure.
So I don't have my cassette tape,
Yeah.
but this is the very first CD that I ever made, and it says wellness.
You
And
made
it's-
as in you as the
As in, like, I recorded it myself, and it was on October 6, 2001. So it's been a long journey for me, and I don't think this plays anymore. But I keep it right here on my bulletin board to remind myself that that I don't give up on my dreams and that I keep going and that it's my responsibility to help people. I mean, that passion wouldn't be in my heart if it wasn't what I'm supposed to do.
So the timetable, you can go with any way you want on this timetable, but I'm like curious if there's something you learned at year 1 that you didn't know on day 1, year 5 that you didn't know on day 1, year 20, year 25. What has the evolution been? Did you learn it all in a year and you were good to go, or are you still evolving in your practice?
That is such a great question. I think that what held me back when I was getting started is that I felt like I had to do it like everyone else.
Sure.
I felt like, there's these people that do these instant inductions and people fall down. And I was like, am I supposed to do that? And when I finally just gave myself permission to do what I am good at, which is helping people see themselves as the best version of themselves and get out of their own way and hold the door open for themselves so the best version can walk through. I decided that I could be playful with that I could have fun with that I could be creative with that. And of course, I've gotten better and better over time. And but I can't say that the results are better. It's always work, right? It's not the hypnosis. It's unlocking someone's mind. It's giving them permission to give themselves permission to go and do the thing, to hit publish, right, on their first podcast, to do it scared, because maybe in hypnosis, I had them see themselves at 80-year-old thinking, my only regrets are what I didn't do, right?
Yeah.
So it has been an evolution, but I just have so much more fun with it now than I used to. I used to take it just so serious. And you know what? I learned you can just have fun. So there was not a pivotal moment, but I can say that I've used it for childbirth, helping people relax and trust their bodies, even when I gave birth to my own son, helping people with relationships, helping people respond and pause instead of react. So the applications are endless. And if someone is listening to this right now and they're thinking, oh, I wonder if hypnosis can help me with that, what I would say to them is, if the problem is in the mind, so is the solution.
I'm going to reflect something back to you. You can tell me if this is right or wrong, but whole nother podcast. I'm sure there's specific language patterns and things you learn, but at some point, like, the expertise isn't having all the perfect words. It's probably holding the space and the capacity to prompt a human to actually hypnotize themselves. So it's like you can have every word in the book, but it's probably more that we're doing it ourselves. You're just holding space to make that possible.
Yes. And in hypnosis, we say that the glue that holds together trance is rapport. So essentially, that means that you don't go very deeply or allow yourself to fully engage in the experience with someone who you don't trust. So building up that relationship is really essential to the deep trance that my clients go into. And for me, it's really easy because they've already been listening to my podcast 9 times out of 10. They come to me because they've been listening to the podcast and they say, yeah, I wonder if she can help me with this. So it doesn't take very long for us to connect. We kind of already have that trust. And they know that I'm not going to go anywhere out of my scope. I'm not going to take them on a past life adventure. We're not going to do anything that might not align with someone's values. I keep everything very professional, and
it's get
really
well with me. It's not do psychotherapy with me. It's get well with me. Let's grow.
Yes. Thank you for recognizing that, Ben. Yes, and because get well with me because I'm a work in progress too.
Well, I want to take a moment to invite the listener to go to Get Well With Me podcast. It is in the show notes. As you scroll, you might find that link is sticking out at you and just wants to be clicked.
You're so good at this.
How am I doing?
You're so good at this. I love it.
I'm learning from the best. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, I just said it, like it's in the show notes. Any other way we can serve and support you? This was a ton of fun. I kid you not, I wasn't like playing a role. I was like tranced out and like ready to like put my legs up and just like chill. Like I feel super calm right now.
That's so good. That's good. It should set up the rest of your day to feel refreshed. Any other way you can support me would be if you love what you hear on the Get Well With Me podcast, drop me 5 stars, leave a comment, something like that. I have a lot of listeners on Spotify, but I know that there's so many more people I can help. And by showing the podcast some love, the algorithm will work its magic.
Do you know offhand, and if not, like you can send it to me and we'll put it in the notes, you did a tug of rope hypnosis.
Yes.
In regards to quitting sweets.
Yes. So
I still have a notification on my calendar. It's reoccurring. It's like a monthly reminder. It just says tug of rope and I immediately can go back to that space. I really like that one.
It's easy to find. It's called Dissolving Sugar Cravings. And it'll be easy to find because when you scroll down, the thumbnail has melted ice cream on it. So I don't know the number, but it's probably even easier to remember that there's melted ice cream. And there's a sleep version and a day version. So if you want to take 30 minutes and then go back to work, you use the day version and I'll wake you up at the end. And if you want to drift off to sleep with that in your mind with some relaxing music, then choose the sleep version.
Perfect. Well, thank you for being a great friend and thank you for coming on the show. This was fun.
Thank you, Ben. It's absolutely an honor to be on Real Business Connections.
We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Is Kanye uncancelable?
Yes, some would say that he is uncancelable. So whereas someone like Kanye has this congruence between who he is and how he represents that brand, someone like Ellen has a complete gap between who she is and how she represents.
What makes a celebrity so darn likable?
Well, I love this question, and there's a couple of things. First of all, they have an emotional niche. They know that the way that they make people feel, and they use this to their advantage. That's the first thing. The second thing is usually they have some kind of contradiction in their brand. And by that, I mean Keanu Reeves, he's an action movie star, but Keanu Reeves is like a very gentle, generous person, and he acts way differently to what we expect an action movie star to act. This is a contradiction in his brand.
How can I be a category of one?
So,
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So, Erica, I've been meaning to ask you this. What the heck is going on with Kanye West? I feel he's like a weed. He just keeps growing back. Then he gets canceled, plucked out, thrown in the trash. Then he appears somewhere else. What is going on? Is Kanye uncancelable? He's like a weed.
yes, some would say that he is uncancelable. I would definitely say that. And he has his talents in the brains of a generation of people. And I think it's because of how he has built his brand. It might not have been intentional. In fact, it probably wasn't. But Kanye has masterfully built this brand where there is no gap between what I call what Irving Goffman, a famous sociologist and psychologist called a front stage self and a backstage self. So who he is in his authenticity is who he represents himself publicly as. And because there's no incongruence between those two things, front stage and backstage self, we just accept Kanye being Kanye. We go, we knew what we were signed up for. We get it. We like it. And so people give him a pass, which is fascinating to me because I would say he's doing and saying terrible things, but he can't seem to disappear from the cultural consciousness. It's amazing.
So people actually resonate what he has to say.
Look, I hope that that's not the case. I hope that that people aren't resonating with what he has to say, but I think that he gets a bit of a pass. He's in people's pass basket because he's always built his brand around the fact he's a renegade. He is a problem maker. He is trouble. He is going to say and do the things that shock us. And so, if he says something that is racist or homophobic, people go, okay, well, we knew that was going to happen from Kanye. But if someone like, I don't know, Ellen DeGeneres said something racist and homophobic, that wouldn't be okay because that's not how she's built her brand. So really it's all in how strategically Kanye has built his brand.
Whether he knows it or not.
Whether he knows it or not. And, I used to be a big Kanye fan. I'm glad I'm not one of those people who got a Kanye tattoo when I was younger. And I know some people who did that regret it now. But yeah, I personally can't get around him, but I still think about him, which I think is really fascinating. He's still in my brain. He lives rent-free in my head. And yeah, that says something about the emotional hole he's feeling for people.
So if anyone's wondering, why does Ben just bring up Kanye in the first sentence? You talked a little bit about this in your Theory of One YouTube channel, which we just met. I just found your YouTube channel 2 weeks ago and binged every single video. I mean this from the heart. I think it's my favorite small channel right now. And
oh my God, thank you. That's
I'm
lovely.
grabbing a little nugget from the channel. We can actually share the video in the notes so people can go check that out. But you hinted at Ellen. So Kanye is uncancelable, but then someone like Ellen is canceled. What's the difference there?
Well, it's because Ellen built a brand that was out of accordance with who she really was. And when that was revealed, it was unforgivable from her audience's perspective. So let me explain that better. Ellen built this brand on being nice, right? She literally, her show motto was be kind to one another. And so her audience knew and adored her for this person who championed kindness and acceptance. And that was her whole thing. So when it came out that Ellen was abusing staff and had created a toxic workplace where people felt unsafe and judged, it actually was completely the opposite of what Ellen had built her brand to be. So whereas someone like Kanye has this congruence between who he is and how he represents that brand, someone like Ellen has a complete gap between who she is and how she represents. And maybe she didn't in the beginning. Maybe she started and she really did champion kindness, but at some point the gap grew. And when it was revealed that one was not the other, it was unforgivable. That's why she was able to be canceled, whereas Kanye can't get canceled. Ellen gets canceled for reportedly being kind of mean. And Kanye can't get canceled for being, oh my God, being all of the, racist, sexist, homophobic, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah.
Kanye can't get canceled for that. And look, I know it's nuanced and I'm not in any way excusing Kanye's behavior, but it's a branding observation. The difference between these two people in their actions and whether they get canceled or not. From my perspective, a lot of it comes down to brand. And that is the power of brand, being strategic about how you build your brand.
That's scary. And in a second, I'm going to put myself on blast because I'm struggling with alignment once in a while. But the person you say you are online, you present yourself to be, and the person in the back room, ideally is the exact same human being, and everyone's watching you at all times. That sounds bloody exhausting. There's always an eye on me. Like, I'm not perfect.
Imperfections are the point of a brand. We're at a point in culture where it is not only desired to have imperfections, but it is necessary to have imperfections filtered into your brand. Because if you are like Ellen and you try and build this perfect brand, it's going to screw you over later because it's just not reasonable to think that everyone can be perfect all the time. So what Kanye did, the strategy there is just filter your imperfections into your brand and get people to accept them, which I'm not recommending. You'd be Kanye, but it is important to be aware of your imperfections and then use them as a strategy in your brand.
Well, let me bring up my imperfections. We can quickly microanalyze me.
Right.
But so this podcast, Real Business Connections, was once called Rochester Business Connections. And very long story. I was in the music industry, this or that, was unemployed, pandemic. And I started a Rochester, New York business connection show because I needed some. I wasn't the expert on business. I wasn't the expert on Rochester. I wasn't the expert on connection. It has since built itself into a bigger brand. I've built my business, all these things, and people know like Ben, he's the connector. He knows all this stuff about marketing and business. And from day one, I know nothing, Erica. Like my one job is to show up, be curious, ask good questions, but connection is in the name. And people ask questions like, how do you connect better? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure that out. Or how do you have so many connections? I don't know. I feel like a tiny little fish some of the time. It's like, I don't know if this is just imposter syndrome, but I'm like, I built a brand that I actually don't know if I personally can live up to. It's bigger than me. It was almost an aspirational decision. It's not like I started with what I had. It started with how I aspired to be. And I still don't think I'm there. Do I have a problem here?
First of all, I don't think you have a problem here. I think the fact that you're being honest about this and vulnerable is the point. The fact that you feel this way, because I'm surprised by that, that it surprises me that you don't feel like an expert because you come off as an expert. And it kind of makes me feel warmer towards you that I know that you are sitting there feeling like a bit of imposter syndrome. And this isn't to say that people should like talk down on themselves if it's not truly how they feel.
All I said was not a tactic. Like this is actually me, like
exactly.
wondering what I'm doing half the time.
Yes, exactly. And I think that sharing that with your audience, it's not going to make you stop coming off as like someone who's got their shit together. It just makes me feel like I can relate to you more, because in the end, I think what people don't understand about branding and content creation is that yes, it's about you, but it's about everyone else. And we're all just trying to project ourselves onto people. So in the end, if you can be a mirror for people and make them feel less alone, then you can be a brand and you can smash it. So that's what you just did to me. So I don't think you have a problem at all.
Let's take it to a new level that anyone can apply, because so anyone can be vulnerable. Anyone can be authentic. Anyone can be data driven. Anyone can be a marketer, a salesperson. Anyone can start a real estate business. But how do they become a category of one? Because there's 1 million people being vulnerable. There's 1 million people being authentic. There's 1 billion people on YouTube right now. How can I be a category of one? I just don't want to be some podcast guy that markets and talks about imposter syndrome here and then. Like I actually want to stand out at a higher level than just that.
It's a really good question. So the way that I look at this, first of all, is beliefs. Because of what I just said, everyone's always looking to be a mirror to everyone else. So the best way to attract your people is to have a set of beliefs. And I know it sounds really simple, but actually it's not that intuitive when people first start this process of building their brand and creating content. People don't actually think to share their core beliefs. So when I'm working with someone, usually what I do first is understand their perspective. I actually have a framework called the PDF framework. And the first part of the process, the P, stands for perspective and positioning. So what I would do if I were trying to, again, become a category of one, is first understand the P, the perspective and positioning. So I'd sit down and understand what are my core guiding beliefs, the things that take me through the world, because these are actually one of the biggest differentiators, because no one sees the world like you do. There are other people who will make videos, but there's no one who can share them from exactly your perspective. It's your biggest moat. It's your biggest advantage, is your perspective. And then the D, that's differentiation. So D is understanding, okay, as you said, if there's 1,000 podcast guys out there, what is it that makes me different? And this might be, it might be your experience. It might be your vulnerabilities. It might be your beard. It might be a number of things. That's the D. You just got to think about it. Okay, what makes me differentiated? And then the F, how can I filter my brand identity? So the perspective, the differentiation, how can I filter that into a content strategy that is unique and represents my brand identity? So that's the overall process of becoming a category of one. It's a lot more nuanced than that, and it takes a lot of, it's funny. It feels like self-development when I work with people. There's a lot of those epiphanies where I point out a blind spot, and someone goes, "Oh yeah, that is what I'm really good at," because people spend a lot of time with their brilliance, so they often don't realize what it is that makes them brilliant. So yeah, that's the process.
You make it sound so easy.
Definitely not that easy.
And I don't know the whole story, but the short version, there was a company, Athletic Greens, and they rebranded to AG1 because they got a ton of bad press. And they just have a long-standing history of taking this green powder with all these great vegetables and all these great spirulina and all these things that are great for you, and jumping on podcasts and marketing them through podcasts. But it didn't work. They sold everybody on something that was basically not snake oil, but just a little bit above it, because all of the nutrients are getting manufactured out. All their promises were like not true. The research didn't back it, this and that. And I'm on a tangent. I got to look more into AG1, kind of a big scandal there. People still consume it, even though it's a trash product. But how do we know if it's working? Because you talk about self-development, I could, get clear on my PDF and start putting out brand content and creating something and building a brand. But how do I know if it's working? Because I can just keep running in the wrong direction. And then I either run off a cliff or I have to turn around and run back. How can I avoid running off that cliff and actually running in the right direction? How do I know if it's working?
Yeah, the first step to avoid running in the wrong direction is, as I said, to make it a belief-based content strategy, because you can't run in the wrong direction if they're your beliefs. So that's the first thing. A lot of people pick like a niche or a topic that they've never had an opinion about, they've never thought about in their lives, but it's going to be profitable. It'll get views. Why not pick it? Don't do that. That's how you run in the wrong direction. So that's the first thing. The second thing to avoid running in the wrong direction is making an emotion your foundation. Yes, a niche is important, but you also have to think about your emotional niche, because everyone who you ever meet naturally falls into an emotional niche. Like you make me feel calm. You make me feel analytical. So you are giving me a feeling right now, and I would say that's your emotional niche. And everyone who's anyone has an emotional niche. So again, you have to get clear on that to avoid running in the wrong direction. And the way that you can know that it's working is if you are I'd say, gauging the sentiment. And this is a tricky analytic, because I know people love views and likes and they love to look at those vanity metrics, but sentiment is a little harder to track.
So you mentioned an analytical vibe. I want to step. The analytics in me is like, I want to add value, but I also want to make an emotional connection. I joked before, like I was telling Erica, I was telling you that like I binge your YouTube channel. It's bingeable right now. If anyone goes to the channel, it's bingeable right now. You have the perfect amount of content to binge. I binged your channel, but I'm not 100% sure I know anything about you.
Mm.
So I guess
And
my
that's-
first question,
Mhm.
is where'd you learn all this stuff?
Thanks for pointing that out because, while I can preach that people should be able to get to know you and everything, sometimes I don't practice what I preach because one of my flaws is that I hide behind information because it's scary when people see you for you. So thank you for
Well,
asking
and
that.
quickly, Erica, I want to say, like, part of what I love about your channel is it isn't a fluff fest. Like, it starts, you teach something, it ends. There's not some long-winded intro, outro. Like, I swear a lot of YouTubers are like, we need to do 11 minutes because the analytics say this, they're going to run an ad, and it's a fluff fest. You're straight to the point. But this podcast is going to be a fluff fest anyways. We're not going to get straight to the point. So I just wanted to compliment. That's part of what I love about your channel. But again, where are you learning this stuff? I want what you're having.
Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all. I think it's really what I try to do is just like give pure value and not any fluff. And where I learned that, it was drilled into me when I worked in radio. I started as a radio presenter and I was a presenter for 6 years on a national radio station here in Australia. And there's this saying in radio, TSL, which is time spent listening. And my whole career, it was drilled into me, you got to increase TSL, increase TSL. And the way that you do this is you don't fluff, you tease, you hook them, then you reveal. You don't keep them hanging on for longer than that. So you go, right after this song, we're going to tell you X, Y, and Z. And you come back and right after that song, you do tell them X, Y, Z because people are very, they'll disappear if you give them a reason. So that's where I think I learned this, like, this relentless pursuit of value and respecting the time of the viewer. I'd like to think I really do respect people's time. I'm not going to waste it with, I don't know, anything, but I could get better at letting people know me. So that's what I'll do, I guess. Started in radio, and that's where I picked up a lot of the ways of connecting with audiences. So I spent a lot of time, firstly, interviewing very famous people like Robert Pattinson, Billie Eilish. And I was just very fascinated by how these people impacted me, like their presence, how they came across, what it was that made them feel so iconic and so famous. Became very obsessed with that. But at the same time, I became obsessed with observing my reaction that I was getting from the audience, like how things that I was saying was impacting people. And one thing about Australian radio is that it's pretty cutthroat, especially on this particular station I was on. It's called Triple J, and it's known for being a youth broadcaster with a highly male demographic. And I was one part of a, female duo. And this isn't the only reason, of course, but I actually got a lot of people calling me cringe in the beginning of my career. A lot of people would say, oh my God, you're so cringe. So the way it works on radio, you get this text line, and while you're live on air, literally, the mics go on, the red light is on, you go, good morning, you're on Triple J with Erica, and you, out of the corner of your eye, you see a text while you're live on air saying, you're so cringe, shut up.
Oh, I would turn that off. I would find a way to turn that off. I don't read my comments, though.
Yeah, it's trial by fire. So, I took that in the beginning of my career, I took that really hard. I thought, oh my God, cringe is the worst thing to be. Like, how embarrassing. I should try and change myself. I should try become more who they want me to be, which I tried to do for a few months there, but it made me even more miserable and it didn't seem to even work. So, while I was shrinking myself and trying, quote unquote, not to be cringe, all it did was made me unhappy and got me further away from who I really was. So one morning I woke up and I went, screw it. I'm just going to be cringe because yes, I'm cringe, but I'm learning and I don't want to be someone who's afraid to learn. So I just went all out and I figured out a lot of what my process is now in, positioning people in their personal brand. I just tried to figure out who I was, what I stood for, what I stood against, what my perspectives and beliefs were, and tried to be unashamed in that. I call it Cringe Mountain. I learned to climb Cringe Mountain, and I'm really glad I did. So after radio, I went into advertising where I applied some of this knowledge to branding, building global brands like Aldi, A2 Milk. And then I decided, you know what? Throughout this whole time, I'd always done content creation. I want to go into that and see if I can apply what I know from personal branding and global branding to help more people, content creators and business owners figure out their category of one. So yeah, it's a speed run at my whole life.
I don't want to reopen any wounds, but why did they find you were cringe? Did you have like a fake radio voice? Like, oh, this is welcome to the radio. This is
No, I didn't. I think that I was learning how to be more like myself. And I think that, I want to take responsibility for my part, but I also want to say that the audience, there was a certain vibe from the audience sometimes that they weren't open to certain things. Like if I giggled too much, like if I laughed too much, that pissed people off. And fair enough, like maybe I was laughing about something that didn't appeal to them, that they weren't interested in. But this is kind of like what I think my superpower is. Like through that, I learned what is how to be relevant to people in the way that they want to be spoken to. Like I think that that's what I'm really good at gauging now is like, what do people care about and how can I, not change myself to be more like that, but how can I position myself in a way that adds value to them in a way that they want to be spoken to. And it's a balance because I still have to be true to my personality and use that skill. But I guess that's really where I'm taking it with YouTube is like, I know that you care about this. I know this is valuable to you. So I'm going to be me, but deliver these concepts in a way that you want them delivered.
And you have a whole new audience, it sounds like. So you mentioned like the listenership at the radio station was kind of like younger boys, it seemed like.
Yeah. A lot of the demographic was, but it is probably partially that, but it's also partially the fact I probably wasn't very good yet.
Okay.
Like I wasn't who I am now then. Like I wasn't good at understanding how to speak to audiences and I wasn't good at making jokes and reading news stories. Like I got to call it how it was. I wasn't good enough yet, but that's okay because I was learning. I was just learning very publicly. Yes. Yeah, it was painful, but I'm really glad now that it happened.
Just a side note, I appreciate your accountability because I was about to just throw some shade and talk how these young boys leave the most ridiculous comments. And like, if you were to read a movie review and you saw it was like 11-year-old boy, you'd be like, oh, that's not someone that I would trust to leave a movie review, but everyone's got a movie review. So, but I appreciate your accountability and you call it cringe mounting. What happens when you're at the top of the mountain?
Well, with Cringe Mountain, on the other side of Cringe Mountain is the land of cool. Everyone's trying to get to, right? But a little secret between you and I don't think anyone ever gets there. I think it's a mirage. And I think the further you walk up the mountain, the further away the land of cool gets. But having said that, I'm definitely not at Cringe Mountain Base Camp anymore. I'm well and truly on my climb. And I think as you climb, you realize that, these haters, the people that made fun of me on radio, I don't have any bad feelings towards them now because I know that with Cringe Mountain, no one who has done the climb will ever laugh at you. Like no one will ever look back from in front of you up Cringe Mountain and laugh at you for climbing behind them. People will only laugh at you from the base camp of Cringe Mountain. So I look back and I go, that's fine. These guys, they were at the base camp of Cringe Mountain and they didn't get it. They didn't get what I'm trying to do. So I don't have any hard feelings towards them because they don't get it.
They don't get it.
They don't get it. It's fine.
We can maybe workshop this more offline, but this is coming to my mind because I was at a conference. The gentleman was called Justin Kavanaugh, and he actually had this drawn out like depiction on the screen. And there's the first mountain, and then you're at the top of the mountain, and then you see the zone of despair, I think he called it. Because
Oh,
you're at
yeah.
the top of the mountain. Well, guess what happens? Then you see there's a whole new mountain. So to get to the next mountain, you actually end up going downwards to the zone of despair, and then you climb that baby again. And it's just like so frustrating, and that's why a lot of people quit at things. And he's like, all you need to do is find a way to develop a bridge from one mountain to the next. And then it's not like you've hit the Mecca, but you avoid the zone of despair if you can bridge the gap between the first mountain and the second mountain. And that bridge could be just like a tool or a mentor, or I don't know what it is. I guess it's individualized, but it sucks when you get to the top and you realize they're still cringy. You're not as cool as you thought you were. And I don't want to go to the zone of despair. I want to skip that despair and level up with my cringe a little bit.
Yeah, I love that. I think, well, this might be controversial, but I think it's good to go through the valley of despair personally. Yeah, I really do. And this is partially the curse of the expert. Like when you were saying before that you don't feel like an expert, in my head, I was like, it's because you are an expert and experts don't feel like experts because they know too much, right? They know what they don't know.
The imposters are the ones that don't have imposter syndrome.
Yes, exactly. So look, I think a little bit of going through that journey of feeling shit is important. Like I really do think that you got to feel that cringe and put yourself out there and be seen to get to where you want to go. But having said that, you can shortcut it, absolutely, by, as you said, working with mentors or reading books from people who have done it in the past, or surrounding yourself with people who understand the journey. There are lots of ways to dampen the feeling that you get. You don't have to go through the public humiliation ritual that I went through. But having said that, I think I'm glad I went through it. It's made me way more capable and credible and determined. So there are pros and cons.
So I have two big categories that are on my mind. You can choose your own adventure. We can either shortcut YouTube, because there's a certain process you seem to follow. We can break that down. That's a little more analytical or tactical. Or we could shortcut, why the heck are some celebrities so darn likable, or brands so darn likable? Which route should we take? Talk about a celebrity or talk about your YouTube channel?
That's a really good question.
Or both.
I don't know. Well, I'd be happy with either. Is there one that you're leaning towards that you think would be better?
Let's do both if we have time to do both.
Yep.
So if the listener didn't get their one answer, they're going to have to continue to watch till it gets answered. But we'll start with the celebrity. And I guess it could be a celebrity or a brand. But what makes a certain celebrity so darn likable? Like, you can use Keanu Reeves because he's a great example because everyone loves him, or you can use something that maybe we wouldn't expect. But I just like what's his face? Wow, I guess he must not like him that much if I don't remember his name. But what makes a celebrity so darn likable?
Well, I love this question, and there's a couple of things. First of all, they have an emotional niche. They know that the way that they make people feel, and they use this to their advantage. That's the first thing. The second thing is usually they have some kind of contradiction in their brand. And by that, I mean, Keanu Reeves, he's an action movie star. You would expect him to be, fit the category of action movie star who's maybe a bit macho and like self-serving. Maybe, I'm stereotyping, but there is an idea
bald, macho.
Yeah, like rough.
Covered in blood.
Yeah, not super kind or, in touch with his feminine side or whatever. There's this idea that we have. But Keanu Reeves is like a very gentle, generous person, and he acts way differently to what we'd expect an action movie star to act. This is a contradiction in his brand. And a lot of the most famous people have a contradiction like this. Like Post Malone, the musician, he's covered in tattoos. He looks like he's about to bust out some heavy metal and, be a bit rough with it. But if you ever see Post Malone or listen to his music, you would understand he's angelic and he's got this incredibly goofy, silly, fun presence. Again, that's his contradiction that makes him really lovable. So quite often people have a contradiction that makes them lovable. And then the third thing that I'll say, which is really core, is that they have some kind of enemy. And I know this sounds like a really negative approach, but it's not, because it's an ideological enemy. It's not a person. It's like something that they stand against, which is an idea. So some examples: Taylor Swift, her enemy is the cool girl. And anyone who loves Taylor Swift or listens to Taylor Swift, they understand that Taylor Swift stands against this mean, popular, cool girl. And so she attracts people who were maybe made to feel different in their lives, or made to feel like they were silly for loving what they loved, or, made to feel like they were the wallflower at the school dance. They didn't get, they weren't wearing the tight dress and they didn't get the attention. So she's got this audience of people who are united around this common enemy. So Taylor Swift isn't just Taylor Swift. She is a representation of an idea that everyone can resonate with. So those are I'd say the biggest things that make celebrities likable. They're founded in an emotional niche. They have some kind of contradiction, and they have an enemy that they rally their audiences against.
Love it. For some reason, I can't get my mind off Steph Curry, NBA basketball player, because he's always got a big smile on his face. He'll like be chewing on his mouth guard like right before he shoots. Like he looks like he's just playing street ball with his friends. But if you're on the other team, he's basically going to murder you on the scoreboard.
Exactly. That's his contradiction. It's a great example. And that, it makes it, it makes him so lovable. And it's funny because once you start noticing this, you see how often this is used in big movies and TV shows, like Shrek, for example. He is a contradiction. He's a big, scary ogre, but he's kind and sensitive. Or, in Legally Blonde, what's her name? The main character. Her whole character is built on a contradiction. She's a bimbo, and so people underestimate her, but she's the smartest person in the whole school. So again, it's the contradiction that makes her so lovable. I could go on forever pointing out.
I feel like there's like 20 years in a row where it's like not so attractive, we'll just call ugly guy, but with a big heart, and a really pretty girl that isn't a bitch, isn't mean, isn't so and so generic. But I feel like you turn on a sitcom, it was always like an ugly guy with a pretty girl, but they're perfect together because they both have a big heart.
Yes. Yeah. And they're tropes, and they are tropes for a reason, because they work, because they play with our emotions, right? Like our brain uses heuristics to categorize the world around us. And we are category machines. Like humans are great at putting people into categories. So when we see, a nerdy guy, we think, oh, loser. I don't, but people do. People think, oh, okay, a set of expectations around this person of how he's going to act. Same with the girl. She's pretty, so she must be X, Y, and Z. But if you can contradict those expectations authentically, then it makes people stop, pay attention, and be more open to forming an emotional connection.
So before we close with YouTube, the keyword there is authentically, but the question I'm asking is, how do I do that? I don't necessarily want to sit down with a pen and paper and be like, oh, so I'm this way. Let's just throw a contradiction in just because I know my audience will take a bite out of that. Like, how do I identify my contradictions, if I have any, and or am I just boring? Is that an option as well?
Yeah, well, it's a really good question. So the first way I would say is to lean on your friends and family, because quite often your contradiction is just something that everyone knows about you, but because everyone's just known you for so long, no one really pointed out. So you can start to ask your friends, your family, say like, is there something about me that's like, you'd expect me to be one way and then I'm the other? Like, Is this something that you've noticed about me? You'd be amazed at how often people will come up with an answer. So that's one way. Lean on your friends and just ask that question. And then another way is to reflect on your position in your category and what the expectations of that category are versus you. So this is it's a really quick exercise you can do. Sit down with a pen and paper and write category, say podcaster. And then in one column on the left, expectations of a podcaster, one column of the right, say me. And then go line for line, write down what the expectations are of you as a podcaster in your category, and then what you are in reality. And just see if those things play off each other and maybe you fit into all of the expectations. That's okay. You'd have to look somewhere else, but you'd probably find a contradiction of, okay, people expect podcasters to act one way. I act this way. That's interesting. How can I capitalize on that and make that more a part of my brand?
You got me thinking. So I'm almost wearing a black t-shirt I got a black t-shirt and a watch like every day, but that's kind of my camo because anyone who knows me well knows I'm a hippie and I camp and go to music festivals and was in the music industry for 10 years. And I'm a hippie in business. And I only own one suit and tie and it was for my brother's wedding.
That's a contradiction, Ben. That's a perfect contradiction. If you went, okay, business is the category. Interesting. What do people expect out of businessmen? Suit and tie, a little bit slick, a little bit cutthroat. You're a hippie. You go to music festivals. You don't wear shoes. Great. You're the hippie businessman. That's exactly a contradiction. You can.
I gotta do a shoeless photo shoot for the next one. What is your contradiction?
Oh, this is such a good question. And you know what? It's so funny because I am working on this still. It's funny because a lot of the work that I do with people is I spot things that they can't see. And so it's almost like I need a me for me because I have a lot of trouble seeing myself clearly, just like everyone does. So I think that my contradiction is something around the way that I subvert common topics. Like you'd expect me to tell a story in a linear way and then I take it somewhere different, or you expect me, because I'm just like a nice white lady, to speak in a certain way, but then I'll say a bit of a rogue joke or something like that. Like there are a few ways that I'm playing with it, but the answer is, Ben, I don't know. If you can clone me, can you get me to do my incubator with eggs?
This is a fun segue too, because when I watch your channel, you're talking about a lot of celebrities, a lot of big names, and there's a lot of drama channels, and you're not assessing them from a pop standpoint at all. You're kind of taking psychology and marketing and applying it to these celebrities, which not many people do. Most people are talking about who's dating who or some drama or cheating. You're like, screw all that. Let's talk about what the heck's going on psychologically here. And I think that possibly is the zone of genius, and it is a contradiction as well.
Thank you.
Possibly.
That's a really interesting point. I know that I'm doing something that I haven't seen done. So that's a really helpful lead for me. I think, what I try to do is exactly as you said, like I'm not concerned with the drama really. I mean, sometimes it's fun to talk about, but what I am concerned with is why some people impact societies more than others. Like, what is it? What is it about some people that makes us stop and pay attention? That's what I'm fascinated by. And then how to use those insights in a way that feels real to each person.
So important. Nothing sucks more than when you talk and no one listens. You post and no one sees. You care, but no one else does. Like that stinks.
Yeah. And it hurts me to see it because it doesn't have to be that way. Like you can make people care about what you care about, but you just have to know a few things and be a bit strategic about it. But it is possible.
So we'll close with YouTube, but before we get there, how can I keep supporting you? I already binged the channel, so I'm just waiting for the next one. But you can subscribe to the channel. How else can we support Erica?
Thank you. Yeah, subscribe to Theory of One. I'm going to try and make videos every 2 weeks. At the moment is my goal. So really it's just hitting subscribe and liking the videos and watching them all the way through so that the algorithm feels happy. That's the way that you can support me best. I would love that. I mean, I think for me, where I'm heading is I just want to like get my perspective out there because I genuinely think that it sounds so cheesy, but it can help a lot of people. Like analyzing icons, brand icons, whether it's people or brands from the perspective of psychology and marketing. I think that's a perspective people need. So yeah, you can just support me by listening, I guess, at the moment.
Cool. And in the description, all the links, all the notes, the incubator, that's all going to be there. But hit subscribe. You can do it while we finish this. Hit subscribe on the channel as you go. What are you doing with your videos? Is there a specific template? So I haven't actually sat down in I just listened to them like, oh, this is good. But I didn't actually like do an analysis. But I feel like you might think this, but it's actually this. And it's really not even what you think it is. And then you like have these hooks and these like thorough line. Like, are you following a template? Is it intuitive? How are you structuring these videos to be so much depth, but also like so short simultaneously? I know that was a very thick question, but is there a structure?
No, there is a structure. So the overall structure I follow is first, I will just notice something out in the world. Like usually my video ideas have been sitting with me for like months because I've noticed something and I go, that's weird. I wonder why that is. So first stage for me is just to ponder on it and to notice it. But then when I actually get to writing the video, first, as all YouTube people say, you want to have the title and the thumbnail already decided before you start writing the video. So once I've got that decided, the kind of structure that I follow with writing the scripts is I'll ask a question in the intro, in the hook. And that question is the question I've been asking myself over the last few months. Like, why do people like Kanye not get canceled where people like Ellen do? And that's an interesting question to me. I'll just put that as the question and the question is the hook. And then I'll hint at the answer and say, you might think it's X, but it's not. The real answer is something more interesting. And I'm going to tell you about it, give it a bit of a hook. And then I go into usually an example 1. And I like to think of the first example as something that's like, I want people to feel like, wait, why is she talking about that suddenly? And then I gradually like join the points. That's what really gets me going, is if I can think of an example of the answer in something else in pop culture that you wouldn't expect. So that's, let me summarize. Question, hint at the answer, example 1, example 2, and then the psychology of it, and then the answer, really. And then an exercise is the overall structure. I don't know if that was helpful. It sounded a bit messy, but that's how I do our videos.
Next time I do a solo video, I'm just going to follow that.
Yeah.
And then you're just kind of like peace. Like your closing sentence is like one sentence and you're good to go.
Yeah, I think personally when I watch YouTube videos, as soon as I sense that it's ending, I'll click out of the video. So I just know it's not like I'm not going to keep you there longer than you have to be there. I'm just going to peace out and then see you later, you know? So that's another thing. I just don't want to ever waste anyone's time. But having talked to you, Ben, I think that I would like to try and get more of me into my content because I'm a hypocrite if I don't do that. So it's something that I've gotten out of talking to you today, is that I probably could share more of me, and I'm going to try and do that. So thank you for the reminder.
Any clue how you're going to do that?
Yes. It's the dreaded every few minutes add in a little tidbit about me. I know exactly how to do it.
Yeah.
I just don't do it. So yeah, the strategy really is to every few minutes just add a little story or opinion from me, like a little fact, like an update about my life. I've just moved house. You might notice the background's different. It's because I got mold poisoning in my old house and I had to move, which is true. So that's an interesting thing that I should tell the audience that might make them feel like they know me.
Would you ever do like a full video that's just you?
I think I would, yeah, but I'm edging closer and closer to it because, yeah, I know that as I said before, one of my vulnerabilities is that I hide behind my observations and opinions about other people, and it's not as easy to just let people see me. So I'm going to.
That's a great hook. That's your.
It's funny, isn't it? Because I teach this shit, and all of my clients, I'm like, you can do this, put yourself out there. But I'm very aware that it's a thing that I do. So yeah, I'm edging closer to it. I'll start to share more of me and my story and my journey. I'm just going to get into it slowly.
I'm literally just trying to do 3 things here. 1, just friend to friend, like kind of push you a little bit to like see, is she going to do it? 2, build suspense for the listener to go subscribe to the channel and then pay attention to it. And 3, let's say you're a big superstar. I'm going to be like, look at this interview we did in 2025.
Okay, I like number 3. Let's go with all of them, but number 3, let's make that the goal. 100%.
Do you want to be a superstar?
I don't want to be a superstar. No. I don't want to be seen for me. Like I really like talking about ideas, and I really like guiding other people to be superstars. But yeah, me personally, I don't want to be famous just for the sake of being famous.
I struggle with this one myself, because let's say you have such a great impact that 100,000 people at a stadium want to see you speak, or 20 million people watch every one of your videos. Like the superstardom comes with the impact. So there's like, is your impact capped unless you become a superstar? I struggle with this thought.
Yeah, I think that it's a good point. There's levels and kinds of fame. Like someone like, I don't know, Jennifer Lawrence, she's just famous. Like she's just a superstar for being Jennifer Lawrence, right? But someone like Gary Vee, he's kind of niche famous in that he's famous for his perspectives and opinions. Same with Alex Hormozi. I can see myself being more like okay with that kind of fame, where it's like you're famous because you give people new perspectives and they like you, but they also really like hearing what you think about the world. I think that's a very different kind of famous than just being seen and people expecting you to be you, and that's the trick, right? That's kind of scares me a little bit. I don't want to do that, but I'm very happy to be up on a stage with a microphone talking about something. Like I love that. That's where I thrive. So yeah, it's a bit of a contradiction. It's like me saying, I don't want to be famous, but then putting myself on YouTube and trying to get more views. Like, what do you mean? So yeah contradictions.
Gary Vee is such a good example, because it was like years ago by now, but my girlfriend sends me a screenshot. She's like, there's a speaker at our college virtual event. I think you'd like him. And I'm like looking at the screenshot. I'm like, that's Gary Vaynerchuk. Like, what do you...
Yep,
what?
I like him.
One, you don't know Gary Vaynerchuk. 2, why didn't you invite me? But some person who's an alumni at a college isn't going to know Gary Vaynerchuk the way you and I might.
Exactly, but everyone knows Jennifer Lawrence. So it's like, are you famous with a certain group of people for a specific thing? Or are you just famous? I know that I call it niche famous. I'm happy to be niche famous than Jennifer Lawrence famous.
So final question, and it's for recommendations. Other than your channel, it could be YouTube, a book, a podcast. What are you learning from right now? Who are you learning from? What's got your ears?
That is such a great question. What's got my ears? I can recommend some Australian YouTubers that are great.
Cool. Most of my audience isn't Australian, so this is fun for us.
There's some really good content coming out of Australia. So I would say April Clucks, cluck cluck like a chicken. And that's because she's known as the chicken girl. She has chickens and she loves chickens, but she also does like cultural commentary. which is incredible. She is so good at what she does. The second one is Struthless. He's a bit of a bigger channel, so people might know about him, but he talks about creativity. He talks about, I guess, productivity, creativity, art, the state of content versus art. Really interesting stuff. So that's two YouTubers that I always watch and listen to and would recommend to anyone. And then the other things, I just like to read a lot. I read a lot of self-development. So books like The Courage to Be Disliked is one I'd recommend if you're trying to put yourself out there and start your branding and content journey. Great book that will change your perspective. The Infinite Game by Simon Sinek. I love that book. That also changed the way that I thought about the world. And anything by Marty Neumeier. He's got a book called The Brand Gap, which is just so valuable. So yeah, 2 Australian channels, 3 books. That's what I will leave people with, and things that have really inspired me recently.
And Theory of One on YouTube.
And Theory of One on YouTube. Yes.
Thanks for coming on, Erica. Again, I think I mentioned this, but like I just found your channel, binged, and now you're on the show just like that. So I appreciate your time, appreciate your heartbeats. I know we learned a lot, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you so much, Ben. It was so fun chatting to you. You taught me a lot about myself as well.
How dare you be so selfish to rob people from 100% of you and you giving them 50% of you? Like, imagine what 100% can be like to give to my wife, to give to my kids, to give to my community, to give to my God. Like, I have to do those things because if I break down, I'm not good for anybody. Everybody else is taken. Why not just be you? Well, how do I know who I am? What do you love? So sitting with yourself, knowing yourself, loving on yourself, being valued of what you have, not lusting after anybody else, and then paying attention to those things and really sitting with it because you've had it all along. How are you truly doing? How is your soul? How is your mindset? How are you? What is the legacy that you are leaving in this earth? And who's going to help you navigate that journey? One is a very lonely and deadly number.
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So Christian F. Johnson, we first met Book Thinkers Live, Nick Hutchinson's event. You were the MC. And I'm just going to be honest with you and the audience. I don't know like a tremendous amount about you yet. And I just loved your energy. And I just loved your commandment of the stage. And I'm like, I want to just kind of get to know this guy and click record. So, yeah, man. How do you prep for an event like that? Because, I mean, you're the MC. Your energy is important.
Wow. First off, thank you so much for having me. And so, and everybody, like, this is going to be an amazing conversation. And yes, prepping for the experience. So if you want to look at title or putting that out there, I branded as the personal development MC. And so I'm not the guy that just shows up when Ben is speaking and I just read the name. It's way bigger than that. I've actually had the opportunity, and shout out to Nick and the Book Thinkers team. I'm the one behind the scenes too, also working with the team. So I help out with the area of the vision. And so if we're doing the Book Thinkers event, then now I'm helping along with the team to say, okay, well, what if we turn this into an actual book? And what about the personal development aspects? Like when somebody comes off stage, maybe I can come out there and I can help tie this thing together. So I have a whole system that I put in place to really walk through, because my thing is I want to hear the heart of the host. So let's say you're hosting an event, but you're like, I'm not really the guy that wants to be the MC. Right. I'm that person that becomes that mouthpiece to help convey that vision and that mission that you have. And I'm making sure that that's being executed. Okay. Now you have a guest speaker that comes in, and for some reason, Tony Robbins can't speak. Oh my God, what do I do? Well, not that I'm the same level as him, but I'm also a speaker, so I can fill in that gap, right? You have a sponsor that shows up and does this, and he's over talking. He only had 15 minutes, but now it's 22. What do? I'm the guy behind the scenes that is knowing how to navigate to make sure that the priority is being saved. So a lot of people, it's funny, they don't even take the value of an MC, especially in the personal development space. They just want the speaker, and they pay $30,000-$40,000 for these speakers, but never take the moment to realize you need somebody to navigate that whole entire journey. And that's what makes my job so unique.
So it sounds like you're doing both, because I imagine good prep, shouting out the sponsors, keeping us on time, important. But also having good energy on stage. I know a lot of people that actually have great energy on stage. They'll raise their hand. I'll MC. I'm good to go. But they don't do the prep. So you're kind of doing both of those. I'm wondering about the energy on stage part. So I emceed a few tracks at Podfest, and I'm not an MC. I haven't been trained. I kind of figured they literally didn't tell me what to do. I figured it out as I went. And I'm going to be honest, I was a little stuck in my head. I was very aware that the more I spoke, the more I was just taking time from the person who was about to present. So I was keeping it short, shout out the sponsor, get people to clap, get people up, get off stage. But I was in my head. I didn't feel like I was present in the room the way I could be. Have you experienced that, or am I just kind of like a beginner's mess up, No,
you're not a beginner's mess up. I mean, any and everybody who has that, you have to, again, so for me, a lot of prayer, a lot of meditation. For me, I tend to travel with someone. So for me, my favorite person to travel is with my wife. So if you've seen me out there, you see my wife with me. That helps me in that space so that I can focus on those things. I have to be at a place of neutrality. I have to be a place where whatever happens, they can't disrupt, they can't just mess with me, right? So being at that posture and place is realizing, yes, I'm talking, but it's a journey. So for the listeners, the viewers, it's a journey. I'm taking you on this journey. So what I comment, it sets up the next speaker, or if they came off stage, then it helps to resolve and help. Because I have in my mind, for instance, I'm gonna let you know in a little secret. Don't tell Nick that I'm telling you this, right? But he told me, right? He's like, look, I need people to walk away, not just saying it's a good event, but them to take something tangible with them. So all my interaction is like, okay, how can I gear you so that when you hear what El Petrillo is saying, or if you hear what Marcus Collius is saying, that now we're going to continue to move forward so you can take this thing home with you. Even my closing keynote is an area of how do we apply those things. So when you have that in mind, you're just realizing, I know what the destination is. How can I help usher that? And sometimes it doesn't take for you to say something in between everyone. We got off a little script and a little timing, and I couldn't do all the interactions that I would have planned to do. But it's the experience. People are paying for some events thousands of dollars to be there, and they want a good opportunity. They want a good performance. You want a good presence as an MC.
Because I might take notes, but I'm going to remember how it made me feel. The experiences, who I met, like the vibe of the room.
Yeah.
So
100%.
For someone like me, so I've spoke, but I've never emceed. Definitely a different vibe. But some of the listeners maybe aren't even speakers yet. So let's trim it down to the basic. Like you said, prayer. You said prep. Like, what's it look like before? What would you recommend someone do beforehand to make sure they're in that present state, crushing it?
So we're talking about the area of speaking or emceeing or both. Where you
Let's
take
just
me.
talk about speaking. Like, you could even be at the workplace and you have a presentation in front of a board and you just started in a new role. Like, just public speaking. I'm a little nervous. What do I do?
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of craft this into. It's a little shameless plug. I'm gonna throw this out there as well. Okay, so I wrote this book. It's called "When You're Speaking But Still Silent." Okay. And it's talking about like reclaiming your authentic voice in a world that rewards performance over presence, like being there in the moment, present with, for me, God, being in that area, in that space. So everything I do is like that area of like ministry as unto God. That's just personally who I am and how I operate, right? So when it comes to preparation, I want to honor who it is that I'm serving, right? The host. I want to honor the audience. And ultimately, I want to obviously honor God as I'm dealing with that. But for me, the preparation and getting to the area of speaking is, again, purpose. right? It's the purpose and understanding. Once I understand the assignment for that situation Nick gave me, now it's the preparation is making sure my heart, my mind, and my life is aligned to that. If he booked me as a speaker and he says, I want you to speak on operating from your authentic voice, from my book, right? Which he actually wrote the foreword too. But, so coming from there, if I'm speaking from that particular level, I know my book. I read it, right? I wrote it. I've done all those things. Now I'm at a place of navigating what the vision is. If he's saying I got book thinkers, but I want them to speak from their authentic voice, I have a rinse method that I talk about. Okay. Can I share a little bit of that with you, if that's okay?
You said rinse?
Rinse method. It's a little story behind that. Just go with me for a little bit. Okay. Okay. So rinse method for me, when I was a kid, and I had irritation in my throat, my mom would say, look, son, I need you to take warm water, salt water, and I want you to go ahead and swish it around in your mouth. And I want you to go ahead and rinse your mouth out. Don't swallow it, spit it out. So that became an acronym for me. Okay. And this is what I even teach by the area of within speaking, within coaching, and within knowing your authentic voice. And this helps me because my core purpose in life is really to help people destroy distractions, align with God, and really fortify their focus in the thing that they're doing. So this is like a 5-step spiritual recalibration system for me. So if somebody's taking notes, right, write down as an acronym RINSE. All right, rinse. Okay. So the first thing is when we're preparing, we're doing that. We're looking at like recognizing what is distracting you from the purpose. Like sometimes you got to realize you're at that place and you're like, okay, maybe I'm feeling insecure about this. I identified the elephant in the room. Like I'm terrified. It's 5,000 people out here and I've studied this, but that's what it is. I want to recognize what that distraction is as R, right? But the I is to identify the authentic assignment. I have to remind myself that I have an assignment. I'm being paid to this. I'm having to honor God. I'm having to honor the host. I'm reminded on my assignment in this moment. That helps me, right? For me, I do some deep breath work at times, right? Just breathing in, holding, release, right? Standing, grounding myself, getting to that place of neutrality. I told you about the area of prayer, right? The N is to neutralize those distractions by starving them, okay? So that's another part. You hear people say, picture people who are naked in the crowd. That don't work for me. All right, man, that never has worked for me. Okay. That's not my style. Right. But I can neutralize the distractions by starving them because what you feed will live. We know that, right? If you starve something, it's going to die. So I can't feed the fear. I can't feed the anxiety. I can't feed that in the moment. I have to fix my thoughts on the assignment and make the conscious decision to show up from my authentic self, because that's who they're hiring. That's who you want to show up when you're speaking, my authentic self. So I was in a place before I'll get to my S and my E, but I was in a place when I wrote this book where I was suffering from mask messaging, mimicry, and misalignment because I wanted to be successful. So if Tony Robbins said it, E.T. the hip hop preacher said it, this preacher, this pastor, if Ben said it, if this person, I could take all those things because I know how to present and I can share those things, but it wasn't my authentic self. And I was actually speaking, got off the stage, and somebody who I choose to keep them private came to me and said, listen, it's hard to listen to you. You don't even sound like yourself anymore. And they know who I am. And that was the shift in this, that God wants the universe, everything. They want my authentic self, who I am and who I show up to be. So nobody can be me. So be you. Have that mindset. I have to be me. So I want to neutralize those distractions by starving them. S is we're going to strengthen your assignment daily. We want to strengthen those things. So I want to starve those things, but I want to strengthen them because I'm doing that self-development. I have I want to read the books. I want to pray. I want to do the work to really find out. I want to look at the other speakers that are on the program and kind of see where they are in their expertise, not intimidation, but being me. I want to make sure that I am studying to show myself approved so that when I show up, I'm engaging. I'm looking at the tape afterwards to see where I messed up, right? I'm looking at all these things. I want to strengthen myself from the inside out. And the E is to execute from your center, being who you are and embodying your truth. So you're being Ben. Can't nobody else be Ben. You're on here. You're like, listen, I'm calm. I'm cool. This is what we're going to do. I want you to be yourself. That's that. You're not, okay, let me make sure that I'm going to follow this book right here that says that I need to do this and this. You've become it. We have to embody the things that we are speaking from. So that's things that help me behind the scenes, even as I'm preparing to say, okay, Christian, do I recognize what's distracting me in this moment when it comes? Am I able to identify what? Christian, stay focused. Remember why you're here. Let's neutralize these distractions. Let's starve them, but let's strengthen ourselves, right? And let's go ahead and execute from our divine center. So that's the rinse method for you and our audience.
I just took so many notes, my friend. And one thing I noticed, so behind the scenes, we were having a little bit of tech issues before we clicked record. And I feel like we went in like energy was maybe moderate. And as you speak, I feel you I feel you coming out of it.
Wow.
Like I'm sure someone could easily hear it. And if they're watching this, they could see it. And you're talking about authenticity, and it's a buzzword, but like, how do you know you're being your authentic self? What does that look like for you? Because I feel like I could see it in you in that moment, but how do you know?
Listen, man, you got to date yourself. Sometimes you got to shut off social media. Sometimes you got to shut out. Sometimes you got to get in nature. Sometimes you have to remove, because I'm so focused in excellence. I want to know the latest this, the latest that. But this is what I realized. You cannot go beyond experience and knowing yourself. Like, you have to realize that. For me, I would love things to be easy and great. I'll tell you something, Ben. It's been pretty rough for me. Like, it just has, right? I know people and they just, I had this thought and it just showed up. No, I had to go through the school of hard knocks to get to where I am. And now I'm realizing that I have to learn from those things. So guess what? This book came out of a pain. Somebody came to me and said, you're not being yourself. It's hard to listen to you. That's not easy to hear, right? We got to pay attention to the signs that God is giving us to be at this place to say, you know what? Listen, you have to be you. Everybody else is taken. Everybody else is taken. Why not just be you? Well, how do I know who I am? What do you love? What frustrates you? What like your true self. I'm not talking about just this skin. I'm not just talking about the culture. I'm not talking about your belief system. I'm talking about like often like who you are. This is the first thing I would want to give you. Ask yourself, why am I here on earth? You probably can't answer that right now, but ask yourself and take the time to date yourself to figure that out. That's called purpose. That's why you breathe, right? And from there, and you align yourself and you start dating yourself, you start to put coaches and people in your life. Listen, not just to tell you what to do, but a good coach will ask you the right questions to lead you to a place where you are aware, where you are fully coming into who you are. And listen, when you do things and you're done, you say, you know what? That felt great. That felt like me. Or I felt like I was pretending. Or, you know what? It really is a lion inside of here, but this cub just keeps coming out. I know inside of me, I believe this thing. You are coded to know what to do, but we allow all these things, these thought processes, these cultures, everything to just take it from us. When you are already, there's nothing missing, nothing lacking, nothing broken within you. You already have everything you need to succeed. We just need these external things sometimes to remind us of what we already have. And that's one of the biggest temptations. So I would tell you, my brother and my sister, that you have to be at a place where you got to be honest with yourself. You got to look within, do the work, and say, you know what? I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. You can have all the money in the world, and I know millionaires and different things like that, and can be miserable. Mm-hmm. You can have the greatest brand, and now you realize you built a big business, a big brand, but you are empty inside. Yeah. So to avoid that, get yourself a coach. If you need me, I'll give you the information. We can talk through that as well.
How does someone hit you up and get that information?
Absolutely. I am Christian F. Johnson. You can look my website on there, or really, I love connecting on LinkedIn, right? So if you connect with me on LinkedIn, I'll probably send you a voice message. We can hop on a 15-minute alignment call just to hear, what's going on and how I could serve you and move forward in that direction. They're the main two ways that I'm connecting right now.
And we'll make sure that's right below us in the notes. So you can scroll down, click that right now. Just don't crash the car. One thing I've been literally, this is a new thought of mine that I've been simmering on, but like, what would I have to do that when I lay down to rest, I'm like, I at least was a net positive.
Okay.
Personally and professionally. Personally, a net negative life sounds sad, but I want a net positive life for myself and all around us. And when you look at childhood as an example, you look at a baby, very cute, very hopeless. Nothing, the baby can't do nothing without help. My entire childhood, I was helped. Still to this day, when a client pays me, they're helping me. They're funding me. If I'm running a business that's unethical, all I'm doing is taking. I want to live a net positive life. And how would I show up to be net positive? I don't have to be net like 500% positive. I might not be the next Gandhi or Martin Luther King, but how can I still be a net positive Ben? And then the question you're bringing up for me is, what would it look like for me personally? Because a lot of people will tell you how to be net positive, but then you're following their dream. So what would my dream look like? How did you discover this kind of stuff?
A lot of error. It's a part of that story. Not knowing doing a whole life of, for me, I had programmed myself that success was money. Okay. So if it wasn't making money, it's not successful pertaining to that. That's just where I am. I've had multiple businesses and different things like that. And the older I got, I have a beautiful wife of 18 years. We have twins that are 16. We have an 11-year-old son. And I would hear people say, man, you're extremely blessed. You're wealthy. You're this, you're that. I'm like, bro, you don't know what's in the bank account. Let's not go there. And I started to realize, you know what? Once I answered that question that I asked you to sit with, why are you here? And you're fulfilling that, like, the money and all the other stuff is going to follow. Because the main thing for me, and it took a lot of error trying to do this and trying to do that, when I nailed down and say, okay, Christian, it boils down to three things, like destroying distraction. So just for me showing up on this podcast, I'm helping somebody to destroy a distraction. I've already done that, right? Align them with God. I've already given that opportunity, right? And to fortify your focus. It bleeds out of me. I can't help but to do it. I just was able to put verbiage to it, but it works everywhere, Ben. It works in my household first. It works with me. It works if I'm in a grocery store. It works if I'm in a car, like all those things. So when I lay down at night, all I really have to do is ask myself if I fulfilled those three things. And that's what it is. Christian, today, thanks to the podcast, when I lay my head down, I'm that positive at the place of saying, you know what? I helped destroy some distractions today. I help some people align with God. I help people to fortify their focus. Now I trust you to go ahead and continue to do what needs to be done. And I'll continue to go ahead and be on that journey. But it's good. Now that sounds on the spiritual side, I get that. But on the practical side, pay attention to people who are in your circle. Pay attention to what unsolicited advice people are giving you. For instance, you get finished and they said, you know what? You really made me feel empowered. I would hear for years, your energy, your energy, your energy. I'm like, okay, what is this energy? I don't know how to monetize energy. What are we doing here, right? And so it's contagious. Some people would say, I just want you in a room. I'm like, I can't say, okay, you can pay me $5,000. I'll fly and sit in a room with you for an hour. Like, it wasn't that. So sitting with yourself, knowing yourself, loving on yourself, being valued of what you have, not lusting after anybody else, and then paying attention to those things and really sitting with it because you've had it all along. I would ask you, how did you come into podcasting?
Yeah, a place in need. Well, realistically, if we get down to the core of it, 2016, I'm a music fan. I'm a music lover, handing out flyers, going to every single show. And someone said on a podcast, if you never want to work in a day, do what you love. I don't think it's perfect advice. You do got to get paid. But I was like, there isn't a music podcast in my city. And I love listening to podcasts and I love music. And I don't want to just be a consumer, even though the entertainment industry is built on consumption. It's okay. We need people in seats. But I felt like I was a consumer and not a producer. So I started a podcast to document the local music scene. And then I started a business podcast because Music Ben got let go during the pandemic, broke, unemployed, non-essential. So I started a business podcast realistically because I thought maybe I could be an entrepreneur, kind of an accidental entrepreneur. But I started the business podcast to learn from the mentors. to learn from the people that were in the location that I was trying to get. And wow, I mean, you got to pinch yourself. It's 2016. I started the business show in 2020. I don't know any other way. Like, to me, there's no end destination. I'm constantly learning, constantly evolving. And the podcast is the number one place where I get to do that. And in a way, I don't get paid a ton doing this, but I get paid to do it. Yeah. That's badass, man.
Yeah. Well, listen, so can I jump into the coaching world? Can I put my coach hat on?
Yeah,
I know you
let's
had
rock
the
and roll.
MC, so I'm going to put the coach hat on, right?
Cool.
So
Yeah.
when I hear you speaking, right, and I'm going to give you this, like, I would charge a good amount of money for what I'm about to give you right now, okay? So you just get it for free right now, okay? So this right here is, from what I'm hearing you say, it sounds like to me, and you sit with this, right? There's something, a gifting, that question about why I'm here on earth, that you give into the gap. Now, let's sit with that phrase, because only you can verify that. I'm just asking you to sit with that. I'm just listening to your story. Naturally, I didn't push, just ask the question. You just said, in this area, I seen this area of a gap. I love this. I'd love this, whatever. I want to go ahead and do that. And I know you said for this, now you like to learn, but you can learn by yourself. You could do this through Zoom conversations and learn. You can go on LinkedIn and just take 15 minutes, have a free. So it's not beyond just learning. There's something inside of you that what you're learning, you also want to give in the area that you see a gap. Am I right or am I right?
Yeah, let me say one thing, and then I want to hear a little more from you. I literally say my goal is to bridge the gap, to get the knowledge, the wisdom, the info from the people who have it to the people who need it. And listen, I'm in the need a category a lot of times. I'm bridging the gap myself, but I'm trying to get the knowledge from the wisdom from the people who have it to the people who need it. I get to do that with my marketing company. I get to do that as a podcast host. I get to be in the mentorship role when I'm a podcast guest. And I have a peer group called Grow Getters Only, which is the peer-to-peer support. But literally everything I do is on purpose if it's bridging the gap between this person's got something good, this person can benefit from that. Let's find a way to build bridges to make that easier for people.
We didn't have that conversation.
What do you think?
We didn't have that conversation prior to this, right? It's just verifying everything that you have. You gave the answer. You have it. So you got to ask yourself that question on a regular basis. When you lay down, man, did I bridge the gap? Did I give into the gap?
Ooh.
Okay. So that's how you put a smile on your face. And if you didn't, don't beat yourself up, right? Because sometimes we have those days where we do need to receive and we do need to learn. And it's not about giving, but you get back up, you get new mercy. Now, look, how can I give into the gap today? That's one question for you. And anybody listening can do the same thing. If I was asking you the question, you would naturally start to share, if I was just the thing that you're doing right now gives you the most joy. If money wasn't a problem, what would you find yourself doing? When you start to answer that question, it starts to take the layers back. And you say, well, I would find myself writing a book. Okay, well, what would I be writing about? Well, you know what? I was in this position and blah, blah, blah. Okay, now we're getting there. And you know what? It really frustrates me about this. Okay, but there's a gift in there. There's a message to the world. And I believe that there's money that will follow that. Not as just about money, but we're in a day and time we need that to survive as well. Mm-hmm. But the area, the impact and the influence. And then watch this. When you get given to the gap, there's a financial reward. But I would guess, if I was a betting man, bet that you get more fulfillment from what those are receiving that you've helped to feed in that gap. So somebody can say, man, thank you for having Christian on today. And they send you an email and say, because I was going through this, that lights you up bigger than, okay, just I got this 12 grand that came in. Like, that's nice. I'll pay those bills. But this is that because you realize that we're all created to make this place better than when it was when we got here. You tell me. I mean, am I off? Am I on? You let me know.
I literally wrote in my notes, did I bridge the gap? And I like reminders. So this is going to happen at the end of this call. I'm just going to put in a 5-minute reminder at the bottom of my calendar. And it says, did you bridge the gap? And I'm the kind of guy that if the answer is no, I'm not going to go to bed with shame because I maybe failed that day. Well, what a reminder to bridge the gap the next day. So I'm literally going to put that in my calendar as a daily reminder. And those might not be the perfect words for the listener, but I do want to invite them to put a reminder like that in their calendar. I do a lot of morning stuff. Got my morning affirmations. I got a couple morning reminders. I don't have a nightly reminder. And that's a humbling nightly reminder. Again, still going to sleep like a baby, but I know I'm going to start the next day a different man if the answer to the question is no. I need to show up differently.
Yeah, I love it. I love it, man. I love it.
How did you find God? Have you always been a man of faith?
Always. I'll say it this way. I grew up throughout, we would say, the church. Now, the church, when I say that term, it really is an assembly of people. It's not a building. So I am a pastor. Okay. So when it comes to those things, but I've always had a love for God. But you can be, just because you're in a garage doesn't make you an automobile, right? It doesn't make you a car just because you're in a garage, right? So it took for me to go through some rough times during college where I really seen things being stripped from me. And I feel like it was God's way of getting my attention, saying, look, I got a call on your life and I want you to move in this way and that way. So yes, I've been in and around the church and been involved my whole entire life, but it didn't get real till my college years where I really submitted my heart and my mind to God. And in the midst of that, even till up to a few years ago, I found myself in another space saying, because it was like this, the religious side of like, well, this is what God is and this is what this is. And I seen so much hate and I seen so much judgment. I seen all that. I said, I don't want anything to do with this. And specifically, so I was like this close to like saying, forget, I'm a Christian. My name's Christian, but I am a Christian. Christianity and everything. So I went through this whole area of just like discovering things to really get back to an area of God. And now I'm back here realizing that, you know what, I'm not pushing my beliefs on anybody else, but I'd rather have my roughest day on earth having a reliance and faith in God than to operate in a world in this day and time that I don't. And so, yes, I've always had a love for God, but my full commitment really wasn't there until an area of college.
Yeah, what do you do when you feel the questioning? I mean, there's always something going wrong. And it's like, what's going on? Mm-hmm. How is this happening? Yeah. Well, what do you do when you're kind of just, things aren't it could be cultural, it could be in your family, it could be a personal health concern.
Yeah.
What do you do? How do you find solace in that?
Yeah, well, again, I'm not going to try to turn this into a whole preaching pastoral where I could go in that direction.
I did ask.
Yeah, you did ask. But what I'll say, like right now, even in our church, we're studying what is called the armor of God. Okay, so that is found in Ephesians 6. If anybody is interested, I'm not pushing you on it, but it's just an invitation around verses 10 through 20. And the Apostle Paul is in there. He's actually, check this out, Ben. He's actually in prison when he's writing these letters, right? So he's in prison, right, writing these letters about how to put on armor around Roman soldiers, right, who are there. So it's funny how you can be bound in a situation and look at a level physical bound, but spiritually free. That's so powerful right there, okay? So for that, and it talks about 5 pieces, but it talks about putting on a belt of truth, right? It talks about putting on a breastplate of righteousness. It talks about putting on shoes that are peaceful, right? A gospel of peace. It talks about having swords of faith, right? And it also talks about a helmet of salvation. So that's like spiritual armor that you want to put on. For me, like even right now, those shoes of peace, because in that day and time, the Roman soldiers would have on sandals that strapped up to the ankle, but they had like cleats on the bottom of them. So it helped them with their grounding. So in this day and time when all hell is breaking loose in the earth, I have to look and ask myself, Christian, do you have on your full armor of God? Like, are you able to be neutral and sturdy and grounded firm when you get the bad news, when this person talks about you, when this person is coming after you, when this spiritual condition is happening and taking place? Can I put on the good news, the gospel of peace, and still share? Like right now, I'm sharing hope and peace, but there's things in my life that are going haywire right now, right? But can I go past those things and be girded in there? So I just try to make sure I have on that armor as I'm continuing to move forward, because I never know what's going to come at me. I never know, but I try to be prepared in that way.
So in addition to prayer, no matter what, the listener believes, in addition to the prayer, what else can someone do? What habits, what relationships? You tell me, what else can someone do to ensure that they're strong, to ensure that
Mhm.
they're resilient. What do
Mhm.
you do? You tell me.
Well, obviously, I share the area of faith in God pertaining to that, but even naturally, like
Yeah.
exercising, right? There's some areas of just, like I said, breathing and meditation that comes into place of that. Reading books, fixing your thoughts on things that are pure, that are positive, that are a good report. Trying to stay in that space. Again, having accountability. I believe in therapists. I believe in coaches. I believe in pastors. I believe all you need, right? A natural, holistic medicine, as well as if I need to go to the doctor and get something prescribed, whatever it takes for me to fulfill the assignment, because for me it's a kingdom assignment. So every day for me I have to get up and operate from that place. So it's about what it is that I need to do so that I can take care of this temple and my mind and my body, so I can express what it is that I feel like I'm here and called on. So those things is what you need. And I think the thing that we miss out on is rest. Sometimes just sleeping and resting. Right? How many entrepreneurs I talk to and I'm like, when have you had a day off? Well, I had this and this and no. Well, what are you doing on your day off? Well, it's the day that you're still working. Like, it's like only on vacation. And then vacation, you need a vacation from the vacation. Listen, get yourself a day of the week that you sit, that you rest. And if you're like me, you can't, like, I can't fully do it. Like, I need 2 days. And one day, Ben, I am resting my mind, but I might be moving my body, right? But another day I might be resting my body, but I'm moving my mind. Because sometimes for me, when I totally sit, I can get, because I've dealt with anxiety and depression as well, right? I can get to that place where I'm like, I finally sit and I'm looking at things and it just hits my mind. So no, put those things in there. And listen, depending on what you're driving, you may need something different. If we're in a regular car, I can get to unleaded. But if you had that diesel truck, you better not put that unleaded in that car. And we don't realize that sometimes in the seasons of your life, you're driving something that requires more octane, more levels, more diesel in your system so that you can continue to move forward. If you are moving so rapidly, if you are exerting a lot of energy like I do, I rest. So I might sleep in a little later because operating like this, I get tired as well. But how do I replenish those things? So take care of the gift God gave you. That's this body, this mind, this energy. Be who you are and spend time loving over hating. I would leave you with that. Like, spend time loving over hating. Like, pick some things to be grateful about. I'm sorry, the preacher started to come out. I apologize.
Well, I like to say healing is just applying love to the places that are hurting.
Woo! That's good. That's a t-shirt.
That's my t-shirt.
Yes.
And another thing, and you know the answer to this, which this is why I've been laughing a little bit. I'm laughing to myself here. What did God do on the last day?
Rest.
So, okay. Who am I to think that I'm better than them?
Listen, we're like that's like a curse word for us. Rest. What? You're going to go away. We talked about that a little bit, right? You get it ready, go away, do some things. Like, that's the time when you get more energy. I had somebody say this to me, and then I'll pull back. I was in a leadership conference, and they were talking to pastors and leaders, and they said, "How dare you be so selfish?" I'm like, well, this ain't the way you start off a message. This is not encouraging. Like, how dare, he said, how dare you be so selfish to rob people from 100% of you, and you giving them 50% of you because you won't take the rest in the time that you need so that you can give 100%. And I thought about all the coaching sessions, all the sermons I've preached, all the opportunities that I've had and I've poured out. And I'm like, if this right now is 50%, like, imagine what 100% can be like, to give to my wife, to give to my kids, to give to my community, to give to my God. Like, I have to do those things, because if I break down, I'm not good for anybody. So rest.
How would do you have an online church, or this is in person? How would I learn more on that behalf from you?
Yeah, I will get all that information to you. We are in the midst of a transition, so about time this launches, I have some different links for you. But yes, we are online and in person, where you'll be able to connect with us with the links that I'll give for YouTube if you want to catch us there, or cool. In person, and if you're in our local area. But I'll get all the information to you.
All right, I made a note, so we'll make that in the show notes.
Yep.
How do you personally pick your mentor or your coach? What do
Yeah.
you look for? How do you choose a coach?
I like to say fruit on the tree. I mean, for me, I've had multiple coaches and all of them are amazing, but different seasons for different things. I was in a time where I was hurt, I was angry. So when I sit into an area of interviewing, it's interviewing, excuse me, the coach and them interviewing me. I was in a place where I'm like, even in this season, like where I was at, I was like, and please, I'm just sharing my heart. So I don't, want this to be offensive to anybody, but I've went from having, a therapist who's just gifted, and then not on like a non-faith side. I've had a faith side, I've had women, and this time I was like, God, like I want like an African American male in this season to kind of speak life to me in these places. It really depends on where I'm at and what is needed in that season for me. And it's a team. It's not just one person. Like I have a pastor, I have a area of coach, I've had therapists, I've had all these things depending on the seasons that I'm in. But character is not just for me, just a degree. Yes, I appreciate the degree, but I'm gonna tell you, people can have more degrees than a thermometer, but you have to have a level of embodiment for what it is. I want to know you've had some skin in the game as well. I want to know if I talk to you about being molested in a situation, that you've had a case or some situations to kind of go through from there. I want to know if I'm telling you about, I'm stressed out because the church people are acting this way, that you can relate and come from that area as well to kind of identify that. I don't want you just to sit there and just say, okay, yes, well, you need to go ahead and share that and then do this. Other thing is, I don't want you to rob me from my unfolding. Don't just tell me what to do. Lead me to a place where I can get the awareness for myself. So I need you to help lead me there, because then I'm fully relying on you. I need you to help equip me to be the best version of myself. And things are seasonal. I'm very loyal. So I can be loyal to a default where the relationship is no longer valuable, but I like this. I'm comfortable in this. Sometimes you realize I'm at a different level and I need something different, and that changes. It's okay. But just be honest with yourself. That's the first step. What do you know what you need? Do you even know? If you don't know what you need, you're fully relying on somebody to tell you what's needed. And if you're sharing it with them, and even chemistry, like I need somebody. You can't just be like, yes, so this is what I believe, bro. I'm gonna be in there like,
Yeah.
We got to have a personality where we get to connect as well. You taught me that. You see me? Okay.
Yeah, the Zoom. Yeah, yeah.
Hope I'm answering your question.
You touched on, I don't know if I've had this thought before, so I'm going to think this out loud. There are people, and I have been in this place, especially still am probably in certain areas, where I don't know what I need. I don't know what I want. And there's a tricky problem that can occur when someone who's egocentric, arrogant, just wants your money will be like, listen, young child, I have exactly what you need. I have exactly what you want. You should do this. You should be this way. And you're just like a lost child following to me, you're describing a Sherpa, someone who will show you the way, help you get there. But if you don't know what you want, and you go to someone who has total certainty that they know what you want, they could take you completely in the wrong direction and you won't even realize it's happening.
100%.
And I'm a marketer by trade. It's like marketing 101 for the people that are unethical. And what they will say is, I tricked them into doing something that was good for them. That is their justification. I've manipulated them for good. But a lot of marketers will just manipulate you for their own dime. Some coaches will just manipulate you for their own dime. They're a good marketer, but they're a bad coach. And what I'm hearing from you is look for character, look for a Sherpa, someone who's a leader. But it's important to get a little bit of clarity on our own as well, because that's when we're most manipulatable, when we don't know what we want. So what do you think about that?
Well, I love it because when I go, so I went to my doctor maybe like 3 weeks ago, just like a yearly checkup. And they ask questions. I have to have the answer to them, right? And if there's anything going on, if they ask me about my anxiety, ask me about my breathing. If I come in there and I'm like, well, Christian, have you had any problems with, I never thought about that, or I'm not honest at that moment to even take the moment to really be honest. Like even sometimes you find out in real life unfolding, I'm in an interview, I'm seeing if you want to be my coach or my therapist or not. And I come from there and I'm listening. There's a level where I can now open myself up to God speaking, that still small voice speaking inside of me saying, this is what you need, or this doesn't feel good. Pay attention to those things that are inside. But now that I say what my symptoms are and what's going on, the doctor can prescribe something that should be helpful to me. And so sometimes before I get there, I'm thinking, this is me when I'm going to her. I'm like, you know what? I need to talk to my doctor about this. I'm getting older. You know, this may be happening or this or that. Or I have these things. Sometimes I even have a note. Y'all probably don't show up like that. I have a little notes in my iPhone, and I'm like, this is where this is this and this, because I want to make sure of that. So date yourself, please, please. Some of us is moving so much. I love the fact that you're doing millions in your business. I love the fact that you have a great social media following. I love the fact that you're doing this, you're doing that. But how are you truly doing? How is your soul? How is your mindset? How are you? What is the legacy that you are leaving in this earth? And who's going to help you navigate that journey? One is a very lonely and deadly number. There's a team. We're here for each other. We got to get back to working with each other, loving each other, and getting what we need, investing in ourselves. Y'all give so much to other people, but who's giving to you? Put some of your dollars in that space so you can get the coaching and the therapy you need to take your business and take your life to a whole different level.
How can we continue to support you, my friend? What's the next move? How can I support you in your mission here?
Man, listen, get this book, right? When You're Speaking But Still Silent. That will help you, but it also help me as well when it comes to that. Obviously, if you need any coaching or anything like that, you know, I gave you the notes pertaining to that, man. Prayer, obviously, for the ministry I'll be sharing with you that we are helping to lead. Because for me to put more time in the ministry side, I'm having to pull back from business. So that's financial situations as well to move forward within that. But if anything else to really, really bless me, take something that I'm saying, apply it to your life, and let Ben or I know how it's working for you. Take something you got and share it with somebody and continue to keep this thing going on. There is so much negativity and bad news that's going out here. I don't know about y'all. I'm over it. I don't even want to turn on the TV, Ben. Like, what am I doing here? I'm so over it. Can we come to a place where we commit to being who we are, and by any means in our businesses, in our ministries, in our lives, be at a place where we're saying, you know what? Now is the time. I'm going to use my authentic voice, and I'm going to demonstrate love, power, and clarity in this earth so that it can be better than it is now. Because I don't know if y'all have seen it. We need help.
I love this conversation. I like that invitation. Like, what would look if I were to take one tip from this podcast, one thing that moved me, how would my life look different if I implemented it? And what would happen if I started to share that gift with others? Where would we go as a collective impact? I guess only time will tell, but I hope people take that invitation. This has been a ton of fun.
You need to have a conference or something of the sort if you don't already. You already have your MC, you're talking to him, but y'all should let Ben know, like, he needs to put some things, we need to get face to face, kneecap to kneecap virtually, something out there. So give him some encouragement to say, look, let's put these awesome people in a room and let's go for change. All right. So that's my charge to you guys, to let Ben know we got to do something. All right.
And for what it's worth, you might not know this. We put on a lot of small virtual events.
No, I had no idea.
But what would happen if I put on like a huge one, like a 3-dayer? And I currently don't do in person because just the planning. Call me lazy. I'm lazy. I don't do the in person. But if enough people said, hey, Ben, I'm willing to fly out from here, I'm willing to come out from here, will you do it in person? It will happen. But Ben's probably not going to do it on his own. I need people bugging me. So
that's right. You got a team. I know a great MC. I'll get you in contact with him. Okay.
What else? Did we miss anything? What's new?
Man,
what's next? What's next?
I'm
What's next?
No, right now I'm at a place of just maintaining where I'm at. It's a lot of new stuff that just happened at the beginning of this year. I don't need any more new outside of this. So outside of coaching, outside of pastoring, outside of speaking and sharing this and them saying that loving my family, that's it right now for me. So
I could talk to you forever. Like, I don't know how to end this podcast, because even in that statement, my word of the year in 2026 is refine. Because I think moments, instances, it can define you or it can refine you.
Mhm.
And I'm in this refinement stage where I don't have anything new. I'm doing everything I'm currently doing better. I'm refining what's already good, because the shiny object isn't always that shiny once you get closer to it. So I just love that you said that, because that's literally my motto of the year. There's not that much new. It's actually kind of boring behind the scenes, because I'm refining things to make it better for the people that can be helped by it. So I'm going to give you the last word and then we'll shut up. Last words. What's coming to mind?
Yeah. You don't need a new voice. You just need to return to your authentic voice.
Thanks for coming on the show. And then I just stole their last word. You finish it.
You're good. You're good. That's it, right? You're good. So we appreciate you. I want to say thank you for having me on here. I do want to say that I give honor to that. I do not take it lightly that you would allow me to share just some wisdom and some insight. And so I gave you that word, but remember this too: what you feed will live, and what you starve will die. What you starve will die. So continue to feed life, feed things that are helping you to be healthy, to walk in wisdom, and to operate from your call and your purpose on this earth. I'm proud of you. We are championing you, and we're looking forward to greatness coming from your story as well.
This is a really important thing for us to understand: is your viewpoint, your mindset on stress is predictive of how you respond to stress. Action precedes confidence. It's like all these little steps toward that thing that you're scared of, that is what takes the power away from the fears. If we're always putting ourselves in a bubble and never wanting any stress or any challenge, you are going to have a pretty miserable life. I just want people to know that if you are in a job or in a life situation and you feel like, I'm just not brave and this is my life and there's nothing I can do about it, like, you have the power to change your life. Do things scared. Do it scared. Feeling that fear, being a little scared, should be something we savor, things that we want. So let's change our relationship with fear. Instead of trying to avoid it, try to fear more, not less. You know, if you're feeling a little bit of that fear each day, you are going to have an extraordinary life. Bravery is taking a step in the presence of fear toward a noble, worthwhile goal. So do things scared.
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So, Jill, I want to start just by being really honest with you. You kind of intimidate me a little bit.
Why is that?
I mean, you're a Marine. I've seen you speak on stage, very confident, cool, collective, very in your environment.
Mm-hmm.
I read you're one of the first women to serve in combat arms.
Mm-hmm.
You literally wrote The Bravery Effect. You have a master's in positive psychology. And I'm like, dang, dude.
You know what? I guess in every different phase of my life, I've always moved toward what scared me a little. And those are the moments that are my most proud accomplishments. So I hope in a way you're like, oh, wow, look at the things she's done. And it inspires other. Like, if I grew up in a little town in Minnesota and I was not all that back then. I mean, I thought I was cool, but I was pathetic when I was 18, heading to San Diego to start earning the title of United States Marine. So if I can learn to be brave, anyone can. I know that.
So we're going to dive right in, because I want to see that intersection between like bravery and your research on positive psychology and the actual data and science behind it, because I know you're a super science nerd with it.
I know, I'm a nerd.
To set up the context, though, like, take us back to, just for context, maybe the first relevant moment where you realized that bravery was so darn important.
Yeah, I'll take you back to, there's a moment, and it was on my journey to earn the title of United States Marine. So I was in ROTC, Reserve Officer Training Corps, Marine Corps option. So you go to college and you're also training to become an officer in the armed services. So this was back then, and I was 19 years old. And because I was at the University of San Diego, we were very lucky because we had access to a lot of military bases. So in San Diego, back in this time, there was Naval Training Center, which is where Navy, sailors go to for boot camp. We had MCRD, Marine Corps Recruit Depot, where Marines went for boot camp. And we had the Navy SEAL base where they had buds, all within super close of my university. So this is when I was 19 years old. And someone in my unit thought it would be a fun field trip to go to Coronado on the beach and play on the Navy SEAL base to do their confidence course. And so they sold it as a fun day at the beach. And we get there. And I don't think I've ever been more scared in my life. I mean, this is where Navy SEALs train, and it scares the heck out of them when they're going through buds. So I want to take you to this moment where there's one of the specific obstacles. And they didn't call it an obstacle course, they called it a confidence course. And I didn't know why until I finished it. So let me tell you the story. So I'm on this obstacle. It's called the Slide for Life. And it's probably one of the scariest ones. So I'm up on this platform, you climb up, I'm 40 feet in the air, and I look in front of me and there is a rope that extends down more than 100 feet to the ground below. It looks kind of like a zip line, but it's made with rope and not a cable, but there's no equipment. There's no harnesses. It's just me and my body, and I'm expected to go down. And in that moment, I wanted to appear calm, cool, and collected. But has this ever happened to you, Ben, when you're trying to act cool, like, hey, I'm not scared, but your body is betraying you? So it's one of those moments where, I'm with all my peers and my knees are just wobbling. My voice is shaky, and it's my turn to go next. And however I managed to do it, I took a step forward and I got on that rope and I started the obstacle. And when my feet hit the ground on the other side, something shifted a little, just a little. And with each obstacle, every time I was scared on that obstacle course and I did it anyway, I became a little bit more confident. And then it dawned on me, this is why they call it a confidence course. So when you're scared and you do it anyway and you survive, right, you become more confident. So that was the moment where I realized bravery isn't being fearless. Bravery is taking a step forward in the presence of fear. So taking brave steps builds confidence, where most people think, I'm going to wait until I'm confident, then I'm going to take the step. So that's one moment that stands out for me most, that kind of relates to the research I do today.
So a lot of us are like, if I achieve X, then I can take the step. And you're saying just take the step. What if I fail?
Let's talk about failure. So taking a step forward, and if we look at this entire obstacle course, there's one that I didn't finish. I got on the rope. It was kind of like a Tarzan gort, and I fell. And I remember I fell in my back. Have you ever had the wind knocked out of you?
I've been choked out, yeah.
I had the wind knocked out of me for the first time in my life. And but you know what? Sometimes we think that the road to accomplishing something great is just supposed to be butterflies and rainbows and unicorns. Oh my. But really the road to growth and development and to accomplish something meaningful will have its ups, the days that you're successful, but it'll also have the days that you learn. So either you win or you learn. So failures are when you just learn about, okay, so I had to learn to do something differently. When I ran and grabbed onto the rope, obviously what I did didn't work. So we have a choice to look at. If we look at failure as a bad thing, then we'll never take a risk and really go for it. So I tell people, if you're not failing, are you brave enough to actually suck at something or to fail as you begin? If I want to start anything new, if I want to try to learn how to play the guitar, I'm not going to be perfect out of the gates. We're going to make mistakes along the road. And that's just a part of development. So expect the ups and downs. And if I can give you a little bit of research here. So Gabriella Oettingen, she's one of my favorite researchers in positive psychology because she wrote a book called Rethinking Positive Thinking. And she said, when you are setting ambitious goals, one of the keys for you to persist and to achieve the goal is not just come up with a plan that you're optimistic you're going to be able to do. Like, here's the path to be able to do it. She said, you also need to anticipate the obstacles that will get in your way. Anticipate that there will be setbacks. And you think about what are the most likely setbacks, things that might get in my way. And you outline what they are, and then you come up with contingency plans. And what that does for you is when you do run into an obstacle or you do have a failure, you expect it. You're like, I knew this was going to happen. There's always going to be ups and downs. And that way, psychologically, you're not like, oh my gosh, I'm a failure, I'm just going to quit. So that little tip there, I love it because she studied positive psychology, but she goes, thinking of what might go wrong is a key to being successful and a part of positive psychology. Just be ready for it. Failures are stepping stones to success.
Isn't that a big thing that the military does super well as well?
Yeah. Well, in the military, every time we're done with an operation, we do something called an after action report. Even if it's the most successful exercise or mission that we do, we come back and we always get together and go, what went well that we want to continue and what can we do better? What did we learn? So we are always doing an after action report. And I feel like in the real world, we don't do this. We're like, what went well? But if you tell me I did anything wrong or if there's anything I can improve, people get like so offended. So another part of being brave is be brave enough to ask people, like, what is something I can improve on to get even better? If there's one suggestion you have that can take my performance to the next level, what is it? But people are so scared to get any suggestions or constructive criticism.
So I'm thinking like, even like forgetting to turn on my light, right? So forgetting to turn on my light, contingency plans, going through all the possible scenarios, understanding it's going to be difficult, understanding I have to be brave, understanding in some scenarios that my team needs to come together to achieve this goal, to achieve this mission. Just thinking about this, my cortisol is starting to spike. Isn't it bad to just have high cortisol all day? Like getting uncomfortable is not always fun, dude.
Getting uncomfortable isn't fun, and it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be something we enjoy. But let's talk about when we feel stress. So you're describing the physiological manifestations of stress. Like sometimes people's heart starts beating really fast. Sometimes people start sweating. Sometimes people feel that adrenaline, right? And so there's some research by Dr. Alia Crum out of Stanford. Also, Kelly McGonigal has written a book on making stress your friend. So this is a really important thing for us to understand is your viewpoint, your mindset on stress is predictive of how you respond to stress. So if people think that, oh my gosh, stress is bad for me, then when something stressful happens, they're going to be like, this is horrible. And they have a negative psychological response, like, oh, this is horrible, this is horrible. And then even their body believes it's bad. So this is Kelly McGonigal and Alia Crum's research. What they find is when people think stress is bad and then they encounter stress, like the inside of their vasculature, their lumen gets smaller, which causes their blood pressure to go up. So all these bad things happen if you think stress is bad and you encounter stress. But here's what they also found. If people believe that stress is enhancing, that stress is our friend, that we want to experience different challenges and stress that make us stronger. If people believe that stress is enhancing, then their psychological and physiological response is positive. So we're like, oh, stress, bring it. Like in the Marine Corps, we say, embrace the suck, like bring it. I want a challenge. Like it's going to make me stronger. Strength is born in the struggle, baby. Bring it, right? So when we believe stress is enhancing, we tend to lean into the challenge and ready to accept it. And then also our body responds in a positive way. So the inside of our vasculature, inside of the lumen, which is the inside of our vasculature, it stays relaxed. So even that little difference, and it's Kelly McGonigal that cites this research really beautifully, is should this difference of just your viewpoint on stress can make the difference between someone having a premature heart attack at age 52 and someone living long into their 90s. They even did a study and this is how powerful this is. It's just like, let me go a little further into the research here. They did a study in a really stressful work environment UBS, a finance company where they're trading. And I don't know anything about finance, but I guess a really stressful environment. And they went into that environment and they took half of the study participants and showed them a 3-minute video saying, stress is going to kill you. Stress is horrible. Avoid stress at all costs. Kind of like what we see in the news, like what you just said, cortisol is horrible for me, right? And then the other half, they gave a video that said stress is enhancing. They said when your heart is beating really fast, that's getting blood to all the parts of your body to perform at your best. That adrenaline you feel, that's giving you the energy to really make sure that you come through. Stress makes you stronger. Stress makes you better. We're born to strive. So 2 different videos, only 3 minutes long. And they showed these people the videos in the morning for I don't know how many different weeks. And they followed these participants. And they found there was a statistical significance on job performance. So the people who got the stress is enhancing video perform better in a stressful. They had higher levels of job satisfaction because it was a stressful job. They also had higher self-reported happiness and well-being. And finally, they actually had higher levels of DHEA, a hormone that is linked to resilience, with just believing that stress is not bad for you. Isn't that crazy? And you asked about cortisol too. Like, I mean, this is not my area of expertise, but you want high levels of cortisol in the morning, right? And then the higher they are in the morning, then they go down and we get better deep sleep. But that's kind of another topic. But, cortisol is not bad. You just want it more in the morning. So do hard things first thing in the morning. It's another thing you should do.
I'm wearing a Whoop right now, actually. I'm not an expert on it, but 2 things that are coming to mind is my strain score. You want a higher strain score. It means that you put your body to work that day, and you want to hit additional heart rate zones. You do want a low resting heart rate, but you want to put your heart to the test.
Yeah.
You want to strain a little bit. You want to push a little bit. Were you born a pusher? Like, were you born just like, I'm going to go crush it? Because that's one thing I was joking to a friend. I'm like, I think the reason she intimidates me is she could probably kick my butt in every competition. Like, were you just always like a go?
I liked a challenge, but I think things shifted to a new level by my time in the Marine Corps. So I think, like anyone, so here's what we know based on the research is that anyone can build their bravery muscle. So like you being a guy that's really fit, if someone says, I'm just not strong, I could never be strong, what would you say to them?
You're wrong.
You're wrong, right? Because you can do something about it. You can start going into the gym and you can start lifting. And if you're doing it right, you should lift something that's heavier than that is comfortable, and it should hurt. And then the next day you should be sore a little if we're doing it right. And then your body, it rebuilds, the muscle to become stronger. So that's the way you get stronger. If you do that consistently over time, you'll get stronger. And so anyone can become strong. You just have to put in the work. We know the same thing when it comes to building what I call your bravery muscle. And it's not actually a muscle. It's actually changing the way your brain is. So this is called brain plasticity. Our brain changes based on how we challenge it. So if you do something that is scary, you take a step forward in the presence of fear toward a noble, worthwhile goal. It's like doing that little workout. And the scarier the thing that you do, like the bigger the workout. And what happens is we see the executive functioning part of our brain, the prefrontal cortex, and also the anterior cingulate cortex in the back of the brain. These are the 2 areas that get the workout. And then we also see a lot more of the neural pathways that are traveling between those 2 and to the amygdala, the feeling part of the brain. So what I'm trying to say without getting too much into the neurology of bravery is think of it as little workouts. So for me, I took small risks in high school, right? And then I decided a big risk was for me to I applied to get a scholarship in the Marine Corps. So I kept pushing out of my comfort zone. And then when I was commissioned, I had an opportunity to raise my hand and be one of the first females to lead in this combat engineering. And so I did that. So I think each of these little things were kept being workouts that built my bravery muscle, my capacity. So now I love a challenge. Bring it.
So in a moment, we'll dive into a bravery masterclass. But super quick question.
Yeah.
What made you choose the Marine Corps?
Well, first and foremost, it was pretty much the cool factor. I mean, the few, the proud, the Marines, come on, the commercials are the coolest. The uniforms look the coolest. So I just had a desire, like, I'm like, if I'm going to do it, I want to do the Marine Corps. So I had that. I also have a grandfather who served as a Marine. So grandpa was a Marine. So that had a little impact on me as well. And if I go back, I thought I wanted to be a pilot. I originally, when I was younger, wanted to go to the Air Force Academy and become a fighter pilot. But back then, if you didn't have perfect vision, you couldn't become a fighter pilot. So I'm like, okay, if I can't, and I didn't have perfect vision. This is before LASIK surgery and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, if I can't fly an amazing fighter jet, then I want to become a Marine. Yeah.
I love it. Thanks for sharing it. So bravery masterclass.
Mm-hmm.
So starting at phase 0, let's say, the intersection between bravery and happiness.
Yes.
Like, does the science actually prove bravery will like create a more fulfilling life?
Yes, absolutely. And that is the message I want to bring to the world. So thank you for asking that question. Let me talk about what happens when people avoid situations due to fear.
Uh-oh.
And then we'll get to the promise of bravery. So researchers have studied this thing called experiential avoidance, which means running away from what you're scared of. So there was a study that blew my mind, and I want to share it. That some researchers followed more than 2,400 adults over 4 years. And what they found is experiential avoidance, running away from what you fear, ended up leading to the development and persistence of anxiety and depression. And the reason why this happens is, each time you avoid something you fear, you give the fear more power, and then you're less able to take that risk next time. So it has this compound effect. So the more you avoid what you fear, it just makes your world a little bit smaller, and it just makes you a little bit weaker. And then eventually many of these people had clinically diagnosed anxiety or depression. Now, what is the antidote to running away from your fear? And that is bravery. Yeah. And bravery, so many people think that bravery is something that you're just born with. I'm just brave. This person's just brave. And that's just not true. Anyone can learn to be brave, as we talked about the gym analogy. And the reason why bravery leads to higher levels of happiness is when people learn to step toward what they fear. They, just like I was on that obstacle, the Navy SEAL course, after I completed that Navy SEAL confidence course, I looked in the mirror and went, wow, I am proud of myself. So what bravery does is it allows people to increase their self-efficacy, their belief they can do hard things, their self-esteem, and their self-love. And the reason why so many people are unhappy in life is because they don't like who they see in the mirror. So bravery helps people with accomplishment and success. And I care about all that stuff. But what I really care about is your relationship with yourself, so that you like what you see in the mirror. You feel that pride.
Let's get hyper tactical. Real quick, do you know the whole two wolves ancient analogy?
Yeah, remind me though. Yes.
That's what this is reminding me of. It's you have two wolves, the one that's sad and broken and depressed and struggling, and then the one that's confident and kind and a leader and brave. Which wolf wins? It's really simple. It's the one you feed. And it's ancient analogy, and that's what this reminded me of. So let's feed the confident, the kind, the leader, the brave wolf. Where do you recommend we start?
As you said that, you made me think of a very famous quote by William James, who really started the field of psychology. And he says, "We are what we attend to." Think about that. We are what we attend to. We are what we focus on. So many times so many people feel like we're victims. I'm just feeling this way. There's nothing I can do about it. But we have agency. We have the power to shift our focus on the things that will best serve us, right? So that's what you're kind of making me think of is, I just want people to know that if you are in a job or in a life situation and you feel like I'm just not brave and this is my life and there's nothing I can do about it, like, you have the power to change your life, but it will require bravery. to make those steps toward a life that you want. So in order to do that, there's really 3 foundational things to build the skill of bravery. So the first is belief. You have to believe it's possible first that you can do this hard thing or you can change your life. So that's a lot of the cognitive psychology that I teach to my audiences. I speak across the country and the world. And we could spend 3 hours on just cognitive psychology. But mainly the things that I teach there are based on Carol Dweck's research on growth mindset, the difference between a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. Some people think like, I'm just not, good at public speaking. I could never speak in front of a group. Well, if you believe that you could never speak in front of a group, then that belief that you can never do it means that you'll never try. So we have to at least have a growth mindset and realize that it's possible for me to accomplish that goal. It's not going to be easy. So I teach growth mindset. I teach stresses enhancing mindset. We talk about how to generate the positive emotions in order to help us succeed. And then also we talk about chatter, the voice inside of our head. It sounds like the wolves that you were talking about. I love Ethan Kross's work from the University of Michigan. And again, this goes to people feeling like they're a victim, like I just can't help it. I have all these negative thoughts, so I'm going to go sit and have a pity party. That is a choice to sit down and have a pity party and allow those negative emotions. We do have the ability to change the dialogue in our mind. We have the power to change our emotional state that best serves us and our goals and the people that are around us. So I usually start there on the cognitive side, like just teaching people you can master your mindset. You can feed the right wolf. It's not easy, but it's possible. So that's the cognitive side. And then if this is a masterclass, the second major skill is how do people actually take a step forward in the presence of fear? So we talk about how to take the step, because all the mindset is just to be able to take the step. So I'm very anti just manifesting. Sometimes people think manifesting is like, I'm just going to believe that I can, and I'm going to sit in my home and just hope that it happens. And
there's a lot of people that have done that, Jill. And they're still wasting their money off programs, and they are in the same seat that they began in. And that's not to shame or blame, but there's a lot of people manifesting that aren't reaching their goals. There must be more to it.
There's more to it. So I like the mindset part of manifesting, but all of that is designed just so that you can take the step. So mindset impacts your ability to take action, right? Remember the confidence course story. It's the taking the step and doing the obstacle led to my confidence. So don't wait until you feel confident to take the step. You've got to take the step when you're still scared. So I teach people when people feel fear, they think, I'm not ready yet, so I need to keep waiting. Or, oh gosh, this feels really scary and this is making me feel anxious. So in today's soft world, well, then I shouldn't do it. This is a sign I shouldn't do it. And that's not the case. Fear, many times I want you to interpret it as a signpost. When you feel the fear, a lot of times it's pointing to the most important thing that you should do, right? Not that it's very rare that you have fear and it's keeping you safe. Usually the fear is I'm afraid of taking a chance and being rejected or maybe failing. So that fear we should move toward. And one just easy little tip, and this is from Roy Baumeister's research, is that we have limited psychological resources each day. So you wake up and you're going to have the best chance of doing the hard thing first thing in the morning. But most of us, we just do the easy thing. We always go to the easier thing first. We don't do the hard thing first, right? We just do the comfortable thing. And then we wait until the end of the day to do the hard thing. And then at the end of the day, we go, tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then the next day, the same thing happens. So this is why we keep putting things off. So if you're trying to do some manifesting work to have the right mindset, you got to make a decision that tomorrow morning, what is the thing that I'm going to do that I'm scared of? And you need to do it right first thing in the morning. And don't decide, will I or will not? You need to preload the decision before you go to bed and then keep the promise to yourself. And so sometimes I use this analogy because people love Marine anxiety. In the Marine Corps, we attack the hill. If there's something scary, or if we're out for a run as a unit and there's a hill, we just sprint up it, because if there's an obstacle, you attack the hill. And when you get to the top, you feel so much better. So do I ever look at a hill and go oh, I I want that pain. I want that burning in my life. No, but I want to get to the top of that as quickly as possible so that it's behind me. So when people wake up in the morning, just figure out what is my hill and do it first thing in the morning. You have the best chance of success first thing in the morning. And when you accomplish it, you're going to feel invincible. And then you get that dopamine hit and you feel good and you're more productive.
Yeah.
And then the third thing, yeah.
I was just going to say, I appreciate the science because I have a lot of like sound bites. Like my go-to is confidence comes from the memory of winning.
Yes.
Confidence comes from the memory of winning. And you're saying that's not just a cute soundbite. That's literally how the science plays out.
It is. And I always have to give credit to the scientist who discovered it. Albert Bandura is the scientist that developed all the research on self-efficacy. And that's what he said. He goes, you can't just stay in the mindset saying like, it's not going to be scary. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. He's like, it's action precedes confidence. So it's little steps. And he had this famous study of helping people overcome an anxiety of snakes. And this was that first study. He told people, he could tell people like snakes are your friends. They're not going to hurt you. And it didn't help people overcome their anxiety of snakes. Sure. But what he did is he showed them a picture of snakes, which made them go, "Ooh, that makes me really uncomfortable." He's like, "Good." And then he showed them a video, and then he brought snakes into the room in an aquarium in the far end. And then he brought the aquarium closer, closer, closer. He brought the snake out. He brought the snake closer. So do you see, like, these are little steps, like all these little steps toward that thing that you're scared of. That is what takes the power away from the fear. So yes, your soundbite is backed up by Albert Bandura's evidence. And now he's proven this across all diet. He started there, but we should always be a little bit scared and take a step in the presence of fear, because that is what's going to lead to that growth, development, and confidence on the other side. Mm-hmm.
Part of me, Jill, just wants to like give you all my sound bites, and then you can break it down with science.
I can give you all the scientific.
You were moving on to the third major point.
The third thing that I go over in my book is how now social psychology can help us take the brave step. So think of this as a triangle. At the top of the pinnacle, the goal is to take the brave step. It's the most important thing. But mindset helps us take the brave step. And also who we surround ourselves with, this is social psychology, that helps us take the brave step. So it's called what I call curating a brave tribe. So think about, what is a scary thing that I'm attempting to do? And I feel nervous. I don't know if I can do it. You need to find the right people to surround you that have the wisdom and will encourage you to do the hard thing. And you should find the person that's actually got the experience. Like when I decided to write my first book, I was unsure and I was scared. So I had to go out and find successful authors. And then I asked for them advice. I'd ask them for advice on how to get through some of my struggles. And those are the right people to ask. If I were to go ask my mom, she'd be like, "Why are you stressing yourself out? You're already doing fine. Like, you don't need to write a book," right? So we need to find the people that will call forth our best and will not let us tap out when we sometimes want to. So surround yourself with the people who have done what you're seeking to do, and that will help you take that step.
So my soundbite, Joe, is there is no key to success. It's a combination lock, and we each have our own unique combination, and you're describing the numbers in the combination. Who are your mentors? Who are your peers? Who are your mentees? What are your skills? Where is your community? That creates a combination.
Yeah, exactly. We are who we hang out with. And you should, talking about like bravery and being a little scared, you should be trying to hang out with people that kind of scare you a little, intimidate you a little, where you're a little intimidated by their success, because their bravery, that's going to inspire you. That's going to, like, bravery is contagious. So if you want to do that brave thing, go hang out with people who've done it, and that will rub off on you. Yeah.
Like low key behind the scenes, Joe. That's part of why like I intuitively am like, you're really intimidating. And I wanted to start the conversation that way because you're a badass. But that's exactly why I want to have this conversation with you.
Oh.
I want to have conversation with people that are maybe a little intimidating or maybe a little impressive, and extract that wisdom
Yeah.
And
what can we learn from each other? Yeah.
you said one thing like under your breath in the middle of something else forever ago, and I like pinned it in my head to circle back to.
Okay.
It was mid-sentence, so I'm taking it out of context, but you said the words in today's soft world.
Mm,
In today's soft world.
yeah.
What do you tell me more about that? What do you feel about that?
Today, the messages that are most prevalent out in social media, the news, and everything is to be good to yourself by not doing things that are stressful, by eliminating things that cause stress and anxiety. And it's not the right message, and it's just not correct. Like there are some things that go as far as, I mean, so many parents, and I've made this mistake myself, like sometimes out of love, like we want to protect our kids. And so when there's a challenge, we want to take it away. And
Don't hurt
when-
yourself. Don't
Mm.
stand out. I've got you. Come here. I'll give you a hug. It's
yeah,
okay. You're perfect as you are. And you might actually be perfect as you are.
perfect
but
as you are. But yeah, like, I have a challenge like with my friends, like, and then what happens? Moms go and try to solve it with the other parents, or there's a challenge in school. So the parent does the project for them. Like, just like, there's all these examples, or, I am so embarrassed because I actually made this mistake myself. At one point, one of my daughters was really afraid of speaking in front of their class in high school. So it's like a 5-minute presentation in English class. And I mean, my daughter was just, I mean, in panic mode, like tears and I mean, she kept using the word anxiety and panicking, but she was doubled over because her stomach was upset. And, so out of love, like my husband and I, we called the school and asked for her to be excused. And we ended up being granted that to waive that requirement from her, but we weren't helping her. In that moment, we realized the mistake. We're telling our daughter, like, you can't do it. We don't believe you're capable. So there's an example of so many parents do this. We remove challenges. We just want to make life as easy as possible to make our kids happy, but then they get softer. Even in colleges have all these things called safetyism. Have you heard of this? Safety. So there's like warnings like, oh, in this history class, we're going to be talking about when people were lynched and hung, right? And if you don't—
trigger warning kind of thing.
Trigger warning. So like, you don't have to come to class. Or if you're ever like uncomfortable, there are these Zen places where you can just go and you can escape. There's like colleges have all these safetyisms. And in 2024, Harvard published an article on what is the impact on these safetyism measures. And they found the kids that use these safetyism measures in an effort to elevate their mental well-being, it didn't work. They didn't improve, or they got worse.
Oh, wow.
So this is where I know the world, like we want everyone to be happy. So we want to remove anything that makes them unhappy in the moment. But this is one of those like short-term versus long-term, like, what am I trying to say? Like,
delayed gratification.
Delayed gratification. If you're always doing things to make you happy in the moment, it will make you miserable, like long-term.
Yeah.
So if we're always putting ourselves in a bubble and never wanting any stress or any challenge, you are going to have a pretty miserable life. So I feel like in today's day, because I have 2 daughters that are now 18 and 20, I sometimes see the world from their point of view. Yes, they think, I want my life to be happy and I want everything to be perfect and easy. And if there's challenges, I want them removed. And that is just, first of all, it's not reality. So we're setting our kids up for failure to not be resilient. So yes, I want to correct the narrative a little bit and realize that kids are not as fragile as we think. We're not as fragile as we think. And if we learn to be brave, we're going to be more resilient and happier. So yes, I want to redefine what a me day means. A me day, most people think of, what comes to mind if I say a me day? What is someone doing if they take a me day?
Netflix, popcorn, beer.
Sleeping in pajamas.
If either staying at home, like a stay home day, or if you're like really like ambitious, you're maybe going to get a massage or a haircut or a salon, just
Yeah.
kind of luxury kind of
Or
things.
just luxury, chilling, relaxing, right?
Yeah.
So I want to redefine a me day. A me day means keeping promises to yourself. So if you've set a goal and you promise yourself that you're going to get up 5 days a week and go to the gym, in order for you to have a great me day and feel great at the end of the day, we need to keep promises to ourselves. So get up and get to the gym, whether you feel like it or not. So think about what does your future self want you to do in the moment so that you're going to look in the mirror with pride and you're going to feel good. So a me day is, doing the things that you promised yourself so that you feel that pride. Now, I do love taking a day off, but it should be scheduled, right? Instead of waking up and deciding like, I'm just going to have a me day, like schedule and say, this Sunday, I'm going to relax my body and my mind and make it intentional. But I think I see so many reactive, like, I just woke up and I'm not having a good day, so I'm just going to stay home all day. We can shift our emotional state. And at the end of that me day, most people, the traditional me day, like I'm going to watch Netflix all day and stay in my pajamas because I just woke up not feeling well. Those people usually at the end of the day don't feel better. They feel worse. So that's why I'm saying, like, I'm on a mission to make people happier. I mean, I do talk about embrace the suck and do hard things and challenge yourself and be brave, but it's in an effort because I know that's what's going to make people happier long term.
If it's okay, I want to circle back to your child freaking out story, because I think this is just a practical learning lesson.
Yeah.
And I do want to give you the grace that I think you did it with love and you made the best decision with your knowledge and circumstances at the time. But I'm just wondering, if someone finds themselves in a scenario like that, how would you recommend they handle it?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So if you're a boss and you have an employee like this, or if you're a parent and you have a child like this, and whatever the standard, the expectation seems overwhelming to them. So the most loving, supportive thing that you can do is to help them, support them to meet the standard. So I used to think that either I hold the kids to the standard or I take away the challenge, right? And we don't have to decide between being nice or holding people to a standard. We can choose a third path. And this is Dr. David Yeager's research from the University of Texas, Austin. I got to cite him. He says, we need to tell someone like, I believe in your potential. And I know that this is scary. And I know the standard seems unreachable now, but I know that you can do it. And I'm here to support you and help you. So in that case, what I should have done with my daughter is say, first of all, we have to listen to what they're feeling because we can't ignore it. So we need to empathize and go, I know that you feel really overwhelmed and it's hard. So we have to first name the emotions and acknowledge it, right? And then we need to get to work on taking the steps to help them prepare. So here's what I should have done. And it's what I did next time, which is, all right, let's practice your 5-minute presentation. Let's practice here at home. And after they practice it about 5 or 6 times, they're kind of like, I got this, right? So it's amazing, how we can tell them we believe in them and then support them to be able to achieve the high standard versus telling them, yeah, you can't do it. I'm going to take away the standard. So that's what we need to do as leaders in corporations or as parents or even as friends to other people. Like sometimes I have friends that set really ambitious goals and I see them kind of giving up on themselves. So I try to be like, hey, you said that's really important to you. How can I help you achieve your goal? So that's the solution.
So well said. For any parent or anyone in leadership or has a team player they need to speak with.
Yeah. And asking for help, asking for support is brave. Sometimes people think asking for help is a sign of weakness, right? Like, especially some people who think they're brave, like, I'm macho, I don't need any help. No, I'm fine. I can figure it out on my own. I mean, what do Marines do if we are pinned down and need help? What's the brave thing to do? Are we just going to sit there? No, we have to think about the mission. We're going to ask for help. We're going to call in support, call in air support, call in more. Like we're going to leverage each other. So you need to call in support. So it is normal for people to struggle a little bit. And when you're struggling, call that brave tribe and say, hey, I'm struggling a little bit. Can you help me out? And so if you just call on that brave tribe, they're going to help you meet the standard. So that's another thing I want to change the dialogue. Like, asking for help is a source of strength and it will make you stronger. Brave people are brave enough to admit they need some help.
Okay, so Jill, this is going to be your favorite soundbite, and then you can riff on it. But
Okay.
To me, this is brave communication, and I'm pretty sure Neil Strauss said it. But he said, undisclosed expectations are premeditated resentments. Undisclosed expectations are premeditated resentments. If I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to disclose what I expect of you, I'm basically predetermining there's going to be resentments. And that's of other people and of ourselves as well. So to me, brave communication is disclosure.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah. Brave communications is, number one, we have to be aligned on what the high expectation is. And it needs to be clear, not just do the thing, but like, what is the level of excellence that we're looking for? Because if someone knows how high the bar is, now they know what to shoot for. And then brave communication doesn't stop at setting the bar or the expectation. Brave communication is making sure that we give people the feedback they need to grow and develop. So a lot of times leaders hesitate, or parents sometimes hesitate to give the constructive feedback to help people. So we need to care enough to help people achieve that high standard. Let them know, here's what you're doing really well. But here's also, there's something I noticed that's preventing you from making progress as quickly as possible in this project. And I care enough about you that I want to share it with you. Can I share it? I mean, so giving feedback. So brave communications is setting clear, high expectations that tell the person, I see potential in you. I know you can achieve this high level. And then give them feedback. Be caring and kind enough to give them the feedback they need to perform at their best. There's a difference between being nice and being kind. Being nice is, I don't want to hurt their feelings. I'm just not going to say anything. Even though they're making a mistake that's preventing them from being the most successful, I just want to be nice and not say anything. Being kind is caring enough to go up to that person and share your observation to help them learn from that to get even stronger. So be kind. Courageous is kind. So don't be nice, be kind. So when we talk about brave communications, it's setting high, clear expectations and then giving that caring, constructive feedback to help people reach the high standard.
I'm like laughing over here, Jill, because the phrase nice guys finish last. And what's coming into my mind is, that might be true, but kind guys probably finish first.
Exactly.
There's a big difference here.
There's a big difference. Yeah, exactly.
How so I want to spend like 5 more hours with you. How do I learn more? I still haven't read the book, so I'm a dummy. But...
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to it. I'm gonna call you in a couple months and
yeah.
Yeah.
The Bravery Effect?
The Bravery Effect. Yeah. So I wrote this book as something that is very easy to read. I wrote it as a parable because you just heard me talk. Like, I get a little bit excited about the science. And I know that at least my daughter's telling me, like, Mom, enough about the science. Like, can you just tell me the key points? So this book is written as a parable or as a fable because I love stories and fables. So it's a parable teaching the science of conquering your fear, achieving more, and living life to the fullest. So it's written as a story, so it's very easy to read, but throughout it, there's practical takeaways. So I encourage people to please get the book. The audiobook is amazing. I hired the most amazing voice actor to read it, so it's really entertaining. But if you don't want to spend the money on the book, just go to my website and I have free things. I'm on a mission to spread the science of bravery and for people to apply this. So on my website, which is jillschulman.com, there's a free bravery assessment. It takes 2 minutes to take, and a free brave action guide. And it leads you through, it'll have you identify, like, what's the one thing you've really been wanting to do, but you're a little bit scared of. And it takes you through the cognitive exercises, the mindset, the behavioral exercises to take the step, and then the social psychology exercises. So please, I want your audience to take it, share it with as many people as possible, because we need to kind of correct how soft we're getting.
Yeah. Let's start a bravery virus.
That's what we need to do. We need to create a virus so this bravery spreads. Yes.
Hashtag bravery virus. There we go.
There we go. I love it.
What else? Is there any other way I can support you?
The only other thing that I do in service to my audience is it really helps us if we get constant reminders of how to be brave, the science, the tips, the stories. So I have made a commitment at least 3 times a week through all my social platforms, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook are my main ones as of now, to make sure that I give you a little reminder to make sure that you're being brave each day. Because bravery isn't just in moments of battle or in crisis mode. Bravery is those little tiny moments where you're a little bit scared to have the difficult conversation, or you're setting a goal and you make it a little bit more safe. So that's the effective bravery. Is I want you to get those little bravery workouts consistently so you build a capacity over time. So think of me as your coach, your physical trainer, but your bravery trainer. So if people follow me, and then, social media isn't inherently bad. You just need to be following the people that are going to inspire you to be your best. And I can help give a little bit of that encouragement. Encourage means to put courage in. So I will encourage you with bravery stories, anecdotes, and research to help you build your bravery muscle.
Beautiful. I appreciate you. Before we go, let's just do that right now. So give a tiny little nibble for the person that needs that bravery nugget. What are your thoughts to close out the show?
Do things scared. Do it scared. Feeling that fear, being a little scared, should be something we savor, things that we want. So let's change our relationship with fear. Instead of trying to avoid it, try to fear more, not less. If you're feeling a little bit of that fear each day, you are going to have an extraordinary life. For many people, you might have an okay life. And if your life is fine and you don't want to change it, then don't follow me, because you're not going to like my stuff. But if you want to flourish, if you want to thrive and have an extraordinary life and move from having an okay or a good life to a great life, we've got to learn to be brave. And to do that, just remember, bravery is taking a step in the presence of fear toward a noble, worthwhile goal. So do things scared. That's what you're supposed to do.
Thanks for coming on the show, Jill. This was fun.
Thank you for having me. I had a blast.
We'll talk soon.
All right. Talk to you soon.
If this is my last day, if this is my last moment, because life or death can happen at any time, then would I be doing something I enjoy doing?
Finding wonder and awe and gratitude, mundane moments, which honestly comprise most of our life.
If someone's like, my best day that I can imagine is this monumental thing. Okay, so what's one small step that can get you there? What's 1 millimeter movement? Many women in my community I know feel like we have to do everything. We have to be the superheroes. We have to be, the perfect mom, the perfect employee, the perfect worker, the perfect all the things. And it's like, we never asked for help, but we're not actually meant to evolve to do things on our own. Connection is one of the things that really contributes to a life well lived, feeling that sense of belonging.
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So, Lil, I wanted to share this quickly and really get your feedback on this story, and I'll condense it. But a few years back, drove myself to New Orleans, which is like a 20-hour drive from Rochester, New York, for the New Orleans Jazz Festival. I love music, and some of the biggest acts in the world are at this festival. We're talking like 500,000 people. So I'm there, and I find I'm surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people, right? I felt super alone. surrounded by all these freaking people. And what I ended up doing, and I spent an entire day doing this, I took out my phone and I just started like taking pictures and recording everything. And it wasn't until afterwards that I realized I like wasn't being very present. I was spending this time at this magical place, like videotaping it. So like hiding behind the lens of a camera with hopes of sharing that video with people later and then getting some sort of validation by how cool my experience was. But the experience itself wasn't that cool because I'm just like on my phone the entire time. So it wasn't a festival well spent in some ways. And it might look good on social media, but I know you're really passionate about like living a life and embracing a life well lived. And I felt like in that micro moment, I wasn't doing that. And I have so many questions for you, but what are your thoughts on that share?
Well, first of all, thank you for sharing it. And I think what you're describing is something so many of us feel and experience, which is the sense of loneliness. And even in saying that, I acknowledge how stigmatizing that can even feel, because to your point, we have these social media curated life stories that we put out there of all of our adventures and all of the, cool friends we have and the trips we take and the things. And I intentionally have on my social media, under my handle, it says my curated life, because it is my curated life. You're not seeing the moments where I'm in a room full of people feeling alone, like you said. And that's because loneliness is about a sense of belonging. It's about feeling a sense of connection. It's about feeling like you are not just, you matter and you're in this moment. And when we don't feel like we have those connective fibers to something, even if we're surrounded by people, we are alone in our experience. And this is where sometimes my introverted friends are like, but I like being by myself. And all the power to you. Isolation is when you are alone, not by choice. Solitude is where you are intentionally spending that time with yourself. So in hearing what you shared, what I hear in that is that you are maybe hoping to have an experience of connection. You are in a place where there is music, which is something you like, and maybe wanting to feel connected to the experience of enjoying music with other people, but you didn't have that feeling. And then in addition to not having that feeling, you kind of withdrew and maybe went into a protective mode of like, well, let's document it. Let's connect it to people who are going to see my story or my pictures. And then I'll have that sense of commitment, connection, community, belonging with them, even though I'm not having it here. And in hearing that, like, it's such a human experience, because when we have expectations for something and we're like, this is going to be awesome, I'm going to like make all these new friends, or I'm going to, vibe with someone who likes the same band as me or whatever. And then we don't feel that. What I hear in that is that you were searching for a way to create that through your socials. And I think that's super human. And I also think it's important, and as you kind of identified, to notice when that is serving you and when it is not. Because something else I see with social media, and I didn't mean for this to be a social media download, but is kind of then you become hyper fixated on like, well, how many interactions did I have, and how many people looked at my story, and how many likes did I have, and that's also not connection, because that's just seeking that validation instead of just holding back a moment to say, like, what would make me feel really present right now? What would make me feel connected? What if I just sat there and listened to this band or this song and didn't matter if, if I was connected to other people? Because we can also build connectedness to our environments. We can build connectedness to nature. We can build connectedness to an experience. And we can fill our cups that way by fostering that without outsourcing the validation to others.
Well said. It's been 2.5, so almost 3 years since that moment. And I've journaled about it a lot. And one of the realizations I had was, if I didn't have my phone out, I bet someone would have come and said hello. And on the social media thing, this might change. People might be listening to this episode years in the future, but it currently says on a social media detox, I archived all my Instagram posts. I'm like, I'm not even on online, and I have no excuse now. I have to be present. But I bring up journaling because I did a lot on this moment and moments like it, and I know you're really passionate about journaling. So talk a little bit about that practice.
Yeah, thank you for that. And journaling doesn't have to, I think sometimes it has a bit of a perception of what it is. So I have people who say to me all the time, like, well, I'm not a journaler. I'm not going to take out a book and write something. And that's okay. That's one expression of journaling. Sometimes I journal through music. So I'll kind of take a moment, because I also love music, and think that that's a great way to connect me to an emotional experience or a moment in time or nostalgia or, an experience. So sometimes if I want to tap in or get curious about how I'm feeling about something, I can express my journaling through like making a playlist. I'm actually hosting a workshop at a music festival in Guelph, Ontario called Hillside, where I'm making the workshop is called Making a Values Aligned Life. And no, it's not at all what it's called. It's called the Purpose Mixtape, A Values Aligned Life. And it's all about making a playlist that is focused on connecting you to moments that are aligned to your values. So that is an expression of journalism or journaling that people find more accessible, possibly, because it's a way to connect to that emotion. But ultimately, the practice of journaling is all about just sitting in a moment, which sounds really kind of conceptual, and people are like, what does that even mean? But it really just means holding the space to get really curious about yourself and really kind of digging deeper to understand, what does this represent for me? What story am I telling myself about it? What does it mean? What do I understand from it? And when we get really curious about ourselves in whatever method we explore ourselves, it can give us really good insights as to what really matters to us. Maybe something we think is missing, something we've been longing for, and we can work to nourish ourselves through that. So I do feel very strongly about journaling. And in fact, I also just released an app, which I know you are an entrepreneurial community. So I guess I can call myself a sort of entrepreneur now. It's called Life Transition Compass. It's available on the App Store, and it is meant to serve as a guided journaling and supportive prompt app for someone who is just sitting in a transition, so that they can get really curious about themselves without kind of the pressure to land a decision or take an action. Just really non-judgmentally explore what is happening for them. And something else that I think is really important in journaling is paying attention to your body. We can really over-intellectualize things and stay in the thoughts of something and not focus on, how does that feel in my body? How does that, where am I holding tension? Where can I breathe into? How can I relax myself? And even as I'm sitting here talking to you, Ben, like, I'm noticing that, there's moments of excitement and I can feel my breath kind of tighten in my chest, and there's vulnerability in some of what I'm sharing. Many entrepreneurs know the kind of nervous moment before you're like, I did a thing and check it out, and some of the cringe related to that in putting yourself out there. And I'm embracing it even in this moment and reminding myself that I am safe, I am calm, I can breathe into my body. And that has come to me through journaling, because I know that that's how my nervous system reaction happens.
A friend of mine calls it climbing. Erica Mallet, she calls it climbing Cringe Mountain. And you have to climb Cringe Mountain to get to the land of cool. And it's impossible to go through a life transition without climbing Cringe Mountain. And the beauty is there's always people at base camp looking at you laughing. Well, it's easy for them to laugh at the bottom while you're climbing. And it's the people at the top, the mentors, the guys that are actually teaching you how to come up. So, yeah, a little bit of a tangent, but I feel like every life transition requires some sort of cringe, rough, tough experience. How would someone know that they're going through a bit of a life transition? What does that look like?
I will answer that, but just on the comment
Please.
of the people laughing at you. So it's kind of funny because one of the questions in the app is, what would you say to a friend who was maybe feeling this way. And I actually used my app in prototype to answer the question or kind of sit with that cringe mountain, which I love, by the way, to say, do I do this or do I not? Do I launch this? Do I not? Do I put my name to it or not? And again, it takes you through some guided questions. But one of the last questions in there is, what would you say to a friend? And my answer to what I would say to a friend is like, what have you got to lose? Just give it a go. And we can be so much more compassionate and supportive of others than we are to ourselves.
True.
And it was already in prototype. The work had happened. I mean, there was still a lot more work, but it was like, so what if someone laughs? One of the what's at risk type of question is, well, what if people think this is stupid? What if people think this is a bad app? What if people are laughing at me? And that is the inner narrative sometimes that I have when I'm posting. And I'm not a big social media poster, but I have been recently posting about the app and kind of talking about it. And again, even in this moment, I'm like, oh my God. But let them. There will always be someone who is laughing, and there will be way more people who are championing you. But we give so much more energy to, the one negative thing compared to the 20 positive things.
Yeah.
And if you over-index on that, then you're going to cut yourself short. So your tangent made me go to that tangent. And but in terms of how does someone know that they're at a life transition, I think it's really I think for some people it shows up as a state of stuckness, a state of dissatisfaction. I know that for me, the person I envision using this is very similar to me in the sense that they might be sitting with there's things I want to do or feeling like longing for more, or, that 3 a.m. wake up call where you're like, I want to do something, but I don't know what it is. And then your mind is racing and it's like, let's calm that noise. But I think someone knows they're at a transition when they kind of know something is not quite right. For a lot of people, that can be, in their jobs, like, do I switch jobs? Or maybe they're not in the marketplace, or they're entrepreneurs wondering about, do I launch this thing? Do I not? Do I do this work? Do I not? Could be in a relationship. I hear that a lot with my friends, like something maybe feels like it needs to change or shift, and that can be including friendship relationships too, like friendship drifts, especially as we get older or as your needs shift. So there's different categories even within the app. Some of them are kind of situational, some of them are relational, some of them are kind of career oriented, some of them are also biological. I am I think recently accepting that I am a perimenopausal woman who is noticing shifts and changes in my body and being like, oh, okay. So all of these things, we know when we're at the cusp of something, but it's that kind of growth edge. And we tend to just kind of stay in a spin. So that's how I would describe a transition.
Life Transition Compass. That's the app.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sure is. Yeah.
What have you found? Let's talk about a life well lived.
Sure.
What does that look like for you personally?
I think it's some of the things I just talked about, like embracing your full authenticity, the human that you are, coming to embrace and allow and give yourself permission to do the things you're scared to do, which also, and to use your story from the jazz festival, are we get in our own way of maybe showing up as we want to or having expectations. And sometimes that can create barriers to connection, which we know from the evidence-based connection is one of the things that really contributes to a life well lived, feeling that sense of belonging. So when we allow ourselves to show up in our full values and to really look ourselves in the mirror and say, yeah, I'm not perfect. And I'm not. And you're not. And that's okay. That's actually what makes us unique.
Yes.
And I'm not meant to do it all, especially as many women in my community I know feel like we have to do everything. We have to be the superheroes. We have to be, the perfect mom, the perfect employee, the perfect worker, the perfect all the things. And it's like, we never asked for help, but we're not actually meant to evolve to do things on our own. And a life well lived is one where we embrace our full humanity and our vulnerability enough to say, I can't do it alone. And then to really extend our arms out and say, you want to come along with me? Let's do this silly thing together. Let's build those connective fibers. And being present is part of that. Being intentional is part of that. So finding small moments of joy. We know from the literature that there's kind of a couple key things that people see or think of they're going to improve their life. Like if I was to ask you, Ben, like what would a life well lived, what would you think the average person would think a life well lived is comprised of?
Oh gosh, the average person?
Yeah.
Don't make me answer that. I'm going to sound so mean. Nice car, nice house, picket fence, landscaper, maid, someone to watch the kids, travel, which is fantastic, boats, a lot of things that require material means is what comes to mind.
You're bang on. So the new thing is part of that, the new car, the new house, the new whatever, new possessions, promotions and kind of growth in their career or success, which is material and financial generally, relationships, the perfect body, that whole concept. And there's a fifth that's kind of escaping my mind right this moment, but the science consistently says that those are not the things because you adjust. There's a hedonic adaptation, it's called, where it's like you get used to a thing and then that thing doesn't elicit reward anymore.
That's me right now. I'm like on a travel bug and I'm like, as soon as I get home, I'm like, where do I go next? Little bit of a hedonic treadmill. I'm literally in that spot right now.
Yeah. And recognizing that is a good thing because then you can be like, okay, well, what does that rob me of the moment I'm in right now?
Right.
What am I grateful for? I find I love travel. I also just got back from a trip. And when I, look around and just like take in new sights, new sounds, new foods, new language, like I'm so much more present. Time just slows right down. I can feel like my nervous system calming. And then, you get back to the grind and the hustle and all the things and like an hour when you're away lasts for what feels like so much longer than an hour when you're just in it.
Yeah.
But you're missing so many moments of just like deep gratitude. This is probably for a different podcast episode, but I've lived a life where I haven't always had the luxury of guaranteeing a meal or other, creature comforts that now I'm not even thinking about. So taking that moment to really kind of enjoy that, whatever it is that you're in, the song you're listening to, the beautiful coffee you're having, can really just help give you a sense of satisfaction and get you off that treadmill, just slow things down to remind you that like you have so many things that an earlier version of you might have never even dreamed of. And then using that to empower you to connect to others and really just lean into the courage of talking to a stranger, random acts of kindness. These are all the evidence demonstrated things that we know make a difference, and it's strange to say, but they take courage.
What's coming to mind for me is like finding wonder and awe and gratitude. And I'm putting this in quotes in the mundane moments. The mundane moments, which honestly comprise most of our life.
Yeah.
It's so easy just to look for those peak moments, but it's those simple moments where you look up at the sky and the sun's beaming down on you is a great opportunity, right?
Simply magic. I'm a city girl. And I previously thought that like nature was just a place you ventured through.
Waste of space. Put a city there.
And COVID gave me a gift of embracing nature. And I'm really, really grateful for it because suddenly I was outside a lot. And like there's a grounding practice that I talk about on my podcast. It's an evidence-based one. I certainly didn't make it up, but it's using your senses. So 5 things you can see. And on a nice day, today is a nice day here. It's been not the best winter, but today is a nice day. So I'm going to stand outside and just like notice 5 things that normally I wouldn't. 4 things you can feel. That can be like just that warm sun on your face, the wind or a breeze happening, like just the moments, I love that you called it the small moments of wonder. So using your senses, and you can adjust on a really nice day, and again, my 40s have given me birding. So I'll like sit outside and listen for different bird sounds, like, oh, there's the cardinal, or there's the warbler, and the Merlin app is a great one for identifying which calls you're hearing. To just like sit in those moments and notice what you wouldn't normally notice and be present to is amazing for just like calming your nervous system and reminding you that like we are so lucky to just be alive. Not everyone, today is not promised for everyone.
I know you work with a lot of executives and a lot of big time leaders. And part of why I'm an entrepreneur is because I like didn't fit into the corporate world and I just found my own path. But I look at some of these like corporate leaders and publicly traded companies and kick butt and I'm very impressed. I'm just being transparent. They impress the heck out of me. Like I'm super authentic. I would find a way to get in trouble. I don't know if I could ever make it that high up on the ladder. But my point in this is, are they wired differently, or do they have these same kind of problems or same kind of opportunities and things they go through?
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest, but I think that there is a lot more to our core humanity than we think of. I think we walk through the world presenting as different versions of ourselves. I mean, I do have a corporate life in addition to some of my creative ventures.
Yeah.
And I like to think of myself as a corporate hippie. So I certainly, like, I remember there was a story of one time I saw somebody I work with outside of work, and I was like in sweats and my hair was in a bun and like everything. I was just in myself. And at first she was like, "Oh my God, I didn't recognize you." She's like, "But it actually totally makes sense."
Yeah. What's a corporate hippie?
Yeah, I'm working to kind of figure that out. I think, I can come across as like very serious and focused and all kinds of things, but the only thing I care about is humans. And like the human condition. And, I talk about things that people can perceive as fluffy, which are absolutely not, and very evidence-based, but it's like I embrace that the thing that matters the most in the world is the human condition. And I think sometimes corporate culture can feel to be at odds with that of like, profit or success or whatever.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, like we're all just humans. And as I was walking, like in the hallway of my workplace a little while ago, I did like a random twirl because I was wearing a cute little dress and just wanted to do a fun little twirl. And I'm sure there are people that are like, what is happening? But I think that's the hippie side of me, just being like, embrace the whimsy of life. Like you can be a senior leader, you can be a leader of any sort and still show humanity, because then you give permission to other people to show humanity. And like life is just more fun when there's silliness and joy in it. So I think we have a perception or a presentation of how someone ought to look or should look when they're a leader. And I think as emerging leaders come up, we can invite and bring more humanity into it and be a little bit of our hippie selves.
How did you become a hallway twirler? Were you always this way, or was that something you had to kind of step into over time?
A little of column A and a little of column B. I think that earlier in my career, I was much more focused on like, okay, you're a professional. You have to present a certain way to be seen as someone who can be trusted. And part of it came from reaching a level of success or leadership where it was like, okay, well, I think I've kind of achieved that. I don't have to prove it as much. But really the honest answer is when my mom passed away, I really did. And grief is something that I sit with every single moment of my life. And I really had to kind of sit back and say, like, life is short. And if I want to do a twirl and feel suppressed because I can't, then either I'm not in the right environment and I need to find a space where I can twirl, or I can help to carve a space where a little bit of delight and joy is accepted and even invited. And so I kind of use the limited leadership influence I have to, I think, invite whimsy. And we do have some of that in the workplace as a result of it. But part of it came from, I'm not going to say not caring, because I still care, but accepting and embracing that if this is who I am, you can take it or leave it. and life is short. So it's your call.
I love this. It reminds me, I was in Venice and there's this guy who was literally like twirling and high-fiving and saying hello to everyone. And I did find it a little obscure, but if I were to go 10 years back, I'd be like, who is this crazy person? But in the moment watching this man, I'm like, I kind of want some of what he's having. Now, I'm very introverted. I'm a quieter guy. I don't know if I'm ever going to be the one twirling, high-fiving, handshaking everyone I meet. But, like, he looked silly, and it was beautiful.
Silliness is beautiful. And you know what? Twirling is not the only oddity I have. And I will do things like that whether there's not a single other human in the hallway. Like, I even do it just in my own house. Like if I'm wearing a cute little frilly dress, because that's how I feel comfortable. And it's about finding your own way to kind of put yourself out there, or just, lean into the little moments where maybe something's going to give you a little burst of delight that you would feel silly about. Who cares? It's like I said with the app, let them laugh at you. Like, if you're not harming someone and if you're being respectful, which are core anchors to what feels important to me, let them laugh.
Has there ever been a time where they did, maybe metaphorically or literally, laughed at you? And how did you prove them wrong?
Definitely there have been. And I don't know that my focus was prove them wrong. I think my focus was be okay with it. Like, be in my own corner. Something I say a lot, and I try to live it a lot, is the only person I have to answer to at the end of, this whole thing is the face looking back at me in the mirror. And you don't have to be everybody's cup of tea. I'm not. And that's okay. I'm my own cup of tea. And that's what matters, because I've always presented as confident, but I wouldn't say I've always been confident. And part of that I've really embraced it in the last couple of years to say, like, I love myself. And that is certainly not something I would have said earlier in my life, but I recently saw a picture of myself from when I was a young kid, a new immigrant to Canada, and like my hair was the outfit, like there's so many weird things happening in this photo. And I remember, I've had this photo for a while. I just refound it after cleaning my mom's house. And I used to look at it and go like, oh my God, like, you're so weird, and you're so, you're an awkward looking kid and all these things. And recently I saw the picture and I looked at that young picture of myself and I was like, you were so curious and so optimistic and so silly and so just excitable. And those are some of the things I love the most about myself. And I could see myself in that younger version of myself, and for the first time kind of look at that picture and say, like, you are so worthy and you are delightful in all the ways that you are, and don't change. So let them laugh at you. And I kind of hate that I said that, because I don't mean it in the Mel Robbins, like, but I mean it in it doesn't matter so long as you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, that was okay with me.
Let them.
Let's go with, so be it.
So be it.
So be it.
It is what it is. What brought you to Canada? Immigrant?
Oh, that is a very long story, and we will reduce it to yes. Yeah, well, you'll have to have me back to hear more about that. And
do you talk about it on your podcast?
I haven't, but I've been on a little bit of a podcast break, because the way I see podcasting is picking up the way I see lots of these things is picking up a little toy, playing with it, and revisiting it when I want to. So I put it down for a bit, picked up the app for the last little while, and I have been thinking about actually getting back to it. I'm thinking about doing more of these types, like guesting on other pods. But
I really appreciate that analogy real quick, because people ask me how I find my guests and like who I look for, and I get pitched all day, and I hand select people that I want to speak with and learn from, because I put out an episode at least once a week since the dawn of time, like literally years upon years. So if I'm not having fun playing with it, if it doesn't feel creative and fulfilling and enjoyable, I don't want to do it just because some metric says that my ideal client profile is this person, this guest can attract my ideal client. Like all the marketer in me just disappears, and I just want to play. So I like that analogy. Sometimes you put the toy down and go play something else. Since I'm committed to playing in this art, you got to have as much fun as possible. So I went on a tangent here, but I want the short version, the short immigration story version. Do we have that?
Well, I did immigrate here. I was born in Kuwait, and
Oh, nice.
not dissimilar from what seems to be history repeating itself. There was kind of some unrest, and one thing led to another. And my dad came here first, and then a couple years later we came here. But it was a very, very interesting experience being plucked from this built-in community of many, many people to like new language, new culture, new everything. So you talked about, feeling like the loneliness in just this jazz festival. And like that is probably why I've sat with loneliness for a long time, because early formative experiences are kind of being plucked into this new environment, new language, new everything, and just looking around and realizing that you're not in Kansas anymore. So that's probably the shortest version you can get.
I love it. I want to hear the longer version. We'll do that on another conversation. I love that the Jazz Festival has become a reoccurring trope because it just seems like jazz music that we keep on going back to that same little storyline. Yeah, it's what's exciting you today? You have the app. What allows you to become your own best friend every single day of the week?
Continuing to ask myself, like, what is important to me? What really matters? What if today? Okay, this is a question, and not to sound too morbid, but a question I often sit with is, if this is my last day, if this is my last moment, if because life or death can happen at any time, then would I be doing something I enjoy doing? And if the answer to that is no, too many days in a row, which sometimes happens, then it's time to change something. So yeah, like legacy and thinking about your legacy and thinking about the life you want to live is a very strong anchor and enabler to me to really just kind of sit with what's right for you. And like knowing your values, knowing what matters, knowing what is like what you really need, and just getting curious about yourself, like showing up for yourself the way you would a friend. I'm really nice to other people. I have not always been that nice to myself. And now that's not acceptable to me.
I love this. I have it written on my calendar as a reminder. What would you do if you were living your purpose today?
Yeah.
And I always start the day with that question. So for the listener who's like, well, I don't really know what my purpose is. I'm not sure I know what I value. Even pre-call, you asked me what my why was. I'm like, that's really complicated, my friend. How would you help them simplify so they can better understand their value, their place, their purpose? So obviously they want to be their own best friend, but then you have to show up as yourself to be the best friend to others as well. So like, how do you recommend they help find those values and that purpose?
Yeah, and this is where history can be a really strong data point. So if you think about like a really great day, we can all, if you haven't lived it, a really great day that you can envision. What are you doing? What's happening? What are the, are you by yourself? Are you with people? Are you being creative? Are you being introspective? Like what is happening that is helping to give you that feeling? And you can, check in with your body, like when you get that excitement. So what is it that's happening? Because that can help you know what's important to you and what gives you joy and what gives you purpose and what gives you alignment and what really matters to you. So if you don't know, it is kind of getting curious. And I say that from a place where after doing a lot of work, I can look at myself and say, I'm allowed that. I'm permitted. I am, because we do, and growing up myself as well, like I suppressed and didn't think I was worthy of my own needs or deserving or these things were possible. And it wasn't until I was like, well, it certainly isn't if you don't try. and you are worthy of these things. So it might not also be about climbing Everest. So this is, the thing. If someone's like, my best day that I can imagine is this monumental thing. Okay, so what's one small step that can get you there? What's 1 millimeter movement so that you're not looking at this huge task and going like impossible?
I've interviewed she's amazing, Jen Drummond. She's like a Guinness Book World Record holder for hiking. They call it the second highest seconds. I'm butchering it, but there's all the continents. There's the highest peak that everyone talks about, and then there's the second highest peak, which on some continents is actually more difficult than the highest peak. So she's the first and only woman to climb all the second highest peaks on every continent. And part of like these journeys, like everyone wants to climb Everest, is you have to go up like an eighth of the way and then you can't breathe. So you actually have to go back. And then you go up and down and up and down and up. And the trek there to the top actually kind of stinks. And once you get at the top, there's only X amount of time, literally in minutes, that you can hang out before you're going to run out of oxygen. So it's not like you can even enjoy the top. And she is a mad scientist. She can do anything. She loves accomplishing anything. But some of us want to scale Everest. And it actually would really stink, Lil. Like, we don't have to scale Everest. It might stink.
Embrace the journey is part of it too. Yeah. Like, getting to that point is still a win. Hitting, publish on the podcast or putting the app out there, or even just like designing it. Like, when we put the destination as the achievement of it, we miss all of the other things that happened in between. The joy of learning something new, the growth. And growth is, if it was easy, everyone would do it. If it was, it's not about, if what you want is easy, then you will not grow and you won't have that fulfillment. And if you don't enjoy the journey and celebrate the small movements, the moments, the stink, then you're not really doing it right.
Hashtag embrace the stink.
Yeah. At the jazz festival.
Before we wrap up, I do want you to give something tangible that we can start doing as early as today. Before we get there, how do I learn more about you? Now, I'm already going to send me to, I need a freaking iPhone, by the way, but the moment it's on Android, I'm going to download the app. I'm going to check out the whole catalog of podcast episodes, obviously continue the conversation. So I'm with you, Lil. But for the listener that doesn't know what to do yet, where do you recommend they go? What can they do? How can they help you? Those kind of things.
Well, definitely download the app. There's tons of free tools in it. So this isn't, strictly a cash grab. Although if you would like to sign up for one of the tiers, there's some very accessible options. So Life Transition Compass. You can check out my podcast, Lil on Life. Follow my Instagram, which is Lil on Life Pod. I'm not a huge social media poster, but that is kind of where I'm trying to do a little bit more so people know where to find me. Like I said, I'll be at Hillside Music Festival in Guelph, Ontario, July 17th to 19th. It's also like a awesome music festival. Nice. I kind of live a covert life to some degree. I'm undercover as a corporate hippie, but here we are out of it. So I don't have like a huge social following or social presence is really more what I mean to say, but I am trying to grow that to connect more to my audience. And if you send an email to lilonlifepod@gmail.com, I'll add you to my email distribution list.
Awesome. I'll make sure in the show notes and or YouTube description, that's all right there. And
awesome.
Let's end. I like to call them integration assignments because we talked a lot here and I feel super calm. Like I feel like this has been a journey, but let's talk about one tangible thing that I want to invite the listener to possibly just turn this podcast off unless they're on a long drive and they want to listen to the next one or go listen to yours, but turn this podcast off and go do something. what do you recommend they do to start integrating what we talked about into their life today?
I'm going to give you 3, and one includes for the drivers, if that's okay.
Perfect. Yeah.
So, and I already kind of mentioned it, so I'll cover it quickly. But for those who can't, kind of turn off and do something, do the grounding practice. So use your senses. You can pick which sense you want to start with, but 5, I'll just give you 5 things you can hear, 4 things you can see, 3 things you can touch, 2 things you can taste or smell. Those are the hardest ones if you're not, eating or drinking. But if you aren't, then think about a taste or a smell that you like and try to bring it up. And smells, some of them don't have names. So just like hold that moment. So anyone, even in your car, can do that one. Just really to help calm that nervous system and put you into a place of just regulation, even if just for a moment, to maybe take a pause moment to say, what would really serve me right now? The second, and we also spoke about it, is find a picture. Find a picture of your younger self. Find a picture of a moment in your life and have a loving and caring conversation, a compassionate, loving. People have stigma to that word, but a compassionate one. Notice the attributes you really appreciate about that young version of you. And notice if your mind starts to drift to criticism, and just shut that down. This is purely a compassionate celebration moment. There was a third in there, and I know I'm on the spot here, so I'm forgetting what the third was, but I think it wasn't this one, but since I can't remember it, download Life Transition Compass. No, joking aside, I think I'll say, just, well, I love music, so I'll say find a song that connects to, okay, I'll do this one.
Yes.
Think of a song that makes you feel the most like yourself and just like that authentic version of you, and then get really curious about what is inspiring that and what it says about you.
Bonus points. I've never done this, but I'm going to do it. But bonus points, share that song with a friend and be like, this is the song that I feel like represents me. Do you agree? And if not, I'd love to hear what song you think better represents me. Or find a song for your friend and be like, I want to bring other people involved,
I love it. And you actually just brought back what the third thing was, which is all
it?
about community. So take a moment to just smile at a stranger. If someone doesn't smile back, no worries. It's not meant to start a conversation, but notice how you feel after you just put a moment of kindness out there, or do a random act of kindness for someone, big or small. Hold the door open. We build community not just by having relationships with people, but just by holding space for kindness.
Lil, this was fun. I really enjoyed the conversation.
I'm so glad. Well, it was lovely to connect, Ben. I appreciate your time, and hopefully we'll see each other again.
Yeah, we'll talk soon.
I feel like I'm being called to play a bit of a bigger game. Oh, that's my favorite. Lean into that calling. Do not get complacent. We all have this garbage in our past, as did I. Like growing up without a dad, I could just be like, do you know how hard that was? And I did for years. My question to you is it serving you today? Spend time with people who look like they're further on the path than you, who look like they've got something figured out. I started hitting the weights and I started spending time with people who were further ahead on that journey than me. They had the nice pump. I learned about how to eat, how to lift, how often. And all of a sudden, my education went up. I was getting closer to who I wanted to be. It felt right. My friends are going out drinking tonight. I'm not going out drinking tonight. You have to make those hard decisions if you want to improve this thing. When people talk to me about like, Marcus, how do you have the motivation to keep going to the gym as much as you do and eating right? I'm like, how much motivation do you need to brush your teeth? Have money come out of your account every month. Just have it pulled. And no, it's not going to turn into something massive in a year, not in 3 years, but in 5 years, it starts to turn to something. 10 years, 15, 25 years, it's ridiculous. If I can give you one tip and one tip only when you're about to invest money, only invest in.
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So, Marcus, I've seen you speak. You're an incredibly confident human being. You're fit. You're crushing it in business. It seems like you're doing everything right. I know life's not perfect, though. What earliest context can you give us to tell us a little bit about like how you became who you are, the man you are today?
Oh, thank you, brother. Hey, Ben, I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity to hang out with you. I've been looking forward to this a lot. And thank you for the compliments, by the way. I really do enjoy my life right now. And it is a stark contrast from where I started. And I think that's really important. It's a great place for us to start because I don't love when people see me where I am today and just go, this guy's probably always had a perfect life. Furthest thing from it. And I hope in sharing this, people hear something that resonates with them and they're like, wow, okay, if that guy can do it, so can I. That should be the message you get. Grew up in a very broken home. Like we were broke, we were poor, we were poor in spirit. There was not a lot of love in that home. There was a lot of challenges. And for me, growing up as a boy without a dad around, I had just such a lack of confidence, self-worth, self-esteem. I was in charge of making my own food mostly. So that left me 6'4.5", 120 pounds.
It's pretty darn thin.
Brother, like legit, I'm like 100 pounds heavier right now. And I don't think I look like a guy who could lose 100 pounds. So you can imagine my self-esteem. You can imagine how people looked at me. Girls looked at me, not so much. Bullies got a lot of attention there. And I'm so grateful for that part of my life because that was really shaping for me. I know people look back on their past and they're like, oh, but you don't understand. Victim, victim, victim. Which, by the way, you have every right to experience that. And if you want to be a victim, you have the right. We all have this garbage in our past, as did I. Like growing up without a dad, I could just be like, do you know how hard that was? And I did for years.
Yeah.
My question to you is it serving you today? Is that attitude, is that perspective still serving you? And for me, one day I woke up, I'm like, all I get out of that is mercy and pity. You can save that. Let's turn this around. And what if it was a gift? What if all the garbage that was in my life was actually a gift? Growing up poor, growing up without a dad around, growing up with bad nutrition, growing up with a terrible physique. What if that was actually a gift? Well, I can get a lot of gift out of that. The resilience that I had to build, I had to rely on myself to grow and to look at all those things as so beneficial to me. It's why I became the husband and father that I am today. It's why I became the merciful guy. It's why when I see any form of bullying, I step in because that bothers me a ton. I love that stuff about me. It also forced me to create confidence where there was none. And research, what does it take to build confidence? Who do I have to become to be a confident guy every single day? Man, I love all that. I love the challenges that I had to go through. So now when I look back, I don't go, oh, Ben, it was so bad. And it's so, I don't even like to talk. No, are you kidding me? I'll talk about this all day. These are some of the greatest gifts I've ever received. So my main takeaway that I hope people receive right now is, what if you could look back? What if you could look back and see all those challenges as a gift? What would that look like? What would you have gotten out of it if it was a gift? There is a perspective change that will change your entire life.
Powerful. What if it was a gift? You're kind of reminding me, this is coming to mind, I think it's a Hindu proverb, but the word's Jenshe, and it means never treat another in a way that will make them feel small. And the easiest way to understand that is to have felt small.
Yes.
It
really
becomes
good.
a gift because you've been in that place. So you were in that place where you were bullied. You weren't small in terms of height, but maybe in terms of physique. So it sounds like you're a bit of a target. What was the turning point where you were no longer that victim and you started to step into being more of a victor?
This is one of my favorite moments in my life. I was 15 years old and I was on a plane. My father had popped back into my life and said, I'm taking my new family to Hawaii. Would you like to join us? Oh, of course, yes. And I remember on that plane ride, I'm that super skinny guy. Like this was at the worst of it. This was at my lowest point. I'm 6'4". I'm 120 pounds. I don't have any confidence. And Ben, I remember hearing the voice of God just saying to me, where you're going, no one knows who you are. So what if you chose to be someone else? What if you got to choose to be the person you were made to be? And brother, I felt it through every cell in my body. I was like, oh yeah, oh, that's a fact. Okay, then I will be a more confident person when I step off this plane. And here's the cool thing about what I'm telling everybody. One, you don't have to hear the voice of God. You might be hearing it right now. And this is the truth. You already know the answers on who you're supposed to be. You don't need someone else to tell you. And for me, it was so quick and instant. I was like, oh, I want to be a confident guy. That's what I want. Okay, you want to be a more confident guy, and Ben, you'll appreciate this because we do this exercise when I'm on stage. But what does a more confident guy look like? Oh, I'll get that chest up a little bit. I'm going to look you in the eye more. I'm going to speak with a little more confidence and authority. When I shake hands, I'm going to look you in the eye. I'm going to give you a good squeeze. It doesn't take a ton. It does, but everything changes when you just act with a little more confidence. So when I got off that plane, I was a different person. And shocker, that's how people treated me. That's how they saw me because that's what I presented. Now, long term, I knew I had to do more. It wasn't just going to be like, show a good face. Well, I thought, man, if I worked out more, if I had a better physique like I see in the movies, I would have more confidence every day. And so again, I knew the answer. You know the answer. Start doing that and do it every single day. Don't give yourself any excuses. This is not like, well, I'll give this a try. Just keep looking at the life you had. Are you happy with it? If you're happy and you don't feel anything needs to change, then don't change. This is not for you. But if you're looking at it going, no, I need change, then make 100% commitment to change. Stop looking back and going, well, it wasn't that bad. It's horrible. Mine was horrible. I don't know if I would have made it to 17. And I'm not saying I was suicidal, but man, I was so unhappy. And I can't imagine that person living any further than that. And so I'm so grateful to say, oh, I radically changed in that very moment.
I know personally, I look back, life wasn't that bad, but it could be a little bit better. I came into this conversation, I've got these armrests on my chair. I pushed them up because I'm like, I'm talking to Marcus. I need to sit up straight because I'm doing good, but I could do a little bit better. So talk to that high achiever who maybe actually they're getting a little complacent.
Yeah.
Or worst case scenario, they're getting just a little comfortable or maybe even apathetic. Because they're already doing well. They're like, I look back at my past 10 years, it's been great.
Yeah.
But I still got some bags under my eyes.
Yeah.
Talk to that high achiever because a lot of us and a lot of listeners are doing great, but don't you think they possibly could do more?
Amen. Brother, I love that you're taking us down this. And by the way, there's two beautiful things that you brought up in this. First of all, the armrest thing. This is brilliant because as simple as you being in a conversation with me, you immediately went, actually, I want to step up my game. I got to move these armrests. I got to be ready. That's so profound though. And we all need those people and we all have those people. And so every high achiever listening, pay attention. If you are spending too much time with the people where you're happy with the armrests and like, then you're in the wrong rooms. Challenge yourself. Find your Marcus that's going to challenge you to be like, oh no, this is game time. I got to stay loose. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I love that you're taking us down this because that's who I actually love working with the most. I don't actually speak the language that well of the person who's in that 1, 2, or 3 out of 10 life.
Sure.
I don't remember that language anymore. I once did. But I'm in that, I speak the language best that you're at a 7, 8, or 9, and you're still looking, hey, maybe there's a little more room for growth. I feel like I'm being called to play a bit of a bigger game. Oh, that's my favorite. Lean into that calling. Do not get complacent. The world is telling you, no, Ben, you're doing so great compared to the rest of the world. Just maybe take another day off, another vacation. You deserve it. Again, my question is, how's that working out for people? When we get too comfortable, too complacent, all of a sudden a year goes by and you're like, oh my goodness, I feel like I'm way behind now. I don't want that for you, and I don't want that for me. And so I challenge myself every single day. How do I grow just 1%? Nothing crazy, just 1%. And make sure you create habits every single day that you are consistent with every single day that has you growing 1%. So for me, I'm striving for a little more than 1%, or maybe it is only my 1%, but I listen to a book at least 2 hours a day. I don't sit down straight, by the way. I'm not sitting down for 2 straight hours because you're going, who the heck has 2 hours? You have 2 hours every time you're in the washroom, when you're showering, getting ready, when you're in the car. Look at that. I've just put together probably an hour and a half for most human beings. I remember I think I was listening to a podcast maybe 10 to 15 years ago. And the person said, if you are in the car listening to music, with all due respect, you are being so lazy. And I was like, pardon me? But it hit me. And he goes, I use that time to get ahead. I listen to great podcasts, listen to great books, challenge myself. And I'm like, oh my goodness, how beautiful way to tap into more hours in your day. When people say, oh, I don't have time, I'm like, with all due respect, that's such bullcrap. I don't know anybody who doesn't spend time in their car, time in front of the TV, time doing this or that, the junk that we don't actually even care about, but we say, I'm too busy for it. And it's like, okay, you can keep using that excuse if you'd like, but the truth is you can have excuses or you can have results, but you cannot have both.
Well, if you make excuses, the result is going to be just the result of all your excuses.
Spot on, brother. Spot on. And how is that working out for you?
How many was it? 31,000 steps. So you'll get a kick out of this, Marcus. So now I was doing tasks that took like 10% of my brain. Simple admin, copy paste, boring stuff. I'm at my standing desk, walking pad, 2 screens. So I've got like podcasts and YouTube on one screen, boring tasks on the other screen. I look at my band and I accidentally took 31,000 steps.
Phenomenal.
All I'm doing is working.
Brother, I love that so much. What a beautiful example, by the way, of like, you have time. The people who say they don't have time, you have time. You can get one of those walking pads. Out of curiosity, what did you spend on that?
My brother gave it to me. I think I bought him dinner, but
okay,
$100, $200, something like that.
That's what I suspected. Yeah. It's not a crazy fortune. And now you're getting exercise every single day. And people saying, well, I'm not allowed to do that at my desk or at work or whatever. I believe you're probably allowed to do it an hour a day or more. I don't think there would be too many bosses on the planet that when you say, hey, while I'm doing my admin work, not with clients or anything, just my admin work, I'd like to be walking to be healthier. There would be very few bosses on this whole planet who would say no, because every boss knows you getting more sick more often costs this company a fortune. So if you're looking to improve your health, I'm in. Oh, and it costs me nothing. Man, you could even ask your boss if he would buy you one of those walking tracks. I bet you most of them would say yes.
I love that. And to humble myself, I wasn't listening to the most groundbreaking content. I'm watching like prank videos and silly stuff. So maybe you can't do it at the workplace, but when you're watching your prank videos, when you're watching your sitcom, you can still do it then.
Yeah, amen.
I love escaping once in a while. I don't think that's a problem.
Good.
But while I escape, and I do this as well, I don't have to be in bed with a big old pizza. I could still be on a walking pad watching that same video.
Really good, brother. By the way, great point to bring up, because again, I don't want people listening to me and being like, so this guy doesn't ever relax? Yeah, no, I sleep with my eyes open. No. I do. I love my Netflix time. I love hanging out with my wife in front of a funny show. But how many of us slip 30 or 60 minutes all the way into 3 hours?
Mhm.
And so it's just find your balance that you're confident in and you're comfortable with and that you're willing to defend. Just like Ben. Ben's going, I watch it. It's not a problem for me. But I don't think Ben would be saying that if he was at 3.5 hours of watching TV each night.
Well, I was like 7 hours when I did the 30,000 steps, but two birds with one stone, you know?
Hey, you were getting your exercise in, brother. I give you some leeway.
I want to circle back to something you said way kind of at the start, how we already seem to know who we are, like whether it's intuitively or I want to hear more about that, because a lot of people might be like, well, I'm not really enjoying my time at the workplace, or I don't like going to the gym, or the idea of standing on a walking pad for 7 hours sounds like miserable. And I presume if they had a better idea of what they wanted and who they are, it would be easier for them to step into that.
Yeah.
But when you stated it earlier, it's kind of like you already know. Well, what if someone's thinking, well, I don't actually know? How would someone just kind of discover what their purpose might be?
I love it. I want to answer this in a couple different directions. One, I want to repeat again, you do know everybody. So even when Ben's saying things like, okay, well, this type of exercise, that doesn't sound good to me. There was an assumption already that I know I should exercise. And see, I think that's a big one for a lot of people. They know they should exercise. And I feel called to exercise. You know, we've got heart issues in our family or whatever your reason, you're like, I know I should exercise. But the truth is, Marcus, I did some spin classes and that was hell. I hated it. Okay, no one's telling you to do spin classes. You tried that, check it off the list as that's not my thing. I love this beautiful saying I once heard that there's exercise for everyone. If you hate the different exercises you've tried, you just haven't tried enough exercises yet. And I really do believe that. If you hate spin classes, you might like weights, or you might like Pilates, or you might like hikes. There's something for you. You have to keep trying things. One of the things I liked Matthew McConaughey said is, it is just as valuable to find the stuff you don't like as the stuff you do like.
Sure.
So go through the list and just keep checking it off. By the way, that is a principle for all of life. I'm into these beautiful books right now on finance. And I love, this was out of The Art of Spending Money or The Psychology of Money, both by the same brilliant author. But he said, money can buy you happiness. If you just haven't found it yet, you're not spending money on the right things yet. And I thought that was so brilliant. And it's exactly what we're talking about. Keep trying things. If you're like, well, I bought this and I bought that and it hasn't brought me happiness, those were the wrong things. There's lots of things that I spend money on that truly do bring me happiness. And so when you talk about exercise, try different exercises. And going back to the ultimate part of the question, which is finding your alignment with who you're supposed to be. Yeah, it takes time. And yes, it takes some trial and error, but the worst thing you could do is nothing. The worst thing you could do is sit around and just hope you are going to fit in the alignment of who you are supposed to be. Because I'll tell you right now, something again that you already know. The world is trying to fit you into something different.
Right.
The world is molding you every moment of every day into something you do not want to be. And you get to verify that fact, by the way, by just asking yourself, are you happy with what the world is making you out to be? Who the world is forcing you to be, calling you to be. If you are falling into the news and politics of the world and you feel like you've just been separated from half of society, yeah, I don't know why. All of a sudden I hate Republicans or I hate Democrats and I feel like they're the source of all evil. It's like, okay, maybe you need to pull away from social media and news for some time. Maybe you need to get back to who you are supposed to be. Find that alignment and keep trying these things. Spend time with people who look like they're further on the path than you, who look like they've got something figured out. If you spend time with those people, you're going to learn something. Just as I did with starting to work out. I started hitting the weights and I started spending time with people who were further ahead on that journey than me. They had the nicer physique than me. They had the nice pump. They were lifting the things that I want to lift. And I spent enough time with them and I learned so much. I learned about how to eat, how to lift, how often. And all of a sudden, my education went up. I was getting closer to who I wanted to be. It felt right. Check in with myself regularly. This feels good. This feels right. This feels like who I'm supposed to be. And all of a sudden, the more you move on that path, the more the world sends you the people who are supposed to be around you. You will become a magnet for the right people. And if you aren't feeling that right now in your life, you know you're out of alignment. And I know I'm not giving you a surprise message. You're probably going, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm not attracting the people I want in my life. So become the person you're supposed to be, and you will attract the person you're supposed to attract.
I'm thinking if this is resonating with someone, good. That's amazing. That's a great sign. And for what it's worth, nothing we're saying here is the doctrine. We're not being prescriptive. It's describing what's worked for you, maybe a little bit of what's worked for me. But your message is less to prescribe. It sounds like go and figure out what's works for yourself.
Yes.
Step into who you are, not what we are.
Agreed. I love that, brother. And I love that you're bringing that up, because I'd be very weary of the people who say definitively, you need to lift more weights. That's what you need to do. You need to get under 225 pounds under that squat rack, push. And it's like, whoa. I get it. That worked for you and it's changed your life. That's wonderful. That's not for everybody. But just like you said, here's an encouragement. Go try something new. Go try something different. If you're like, Marcus, I like going for long walks. I like being out in nature. Amazing. Choose a hike that will challenge you a bit. If you're used to going out for 30 to 45 minutes, find one that's an hour and a half. Really push yourself a little bit, challenge yourself, and just see how that feels. And all of a sudden, you might be one of those people who's a hiker all of a sudden. And then what's going to happen is, hey, I don't know what it is. All of a sudden on Facebook, I've joined a couple of hiking groups, and now I've got friends who hike, and we go on these long, deep conversation hikes. And it's like, look how quickly your life could radically change if you start leaning into the person you're supposed to be.
Thanks for sharing that, because I feel like a lot of people are also lonely nowadays. Post-pandemic, post-shutdown, like, I think there might be a loneliness epidemic going on. And what better way than to find that community of people that want to take that hike with you?
Amen.
Want to go to that concert with you? Want to join the band? So I want to take a hard pivot, because I know personally, Marcus is more than just the confidence guy, more than just the fit guy, more than just the overachiever. You're also a business person.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit about what you're doing. What was it? Five Talent Capital. Capital. Tell us a little more about that.
Sure. Thank you, brother. This is what I've been preparing for my whole life. I've had some wonderful business success, really cool exits from businesses, done some cool stuff in real estate. I've been a mentor to a bunch of CEOs and executives and business people. And just in December, just a few months past, I felt very much called. It is now time to have my own fund. I've known for some time this was coming. I get invited into rooms that most people don't know exist. And please don't hear that as arrogance. I'm constantly going out and trying to find these rooms and just connecting with the right people. And then I've got these crazy invitations. And I've had these crazy invitations into investment opportunities and groups, billionaire buyers groups that most people believe exist, but have never heard about it themselves. And now with my fund, I'm inviting others to experience the opportunities that I've been experiencing. And so more than anything else, I follow a really strict diversification plan. I'm such a believer in diversification. Very few people diversify their portfolio. And if they do, it's like, well, most of my money's in real estate, but 5 to 10% is really well diversified. And it's like, with all due respect, that's not diversification. And what ends up happening, why I'm so passionate about diversification, when you have too much in one thing. So real estate is a perfect example because so many people have so much money in real estate. What happens in those 2 to 3 years when real estate is down? You don't sleep so well. You're a little shorter with your wife and your kids. You drink a little more maybe than you want to be drinking. This is very typical. However, if you have really great diversification, which requires that you do a lot of research into a lot of different segments, which I've done, by the way, I've taken that homework out for people. Now, if real estate's down, that's okay. In fact, these investments go up when real estate goes down. When the economy is down, it's okay. These ones go up. And ultimately what it means is I don't have to worry about my money as much anymore. I don't have to have anxiety. I don't have to have stress. The news telling me to bury my money in the backyard or put it under my mattress. I'm not listening anymore. I'm not concerned. I don't lose sleep over it. And I just love that. I love bringing that peace into my clients' lives.
So take us behind the scenes in those rooms that maybe most of us probably haven't been in. What do you guys, what exactly is happening? Are you like, what does the investment strategy look like? I have no clue. It's kind of like you tell me. I don't even know what to ask you, Marcus. What really happens in those rooms?
Oh, brother, I love this question. This is a really great question because it's gonna uncover something pretty cool. And I think a lot of people are gonna go, that's cool stuff. So why don't I share with you my favorite week that I've done ever on finance. Awesome. I was at Tony Robbins Finance Mastery. So this is only for his platinum. I was with his, by the way, he's mentored me for over 32 years. And I became part of the platinum, part of his inner circle. I got to travel with Tony. Tony has made introductions for me that are just insane. He's introduced me to so many billionaires, which, by the way, I want to be clear, I don't think billionaires are better people or anything like that. But they've figured out a thing or two about how money works. Sure. And so when I'm going into these rooms, what I've been really looking to answer is, how does money really work? And how does the finance wheel of life really work? Because I don't think most people know. And I don't pretend to be some expert. But here's the most profound thing I can share. Walking into that room for that week at Finance Mastery, at that point in my life, I've sold multiple businesses. I've had hundreds of millions of dollars, almost $1 billion go through my hands through different businesses. Without ego, I would say I knew a thing or two about money. Is that fair to say, Ben?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
I walked out of that week knowing that I walked into that week with a kindergartner's education on money. Isn't that horrifying?
How's that?
Take a second to take that in. And what really broke my heart when I realized that, I was like, if that's me with my resume, what chance does Joe Average ever have of getting ahead? And so that really led me on this path to just understand things more. You know, if I can give you one tip and one tip only when you're about to invest money, only invest in things that you fully understand. Do you know how much money and heartache that can save people? If you talk to anybody, have you ever lost money in an investment? Most people say yes. And my follow-up question is, did you understand what you were investing in? I don't know if I've heard anyone say yes to that answer. And so if you get to fully understand, by the way, this is one of the things I learned from many conversations with many billionaires. They fully understand what they're getting into. So when I'm investing in anything, I have to fully understand it to the point that I could explain it to a 5-year-old. And that's actually one of my criteria. If I can't understand it to the point where I could explain it to a 5-year-old, I'm not investing.
How well do you have to understand it? So I'll give you a simple example.
Yeah.
I have what they call an investment pie, where I buy fractional shares of different stocks. You get a percentage of the stock.
Okay.
And it's completely ETFs. And for anyone who doesn't know what an ETF is, it's a bunch of different companies all in one stock. So the S&P 500 is an example of an ETF. So I have like 50 different ETFs in this big pie, buying fractional shares. And I understand the concept. I understand the basics. But I don't know every single company in each of those ETF stocks. And I don't understand exactly what the service fee is to be a part of. Like, I I understand like the kindergarten version. I could probably teach it to fifth graders, but I don't actually understand what I'm buying. And I would think that I'm probably more informed than the average person. So what are your thoughts on that? Because I can't understand all of it. I feel like that would be a full-time job in itself.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And by the way, great nitty gritty question. Like we're getting into the weeds, and I love getting into the weeds.
Well, that's part of why people hire a financial advisor is because they don't want to worry about it.
Yes, I agree with you completely. So here, I'd say there's levels to this.
Sure.
First level is this. One, understand the fees. The fees are critical. Everybody, please, you need to understand your fees. If you don't understand fees, what usually happens is you're paying at least one set of fees, but usually two. Meaning that whoever you're working with, that broker is taking a fee, and then also the fund itself has its own fees. And so, hey, we did really well last year and we made 8 or 9% on our investment. Okay, cool. And what did the fees look like? And all of a sudden it was 3%. So you made more like 5 or 6%. Are you still happy with those results? That's where it gets really tough real fast. Now, the second part, and I guess the bigger question is this. No, you don't. You doing what you're doing don't necessarily need to know everything about everything. I really love, by the way, the depth of your diversification, because you really are diversified into a whole bunch of different spots that are also diversified. That's beautiful. That's really hedging your bet against failure. And Ray Dalio's quote is one of my favorite quotes. This is one of the billionaires that I got to meet. And when he gave me the quote, it was a little bit different than how he says it publicly. But if you have 15 to 20 uncorrelated investments, meaning they're not tied to the market together. They're not both stocks or bonds. They're not all in real estate. So really good diversification, essentially. You reduce your risk by 80%. So that's a really big deal. Now, the downside that just to back up my claim that you really want to know what you're getting into,
sure,
is, Ben, if you were to lose money, which I hope you do not, and by the way, because of your diversification, it's very unlikely you will. But if you did, wouldn't one of the first things you say be, I really didn't understand fully what I was in? Is that a fair comment? Like that would be one of the top things. And so to me, that's just about mitigating that risk as well. Just to go, you know what? I'm going to understand everything that I can. By the way, it doesn't mean you have to understand everything about each company that you might be investing in. I want to be so clear on that. Ben is absolutely right. This is why you want to find someone you trust with your money so that they can give you a good enough explanation that you're comfortable with. But when I say I really understand everything, no, I don't need to see every financial statement from a company. That's getting crazy. I respect it when people do that. More power to you. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying when I get into a real estate investment, as an example,
yeah,
I know everything about what's about to happen. You know, when people start using different words that you don't understand, oh, there's a REIT and we're backing it by this, and then there's going to be a capital expulsion, and then there's going to be this, and there's this, and we go, oh, I don't want to seem like I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm sophisticated. Oh yeah, no, that sounds good. Okay, I'll put my money in. How much of that did you understand? Next to none. And so it won't surprise you when it all goes to zero. So for me, I keep it really simple. And again, this is what I got from the billionaires. They keep it so simple. Yes, some of them get really complex and they know their REITs and they know this and they know that. I keep it super simple. We buy a big building. We rent it out at this point. We pay cash. If interest rates go up and down, we don't care because we paid cash. We will only sell the building when it's at a high. Oh man, these are simple. These are simple things to understand. Okay. And so that's how I do my investment. So by the way, we don't have to go any deeper, but if anybody is interested in having a conversation with me, let's have a conversation. I can explain further what I do, but ultimately it's a matter of do you even trust me? Because if you're going, there's something about this guy, his fancy suit doesn't land with me, then I'm probably not the right guy for you. Even more important than anything else, find a person that you really trust.
So what exactly do you educate on this, or does Five Talent Capital do this for people, or I invest money in a fund and the fund goes and does the thing and then I get percentage commissions? Like, how does the business actually operate?
Sure, great question. I have my own fund. And so I do all the research. I educate people as much as they want to be educated.
But you're not shilling some $97 course.
That is correct. No, I have nothing to sell you. I'm not selling anything.
Got it.
If things that I've said have resonated, you want to have a deeper conversation, by all means. I only do work with accredited investors. I have a certain level that I deal with. We have $1 million minimum. It's just they're bigger opportunities than most people experience.
Absolutely.
And it's a conversation, and I'm open to having it.
Cool. I'm not at that yet, but I know some of the listeners are, Marcus. What would you recommend I do to get to that level?
Start with, listen, it sounds like you're already on a really good trajectory, which I love. I love when people do employ diversification right from the get-go. I think that's so important. And I know people are listening going, yeah, but I don't have that much to diversify. That's okay. Do the best you can, and do not put all your money into something specifically that you do not understand. Every one of us has been clobbered for $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 on, oh no, you don't understand. This is the next Amazon. Just trust me on this. Just get in on this. And it's like, you didn't understand it. It sounded too good to be true, and shocker it was. Please keep your money from those people. Work on the compounding effect. And by the way, read The Compounding Effect. Brilliant book to help you understand. Just put away a little bit at a time. Do you have it in? Oh, I thought you were about to pull up the book. I was going to be like, yes.
No, I'm writing it down, actually.
Oh, it's just so,
Next best thing.
It's a light read. It's absolutely brilliant. And the whole point is, have money come out of your account every month. Just have it pulled. And no, it's not going to turn into something massive in a year, not in 3 years, but in 5 years, it starts to turn to something. 10 years, 15, 25 years, it's ridiculous how big that can get. And you need to look at the graphs on compounding. If you start today instead of starting in 5 years, it's insane how much money you will have in 25 years. But every day counts, so start today.
Lovely advice. I appreciate it, Marcus. Can we take a fun pivot?
Please take a fun pivot. Let's go. Where are we going?
Do you know anything about the modern day looks maxing community?
Looks maxing community.
You know,
share with
about
me.
This?
I think my daughters have talked about this a bit, but please give me some clarity and let's go.
I don't know all the terms, but it's almost like their own language. Like there's a term frame mogging, and a frame mog is basically when you embarrass someone's frame with your frame. But the thing is, these are young adults, like let's say 16 to 22, and I feel like the people watching it are just kids.
Yeah.
And they do things like bone smashing. Bone smashing is taking like a hammer. They now make things and they smash your jaw to try, smash it, and then it grows back stronger.
No.
They go lengths where this one guy, Clavicular, lean maxing. This is me not making it up. It's like out there. He'll do like low dose meth as an appetite suppressant to lean max and stay thin.
Oh no.
And as someone who has committed his life to fitness by now and has been on covers, like Clavicular is a good example. Very handsome looking dude. But I'm wondering what's your 30s and 40s going to look like?
Yeah.
And just in the things I've told you, isn't this kind of silly? It seems like it's going to do, taking steroids is another thing. 21-year-olds on TRT, like you got plenty of that going on already. Just thoughts on this, because you're going to look at this, it's going to come up on your algorithm now because I brought it up. there's a whole scene of these young men that are overcompensating for trying to look as good as possible.
Yeah.
And I just see them doing irreparable damage.
Yep.
And I imagine you can't have a high self-esteem in that scenario. So
No.
this is new to you. So what's the hot take on everything I've shared with you?
Well, that makes me so sad, first of all,
wild.
especially the lengths people will go to. The part that isn't new, because steroids have been around forever, and people just giving up their whole future to look a little bit better for the next 3 months. It makes me so sad and so devastated. By the way, now that I'm in my 40s, I know such a ridiculously high proportion of men who didn't make it till 40 because of steroids.
Oh my God.
Like, that is so wrong. Like, I know, I want to say there's like 8 or 9 deaths before 40 of people I actually know, and another 6 to 8 who had heart attacks before 40 or before 44 because of steroids.
Wow.
By the way, not that every one of these guys talked to me, but I've talked to enough people who played with steroids, 100% impotency issues at different points. And like, how is that worth it? And you think you're having a problem with impotency in your 20s and 30s? You think that's not going to be a problem in your 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s? Like, that's insane what you are cashing in on today, just ruining your future. And so I just want to encourage people. This sounds so weird. It feels like I'm really pushing this book. That's not my book or anything, but the compounding effect actually talks about this as well. The people who think, okay, I'm going to save money by putting like 10 grand in this month, and then I'm not going to put in for a long time. And those people never make out as well as the person who's just like, I'm going to have $100 come off of my paycheck. And it's something I can do consistently. So when we're talking about our bodies, pick something you can do consistently. The people who go, oh my goodness, I'm going to get back into working out. I'm going to do 2 hours a day, every day from now on. Okay, we've all met that person. How long did they last?
Yeah.
Good, never past 2 weeks. And one in a million lasts a month. That's not sustainable. Myself, I've been getting my workouts in for 30 years. I would say in 30 years, I've had less than 20 days off that I didn't choose to have off. And I'm also talking about sickness. I've had less than 20 days off due to illness. That isn't because I have this super immune system that I was born with. Furthest thing from it, I was sick all the time as a kid who didn't work out and who didn't eat properly. If you start eating properly, you start exercising properly, you will be a healthier human being. This is a fact. And if you do it small amounts at a time, consistently, over time, all of a sudden, one day you will wake up with like the physique that you've always wanted. Will it be in a year from now? No. And just so we're comparing apples to apples, it won't be the case if you're doing steroids or hitting yourself with a hammer or anything like that either. But you're doing it in a safe and healthy way. Praise God, I've never broken a bone, which blows my mind. I've never had a real serious injury, which blows my mind. And I credited that to just doing it consistently, small amounts, consistently.
To reiterate that point by answering this question, I want to level up in all areas of my life. I've listened to this podcast. I know that you're not being prescriptive, you're being descriptive. I've got to go out and do it my way. But I want the best health.
Yeah.
I want the best fitness. I want the best business. I want the best finance. I want the best faith. I want the best family. I know that's a very broad stroke.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts for me to ensure that I can do my very best at obtaining those?
I love this question. I'm going to encourage you to take 2 of those things and make that your hardcore focus for the next 3 to 6 months. Just 2. And I know people listening, but Marcus, you're not hearing. I told you 7 things I need to improve.
Yeah.
I heard you. Here's the issue. When you've tried to improve all 7 all at once, how has that worked out for you in the past? So the way I did it, which I don't know where I learned this from, it felt instinctive to me, but it worked really well for me. I chose 2 and I went all in on these 2. What's so beautiful about this, by the way, Oh man, actually it ties in so beautifully to one of my favorite books right now by Dr. Benjamin Hardy, which is 10x is easier than 2x.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I love this book so much. But this is what it says. Stop looking at all these things that you can improve. At best, you're doing the 2x model, but you won't 2x. You might get 10% better at best. But the 10x model says, which one of these things do you think is the most important that will actually improve all the other things? So I would argue it's your health.
Sure.
If you were in better shape, if you had better health, better fitness, a better body, you don't think that's going to improve your relationships with other people? You don't think it's going to improve your confidence? You don't think it'll improve your wealth? Oof. Okay, so go all in on this one. And when I say go all in, again, you need to go back 5 minutes into this podcast. It does not mean 2 hours a day, every day. No, but it means going all in as in, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my workout in and I'm going to eat right almost all of my meals each day. And nothing is going to break that. So that becomes my priority. So my friends are going to McDonald's. I will not be going to McDonald's. My friends are going out drinking tonight. I'm not going out drinking tonight. You have to make those hard decisions if you want to improve this thing. And you're going to do it for 3 to 6 months. And in those 3 to 6 months, if you want to do it properly, you need to surround yourself by the right people. Be in that room of the people who make you put the armrests up and we're going to the gym. We're going for a hike. We're going to go to Chopped Leaf or somewhere healthier to eat. When you are in that mindset, in that group, and you now have that perspective, that focus that you're working on every single day, your health and your body will improve. And if you focus on that for 3 to 6 months, now you've got your habit set. You want to do something else. You want to change your focus. No problem, because these are habits. This is like brushing your teeth. When people talk to me about like, Marcus, how do you have the motivation to keep going to the gym as much as you do and eating right? I'm like, how much motivation do you need to brush your teeth? I don't need motivation. I just brush my teeth. Right. That's what fitness is to me. It's not like, oh, should I go to the gym today? Should I brush my teeth today? I'm brushing my teeth. I'm going to the gym. You can have it the exact same way. Once you've got that set, next, what's next on the list? And you ask the exact same question. What else do I want to improve that will improve the other things as well?
And in my opinion, I'm sure you agree, be willing to invest in help to do it.
Amen, brother. Yes.
I know I'm in a place of privilege that I can, but I have a personal trainer. This podcast studio is in an art studio office rather than having a home office. I get out of the house.
Good for
so
you.
I'm in the space to be present for this podcast.
Good
My
on
personal trainer holds me accountable, and I'm surrounded. It's a personal training only studio. So everyone else has paid to play to be there. And it's not all my friends are doing these things, but I forced my surroundings in doing so. The moment I hired a personal trainer, I'm walking in that gym, everybody else is there for the same place. So it's forcing yourself into the right room. And I know not everyone can afford a personal trainer, but I mean, you said it yourself, and this is no shame and blame, but we also can't afford to have a heart attack young or not to live our best life. So it's definitely a weird dichotomy going on. I can't afford this right now, but I also tell me what you think about this, like from a finance perspective. Health cost X today.
Yes.
But with inflation, it's going to raise in price.
Yep.
So it's never been cheaper than today.
Oh, amen.
Because it's not only is it going to cost more to pay later on because of inflation, but the shortening of lifespan or enjoyment also is expense as well. But let's say I were to want to buy an organic banana, that price is only going to go up in 6 years. So it's never
100%.
been cheaper right now. I know that's like junk pop math right there, but am I wrong? Like
You're not wrong though. Oh my goodness. I'm leaning into that going, heck yes. It's spot on. Plus, when you think about what it will cost you, just like you said, what will a heart attack cost you? What does regular sickness cost you? And most people know the answer to this already. You're going to the doctor a lot. You're missing work a lot. And by the way, missing work is not just like, oh, I didn't get paid today because I didn't go to work today. Because I know lots of people listening, that's not the case. I'm on salary, Marcus. It doesn't matter. It's costing you more than you realize. When I have a team and there's people who are always sick, I rarely consider them for moving them up. If you're going to be sick at your current level, I'm going to put more responsibility on you that will probably end up being more stress for you. You think you're going to get sick less? No, you're going to miss even more work. So to me, the person who doesn't get sick that often is the person who is way higher up in line to get that promotion. So it is costing you. It's costing you a fortune. But just like Ben said, it is cheapest today. Start investing today.
How else can we support you? This conversation flew by. I feel like we could do another 2 or 3 of them. How can I continue to support you after this episode?
Oh, brother, thank you. But I want to start by saying how awesome you are. Like,
thanks, man.
I knew this about you. I know you're an intelligent guy, but like the way that we weaved from one topic to another was brilliant. Like some of these questions you asked, I just love where we went with it. So thank you for that. I also need to say, I'm sure you get this all the time, your beard is absolutely beautiful. So I need to mention this.
It's growing on me, Marcus. It's growing on me.
I don't really have an ask other than, if something resonated with you, who's listening today, will you reach out to me? Even if you just say, hey, that something resonated with me, but feel free. I am that kind of approachable guy that if you tell me like, hey, I made a decision today because of what you said. Awesome. One of the words that Ben just used that I love is accountability. Oh, put some accountability in your life. Tell me that you made a decision so that I can reach out to you in a week or a month or 2 months and be like, how's it going with your decision? And I'm going to reach back out and you don't want to disappoint me. So you will step up each day and do that in your life. Invite others to be like, hey, just so you guys know, I'm making a change. I'm doing this. It's a beautiful thing to communicate that because maybe there's somebody else in your life, just maybe, who goes, I think I'd like to do that too. Would you like to do that together? Do you know how much easier it is to have a buddy doing this with you? There's now 2 of us who aren't going to McDonald's. 2 of us are going to start eating right. 2 of us are going to meet at the gym. This makes a world of difference. So get some accountability. Please reach out to me. Tell me that something resonated with you. And yes, if you are somebody who has the money, who is looking for less stress and anxiety and fear over what's going on, reach out to me. I'd love to have that conversation with you as well.
Awesome. And Marcus, in the description show notes will be links, but do you have a favorite platform that like you're guaranteed to get the message? Where do you recommend people go?
Oh, Instagram and LinkedIn. I always check my messages. I will respond.
Sweet, man. This was fun.
Bless you, brother. Thank you. And by the way, here's one gift kind of for you. Everybody take 2 minutes right now, please. It won't even be 2 minutes. Go give this podcast a 5-star review. Those 5-star reviews are a really big deal. It gets it out there to more people. More people get to see it, hear about it. We'll be transformed by this beautiful content that Ben puts out, and show some gratitude for Ben. This guy's working so hard. He's doing this for us. So thank you, Ben. Thanks for being who you are, man. Thanks for sharing your talents with us today.
Damn, Marcus, I'm going to have to hire you to help me make $1 billion. I appreciate it.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
2 men sat behind prison bars. I was one of them. One saw mud, the other saw stars. You can guess where I was looking. Right. So, and I went in there, not with the identity of a prisoner. I went in and said, as a secret agent of change, you taking complete responsibility for everything that happens in your life, case closed. Whether that's the diagnosis or the guy that rear-ends you when you're at the stoplight. Your soul, if you want to call it that, is wired for growth. And you grow through challenge. And if you push your body past its comfort zone, it's pre-programmed to return with a better version of itself. There's 25 times more people have ever stood on top of Mount Everest than have ever tried to row an ocean. Your alarm goes off for your 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. shift, and you've got to go out and row backwards in the dark in a stormy sea. That's the point. Your mind is going to give you every excuse.
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
So, Peter Sage, what was more difficult, rowing across the Atlantic or surviving prison?
Great opening question. And I think both of them have their own challenges when it comes to looking at it. And it was funny because the prism was 6 months and the rowing was 2 months.
Mhm.
And I actually got asked that question before. It's like, which would you rather do again? And I thought, well, I guess for the first 2 months, I would rather do the row because then it would be over. And if it was like for the last 4 months, or I'd rather do the prison because it was easier. And then the last 4 months, I'd rather do the row because it would have already been over. So yeah, I mean, either or, pick your coin flip.
Well, let's start with the Atlantic. So I want to get into what you do, who you serve, but these stories just are mesmerizing. And to me, it's a true testament of your grit and your resilience in rather difficult situations. Like I was in traffic and I was noticing my nervous system was starting to get off whack and I wasn't rowing like no end in sight, tell us about that row.
Well, I've been teaching, just to give a bit of context, I've been teaching self-mastery for many decades. I'm a great believer if you can't master your mind, you'll never master your life, let alone your business or your personal life or anything else. So I really felt that I've got a very comfortable life now. Life is a growth-centric experience, not a comfort-centric experience. I think that's one of the greatest days in a human being's life is when they wake up to realize that on their journey of emotional maturity. And so I thought, what could I do? Prison was not my choice. Obviously, it very rarely is. I think the universe put me there for an amazing adventure, which it turned out to be. But the Olympics is every 4 years. And so I thought, I've just had one graduation event a few years back. The next one I'll design on my terms. So I thought, what is the hardest physical endurance event in the world? I mean, we're talking not even close to second place. And it's the world's toughest row. And just to give you context, a marathon, which is always kind of the main endurance test for a lot of people, running 26.2 miles. An Ironman, you're talking a marathon plus a 100+ mile bike ride plus a multi-mile swim. Ultra marathon, running for a marathon either every day across the Sahara Desert, like the Marathon des Sables for a week. This is the equivalent of running 114 marathons back-to-back non-stop, which is the equivalent of running from London to Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
2 hours on, 2 hours off, in a small boat the size of a beefed-up canoe with no engine, no sail. I'm not even allowed to hold up a T-shirt to dry because they class that as wind power and everything's got to be arms and oars. Unsupported, nearest safety boat's usually up to a week away. And you've got to be rowing at all times. There's two of us, because if you're not rowing, you're drifting. And you don't want to be drifting off course in the Atlantic. So 2 hours on, 2 hours off. One person rows for 2 hours, one person recovers for 2 hours. So that's 2 hours on, 2 hours off, 24/7 for just under 2 months. So that is the most extreme physical endurance event. There's 25 times more people have ever stood on top of Mount Everest than have ever tried to row an ocean. So I wanted to do it because I teach self-mastery. And if you put yourself in a position where, let's just say you're 1,000 miles offshore, the nearest land is 5 miles underneath you, your nearest humans in the International Space Station, you've not eaten for 24 hours because you're seasick, you're in a raging sea, you've got salt blisters all over your hands, you can't hardly straighten them, you're hallucinating to the point of sleep deprivation that it's hard to think, and your alarm goes off for your 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. shift, and you've got to go out and row backwards in the dark in a stormy sea. That's the point your mind is going to give you every excuse. That's the point where, it's going to be, Mom, I don't want to go to school today. So you can't engineer that. I mean, we're in a podcast, we can edit if we need to. It's comfortable. But in a situation like that, there's no second takes. There's no, So I wanted to find out who shows up then, because am I still qualified to teach? And if not, that's okay. At least I know I'm time to step back. But I can't ask my students to put themselves in a position of anything that I wouldn't do myself. Not that I'd encourage them to row an ocean. Leave that for the crazy people like me. But when it comes to being able to master your mind, whether you put that, say, against your business, whether you put that against your potential, whether you put that against your next physical goal, or your ability to say sorry in a relationship without your ego getting in the way, then yeah, you learn a lot about who you are in the middle of the Atlantic.
At any point, did you consider throwing in the towel?
There was a lot of points that my mind came up with excuses as to why I could. It's who shows up to listen to the excuses. So, and there were times where we nearly had to get rescued. My partner, Lee, where my rowing partner, he got injured twice to the point where he was knocked out, concussion, blood all over the rogue wave just while he was rowing, slammed the boat, hit his head against the side. He couldn't row for 3.5 days. I was rowing solo for 3.5 days twice. It happened again 2 weeks before the end of the row.
Wow.
And so that was tough. There was times where they thought the medical team would have to come in because I'm on the satellite phone to the medical officer reporting his condition. And they didn't know if it was a brain injury, in which case, all bets are off. But I then had to say that and think, okay, if they take Lee off the boat, am I going to continue on my own? And the answer would have to be yes. Yeah, and rowing solo is a whole different game. You got to set the boat up at night and trying to get 5-6 hours sleep. You're rowing 3 hours on, 1 hour off. You're trying not to drift as much or course correct. So I had to face that. Would I throw in the towel as well and take the easy ride off, or would I continue? And there were times where we thought, for example, the rudder got snapped by a wave. This is 6 times stronger than steel, carbon fiber. And one wave just bang, snapped the rudder off, and we were drifting until it was nighttime, so you can't go under the boat until day. And there was a time where I had to get under the boat in a raging sea, being lifted out 2 feet out of the water and slammed 2 feet underneath, trying to get the rudder. It was the closest I've ever come to drowning.
Yeah.
And it was no joke. But with the times where I thought I'd want to throw in the towel, your mind's going to give you all of that. It's the 2 dogs on the shoulder. Which one do you feed the most? So, are you going to feel times where you want to quit in your business? You're going to feel times where you want to blame your partner in the relationship, and if it was somebody else, it would all be easy. Those voices are always going to come. Who shows up to answer the voice? Is it the coward, the criticizer, or the champion? And we all have that choice no matter what shows up in the space between the ears in terms of narrative or commentary, because the body is going to be programmed to be comfort-centric. That's the nervous system. That's what's hardwired in. It's great if you're standing too close to a fire, right? But we are human beings. And human and being, 2 different things. Human is physical, body. Being is non-physical. We are the perfect encapsulation of the physical and non-physical in one. Because while you can put a body in a box, you can't put a being in a box. Right? So who are you listening to? You're listening to the physical side of life, which is comfort-centric, listening to your nervous system. You identify more with being human, or who you really are, which is the being with the capital B. Which is what makes Ben Ben, right? It's not the body. You got a different body today than you had 20 years ago, and it's going to be different 20 years from now. We don't get to choose that. That's part of the rule set. But what makes you is the invisible. It's personality. The whole of that makes up Ben. If you took that out of Ben and put it in somebody else, it'd be Ben with a different body, right? So the body is wired for comfort. Your soul, if you want to call it that, is wired for growth. And you grow through challenge. Look at the body. You go to the gym. If you push your body past its comfort zone, it's pre-programmed to return with a better version of itself. So if you're focused purely on the physical side of life, you're going to have the voice that says, quit. It's too hard. It's discomfort. I don't like it. If you're focused on who you are as the potential, the unlimited being, the person you were born, the soul, the thing that makes you you, you're going to be listening to the voice from a place of, I can do this, right? This is simply a growth-centric challenge, and I'm going to rise to this. I'm not going to buy into the other voice that tells me to quit.
Maybe, Peter, this is you said coward, criticizer, champion. Maybe this is the coward coming out of me, but I'm like, what if I die? Then I have nobody.
Exactly. Because one of the biggest things that we need to learn is that if we don't make peace with understanding death, We're going to be what we walk around, and the perception is, I'm afraid to die. How it shows up in actuality is being afraid to live. Because every single one of us is going to have a final scene in our movie. That's non-negotiable. The very definition of being physical or attached to physical means that the destination is non-physical. That's, again, just, you can't argue. But if we put it back to movie sense, we all have a final scene in the movie. So if you don't make peace with death, you're going to go kicking and screaming into your final scene. You can do everything you can to avoid it. Whereas if you thought, well, okay, death is the opposite of life, so therefore I want to live, therefore I want to avoid everything that could threaten my survival security, versus saying, well, death isn't the opposite of life. Death is simply the opposite of birth. And after all, how do you kill a spirit? Right? So if, Shakespeare put it beautifully. He said that, the coward dies 1,000 deaths, the hero but once. So where do you want to live? And if you look at the movie of your life, what makes a great movie? If I'm privileged to be able to choose the last words that come out of my mouth at the end of this movie, whenever that is, I would want to be able to say, wow, that was spectacular. That is a movie I would pay to watch again. And then you ask the question, what makes a great movie? Well, everything. There's comedy, and there's heartbreak, and there's romance, and there's tragedy, and there's ups and there's downs. Because nobody goes to the cinema to pay good money to watch James Bond rescue a kitten out of a tree for 90 minutes. Right? That's not a movie you're going to go back and watch, right? No, you want a movie that you walk out of that cinema and you're like, wow, I'm spent. Would you watch a movie again? We all watch movies again. Why? We already know what's going to happen because of the feel-good factor of that movie. We don't like a movie, we're never going to watch it again. Question is, what kind of movie are you starring in? And when you get to your final scene, would you pay to watch it again?
This is relevant at the moment that we're recording this because I just saw the movie Hail Mary, and it's literally, without spoilers, it's his job to save the entire universe. Like, it's pretty high, pretty high stakes. Pretty high stakes. Has it been discussed? A movie based on your experience in your life?
I've actually signed a movie deal for the prison experience because of what happened and how it unfolded. And that again, you look at mammals. Mammals are hardwired with their biology, whether it's a mouse or a dolphin or a tiger or us, that if we see something in the outside world and we perceive that as a threat, a challenge to our survival or security that we don't think we can overcome, the biochemical cascade of hormones, neuropeptides, neurotransmitters, and adjustments will cause us to lose up to 30% of our speed, strength, and agility potential. If the same mammal sees the same exterior circumstance as a challenge to rise to, the biochemistry switches and you will gain 30% in muscle strength and speed and agility and thought. What's nature trying to tell us? So when I got sent to prison, which was a civil matter, I've never been arrested, I've never been accused of a crime, I still have no criminal record. I did 6 months in the most violent prison in the UK. I was arguing a multi-million-dollar business deal on a civil matter on litigation against a multi-billion-dollar firm that had a lot more legal firepower than I did. And they threw in a contempt of court application over some legal jargon in a freezing order, which I thought was just a chess move. I didn't give it much credibility. I didn't think that, I thought the judge would laugh it out of court in 5 minutes. And I found out a lot about how the court system works. And he held up the application and I got sent away for 6 months. Lost my business, lost my wedding, lost all my money, lost everything. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal debt because, they had a lot of firepower.
What country?
This is UK, London.
UK, okay. Just clarifying because of the accent of the listener. Just clarifying for the listener. Yeah.
So that you could see that's an event in the outside world. Now, how I perceive that event could have been as a victim, courtroom shenanigans, little bully boys with bigger muscles in the financial playground than me, all of this kind of stuff. And it was, you look at it, it was absolutely aghast in terms of what you perceive or think justice is.
Yeah.
But if I'd have gone with that narrative, again, look at the mammoth. Yeah, you become a victim. And I know that identity plays a massive part in how our lives unfold, how we see ourselves. Outside of that, we call it cognitive dissonance. Yeah. Why do runners run? Because they're runners. Right? If they don't run for a week, they get angsty. Whereas somebody who doesn't see himself as a runner, it's raining outside, then I'm going to go pound the pavement. That's for idiots. So entrepreneurs, why do we start businesses? It's what we do. Right? Because we're entrepreneurs. You take somebody who's never had a business and loves their job and is addicted to the certainty of a paycheck, they think we're crazy, like pounding the streets when it's raining. So identity is a key factor. So if I'd have gone into the prison with the identity of a prisoner as a victim, then I would have lost, in the mammal context, 30% of my potential. So I chose to see that from a different place. I chose to say, well, listen, I live in a friendly universe, regardless of what I perceive things are happening out there. That was Einstein's best quote. He said, the most powerful question you could ask or answer in your lifetime is, do you live in a friendly or hostile universe? You live in a hostile universe, it's easy to be a victim, or it's easy to wear yourself out trying to battle with reality and trying to force everything to fit your pictures.
Right.
And somebody leaves you in a relationship, you get upset because clearly you're not good enough because they left you. You think you live in a friendly universe. Somebody leaves you in a relationship, and well, thank God they went, so they made room for somebody who's right.
Right.
You look for the silver lining in the cloud. Yeah, it starts raining, and you're grateful for rain because there's rainbows. There's always a different way to look at it. Are you being punished, or are you being prepared? So what Einstein was actually alluding to was something a little bit more smart. Because the reality is, Ben, we don't live in a friendly universe. But nor do we live in a hostile universe. We live in a self-reflecting universe. Two men sat behind prison bars. I was one of them. One saw mud, the other saw stars. You can guess where I was looking. Right. So, and I went in there, not with the identity of a prisoner. I went in and said, as a secret agent of change.
A secret agent of change.
I was an undercover Jedi. I was being sent into a dark place where people would never normally watch a podcast, never sign up for a personal growth seminar, not interested or never understanding that there was personal growth. And can I take a light into a dark place and still shine to be able to help others? That was the mission I was clearly sent on by the universe. That's what I bought into. And that's what I went in and made it my mission to be able to do. And long story short, I ended up getting a lot of the prisoners off drugs. I was stopping suicides. I redesigned the intake system to reduce violence between the wings. It's now being used in prisons all over the world. I won a national award for the work that I did. And I wasn't segregated, even though I was a civil prisoner, not a criminal prisoner.
Yeah.
There's no separation.
Right.
Right? They're not geared up for civil prisoners. It's rare. Contempt of court, you normally go overnight in the cells because you were swearing at the judge from the public gallery. And this was a different game. So I went in at that level, and ultimately it became one of the greatest adventures I've ever had the privilege of living. Even though I lost everything, came out $350,000 in debt with no business, lost my wedding, lost everything else. It was exciting when I came out. Why? I've never dug myself out of a hole this deep. Let's see how this transpires. And when I went in, by the way, the first letter that I wrote to my clients, my students, I wrote letters every 2 weeks from inside, showing them how I was doing this. I told them it was a case study. Now you get to follow me to show how what I'm doing is what I've been teaching you, so that you can do it. Because if your daughter comes home upset with something at school, or you get downsized, what excuse you've got if I can practice what I teach you in here? But the first letter I wrote, I put in there, guys, don't worry about me. I am simply on location for 6 months filming the prison scene of my amazing movie.
This all became a book, correct?
Well, actually, the book, in fact, behind me, it's called The Blatant Plug in the middle, The Inside Track. But it's not a book that is actually what you would call a normal book. This wasn't written after the fact. And so I'm very privileged. There's people on the back saying, personal growth icons from Brian Tracy, John DeMartini, John Assaraf, for example. Kevin Trudeau says it's the best book they've ever read in personal growth. And the reason for that is I didn't write this afterwards. This is not a memoir where your imagination's filling in all the blanks.
Mm-hmm.
This is my actual letters that I wrote to my students in real time as I'm going through the event, as I'm going through the ordeal. And it's part journal, part tradecraft, part you couldn't make it up, but it's real.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening from page to page. I don't know what's going to be unfolding. It's just literally how things are on that 6 months throughout that journey. But and it was only ever meant for my elite students, because I break down. I've got 6 minutes potentially to stop somebody committing suicide that I've met in the Medline, because I had an injury at one point, and so I queued up for meds, which I never normally do. Quarter of the prison's on antipsychotic medication, so I'm there, and there's a guy in front of me who's looking very depressed, and there is a secret agent of change. I strike up a conversation. The guy's literally looking to kill himself that day, and you can stress test. There's people that will say that because they're looking for connection, or they're looking for significance, or they're looking for some level of release. But no, there's ways to stress test, and this guy was serious. Now, I'm never going to see him again. He's on a different wing. We're actually happened to be put together by the universe in a medical line where I'm queuing up some anti-inflammatories due to a broken bone that I suffered in prison. And through my own fault, I tripped over the stairs, snapped a bone in my foot. But how do I then change that? You can change anybody in the moment. You can change anybody's mind. But when he goes back to his cell and thinks the same thoughts that caused him to feel those feelings in the first place, and nothing in the outside world has changed, how do you stop that permanently? How do you break that down? So interventions like that, I was breaking down for my students the exact language patterns, the psychology, the intervention sequence on how I was making a difference to people in there. And so when I came out, my students said they'd learned more from those 11 letters that I wrote than following me around the world for the last few years on stage. I should publish it.
Yeah.
I'm like, guys, these are private letters for you. I never wrote this as a book. And it was all handwritten, by the way. There's no computers in it. This was all written by hand, every word. So they said it would help a lot of people.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's my hot button. So we just got the 11 letters, we typed them up, corrected all the spelling mistakes, and put them together as kind of my prison diary, if you like, called it The Inside Track. And it went Amazon #1 in 4 hours. It outsold 3 suppliers on the first day. It's been called, say, by some of the greatest names in personal growth, the best book in print that's been written on how to change your life, how to handle adversity. And I'm saying very privileged. It's changed the life of pretty much everybody that's read it.
It's amazing, Peter.
I'm just humbled that the universe chose me to go and do something that I've got a skill set to be able to do. I spent 36 years this year in personal growth. Okay, I'm slow learners club. I should have learned something by now.
Sure.
But I spent 15 years working alongside Tony Robbins as one of his experienced trainers.
Yeah.
And I say this tongue in cheek, but sort of like, not serious, but serious. There was more than enough crazies in Tony Robbins seminars than there were in prison.
How's that?
I had my whole share of being able to work on interventions with people in the Tony environment, because some people go to a Tony seminar, not as achievers looking to achieve more, but as people that have tried everything else and can't get over their trauma and hoping Tony will fix them or what have you, which usually then falls to the trainers to be able to deal with. So I've dealt with a decade and a half of psychotherapeutic intervention. I was perfectly positioned to be put in prison as a resource, as a person that had the skills and the tool set to be able to help people that wanted to be helped. Not everybody did. But prison isn't full of bad people. The vast majority of people in prison are good people that made bad decisions. Now, there are some bad people in there that definitely need to be in there to learn their lessons. But there's a lot of people that just found themselves, there for the grace of God go I, behind bars, having made some decisions or having been caught out by certain rules in society they weren't even aware they were breaking, or whatever it is. I cover a bit of it in the book. And at the back of the book, by the way, there's a lot of letters from not only the prisoners that I helped, but also the officers, the governors of the prison that commented and were talking about and wrote letters about what I did. Because you could make anything up. I mean, that could have been a fantasy diary of me just sitting in a cell making stuff up. But when you read the letters at the end from the officers, the senior officers, the governors, and the prisoners, it kind of all comes together and people are like, oh, wow, this is real.
So give us the handbook, because the term that's coming to mind is spiritual bypass. And in the personal growth, I love personal growth. I've been I don't know if I'd say I'm in this industry. I'm adjacent. I'm business, but I inject it into everything I do. I find that there's a lot of learn, but not actually taking action, or like it's shelf help. It feels good, but it's not actually taking you there. So, like, in your opinion, if someone were to want to be an agent of change and they're going to listen to this podcast and maybe they unsubscribe because they don't need any more episodes of the show. They want to be an agent of change. They're going to go out and do it starting today. Give us the handbook of what that looks like in their life. How do they show up? What's on their mind? I'm going to just leave it. I actually don't want to even push you in any certain direction. They're going to be an agent of change. What does that look like for them? And how can they start doing it now?
Yeah, no, great question. And the first thing to understand is that was my truth. My ability for my skill sets to be able to go and demonstrate it in that scenario. Everybody stars in their own movie. Everybody has their own truth. Now, a lot of people, including a lot of business owners, unfortunately, are not walking their truth. They're walking not their goal, not what lights them up with their passion. They're building what I call false goals. The goals of the ego, the goals of certainty or significance, the goals that say, oh, well, when I make enough money, then fill in the blank. Yeah. Or how do I prove to my parents that I'm more successful than my elder brother? Or how do I make mom and dad proud of me? There's a lot of that going on. So the first thing I'd say is that nobody else has the right to be a secret agent of change unless it's their truth. Now, caveat to that is that everybody has the right, the born right, to star in their own movie. And most people, unfortunately, are walking around as unpaid film extras in some soap opera that isn't doing their acting career a lot of good. So maybe a better question, rather than how do you become a secret agent of change, is how do you walk your own truth with enough integrity and prowess that you can actually create the reality that you were born to create? Because going around imposing on others is not the way to do it.
Right.
Becoming the example and the invitation is the way that you impact other people. Now, you've also got to let go of what they do with that invitation. And that's tough when it's people you care about. One thing you've got to understand is that everybody's on their own journey, and some people have got to hit their head on the sidewalk to learn how to tie their shoelaces. It's just, send them love. But you can't get sick enough to help a sick person get well. You can't get depressed enough to help your depressed friend find joy. People say, what's the best thing you can do for the poor? Not be one of them. Why? Because you can't get poor enough to help somebody poor find prosperity. It's your role and responsibility is to become the example of what's possible as somebody starring in their own movie. And that could be the best housewife. It could be the best friend. Yeah, it doesn't. There's not a grandiosity that's normally attached to the kind of the entrepreneurial crowd. But for me, what does it look like? You've also got to understand, as I said earlier, life is a growth-centric experience. There are certain principles of the game of life that are non-negotiable, that are always operating, and if you're not aware of them, it doesn't care. Like gravity. Yeah, you could be the person that does more for charity than anyone else. Step off the roof. It's, you're still going down.
Going down.
So some of the principles that would lead into how to answer that question for people to realize is, one is the presentation principle. The presentation principle goes like this. Whatever is inconsistent with you becoming the greatest version of you over time will present itself. That's just part of the rule set. Meaning, you want to be an Olympic athlete, and you like pizza and ice cream, that's going to present itself. You want to be an entrepreneur, but you like staying in bed until 10 a.m., that's going to present itself. Right? It's like whatever's inconsistent will show up. Now, adjacent to that is the learning principle, which means that you need to be able to learn from the feedback that you're getting from life, because you are going to get feedback. I call it the rumble strip. You're driving down the freeway of life. There's a rumble strip either side. You go down the 405 or the I-8 interstate, you're going to hit the rumble strip. If you're sleeping awake at the wheel, it's designed to get your attention. Right? Pay attention, you're going to go off the verge or hit the central reservation. So while we're driving down the highway of life, let's just say, using a health example, and we're just listening to our music and doing stuff and taking our eye off the ball, and we're eating a little bit too often at McDonald's, and we're not really doing much in the gym, and you're going to hit the rumble strip, right? Which is like, oh, the first part is probably my pants are too tight. The second is I'm out of breath walking upstairs. The third might be a freaking heart attack. You've got to pay attention to the rumble strip. It'll start with a nudge, then it'll give you a slap if you're lucky, and then it'll be severe consequences. So if you're driving down, and most people are driving down, listening to their music, and all of a sudden the rumble strip comes, and there's like, that's interfering with my music. Oh, I've got a pain in my chest, having just upgraded 2 pant sizes. I need to go and get a pill to fix that. I need to go get something that turns the volume up on the music so I can still continue listen to my music. So the feedback principle is always working. And if you don't listen, there's consequences built into the rule set. But one of the most important rules is the graduation principle, meaning that you will be tested on what it is that you're learning to see if it's not just intellectual understanding, but you can actually walk your talk. It's built in. Hence why if you're trying to have a comfort-centric life, you're going to have a tough life. If you're trying to avoid problems rather than expect them and take them on, life's going to slap you. That's rumble strip territory 101. So how do you become whatever your version of a secret agent of change is? For a start, understand that there will be tests interwoven, people call them problems, challenges or opportunities in Achiever language or whatever, situations. But if you're a health coach, expect a health challenge so that you can actually demonstrate the fact you have the right to be able to teach rather than just talk. If you're a business coach, expect a problem with your marketing or cash flow because you've got to be able to use what you say you know in order to demonstrate authenticity in your life. If you're a parent, expect children, or they kind of come built in with all sorts of fun challenges. But who are you stepping up as to be the best version of the parent that you can be? Not super mom and super dad, that's fantasy. Right. But just a better version of where you're at. So how do you become a secret agent of change and whatever that means for you? You recognize that whatever is inconsistent with the greatest version of you right now is presenting itself. You're just either ignoring it or trying to fix it. When you realize that escalating feedback principle is going to be in operation if you don't pay attention, that's where you see people that say, oh, well, it's, the problem in the relationship is them. And on their third divorce, they realize they're the common denominator. Right? So, when you realize that the feedback is giving you feedback, not telling you that the problem's always somebody else, what's the 10-second miracle? You taking complete responsibility for everything that happens in your life, case closed. Whether that's the diagnosis or the guy that rear-ends you when you're at the stoplight. When you own that, I'm creating my life, there's a power that goes with it rather than the blame of the victimhood. So then you say, okay, if I'm going to be tested, how does that work? Well, it's kind of 2 levels. There's what I call the BLT, the basic life test. It's kind of your midterms. And there's the end-of-year graduation event, which is really designed to see, can you handle what it is that you say you can handle? And Mother Teresa summed it up perfectly. She says, I know God wouldn't give me anything I can't handle. I just sometimes wish he wouldn't trust me as much. Right? You pass that, what happens? The thing that used to bother you or the kind of level of challenge that used to bother you goes away. Example, you get road rage from people cutting you up in traffic. You're going to continue to get people cutting you up in traffic. At some point, you get to graduate that by saying, you know something? Oh, look how that guy's driving. He clearly needs the road more than I do. I'm just going to send him some love so he doesn't hurt himself or anyone else. That's a different level of emotional response and mastery. True. So you pass that authentically. Nobody cuts you up in traffic anymore. It's strange. Why? You didn't need to pass the lesson. So what happens next? Well, guess what? Earth School is Earth School. Meaning you graduate grade 5, you go to grade 6. Are the questions harder in grade 6? Yes, by design. They're meant to be. So now you don't get people cut you up in traffic. Now you're in the parking lot at Walmart, you come out and somebody's backed into your car and not left a note. Right? Can you cope with that? Or someone's put your window through and taken your laptop, right? That was in the footwell. And you come from a place of, hey, I would much rather own a laptop that gets stolen than not have one and walk around stealing them. How lucky am I? Let's go buy another one if I have to, right? There's everything is a level of emotional maturity to be able to move forward in Earth School, to be able to ultimately try to be a better version of us. So how do you become a secret agent change? By trying to just be the best version of you. Whether that's the best mom, the best business owner, the best boss, the best, whatever it may be. That's how you show up, and expect to be tested, expect to be given feedback from our non-physical support team, and understand that that's just part of it. That's why we signed up. It's why we came in. We get to live in this incredible playground, this amusement park of so many different things we can experience. We get to use free will to choose how we answer the questions in school. And we get the feedback that's helping to guide us to be a better version. That's how I'd sum it up.
What would you say to the person who's like, yikes, I'm happy that I'm hearing this now, but I just spent 30, 40, 50 years of my life in autopilot. Like, time has passed away. What would you say to that person who's just like, is this changeable? Like, this is just who I am by now.
No, who you are is, eternal. It is, not the collection of belief systems that you brought up. Most of us, we call a personality as a series of programmed responses and behaviors that we now on automatic and we identify as. However, back to your question on the timing and the age. So contrast frames are always a powerful way to help reframe things if you use them to your advantage rather than disadvantage, which most people do. So, example, let's say you show up for work and the boss pulls you in and says, listen, we need to have a chat. Okay. You've been here for 3 months on a temporary contract and we've been observing you. And I've got to tell you that everybody loves your work. Yeah. You're a great person. Yeah. You get on with everyone, the quality of work, you always deliver it on time. We're so happy. We want to give you a permanent contract and a 10% pay rise. How do you feel?
Great.
Pretty great.
Yeah.
Great morning. Good start. You go to the staff canteen and make a coffee halfway through the morning, and one of your co-workers who also joined about the same time, they're there. They're on and they've got a big smile as well. They say, oh, hi, John, how's it going? Oh, I'm having a great day. Oh, really? Yeah, tell me about it. He says, yeah, I got called into the office this morning, right? And I was a little bit hesitant, but they said, oh, they're really happy with my work. They're going to give me a permanent contract. It kind of does the same job you do, and a 20% pay rise. And you're like, whoa, what? They get 20%. You only got 10. Now, bear in mind, you had nothing before. Now you only have a 10% pay rise.
Right.
How are you feeling now?
Jealous. Yeah. Upset.
Because you're contrasting it with the wrong side of the equation. So let's just say that I rode the Atlantic. 6 months after I rode the Atlantic in July, just gone, I went and ran a marathon at the North Pole. That's something I've been wanting to do, as you would. And that's a 6-hour marathon because you're running in frozen seawater that's sitting on top of the ice.
Yeah.
And you're wearing trail shoes and socks. This is not waterproof shoes. So your feet are in frozen water for 6 hours running in some of the most extreme conditions at the top of the world, 90 degrees, 0 lat. So, that's the geographic North Pole. And I was running with a whole bunch of elite runners, and they were having a really tough time because this is a pretty extreme marathon. 26.2 miles, 42 kilometers. And I was having the time of my life. I was being so happy. Why? Because that's the equivalent of 2 hours on my rowing shift, 3 shifts. I just did 500 back to back. I could have done the marathon at North Pole on my hands and knees and been okay. Right? Compared to the Atlantic, that was a breeze. They're comparing it to the New York Marathon with lots of people, screaming and shouting, hey, well done, and keep going, and a nice, sunshine, all the rest of it. Contrast frames. So if someone's turning around saying, oh, I wish I'd learned this 30 years ago, well, let's say they're 55. And I had this situation recently. Person commented on one of my challenges, put their hand up, and they said, I'm 65 years old. Wow, where was this? If I'd have only known this when I was 20, I'm like, okay, I get your point. Follow me here.
Mm.
I want you to continue. Let's just say you make it to 90 as a guarantee and probably past that. But let's go to your 90th birthday. Go to your 90th birthday and then look back, having never learned this. What kind of regret do you think you'd have there? I says you hold that as a frame, and then you go to your 90th birthday on a different line of time, and you say, wow, 25 years ago.
Yeah,
25 years ago.
Spot on.
I was so lucky to have learned that insight, that awareness that made me make some changes. That the last quarter of a century of my life has been so different.
Mm.
Which way do you want to sit when you look at the equation?
Of course.
There's always a way to look at it positively. There's always a way to look at it negatively. If I had to play a game with everyone here and says, I'll put $10,000 in cash on the table right now. All you got to do to win it is write 10 things that suck about your life. Who's winning the money? Everyone.
Sure.
Right? I say, oh, hang on, let me flip the script. I'm going to put 100K on the table, and all you got to do to win it is write 10 things you can be grateful for about your life right now. Who's going to win it? Everyone. Some may have to turn over some rocks and have a look underneath, depending on how much of a victim story they've identified with. But I guarantee you, everybody's walking out with the money. So it's not who wins the game. Everybody wins the game. The primary question is, which game do you want to focus on?
Mm.
Because what's wrong is always available. So's what's right. And if you've made a habit and trained yourself to focus on what's wrong, the hole in the donut, why things don't work, you're going to have a pretty tough time when it comes to understanding that life is a mirror of that level of feedback and energetic reflection.
Peter, you know what I love about that analogy? And I'm going to expand it to writing down 100 things you're grateful for. It might take person A quite more time than person B did, but they both completed it and they both won, just on a different timeline. And you can look at person B and be like, oh, they were done in just a minute. And I'm sitting here scratching my head, wondering what to be grateful for. Well, you're still on the path and you're still going to complete it. It just took you a little bit longer, and that's okay.
Two beliefs that I empower my students with. And again, for most people listening to this for the first time, this will be an intellectual level of understanding. But when you can deepen this to an emotional level of understanding, or eventually have it be part of your identity and your makeup, life shifts dramatically. And that empowering belief is this: I can't get it wrong, and I can't run out of time. Now, I think if you actually owned that for a second, how your life would shift.
Yeah.
I can't get it wrong. All I get is feedback. You don't get it wrong following the GPS and you miss the turning because you're listening to your favorite way. It'll just reroute you. And back to the movie analogy, you're not going to run out of time. You've been in many movies before this. You're going to be in many more movies. This is just part of the game. And so the irony is that the two things most people stress about the most is money and time. And the only thing, or the only place in the universe that they mean anything is in the mind of a human. Nothing else keeps track of it. If you ask my dog, what time is it? He'd be like, if he could understand you, he'd be like, what do you mean? It's now, you muppet. And tell me, when was the last time you ran out of now? Now, when it comes to money, it's even more fun. I did this as a social experiment. It went viral on my channel. I got my boy, Arch. He's asleep here in the basket. And I said to him, now, Archie, you got to listen in. I'm a business guy. I'm an entrepreneur. I understand money. And this is a lesson. On plate A, I have a ribeye steak. Costs about $10. On plate B, I've got 1,000 euros in cash. Now, do you know how many ribeyes you can buy with 1,000 euros? Right? This is like, you're going to be in ribeye heaven for the next several months. So you can choose one. And I put them both down. All right. And I says, all right, ready? I says, choose wisely. Off you go. Now we know how that game ends. Because to Archie, money is a concept that doesn't register.
No.
It's like it doesn't register with anything else. Archie went for the ribeye. But we obsess over what we perceive money to be. It's why I created my Wealth Academy, to teach people what money is, because true wealth is what's left when all your money is gone. And unfortunately, some people are so poor, all they have is money. There's a massive difference between wealth and fulfillment. And if you're elbowing your way up to the top of Success Mountain, trying to get as much money as you can to feel happy, you're going to want to jump off at the top because you're not going to like the view. And you see a lot of that. And I've had some incredible mentors, several billionaires, some of which I've had the privilege of living with, that were great examples of how to build business and amazing examples of who I don't want to become when it comes down to business and money. And one of them now, unfortunately, is no longer with us. But I spent 15 years with this gentleman as good friends, and we lived together a couple of times, started some businesses together. He taught me a lot around business. Never knew him earn less than about $1 million a day. Now, I know you can't live on it, but it's a good start, right? So, yeah, where do you go with understanding there is a massive difference between a life chasing what you perceive to be success and a life chasing fulfillment? Because they're two different avenues. And on one of them, you're going to be running east looking for a sunset. And when you don't find it, you're going to be blaming your shoes. You're going to be blaming your personal trainer. You're going to be trying to come up with some new 10x biohack strategy to try to run faster further along. You're still never going to see your sunset. It's a fundamental paradigm shift on how you relate to business, life, your place in the world, and understanding that life isn't about trying to go and get race to the end so you can live. You can leave with the most toys. I mean, never seen a hearse with a roof rack. Right? You're not taking it with you. In fact, the only people that tried that were the Egyptians. They had all their stuff buried with them. What happened? We dug it up and stole it. Right?
True.
I mean, the whole concept of ownership in that regard. I have a beautiful place here in Tenerife. I've got a 90,000 square foot property in Paradise. It's and it's all been built back since I came out of jail with nothing. It's everything I could want. I don't have a mortgage. And someone said, "Wow, you must feel really good owning this." I'm like, I don't own it. I'm simply a custodian of it while I'm here. And my job is to try to be a good custodian. I remember with my ex-fiance, I was in South Africa and we were traveling around the garden route. I was doing some talks and some seminars there a few years ago. And I bought her a beautiful engagement ring. It was from Tiffany's and it was something called the Great Gatsby Collection. And it had a beautiful 2.5 carat flawless center diamond, yellow diamond stone. It had 80 halo of 80 diamonds and pink sapphires, all mounted on this incredible platinum mount. It's an amazing ring. We go swimming. We stop and we go swimming in this river, and the river is the color of Coca-Cola. And it's a unique part because of the minerals in the rock that it leaches. It just happens. It's a clean river. You can drink it, but it's like Coca-Cola. Anyway, we have this swim and it's an amazing experience. She comes out and all of a sudden she screams, one of the stones, not the center stone, luckily, but one of the stones in her ring was gone, fallen out. Now, we're not going to find it anyway, but in a Coca-Cola colored river, that it's got, she's like, "Oh my God," she says, I've lost my stone. I'm like, "Honey, in all fairness, it wasn't yours." She's like, "What do you mean? You bought it me?" I'm like, "No, that's not what I mean. I mean, that stone was around for the last 20 million years. It's going to be around for another 20 million years. What makes you think you owned it? You get to be a custodian of it while you're here." It's the same for pretty much everything else. The entire concept of ownership and get and acquire and more and this, it's a mind game when you undo the dysfunction of it. You can have such an easier life. You can acquire things, and I'm very grateful for acquiring this property as to be the custodian of it for while I'm here until I choose to move somewhere else. But the incessant nature of what I need to accumulate in order to validate my insecurities as a young man, that's all I wanted to do. I got into business because I wanted to be successful, to get over the insecurities as a young man, because I was afraid that I wasn't. And as a result, that caused a huge amount of stress. Now, if I lose everything tomorrow, be a damn good excuse to go again. So I'm here for the ride. That's just going to be another act in the movie that I'm going to get to the end of and think, wow, that was a movie.
So, Peter, I'm realizing in this moment that we could probably go 5 hours because we didn't even touch on how you built it and then how you built it back. So what I want the listener to do is show some love on this episode, go flood you with attention, let me know that they want Peter to come back so we can talk a little bit about how you built your empire, then boom, it's disappeared, then you built it better than before. We'll talk about that. How can people reach out to you, support you, show that they want to learn more and care?
That's a beautiful question. Thank you. Well, I'm pretty easy to find on social. I've got my website, petersage.com. I run live challenges every few months where we get thousands and thousands of people. I teach people how to use their mind in order to be able to create the life that they want. My book, The Inside Track, is probably, as I say, as a humble brag, it's the best work I've ever put in print. And again, not because I set out to write a book.
Unintentionally.
Yeah, the nature demanded it so. And it's, as I say, changed the life of pretty much everyone that's read it. It's great audio as well for people that want audio. It's actually my voice. I'm reading it out because I wanted the emotion at the right places that was authentic. And there's a musical score we created. It's got sound effects going through. People love the audio on that as well. But ultimately, I've got my YouTube channel that people can go to. I try to put a lot of free content out for those that are at the bottom of the economic spectrum that are struggling, or like me, were bouncing back at one point and couldn't afford to invest. I've got higher level programs for internal development leadership, which are ranked number one in the world. In fact, it's funny, our best, I don't want to call salesman, but our best salesman was ChatGPT for quite a while, because I would encourage people to go there and say, hey, what are the best courses in the world in personal growth when it comes to, key point, lasting transformation, and how do they relate to Peter Sage's work? And it would put everything up, from Tony Robbins to Mind Valley, Joe Dispenza, John Assaraf, Bob Proctor, all the stuff. And I'm just very humbled that we have the highest ranking on Trustpilot in the industry.
Wow.
Authenticity is a big word. Yeah, we've got 6,000 reviews. We're at 4.9. We want to over-deliver, because I don't need your money. My mission is, how do I help raise global consciousness by bringing affordable, lasting transformation, not change. Everyone's tired of change. You said shelf help. You get motivated in a minute, you're demotivated the next. Yeah, you change water into ice and you can change it back. Transformation is what people really want. How do you step forward by raising consciousness into becoming a better version of yourself, not a more knowledgeable version of your current self? That's just going to give you variety on how to live the same life. It's going to give you more money on how to buy toys to decorate your prison. It's not going to release you from the limitations that you've created for yourself. So yeah, I've got available stuff if people want to come play at a higher level, but if not, I try to give as much out as I can to everybody. That's my mission. That's why I'm here. That's what gets me up early, keeps me up late. And if I'm privileged enough to be able to have opportunities like this, Ben, to share, leave a little thumbprint on somebody's movie as a little acting coach whispering in their ear so they can go and be the better version of themselves, that's why I'm here.
Conversation has been lovely. I appreciate it, Peter. Again, the listener is going to show some love, and they're going to be like, Ben, you got to have him back. You got to have him back. And then I'll make maybe the next year we'll do this about the same time. But I appreciate your time here today, and it was fantastic. Thanks for coming on the show.
Keep doing what you're doing, Ben. You're adding a huge amount of value to the world. I'm privileged I got opportunity to speak to your tribe. That's been a value, and I'm sure our paths will cross again at the perfect time.
Till then, thanks, Peter.
No one likes to be sold to, but they love to shop with friends. So instead of going, what's the perfect line that would sell this person cold? Instead, it's about what the buyer would want. And this is the crucial change we have to make in these scenarios. The most overrated thing on social media is going viral, without question. It really is. One of the reasons why I don't do certain things is because I just don't care. And one of the reasons why I do other things is I really am into it. Just because they're the customer and have the money, it doesn't mean they're the prize. You are the prize.
You're listening to the Real Business Connections Network. Real Business Connections Network. Powered by Balbert Marketing, LLC. Subscribe now and check us out at realbusinessconnections.com. Enjoy the show.
Hey, Richard Moore, LinkedIn's been pissing me off lately. I'm actually becoming a little bit disenchanted, to be honest with you. Because I could open up LinkedIn right now and I guarantee there's a cold pitch of someone who can book my next 50 appointments or get me to 6 figures a month in 6 months. And I'm just getting irritated. Is this just me being a grouch, or is this a common sentiment?
No, it's you being a grouch. No, I'm joking. So you're not alone, Ben. Of course, there's many people feeling the same. And I think we should acknowledge that we'll always be pitched. That's always going to happen. what's interesting is that no matter how evolved humans get with marketing and sales and that, there's still people spamming. And I think if you look at the reason why, it explains itself. And remember, there's more people on the platform than there ever were before. But the reason why people spam in a really annoying way is because they don't know what to do. And they need a conversion, they need a deal. And so they think, well, I'll just do lots of these. If I do a template and there's all these people, if I spam enough people, maybe someone will say yes.
True.
And the big takeaway for us all should be that volume is always there to compensate for a lack of competency. So if you're no good at something, you have to do it lots. And that's why we get these people spamming. And so if you have a trainer or a coach or something who's prescribing that you do volume, you should be running a million miles away, because that's not what we want to do. We want to do it well and correctly, rather than hope and pray that with enough volume, someone steps forward. So that's the advice for the person doing it. But for the people receiving it, you can help yourself. And there's a couple of things you can do. So I want to say this because I think people overlook it rather than just like, it sucks. Let's look at how we can help ourselves. Firstly, curate the people who see you and the newsfeed itself. You know, if something annoys you, so block it. If you get AI comments, so block them. If you get lots of connection requests and things like that, be very fussy, and curate the people you're going to add each day as well. Similarly, you want to look at things like, I feel like looking at things like profile. A lot of people have director, or they pretend they're a CEO, so have CEO in their title. And it's like, you're going to just get found on lists. I mean, technically my job title is director because I run a company. And so if I put that on my bio, I'm getting added to lists and spammed. So you can actually avoid it by having words like founder or CEO or director off your title, and they're not going to get put into these lists as much. So that can help minimize it. But hey, I mean, it's going to happen a bit, I'm afraid. I must add that from someone who works in sales, so helping people understand sales, it is a goldmine of leads. So I've closed one before where someone spammed me. This was a couple of years ago though, Ben. So it was before AI. So they actually were human. They spammed me and I said, out of interest, how's this approach been working? And they're like, oh, it's not very good actually. I was like, and so I went a bit further. About an hour later, 2,000 quid in my bank, and they joined my program. And so, these are opportunities as well. If you can help someone with communication or like that DM flow or selling or how they present themselves, these are leads. So like we could look at it that way as well, in my opinion.
You reverse pitched them.
I did. I couldn't help. It's sport for me. I couldn't help myself. It doesn't work as well now though, because of course it falls on deaf ears when it's just automated and there's no one there actually caring, or it's a VA who's not the original, who's not the, the business owner.
So you mentioned quantity is not always better. I always like to say do more and get better. Do more is a good thing, but then if you get better at what you're doing, you become more efficient. And then once you've ran out of time in your day, you teach other people on your team to do it. So these people are doing a lot because I'm getting the messages. And for example, it'll say something like, hey, I see you're a founder in New York City. Now I'm in upstate New York. I'm closer to Toronto, or I'm not close to New York City. Like I'm as upstate as it gets. I'm closer to Buffalo and Toronto and Niagara Falls. So, hey, I see you're a founder in New York City. Would you like to A, B, and C in X, Y, and Z days, or I don't get paid? Or it's like, I know that it's automated. There's no way that a human being's looking at my profile and going, I see he's a founder in New York City. But sending a DM is not a bad thing, right? Is there a correct way to do it? Because I know what incorrect looks like.
There is a correct way of doing it. And I'm so glad you asked this because I get to be a geek about this stuff. It's so fascinating to me, the understanding biopsychology and their state and what stuff will work and what won't. And essentially, there's two elements to these messages that we need to get right. But most people just use one of these elements. Now, the first element, the one everyone does, is relevance. You wear shoes I sell shoes, therefore buy my shoes, right? It's like, well, I don't need shoes right now, or like, I don't like your shoes, or hey, heels aren't for me, kind of thing. So it could be any number of reasons. But what these people are doing is going, you're a CEO in New York. I can serve CEOs in New York, and like they're disregarding the detail, and they're hoping that relevance is enough. If you're the only person in the world, and they were the only person messaging in the world, it might work. But the problem with relevancy is everyone's doing it because that information is so accessible. So the secret magic additional second part is leverage. Leverage is a reason why that person would want to step forward. So in the world of sales, the king is the guy who wrote the book on how to pitch, Oren Klaff. So he wrote Pitch Anything. And I sent him a message about a month ago because I was going to run a workshop on how to send messages that get read by people. So I was like, well, it has to work, and I know what I'm doing. So I sent a relevant message, so asking him if we could interact and collaborate on something, but I used leverage. And I talked about my follower count. I talked about like the business owners that are in a paid community on selling. And so he was like, sounds good, let's speak. And now he and I are collaborating in 2 weeks' time, going to do an event together. Wow. So the reason why that happened, and he has all these messages spamming him all day long, is because they're all relevant, but mine is relevant plus leverage. So how do we do this? It's really simple. The leverage is usually something specific. And when I was in my corporate sales days, this is how I sold every time. I would think, who is a client we currently have? Who's the adjacent company to them? So someone they work with, someone they did a contract with, someone in some way aligned with them, someone left and started with that other company. I'll go pitch them. And so it's about mutual connections often. That really helps. And, if I wanted to suggest that kind of advice, say to a podcast host, you got to say like, well, who's friends with Richard? Because I can now get him to join.
I mean, I guarantee I did this to you, Richard.
You did. You had Yasmin, you had my friend Hala Taha, who's been on a guest as well. You met Chris Doe, both been on each other's shows. And so it was like, okay. And I promise you, every day I get asked on a podcast, every single day, in amongst the offers for sponsored posts for SaaS AI products. So what's really powerful is when it's friends I know and like, it means as a human animal, I don't have to go through the pain of working out if you're weird or scary or not, because the trust is already there, because my trusted network have already gone through that process with you. So leverage is often that simple. And the problem here is that people don't want to hear this because that sounds like too much work. But the deep irony is that what feels like the longer approach of doing a modicum of research is actually the shorter approach. And always what I say is you were right earlier, by the way, about, more and better, but always we want to ultimately be moving towards fewer yet more impactful tasks. That's what's crucial.
Let's talk a little bit more about this, because I feel like the podcast is working on easy mode. And people ask me, like, how do you find great guests? And it's like, I got one good one and I leverage their social proof to keep getting better ones and build an audience over time through the strategies you were saying, name dropping, receiving nominations for the show, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you are paying me something today in your time. So I acknowledge that. People will say no to you if they feel like it's not worth their time. That being said, it's a great offer. Hey, all you got to do is show up and talk. I'll feature you. I'll repurpose it. I'll share. If you want to get on more podcasts, I'll make intros. It's a great offer. A lot of people don't have that offer. They don't necessarily have a podcast they're inviting someone to be on. They want to sell them stuff. Maybe it's like a SaaS product or it's a service. And they're messaging someone super cold. And I don't know how many LinkedIn connections you have, quite a bit. I'm sure they have a bunch of mutual connections as you. But do you know that connection? Do they know? The name dropping might not work. So I'm going to like this raw scenario where I have a product I want to sell, and it's not selling someone to get on my podcast. It's actually like a high ticket product, and this person doesn't know me.
Yeah.
What do I say?
So this is the magic thing. Everyone wants the killer line that's going to nail it.
Yeah.
Work like that. No one wants to be sold to. But as the wonderful Ryan Serhant, who's in your neck of the woods, said, no one likes to be sold to, but they love to shop with friends. And friends is the crucial element to this. So instead of going, what's the perfect line that would sell this person cold? Instead, it's, well, what about what the buyer would want? And this is the crucial change we have to make in these scenarios. It's rather than selling the way we want to sell, which is I send you a message and you just join at me and buy the thing. Can't you just do that for me? Instead of that, you have to sell the way the buyers would want to buy. And no, that's me. It may sound like I'm just being cute, but like it really is important to understand it from their perspective. What does a buyer actually want? A buyer wants an experience where they feel good about buying. That means they want to feel like they're into you. And if you look at the reason why someone buys something, it's only 10% of the reason why is the actual thing. 30% is like the technique used to get them to buy, but 60% is the connection. So it doesn't matter how good your thing is, unless the leverage is world class, unless you can't miss with the leverage. It's like, hi, you don't know me, but I've just been speaking to Ben and he told me to speak to you. Okay, that'll work. Okay. But if it's like, what's the thing I could say to get this person to want to buy straight away? Because then I can rinse and repeat and become a millionaire. It's not going to work. So it is slightly different with B2B, but in the main, what we need to bear in mind is that we have to do a bit more for them first. So on this world we have right now, especially with LinkedIn and so on, show up where they are, support them a bit, DMs, get into the connection, get into the relationship. If you really want to like go for it, well then go meet them. The bigger the deal, the more you should put out. And it's worth it because what happens is downstream, that person buys readily and they're thrilled to buy and they don't play games and they're happy to do it without a discount. And then they enjoy the fact that they're buying from someone they're into, But what I will say is going to B2B is often slightly different. If we are going to do a cold message, we better get to the point. But you have to have leverage. I, in a past life, worked as a sales director in an executive search firm. So we were doing recruitment and LinkedIn was used quite a bit. And the messages we were sending out weren't starting with, hey, hope you're having a good day. I know you're really busy and things like that. It was straight into, I'm representing a senior director at Coca-Cola who's on a 400,000 a year base, who did this merger and this thing, who's interested in speaking to you about what you're doing at Danone or whatever. And so they're like, okay, I'll pay attention to this one. It has to be so mind-bogglingly good as leverage that they're like, okay, well, this one's different. Otherwise, just don't bother. And if you're sending out stuff that you wouldn't fall for, don't do it. Because why would they? Otherwise, we're just treating them like fairly disrespectful, actually, like they're stupider than us and so would fall for something. And I just think you tend to find it's a very miserable existence when you're spamming away. I know people that send 50 or 100 messages a day. They don't make any money. Because if it worked, we'd all do it, of course. But what's crucial is you do that extra research, and instead of sending all those messages, maybe spend some time thinking, who's closest to me or my latest client, and where could I go with that? And it's about like that, those individual networking moments, especially with bigger ticket selling. It's really important. And that's really my sweet spot.
Kind of going from a stranger to a friend and then possibly a client, but that's not the end of the world. Making a friend's great. They could become an advocate for you as well.
Indeed. And so I call it being a professional friend with someone. What you find is often that person may never buy, and statistically they won't, but they now are really tuned into you. Guess whose post they're going to see next? Straight to you. Like, you're going to be in their newsfeed loads, and they'll think fondly of you. Oh, cool, it's Ben, says their mind. And they're going to just write, they'll be in comments and so on. And building that network and actually investing in relationships. We've all heard that advice before, but people don't want to do it because they don't want to do the work. And it's unsurprising that the people who have really measurable success are willing to deploy the discipline to actually bother to interact with people. If you just want their money, you tend to fail.
When you say investing in relationships, I presume there's a lot of ways you can do it. It can be commenting on posts, sharing posts, making introductions. One thing I've done, and it will definitely depend on the product and the individual person or company's means, I buy stuff from the person.
Mm-hmm.
Like the best way I've gotten, and they become mentors and great friends of mine, was I wanted them on the podcast. I maybe wanted them as a client. I definitely wanted a little bit more time with their brain. So I purchased something from them. And now it's very easy to start a discussion.
It's so interesting. In 2016, I built a little course called 8-Step Startup. And part of it was I was getting, I wanted to have loads of nuggets of advice from top people. So it was professors at universities, best-selling authors and business leaders. And so I was like, I went to the top everywhere, like from Facebook to Ogilvy, and one of the people was Seth Godin, and he responded straight away to my email because I bothered to read his book. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was The Dip I referred to. And I basically, what was interesting was that my email, you see, rather than fanboying him, I actually challenged him on one of the things he said. I said, I read this book recently and this bit was fascinating. Do you still feel like that's the case given whatever had happened? It was along those lines. And, I was talking about a thing that he finds deeply stimulating. I was challenging in a professional way his baby, this book. So of course he's going to respond to that because that's stimulating to him. And, it just goes to show what you get if you bother to care and to try. And a lot of people want something without bothering to try. And it's like you get what you deserve. So it's just interesting that you've just proven it. That if you buy the thing and actually interact with it or bother to go and see them, it's something over and above what the average person does. The average person expects something for nothing. So you just have to show a little, and it's surprising what you get. What I do think, though, just on your point about showing up and commenting, though, we have to be careful with this because one of the things that's being pushed now we're like currently with 2025, right? And the commenting game has gone up and up and up, and people are like, right, it's part of my day to comment 2 hours a day, and like, cool if you want engagement and that matters to you, but it's not good enough anymore to comment. It's not even good enough anymore to comment like a decent comment, like to share, here's my 2 cents or something like that. We actually need it to really resonate with that audience. And I think the comments, we're running the risk now of even a deeper paragraph level comment being cookie cutter. I get there's a guy who does these AI comments. It's really annoying. And whenever I do my post, within minutes he'll do a comment that is paragraphs long, and he thinks it's great, but everyone steer clear of him, and and it's like, this is a great post, here's why. And he does this breakdown of the post. It's like you've just used AI to break it down. You can tell by the emojis in your answer. And so it's not, we've got to look past this idea of, well, if you write something stimulating, then everyone will show up for your comment. People aren't stupid. It's obvious what you're doing. So I think the advice now, like authenticity 2.0, Ben, what that looks like now is write something for the author, if they have a bit of fun in their post, if they have a little quip or something, so respond to that, and then add something for the audience as well. Like dare to write the thing yourself. And support them in that way, in a proper way. I think a lot of people are overthinking this and trying to find some formula to get volume out the door. But the problem is, if you focus on volume, you're rarely there to receive the responses. And it's those moments in the one-to-one interactions that are actually where the results come. That's where the deals are born. And I think that it's just being overlooked because of this narrative of get more engagement and everything will sort itself out.
And I'm sure, and I want to go into in a moment, like the strategy of if I'm commenting, like who should I be commenting on? Should I have a list, et cetera, et cetera? Because I know as 2 major examples, Gary Vaynerchuk and Alex Hormozi, I don't know if there's like something in my head that thinks if I comment at the right time, I'll be the top comment and I'll have all this success and this and that, which is possible. You come up as the top comment. That is possible. But all those like spam pitches I was talking about, that actually is very common for those two creators. If I comment on Gary Vee's post, I'll get a message. Hey, Ben, I see you're a part of Gary Vee's community as well. And I'm like, what? I'm not part of his community. I just commented on a post. Are you part of his community? Do you know Gary? This or that? And then incoming pitch. So I found actually commenting on these big accounts actually, like, I don't know if it was a waste of my time, but didn't really create any benefit. Gary didn't read the comments. Someone pitched me over it. I presume I should be a lot more strategic, right? Like where should I spend my, is it a hashtag that I'm following? Is it specific creators? Like you tell me.
You know, it's often, Ben, I feel like I'm a minority of one. I really do. And so you can just see how much people lose sight of why they originally joined these platforms. The reason literally everyone not literally, there's a tiny minority of exceptions, but the reason basically everyone joined LinkedIn was new client acquisition. We are there to get customers. So what happens is by virtue of the fact that they are great at growth and being seen a lot, you have influencers front and center. And so of course we're like, well, how do we get as visible as them? And we forget the detail. And what happens is by forgetting the detail, we emulate what they do, or we copy them, or like we kind of like we buy their courses and we're like, okay, we do these things and then we get popular, right? And synthesizing popularity in the form of lots of reach and impressions. And I can speak with authority. I've got over 100,000 followers and I have millions of impressions of my content. It's just like, it is the hallmark of misalignment. And I think what we need to remember is if we want deals, then we need the right people to see us in the right way. And so what that means is chilling about the amount of engagement we're seeking and focusing instead on if the right people, and there are ways you can, like, in a nice way, engineer it so the right people see you. And I'll cover that in a sec if you wish. If the right people were to see me, would those ideally premium buyers, because we don't want broke people, right? Would the premium senior decision makers think to themselves, now that's an expert, and I'd feel reassured giving them, 5 figures a month. Okay. So if we map to that outcome, what it means is, firstly,